Okej, by nie przemęczać oczywiście no, komputera, bo poczekam trochę, wstrzymam się trochę z publikacją, tutaj tym razem zmienimy sobie grę, żebyśmy się tutaj nie karcili jedną i tą samą. Siedziałem. Znaczy tak, na Twitchu będzie głupio zrobić. Dobra, no najpierw chyba tutaj będzie zmiana kategorii. Na Monster Hunter Wilds, a potem wrócimy do... Tylko ja tu jeszcze poszukam... Gieroszki. Zresztą taka ciekawostka tutaj. Ta gra akurat... Właśnie, czy ja tutaj jakieś gry. Też jest tak, że ja tu mam grę. Ta grą jest na przykład dwa. Ale suwy to jest takie gówno, że osoby, które biorą te suwy są na większości przypadków przegrywami, bo kupują auto, które bardziej ich męczy. A nie wiem, pytanie za 100 punktów, czy można jest... A, brak zapisanych danych, dobra. Zaraz, bo ja tutaj nie to co trza. Tutaj jest stosuj. Jest git! Jest git! O! Jest język polski! Aczkolwiek głosy po angielsku, aczkolwiek czy ta gra była kiedyś. Dobra, tutaj jest też nie to co trza, bo w zasadzie powinno to być to. Tutaj mamy reklamę sklepu. O matko, ja chcę tą giratinę. Bierzcie moje pieniądze, proszę! Ja wiem, ja się chyba spłuczę po tym wszystkim w tym Gdańsku i nie będę mieć kasy. Akceptuję. To jest debiut w tej grze. A nie, dobra, najpierw muszę i tak to przeczytać, chociaż się nie chce, aczkolwiek z drugiej strony też wiecie, jak to trochę jest z tymi regulaminami. Polska! Polska górą. Znaczy ogólnie jest. Można powiedzieć, że... Aha, musimy wprowadzić wiek. Tu jestem wrzesień, tak. Wrzesień, lipiec się to nazywa wrzesień? Kurwa, październik dałam. Nie. Wrzesień, gdzie jest wrzesień? O! Ja. Tutaj schodzimy do samego piekła Londer. Oczywiście żartuję. Tak, to jest moja prawidłowa data urodzenia. Gromadzenie informacji, to jest taki klasyk szwedzki. No to są połączenia z serwerem, a gra pewnie nie aktualizowała w ogóle. opłaca mi się aktualizować. Okej, na TikToku, oho, tutaj mamy włączone możliwość odświeżania w 120 Hz, chociaż nie pamiętam, że monitor ma w 120 Hz w ogóle. To jest limit ogranicznieniem od 30, to jest domyślę. Mogę nawet wyłączyć. No tu nawet 40, ale możemy sobie kuźwa wyłączyć nacisk na rozdzielczość, czy zrównoważone, no. Zobaczymy, czy te ustawienia będą dobrym pomysłem. Z czego co wiem, wersja na PC tej gry jest kijowska. No. Jest git. Dobra, jest git. No, powiedzmy miksowanie dźwięku małysła. Dźwięk 3D w telewizorze, stereo, czy jest słuchawki. Choć ja z chęcią bym chciała na przykład... Bo tu jest... Wow! Tu są biurko, no i salon. Tylko, że jak na razie ja gram na biurku, więc tutaj raczej będą biurko. Dla osób... No, tutaj raczej nie mamy... No, tutaj oczywiście są pomoce, więc tutaj trichoromatyczne, czyli no bez pomocy, bo nie mamy nic. Wsparcie dla arachnofobii. Jezus, to jest coś dla mojej siory. Bo tutaj chyba, wiecie, pająki, okej? Ale ja się niczego nie boję. Zmniejszenie choroby lokomocyjnej, okej. Jezus. To jest tak, HUD, dostępność wizualna, dostępność dźwiękowa, dostosować zalecenia dla graczy potrzebuje wsparcia dźwiękowego oraz dostosować do zalecenia, by ograniczyć odczucia choroby lokomocyjnej. No ale to musiałabym mieć przenośne urządzenie akurat, żeby to zrobić. Choć z drugiej strony ja mam chorobę lokomocyjną tylko w aucie, więc raczej dostępność wizualna będzie tutaj bardziej adekwatna. No jest, Jono. Tu są jakieś najnowsze ogłoszenia. No dobra. Znaczy rozpocznijmy grę. Live na TikToku odpalimy później, aby to się nie dławiło. Zastanawiam się, czemu tu nie ma. Okazuje się, że to celowy zabieg widzę. Co ta gra? Zrobiła się ładniejsza, mi się wydaje, czy wersja na PS5 nie ssała? Chwileczkę, bo to jest... O, teraz! Teraz.
People out there will help you.
But what about you?
Okej, to tak.
Go on.
Wait!
I tak nie widzę napisów.
Leave me!
Oś.
Be strong.
Się właśnie widzę, że to okno jest tutaj źle. Ja nie widzę napisu w tej grze. Aha, też się ją poświęcił. Aha, zakazane dzień. Czyli w dużym skrócie chyba jest jakiś region, który tysiące lat temu został oddzielony od cywilizacji, tego czasu jest uważany za opuszczony. No widzę, że teraz
Weather?
wygląda lepiej.
Fair.
Clemencies?
None.
Visibility?
Dust haze present.
Large monsters?
Clear.
Small monsters?
Clear.
Endemic life?
A number of native birds.
All standard readings, sir.
Yes.
Other anomalies? Other
chwila.
anomalies?
Down there. Someone's in trouble. Set us down along the desert perimeter.
Dobra, teraz widzę czat.
It can't be a child. Are you all right? Can you hear me? He's still breathing. Luarte. Luarte. It's an ancient language.
Tend to him.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any serious injuries.
But he's dehydrated.
I thought the Forbidden Lands were uninhabited, sir.
It seems we must do a more thorough investigation.
Monster Hunter Wilds. No, ale ta gra... Ja słyszałem, że ona jest brzydka. Albo się spaczowała, albo ja gram na PS5. Dobra. Tu mamy łowcę naszego. Tak, może być nawet czarny. Bardzo woke. Ale no, kolejny czarny. No, tutaj ten edytor jest tutaj. No, tu można nawet wylosować twarz. Postawa pewności siebie, gracja, ubranie. Dobra, myślę, że nie ma, ale jest. Moja! To są też kobiety, ale chyba weźmiemy tego panicza. Ustawienia szczegółowe. To można kliknąć, zobaczyć, czy jest na przykład irokesik. Też to nawet głupio łatwo. A z czego co widzę... Nie ma irokeza, więc zostanie tak jak było. I wchodzimy w te czerwie. A, tak. A, nie zapisano. Siup. Dobra. Kolor akcentu może być też takie czarne. To nawet sprawia, że to wygląda ładnie. O! Ach. O, tutaj... Kurde, nawet kolor przebarwień. Kurde, to jest zaawansowany edytor, w którym byś siedział nie wiadomo ile czasu. Nawet kolor rice, to ja pierdolę, ja się gubię. Gdzie jest kolor brody? Masz taki git. O, jest kolor bazowy brody. Zatwierdzać, bo to akcent brody może taki zostać. No, taka z warkoczykami będzie trochę przeć. No dobra. I jeszcze nasz kotek. Towarzysz kotek. Jaki szatan! Pan zniszczenia. Gwiazda zaradna. A, to wygląda jakby był stary. Znaczy weźmy tego szatana. No aż takiego waszego pod... No to tak będzie wyglądać po ten kod po... Dobra, zastanawiam się jak jeszcze bardziej upiększyć tego kota. Akcent wzoru. Kolor... czego? Nie, wydaje mi się, że jest git, dobra. Aha. Wprowadź imię. Jak nazwiemy kotka? Czy tam ziomka kotka? Nazwiemy go... Devil. Jak będzie Devil. Dobra, można by wyłączyć, bo to chyba się gra tak samo jak w ostatnią część. Już umiem grać w tą grę, no.
Let's do this.
Zniknęła i tyle. Ale przynajmniej będzie się wrócić.
Oh, hey there.
Hey! Over here! Yeah? Hey, over here, Hunter!
Your reputation precedes you, Hunter. I trust you know what I've called you here to discuss.
Yes, sir. The Forbidden Lands?
Indeed. But more precisely about the boy we rescued in the vicinity. Entry to the region itself has been restricted for 1,000 years. We thought it completely uninhabited. Any remnants of its ancient civilization rest solely in historical record. Now imagine our surprise to have discovered this boy. He claimed to be part of a clan, the Keepers. He said they have a village in a land we thought uninhabited for ages. A few years have passed, but the Academy, of course, has remained skeptical.
This village. Is there evidence it exists?
Nothing absolute, but the mysterious composition of the boy's pendant suggests it might. And as for how we came to rescue the boy,
Sir?
it seems a certain monster had forced him to flee. It attacked his village, and he escaped alone. Unfortunately, the underground tunnel he used to make his escape collapsed. We found him, took him in, and here we are.
A już pewnie będziemy już aktywowali powoli.
I know the monster.
Unknown. However, the scholars hypothesize that it may be a monster, which we thought to have perished long ago.
An extinct species.
They're calling it the White Wraith. The Guild has authorized the rescue of the Keepers and an investigation into this monster. I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
Finding the village won't be easy. You'll need the proper guide. Speaking of which, I have an extra assignment for you.
Hello, my name is Alma. Come on. It's okay. How are you? Great.
No to, Okej.
As soon as we find a good spot, we can get things set up and ready to go. And then we
Okej,
can
no
get
to
started.
razem
This is
idzie
gonna
to
be
dobrze.
great.
You bet.
Yeah.
Znaczy live za chwilę
I hope we find them
Pokemonowi
soon.
się odpali, a tutaj jest odpaliony grę. Dlatego wtedy będzie cały czas zabijanie czasu. No i witam was serdecznie ogólnie w Day to Lille, który niedługo się rozpocznie. No w międzyczasie będzie kolejna inna gierka, żebyśmy się tutaj tak nie nudzili. O! Kurwa. To są takie jak czerwie trochę, jak z Duny. Ale tak, przypominam oczywiście tak, YouTube, Twitch, oczywiście możliwość obserwacji.
We're still too far away.
Wodę. Postele też trzeba umyć.
That's all right.
Can you reach it?
I have to try.
I'm coming too.
O, tak też idzie. Uroka kicia. Oczywiście tak. Przypominam tak, na Twitchu, jeżeli chcecie, żeby być w tych słodkich awatarach, co się tam po prostu ruszają, przypominam, że musicie wejść na Twitcha i tam zaobserwować i wtedy się będziecie oczywiście pojawiać jako Pokemony, które będą zachodziły po ekranie. Nie wiem. Jeśli chodzi też o sprawy YouTube'owe, to też warto zasubskrybować, aby być na bieżąco. O, główna misja, pustynny głos.
Here we go. Hold on.
Sterowanie. Idę. Oczywiście na YouTube i Twitch oczywiście jest coś takiego jak Tipi, jeżeli chcecie dać takie pieniążki, nie tak jak na TikToku, że dajecie te monetki. Ja nie wymagam jakichś nie wiadomo jakich kwot. I tutaj jest cel, głównie to są takie różyczki za jedną monetkę, co oznacza, że...
Looks like it knows a way.
Za jedną monetkę jest to gdzieś tak w okolicach 1-2 grosza, jeśli o to chodzi. Ale jak ktoś chce takie faktyczne pieniążki, to faktycznie można, no właśnie na Tipi. Znowu jest to opcja opcjonalna. Nie jest ona tu w żaden sposób obowiązkowa. Nie, zjedli ją! Ożeż mord! L2 i... Wow. Celuję, no co ja robię? Aha. Dobra, udało nam się, wycelowałam. Tak, i oczywiście jeżeli chodzi o takie podstawowe wsparcie, to oczywiście tapujemy sobie tam ekranik na TikToku do upadłego, albo jak możecie, żeby wam palce nie odpadły. No i to jest ta oczywiście zasada. Ciu! No i let's go! Tak, pojawi się oczywiście daily na TikToku oraz YouTubie. No a postał się jeszcze skończyć Cannibal Corpsem. Siema Kacpek. Okej. Ja. No, to jest trudne. A, nie słychać mnie. Bo na TikToku jest tak, że mnie w ogóle nie słychać. To jest klasyka gatunku. A, teraz słychać. O, no.
You're okay now.
Działa. O, właśnie chyba czegoś bym prawie zapomniała, bo... Jeszcze muszę włączyć to.
Siema. Nie słychać cię. O teraz.
No, chyba muszę
Działa.
bliżej mikrofon, żeby w ogóle mnie słychać było na tym TikToku.
So much for this region being uninhabited.
Słychać
Słuchałaś
kiedy...
kiedyś twórczości City Morgue?
Nie? Ale mogłabym spróbować faktycznie. Nie?
Polecam Plight Hell High Water.
No dobra. To super. No to będziemy musieli... No tak. A, oczywiście tak. Na TikToku jest Iwonka ogólnie domyślnie włączona. To jest ta różnica, że tak, na Twitchu są awatary, na TikToku są te Iwonka. Swoją drogą.
Can you tell us where he is?
Kurde, biedne dziecko.
The sacred. He knows Isai sent.
Let's find him.
Rapik, dobra.
Everyone else, focus on scouting for a campsite.
To jest coś, co ja chyba lubię.
Just send a signal if you need backup.
We'll leave some supplies for you.
Chyba, że to
I'll
nie
keep an eye on
ja
things too.
powiem coś i źle jak zwykle
Move it out.
trafiam.
Coming.
Nie, dobrze trafiam.
Take these people to safe side.
O, jest, pierwsza płyta, faktycznie. To ma po prostu Volume 1. To jest podtytuł tego. Hell or High Water. Brzmi jak piosenka Ada Base'a. Mhm.
Come on.
Śmieję ma zmienić tutaj okieneczko. I jeszcze nie odpalili się, ale dobra, najpierw. No ale chyba coś czuję, że chyba się odpalą za
We should
chwilę.
prepare a bit, just in case.
Dobrze myślę? No, chyba się już odpalą. A powiem, że lubię takie... Bo to trzeba zrobić... O, właśnie, jeszcze trzeba... Zanim zacznę, to jeszcze muszę włączyć. Będzie sobie tak prawie jak Evalators. Tak. Hmm. Mhm. Jest 14 typów broni. Zdecydowałem się. Ja właściwie tak, to jest różne. No ja chyba zawsze lecę na tym ciężkim łukowym? Nie. A na takim właśnie zawsze lecę. To jest jeszcze opcja lancy, toporka, łuku... Nie pamiętam, w które bardziej lecę, ale... Coś ciężkie? Działka lecę? Czy wiadomo, to jest taktyczne, ewentualnie to, chociaż czym się różni ciężkie od lekkie. Średniodystansowa. Rzecz ja chyba leciałem na czymś takim chyba leciałem. Nie, na tym leciałem, na tym ciężkołukowym dziele zawsze i ja tam lecę w Monster Hunterze. To ja zawsze lecę na takich. Alleluja. Nowe zabawki mam. A właśnie, tu mamy naszego... Siądź w... O! No proszę, mamy podróż. Tak, mamy naszego tutaj bieżnika. Tak jak mówię, jest opcja oczywiście klasyczna typu tapowanko, jakieś drobne prezenciki. Aha, tutaj może... Ty, ja chciałam zabrać to. Nie wiem, czemu się do się... Hold on, dobra, trafiła, dobra. Bo tak zwierzyna mi tu przyspieszyła. Ty, zajebiście się tu gra. I czy ja słyszałem, chyba tylko na PC wyglądało to tak strasznie, że ta grafika jest okej. Jest szczegółowa, spoko się na to patrzy, no to jest... O ja, przerośnięta żaba. Był jeszcze Dauntless. Aha, Chakabara. Był jeszcze tak, Dauntless. To była też taka podobna gra. No ja ją trochę grałam i niestety nie za bardzo mi się podobała, bo była trochę taka nudnawa. Ja się modlę o to, żeby nie było tak jak ostatnio, że wykrzaczy mi wszystko. Nie, ale te potwory mi się tak chyba powtarzały. Ja miałam wrażenie, że ja robiłam te same misje i ta gra trochę zdechła. No bo przegrywała właśnie z tym płatnym konkurentem. Ona była free to play, ale... No jednak Monster Hunter miał ciekawsze pomysły faktycznie na te designy. Co ona nie nużyła. Aaaa! Ło! Przygotowanie broni. Jo! No tak jakby ja mam tutaj ciężkie działka! A! Ło! Aha. Ło! O! Bo przez to, że ja takie Raczej ta broń też jest bardziej taktyczna swoją drogą, bo tu się też dobiera po prostu jakieś różne amunicje. O! No! O! Właśnie mnie tu chyba piekarnik wzywa. Przełącz tryby. Wow! O kurwa, karabin maszynowy. Tego to nie grali. Mogę się przełączyć na karabin maszynowy, dosłownie. Heavy machine gun. Więc tutaj jest zmiana. Tutaj nie jest jakiś nerfiol. Tak, z jednej strony muszę pójść na dół. Z drugiej strony mnie tu zaraz to zeżre, kurwa. A, tak, bo to się ładuje. Dobra, spoko. O, tutaj też jest zaś jakaś nowa rzecz. Dobra, już z tym. O! A, dobra, tu są słabe punkty. Tak, bo to są... A, tutaj jest naciśnij R. O, dobra, już wiem o co chodzi. To jest skupienie ataku, nie? No jednak takich uniegów trzeba cześć. O co, spierdolił mi. A!
And Justin was on the back foot. Justin was, mind bending, and all of a sudden.
Okej, tutaj jest przerwa na ten cudowny mecz.
Iron bundle in the prizes. Let's have a look for Thomas. One Crispin and Noctowl. Energy switch and the EV.
Boosted evolution EV. Yeah, there is still the EV EX in the deck, so you can still evolve and actually starts off as an EV EX. And I think the draw for the turn was the Clan Rotom. It's a pretty nice draw for the turn. There wasn't much else going on.
Looking at that hand, yeah, that didn't look very good. So Brown Rotom coming out to play. Then you search your deck. No, the number one search your deck. So you can have a little prize card check. It's quite nice. When you can grab any 3 colorless Pokemon with 90 hit points or less.
No to mamy ten mecz, który wczoraj obejrzeliśmy. Jest tutaj tu. Bo uznali rodzice, że jednak nie pojedziemy. A szkoda. No i można sobie tu potapować do sredeczności. Kurwa, ile jest tych kowarów przerośniętych. Że żaden.
So a good opener. I wouldn't mind stashing energy onto the active EX here. I know early on you often look towards the Wellspring Master Pokemon. But I think based on your boards, it wouldn't be too wrong to, I like seeing energy onto EX here. Pretty much everything you need, Tom Rock.
Alright, it's over to Justin now. Going second, I see Iron, I see a lot of Earthen Vessel against him. Doing a lot of things in here, discard part. I promise you folks, that's the first minigame of Gardevoir EX. Honestly, you have to get in here discard part. It's all very well and good having Gardevoir EX out there. Billy only works on in discard part, so you have to get over that hurdle. And just making that look easy in game 2 here.
So often you can see little droughts of energy in Gardevoir. It's not enough to see just the 1 or 2, you need to constantly select these Psychic Energy. Early Vessel is the key card that you
Chciałbym
already having no issues.
się nie zawieść.
Relief for Justin. The deck for the remainder of the game, and Psychic Energy in the discard's exactly where you want them. He also has Nespal and Lily, the Ino, so it does have a good amount of draw in his hand. Again, there's the fear of the Wellspring Mask Ogre. This 2 rolls isn't enough.
No nie mówcie, że on mi gdzieś ucieka. Och, no chłop mi ze mnie robi jaja po prostu, no robi ze mnie do słupy. Jajca, że do kwadratu.
Like that.
It's a strange situation throwing Psychic Energy to the bottom. You want to increase your odds of finding basic energy. You also don't mind attaching Darkness Energy onto your Monkey Dory, like in the opening.
Yeah.
Even just attaching Psychic Energy to Monkey Dory is useful, because Mind Bend is one of your best defenses, as we just saw.
MVP of game 1.
So, by throwing these Psychic Energy to the bottom of the deck, you're saying that you're going to find more Secret Box or Vessel and be able to, re-access them again.
Obviously a turn attachment to the active as well. There's the Ino. Collect. Draw cards.
It is a new Ralts coming out from the game Evolution. It does allow you to draw an additional card.
Or a headbutt if you're being aggressive. I doubt we'll be seeing that.
I prefer the card.
Okej, załatwiłem potwora. Szybko poszło. Okej, mamy tu stworka.
I feel like the collect is tempting because you're supporting us right now. I'm gonna go for the collect. Wow. This makes it much easier for Thomas here.
Thomas is immediately off to the races, Joe.
If we can access our Wellspring Mask Ogre, we can once
No,
again take out
szybko
double
poszło.
votes. Justin had the option to retreat
No,
and
ja
Dory there to force even more from Thomas, but now it should be a very routine Crispin. The crystal's already in hand. Oh my! This should be a very easy means of getting the torrential pump off.
Does he have a warm retreat? It does have a warm retreat as well.
A turn 1 attachment so handy here. There's already the crystal in the hand. There's already the Crispin in the hand.
Doesn't even need to use Noctowl. Doesn't need to use Quick Search. Oh wow, look at this turn. Yeah, we are retreating. Wellspring Ogre in the active torrential pump. KO.
Zadanie ukończone.
Cleaning up those rolls, escorting them to the discard pile. So over to Justin again. He has been in a situation before.
Ale też muszę zobaczyć, co się dzieje. Weźmy wszystko. Bo też te narzędzia.
Let's see what Justin can piece together.
To masz
Already
drugi
seen
level.
the Lily's Determination pickup, which is at least something. There's the energy onto the Lily's Clefairy EX as well, especially with a full bench right now.
Yep.
Dobra,
That can
to
be a pretty
teraz
useful attacker without the need of Gardevoir, which is the main reason we're going towards this Pokemon, as the rolls are being recycled with the Super Rod.
It's safe now.
And again, we're giving ourselves a pretty nice 8-card dig
Huh,
to try and
jeszcze
find the rolls
zobaczę
that we've just
stan.
shuffled back into the deck now. So he's a
Lille.
quick rebuild, as we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, it looks like Justin's back against the ropes. It kind of is a little bit, but he has been here before. You know, differences. Well, last time we saw the Monkey Dory's got some energy early on. We saw the Mind Bends come out. This time, Lily's Clefairy, you know, has got that energy. But as you do say, that Full Moon Wonder can actually be really good at KOing basic EXs, right? Especially if Area Zero gets in the mix.
Here comes the fresh 8 from Lily, as we haven't taken any prizes on Justin's side just yet.
Secret box.
Secret box is exactly what you want to see, especially with the Flip the Script helping out for some additional cards. That's some more psychic
Spokojnie,
energy,
daj
but
mi
that's
też
the
będzie, spoko.
rolls naturally found as well with the Artisan, so you
Yeah.
might even be able to hold the secret box now
Yeah.
and get double rolls
Będzie
either
mało-
way. Here comes the Artisan to search for
She's
a
safe.
non-rule box basic. You gotta think
No
it's
to
another rolls
oznacza,
here.
że działa.
Gotta be.
To jest.
No questions there. Second rod's already in the hand. We've already spent our attachments. You're not really expecting much hand disruption from your opponent, so
Yeah.
can hold on to a large chunk of these cards and expect them to stick around.
So secret box is being eyed up here, though.
Active
Any trouble
box.
finding us?
Okay.
The only upside is that now you have no question that your opponent possibly could have gone for an Iono or something
Oh,
along
działa.
those lines, or a Judge,
Yeah.
getting really aggressive, and you've at least stashed those energy into the discard pile already.
Było
And that
trzech
is one
teraz.
of the core benefits of the
Ale
secret
widzę, że
box,
działa
not
wszystko
just
w
the
porządku.
different cards you can access from the deck, but
You
also
must
that
be
discard is,
Sal.
in this case, really handy.
Please.
Yeah, and I guess you know that these EV box, Terra box decks love to be playing, you know, Crispin and all that. So Iron, as you did say in last game, only plays one copy of it. Probably not going to see it, so you can afford to get a little bit, you know, early usage of the secret box.
We'll be grabbing Bravery Charm for the tool, Mystery Garden as the stadium, Rare Candy and Lily's Determination as
We could do a
the
lot worse
supporter.
for an
I'm
enemy.
hoping there's already an Iono in the hand if that's the case, because you
So jak na razie są
expect
tylko
more
tutaj.
pressure from
Nie.
Thomas Layton.
I don't think there was,
This
you know.
game.
I don't think there was.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like
Brakuje
Iono's
jeszcze
the
32
clutch supporter in this
diamentów.
stage, but
To tarcza to
Actual
najlepszych
passes over to
20%.
Glass trumpet was the
No
top
to co?
it's actually handy right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
There is a grass energy discarded from that EVEX earlier. So you could trumpet your EVEX again, re-establishing the energy. No, we're going to forego that option. Attaching to the Flareon EX here.
We have a way to
Still have energy switch.
If we
No,
can't
it's
get out the
Sob.
active, just a sub, yeah.
Yeah, Sob thanks to the Sparkling Crystal. We're actually caught on a pretty weak hand from Thomas here.
I didn't know what to say.
Oh, but there's a rare candy Gardevoir coming out multitudes earlier in game 2.
So much.
Psychic Embrace is online. I remember that Monkey Dory has been hit by Sob, so it cannot retreat. There's a Drifloon.
Ooh.
Balloon, but I don't see that every day.
Yeah, this has been a card that we saw Gustavo Wada win with in Belo Horizonte, so it has made a bit of a resurgence, having some higher damage output, especially with the Megas now wandering around in the format. It seems silly not to have a single prize Pokemon that can get all the way up into those Mega Evolution Pokemon. So part of the reason why Justin's made
Co
this
się tam
adjustment
stało?
with his
How
list.
did you end up in that
I think
situation?
one card we saw in Belo Horizonte as well was the Mega Gardevoir
Was, yeah.
X, yeah. That's another one that has no problems hitting those ridiculously high outputs. It would have been nice to be a Gardevoir player. All these options, some of them don't even get played. Drifloon, Mega Gardevoir, you have the options though.
Yeah, and your opponent has to play around all of them until you don't see it.
Slipped, and we fell into
Looks
that
like
cave.
a really good hand for the Lily as well.
Who
Going into
exactly
Curlier, having
are
Earthen
the
Vessel in the hand for more filtering of these energy cards.
Must have really surprised you earlier.
Maybe is that Darkness energy being pulled out
Forgive
now?
me for my lack of
Pretty much all the energy has
understanding,
now been
but
stripped
use
from
those
the deck.
tools?
I guess it's interesting because you know bench lock as long as because there is no area 0. If you go for the mind bend again and you know opponent didn't have a great turn last time, the confusion might stick.
With the
I want to go
understanding
more
that they're
aggressive
never
than Mind
taking
Bench here. We've got our
initiative.
Gardevoir online now.
But we've got a
No,
stop though,
widzów
right?
czy nie?
Ah, yeah,
Bo
we did get
się-
sold. So yeah, I suppose we are
Yeah,
Mind
To
Bench.
jebać.
Point.
So there we go, there's a turn attachment and the Psychic Embrace. Now we can move off some of that if we want to with the Adrenaline Brain, as we are going to see.
Got to be the Pidgey, yeah.
Got to be the Pidgey.
Nie,
And
teraz
then
nie
the
ma.
Mind Bend as well.
Should be the 3 damage caps on the Pidgey. And the Mind Bend for 6.
And the Confusion. Yep, there we go, there's the 3 damage counters caught.
Where's this village?
And we
you
know
say
that
you're
Thomas
from?
is not sat on a great hand.
Exactly.
By any means.
What was the top deck?
just
Nespel
Yeah,
is
Shimmery
completely...
King.
There's no playables apart from
No, 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 I
Trumpet.
left there
We've
with
got
it.
Trumpet energy switch, so we could pay retreat and do nothing with it.
No to się praktycznie pogliczowały chyba rzeczy, bo
Oh dear,
raz...
That's a really poor hand that Thomas has just been stuck on.
No.
It just, you know,
Sorry.
one Noctowl, one Ultra Ball, that's all it takes for these decks to start going off to the races, but we're just a pass.
We're back over to Justin now. Not even a sob,
Not even a sob.
confusion, you can't risk that.
And that means Justin can, well, realistically, attack with whatever he likes. We know there's a lot of energy in the discard pile. We got Drifloon there waiting in the wings, ready to
She might know
pounce.
something.
Not quite yet, though.
Yeah. Second copy of Gardevoir EX is in the prize cards, so we can't search that out just yet.
Thanks
But
for
Justin
letting
will
us
be able to
borrow
at
your
least thin
sacred
Monkey
earlier.
Dory,
You were a tremendous help.
thin some of those superfluous items where we've already got to the point in the game where we're pretty much entirely set up. Basically has his choice of what attack he wants to launch this turn. We'll be able to take out the Pidgey in addition to this active Pokemon.
What do you think we're going with here then? Is it the...
I think the fairy
Oh,
is reasonable. I
good.
don't think you have to get too creative with Drifloon. I think you're just you're going at so far ahead with prizes, but Gardevoir coming into the mix. My fear with this is that you can put yourself in range of the shenanigans of a Flareon.
Yeah, yeah.
You're going to take the one prize knockout first via Adrenabrain.
Take this guy, for example.
Did take a Curlier from that.
It wasn't the
Sounds too
Gardevoir from
smart for
prizes.
his
I think
own
Justin was
good.
trying to pluck that
Yeah,
out.
I think so as well.
So,
Drifloon's still really reasonable here. You know that Thomas is
I was
on
really
even prize
impressed.
cards.
You must have
I quite like keeping the Drifloon back though.
I mean, that's because that's so useful into the Flareon, right? That's all I'm seeing here.
Yeah,
Let's
but
take
it
all
looks
of
like we
those
are going to see the
ones.
Perry into that. Balloon Blast does 30 damage for each damage counter, so each energy attack for Psychic Embrace is an effective 60 damage.
Yeah.
So we just need a 3. Big Balloon Blast.
Yeah, it means you're not vulnerable to Jamming
Misja
Tower
wykonana.
or Tools Run Up or anything like that. You're
I
not
mamy
worried about those
pierwsze
shenanigans coming out from the
nadszerwienie
Flareon. This is a
krainy.
toolbox deck that can play all sorts of one-offs. So Justin doing a great job of playing around these potentially troublesome cards.
Where should we go first?
So there is Justin with a big 2-prize KO there with the Drifloon.
Z Jackiem
Going out to 3 prize cards. Is
pozwolimy.
ahead currently in our Swiss round 9 feature match here at the Lille Regional Championship. Is over to Thomas Ducro. 1 game down. Does need to win this game to win this round. No if, ands or buts about it. Promotes the Flareon. Oh, first Antipity. I was like, well, that's playable.
Yeah, we finally got bench space available for use of these nest balls also. So we can start to finally see some additional cards here. And you're not too far behind in the prize race either.
No. Still have a...
Plus, taking a single prize knockout isn't terrible
back,
this
Hunter.
turn as
Looking good
well,
out there.
when there is the option of Briar.
Thanks for
Good
looking
point.
after Nata and the
That's
other
only
kid.
if Gardevoir sort of
Nice
walks
throw
into
back
it.
there.
That's not always the case. Gardevoir can
What can I
take
say?
3 prizes or take no prizes on a turn and then set yourself up on the following. There's no guarantee that Briar will be useful, but I'm not seeing an easy way to take 2 prizes from this hand.
Yeah, feels as if a lot of players you're playing against a Flareon, Terrabox, you kind of expect the Briar, so you try your hardest not to walk into it, and Gardevoir's probably one of the best decks at avoiding it as well. But they're going to see Frozen
Jak
Deputy
tam
hit the
idzie
bench
w
and
kuj?
flip the script.
Well,
Noctowl
we've
is
got
step 1
everything
here.
set up and
Yep.
ready to go.
We can find perhaps
think?
Crispin plus Countercatcher. That could be a way towards 2 prizes.
Jedzenie i materiału z pola,
That's the
aby
Crispin, that's
produkt
Pidgeot and
ulepszyć
Lati.
bronie i pancerze dla siebie i
Yeah, I've got
kula.
any bench locked again until area 0.
Uhuhu!
Worth
Especially
noting.
since we might be on the move soon.
Trumpet towards
But don't you
Terrapagos.
worry.
No
I
Ultra
can
Ball or
still make
Noctowl.
anything you need
No.
to succeed out in the field.
Here is Glass Trumpet.
Trumpet can come in. I think there's still just the 1 grass energy.
If you got materials, I
That's
can
coming
make
on
you
to
something.
Terrapagos.
If you don't
There
have
is the
enough,
energy
I
switch
got you
onto
covered.
Flareon. So perhaps just the burning charge here is the best we have to work with. Yeah, burning charge for a single prize knockout. You can also grab a couple energy out of the deck and attach them to your
O,
Pokemon.
możemy sobie tutaj pobyć.
So you go on to the Terrapagos EX in the back. And I think at this point, Thomas knows he's in a pretty awkward position. When you go down to those 3 prize cards, it feels like you need a couple turns to attack with if you're going to go over the line. Unless
Dziękujemy.
Justin, for some reason, walks into this Briar play, and I'm not seeing it line up easily on the board, let alone whether or not Justin's going to play around it. So it feels pretty confident right now that Justin can put himself in touching distance of this game number 2.
So here's what, if you didn't attack with the Drifloon earlier, you could have just immediately sent that off and dispatched that Flareon. We are going to see Monkey Dory Dark Energy developed.
But Shane, not taking prizes is a benefit here.
Yeah.
If we can just put a good chunk into this Flareon,
Yeah.
set up damage on that, perhaps that Fan Rotom on the bench that you know can't evolve up, that puts yourself in really good stead. to take the final 3 prize cards of the game. Still getting
Nie,
additional
to
hand
będzie
advantage, but
bardziej
has massive
stylish.
Is huge.
Dobra, chyba jednak to było.
Interesting, because your opponent really
No,
hasn't
jak
been
będziemy
doing
to
it over the last few
powtarzali
turns.
te
Maybe
polowania,
now said,
to-
well, maybe they've got pheasant dips to develop, perhaps. Let's just make it harder, 3 card hand to start the turn. But we haven't seen any Noctile or Ultra yet. You know they're going to be in the deck somewhere.
Perfection.
There's not much that Justin's really looking for either.
A
So
to
I think
będzie bardziej
more or less his actions are to
adekwatna.
use Psychic Embrace, power up this Gardevoir, and then just Monkey Dory around some.
Yeah.
Gonna be the retreat. I do like this because you still prize that
Ogołocone
Gardevoir
rączki.
and the line of fire.
Makes
Też
sense.
wezmę to.
The Fairy also does a little bit more damage with the Full Moon Rondo. There's 20 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon, both yours and your opponents.
Yes, adding up quite
We
nicely.
can go down to 1 prize card this turn with double Monkey Dory.
Oh wow.
Of
Full
course!
Moon Rondo.
Dobra,
We're gonna
chyba
put-
myślę, że wygląda jak...
There's, yeah.
Wow, big KO there from Justin, the double Monkey Dory plus Full Moon Rondo combination. That Lily's Clefairy dancing Justin down to 1 prize card. The Briar has been completely nullified. He's over the top now. Did get the hand refresh of 3. I think one of them was a Noctowl.
Zak.
Did take the Gardevoir from the prize cards as well, worth noting from Justin.
In terms of the biggest Pokemon you can represent here, it's probably Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Bo teraz to
Right.
wszystko działa, bo
It's
teraz
just out of range of
montowałam nic.
Gardevoir plus double
I
Monkey
pewnie
Dory.
jak skończy się
That's
live,
the
to
260 hit
będzie
points in
montażyk.
hand. That might be your go-to attacker here to go down to just 1 prize card remaining. Can flip the script, get us towards Ino. I feel like if you can use Blood Moon and Ino, that
Była
still
jeszcze
gives you a
ta
chance.
pani, no i teraz...
Night Stretcher might be able to get us Noctowl. Oh, there's already Noctowl in the hand.
That was
So
quite a
Blood
show
Moon
you put on
Ursaluna
back
taking
there.
out the active.
Yep.
In
They
addition
told me you
to
were good.
Noctowl cherry picking Ino
Failed to
here.
mention.
No mamy jeszcze
Keeps
chwilkę,
Thomas
dobra.
just about in this game.
Oczywiście przypominam oczywiście o po tapowaniu oczywiście, zrobienie tapu parę kilka kliknięć i wtedy można też podbić tego live'a lub też oczywiście opcjonalnie wysłać jakąkolwiek różyczkę.
It's gonna be Ino plus Stadium, but you have to think.
My unit has a reputation.
Yeah, already the Area Zero.
Różyczka oczywiście nie jest obowiązkowa, ale warto ją też czasami wysłać.
Knowing that
Ale nie
they
jest
can pick the
obowiązkowe,
EX
tak?
draw,
My unit is not
saying that you can take out the draw, put your opponent to a
Wtedy mamy
lower hand
jakieś
size, but
pieniążki,
you
tak.
are, like you said, Shay, very
Nie
vulnerable
jakieś
to
ogromne, ale no
game.
zawsze
I
jakieś.
feel like the Stadium
Cegiełeczka
Block
to
is
jest
still the
jak
safer route here.
there's more
Yeah, you have to.
Stadium Block
Ach.
plus Ino. Ino's
Jak
certainly
ma
a
w
piece.
końcu
Look,
te
yeah,
okno
yeah,
dać,
yeah,
żeby
there's
było
no debate on
widać
that
dialogi, tak?
Any piece in
O.
the hand not currently.
No teraz lepiej!
You have to go Stadium here, I think.
Yeah,
Proste.
Countercatcher, it is tempting to go Countercatcher because you're limiting the Pheasantipity draw.
No raczej
That
jest,
looks really tempting from the
większość
poor
raczej
position,
tych
but you have to think that there's a sort of
to
way
są
in
raczej
things.
ulotni.
Or just debating perhaps.
I really like
Yeah,
this choice.
You have to.
Yeah.
Because the
People say
R's
you're
almost be
so
instant with Screamtail.
Okej, przynajmniej nie będzie informacji, że serwer wyjebie, tak?
Area Zero being taken as well.
No z drugiej
These
strony
are
też
choices
będziemy to
from Mutual
grali
Seeker.
Cooperative undertaking like this.
Blood Moon Ursaluna, almost certainly the attack that we launch here.
Wadą TikToka jest faktycznie
Looks
to,
like a big
że ja za
five
bardzo
energy
nie
attack
mogę
scene. Skill
zmienić
ability on it low.
kategorii.
Reducing its attack cost by 1 for each prize card your
Więc
opponent
żeby
has
to
taken.
miało
This is
trochę
Justin taking a
sensu,
maximum of 5. Blood Moon can
takie
attack for 3.
zmienianie,
Massive
to musiałabym
240
przerywać
damage swing
ciągle live.
on a basic Pokemon with an even more
A to
monstrous
trochę
260
ma
hit
mało
points as
sensu.
well.
Justin eyeing up his discard pile as Thomas is shuffling
no
up the
better
deck
place to
before
live
No
this
i to
Ino.
też nie da się zmienić na
Keeping
TikToku.
an eye on his outs at
No
this
właśnie,
point
to jest
because
ten
He knows he's going to be in touching distance of the win, but this Ino has
niestety
to
ranking
come critical.
feelingowym.
There's the debate of whether or not to play a lightning energy before anything else.
No i
Energy to the
tutaj
fan
jest-
rotom.
So they set up a training area, huh? Why
Okay,
don't we stop
looks
by?
like here it is.
Could be Ino.
This could be the
I think it's
game.
almost
The
time for
round
our meeting.
deciding Ino. Perhaps both players reset their hands and we'll get 1 card for each prize card they have remains. So Justin takes 1. Oh, did you see what it was?
I didn't quite.
Flashed it quick.
Nothing too handy on Thomas's side, so we'll have to pay the retreat on this Terrapagos. And then
Another
Blood
free
Moon
retreat?
Ursaluna's. No, it's not. I would have preferred the lightning energy on that Pokemon, to be fair, but I think Thomas may be thinking there was access to Latias.
Yeah, yeah.
Siemy.
But it is the Blood Moon
There is a big
knockout.
KO going down to 1 prize card himself. Now, has the Iron Retreat counter catcher? Doesn't lie, bravery charm. Flip the script, draw 3. Here we go. 1, 2, Ultra Ball. Ball gets here, right? 'Cause that just gets your scream tail.
All right.
Yeah, as long
Is
as
everyone
Dreamtail's
here?
in the deck, and I'm pretty sure it's not been
There it
discarded.
is, the old triple promo. There we go, the big scream tail.
Ale tak,
for
gra
the
mi się już
KO,
naprawdę
whatever
podoba.
he likes, and Justin wins
Tak, to
our
jest
Swiss
właśnie to
round
jest-
9 feature match
Kurde,
here.
ten człowiek, on miał najgorszy możliwy start, a jednak dał radę, kurde, widać ten, że on ma ten zaparcie, to jest super. Bo niektórzy mieliby problemy naprawdę, to trzeba przyznać, że ten człowiek dał radę. W tej pierwszej miał fatalny start, ale jednak się podniósł. Kurde, i ten konf jest taki wredny. Ale dobra, też przygotuję też oczywiście standardowo klipy, które potem wylądują na TikToku i YouTubie. O, może to trochę zajmie.
Make our search as wide as possible. Good deal. Except I think it'd be better if you held off until the support team arrives.
No objections here.
This project to survey the foreign lands has been in the works for years. And now here we are, finally. Thank you all. I'm sorry to cause so much trouble.
No i się rozpoczęły Day 2 Lille. Oczywiście live'a z Gdańska nie będzie, bo ja będę w Gdańsku. No, ja nie oczekuję tego, że mi pójdzie jakoś super dobrze, bo wolę tak raczej chłodno podejść. Zwłaszcza do takich turniejów właśnie jak... No, zwłaszcza do tak poważnych turniejów, jakie są oczywiście regionalsy, bo regionalsy to są naprawdę już tutaj nie ma jaj. Nie oczekuję nic. Też nawet nie będę aż tak oczekiwać tego, że ja wejdę do Day 2. Po prostu ja nie mam efektu Lina Krugera, okej? Bo efekt Krugera to jest właśnie tak moment, kiedy jesteś pewny siebie, no i zazwyczaj mają to osoby, które... No to zazwyczaj muzyczka. Ale tak, jak już się zaczęły, no bo to miało być zabijanie czasu, jednakże to zabijanie czasu będzie mniej problematyczne, co nie? I dlatego tak to głupio wygląda trochę. No, TikTok niestety... Możemy otworzyć tablicę zadań. Ale tak, jest już Lille we Francji, czyli Bonjour Monsieur. Raczej ja już ruszała. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Dość szybko osiągnęłam 115. I to nie miała nawet godzina. Że wiadomo, potem mi tu tam TikTok potem ukróci zasięgi. Dlatego trzeba się starać się dogadać. Powiem, że wiecie, bo tam dużo osób komentuje te regionalsy. Można. Dobra. Mamy oczywiście naszych prowadzących Mike'a Ilesa, Shane'a Bartona, Jaspera Eriksena i Joe'a Bernanta. Tak, z czego ogólnie Shane... Z czego oczywiście Shane... w ogóle podoba mi się to, że Shane ubrany jest oczywiście w czerwoną panterkę. Więc jest grubo, więc dobra.
But I will say, the second place on the vote was me, Mike, so I'll take that.
Yeah? Call it a tie.
Yeah, I think we have to give it to the OG in the end. So composed, so perfect in every way. What a great villain he is. Shay, to be fair, you're still rocking some villain energy. I can see, I mean, that's some get-up you got going on there.
Yeah, I felt I was quite entertaining. You're like, oh, we reined it in a little bit today. I was like, well, this is a debut in the new suit. Let me know what you think. Come on, got the flare badge. Let me know. But yeah, you know, old Bert, we're always pushing the boat out a little bit, aren't we?
Every day's a contest for Shay. He's always trying to be the best looking, and I think he's done a pretty good job today. But this is just the beginning of our season here in Lille. The second competition, the second regional championships on our schedule, and it's a jam-packed schedule here in Europe and internationally. So we're right at the beginning of this 2026 season.
And Lille is part of the double-header weekend in Europe. Gdansk will be next weekend, so many players travelling from further afield to compete in both of them. Similar to those I see like Sao Paulo, London, and later in the years, New Orleans. We're very excited to see how the competition grows throughout the season.
I think it's all about that World Championships. That's the only exclusive tournament that you have to earn your way to get there. So all of these tournaments you're seeing, there's so much on the line, and often those championship points are something you're looking for as well. So if you're currently a spectator watching along, you can absolutely still get involved in the 2026 season. It's a perfect time to get into the mix. You still have plenty of opportunities to get yourself towards those World Championships. Arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon. That's where you can get involved if you're watching from Europe. Also, if you're across the pond, there's all sorts of those tournaments. You can get registered and get playing in these events. If you enjoyed yesterday or enjoy anything from today, you've got to be here. There's so much going on. We can only show you a tiny snapshot of the excitement coming at these regional and international tournaments. There is so much to enjoy here.
Indeed there is, and not just the main event we have, also these regional championships. If you do not make it into the second phase competition, do not worry. We also do have side events coming on all weekend long, so there's always something to enjoy, whether that or just hang out with your friends.
And clearly a crowd as well. There's all sorts of supporting players on as well. There's not just the TCG going on, there's cheering going on for the video game and Pokemon Go at the same time. It is a jam-packed venue with everyone who loves Pokemon, and they're all battling it out to try and get those championship points. That's the most important thing on players' minds, because they need to get themselves to the World Championships, and points is how you do it.
Yeah, those championship points are super important. If you want to get to the World Championships, it's not just World Championships this year as well. You got Pokemon XP. So if you want to be in the mix and competing as well as attending there, you got to be in the top 135 Masters in Europe, top 100 seniors, and an 80 juniors. Now, that has actually gone up a little bit from last year, so, yeah, that's nice. But, yeah, the winner will get 350, and it's all cascades down there. But it's not just if you win, you get 350 championship points. You get the auto invitation as well, and I love that recent change to this qualification.
Yeah, not the only thing that's gone up, but the amount of players at these events. We have so many more than previous season. It seems to be a consistent theme every season. Lille is a regular stop on our circuit, and this time is the biggest it's ever been, and I think that's only going to keep going every single season.
I think even more so than ever. Over 2,000 players started in this hall, but just the incredible talent that we had on demonstration because of this back-to-back structure with Gdansk just next weekend. A lot of players from around the globe decided, why not just stop off in Europe for a couple of weeks, get 2 of these tournaments in the calendar. And I think just off the top of my head, there's 3 world champions still out in that day 2 of the competition. There's multiple international champions, lots of previous regional winners hoping to find that glory once again.
Yeah, finding that glory would also mean they get to compete in the World Championships once again, because, I mean, as a world champion, you want to win that thing again, right? And this is the first stop to making that happen. These regional championships, League Cups at home, or the international championships, we're always also going to happen this season. It's just a part of this.
World Championships is a goal for a number of players, but even if you can only make one of these tournaments, it's well worth your while, because these regionals have incredible prizing on offer. Lots of cash to be grabbed.
Yeah, the winner! $10,000! What a great prize time for a weekend of playing some Pokemon, and that goes all the way down to 1,000 there for a top 32 finish. Not just the Masters, juniors and seniors get involved in the mix, so a lot of money on the line, especially as you say with the double header weekend. If you place well on back-to-back weekends, you could be leaving with a lot of money, mate.
And also, pricing goes further down for those booster packs. You see top 64 getting a whole booster box with 36 packs there. But even players as low down as top 256 will be walking away with some pricing. And that's something that's so great about this event. We're coming along to compete for the championship points, for the pricing. But ultimately, the competition is the best bit about it. Coming along and competing in Pokemon every single weekend. Many of the players don't even worry about winning it or in the tournaments. They just think about getting through to phase 2 so they can and play more Pokemon.
And it means everyone who's made it to this phase 2, every round, every game matters so much. They're going to be jumping up in packs and sometimes getting in touching distance of that cash prizing as well. So there's so much on the line here. High stakes Pokemon is what it's all about in phase 2 of our competition. And we also have to bear in mind that there is a format update in 2026. There are some changes coming in to this season. So if you've been watching Pokemon along in the past, there is something to keep in mind in 2026.
Yeah, one thing, the massive thing that's changed about this season has been, you know, the +1 turn after time has been called. As always, we're playing best of 3, 50 minutes after time is called. Now we do +1 turn instead of +3 or 10 minutes. So if we can't finish that 1 turn in 10 minutes, well, the game just concludes. And on top of that, you know, an extra Swiss round, something that was very welcomed by every players, including myself, right? To be able to differentiate the players a bit more and get into that top cut or asymmetrical top cut, depending on your score.
Yeah, more rounds is just something everyone can be pleased with, to be honest. You want to give yourself more opportunities, try and remove some RNG based on the rounds you hit. It might change some deck choices here and there, but ultimately it comes down to getting the highest win rate you can with whatever deck you're choosing, and there's plenty of great variety out in the field throughout the weekend, and we're hoping to show more of that throughout the weekend. And I think another thing to note is just the incredible talent that is drifting towards our top table. It's a great sign of the health of the metagame, but this is just a handful that we cherry-picked of the players doing well right now in phase 2 of our competition.
Well, I think one thing that stands out for me is Alessandro Cremascoli, not the only player playing control at this event. It's always a deck you have to think about, but this seems to be the strongest it's been in a while. And not just Alessandro, but many other players trying to get to great success.
We did see Nathan Ginsberg on the control deck yesterday, and I mean, when you're talking control, you're always thinking of the godfather of control, Alessandro Cremascoli. And speaking of that, now we're just looking down the list, Diego Casiraga, former world champion. People like Michael Hunter also been showing off on the regional stage before, and we can't remember to forget, you know, Joshua Van Overschelde, Mr. Sapko is getting in here, typically played Lugia last season, but also had a great showing for themselves.
Some more French reps and many judging. Also a great player with some great accomplishments. Great to see him at the tables. Antoine Roulet also with some great performances in Japan and as well on the European circuit. So some fantastic competitors to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. We're going to be spoiled for choice. Every single round we're going to be able to show, but it's just going to be an embarrassment of riches throughout. We also have some standings to update. Now this is going into round 12. Just to get a look at how things are going. Kai Wainwright currently right now, the only player to achieve 10 victories, just that one loss as well.
10-1, potem mamy Piper Lepin, potem mamy Rutkowicza z 9 wygranymi i 2 przegranymi, Aleksandro Baxa, Kima Portega, Alberto Cotti, Henry Brandt. Mamy jeszcze Gabriela Fernandeza, czyli jednego z 2 braci Fernandez, czyli młodszy brat, który niedawno oczywiście jest świeżo po... dostał się pod Mastersów, więc jest grubo. Czyli mamy 2 braci Fernandez.
Had a top 16 at Frankfurt, and is one of those players that is due a win at some point. And I think that's the key in Europe. There's so many players who at any moment could be their tournament. Alberto Conti was that last season, won Gdansk and was able to finally become a regional champion. So lots to watch out for.
Yeah, and I think Kai, he's becoming more and more of a fixture. Whenever you end up seeing him on the stream over and over again, that's because he's always at the top tables. So inevitably there's going to be that breakout. Has already had some top cuts in the past, but is now looking to go one further, and it could be their tournament as well. Let's see how that stacked up against the players to watch that we came up with coming into this tournament, because some of them are still competing in our phase 2.
Tutaj mamy Ilanowa, którego
Unfortunate
widzieliśmy,
for Emma had a tough start to the tournament. That happens to
no
all
tak,
players, and that's why I try to as many events as possible.
Stefan był
You
już.
can have a good tournament over and over again, but you're always
kurde, jakby dobrał ten stadion, to byłby ten remis cudowny, a tak
definitely up there with that golden go.
Yeah, had a really unfortunate set actually. It felt like had so many draws on the board that it was inevitable that they would find a winning combination, but couldn't quite close out a draw in that situation. So Stefan still having to battle out a little bit more through phase 2 of the competition, but I think still has a record that could still get in that mix. So still very much a pair to watch, and we know that Stefan can go on winning runs at any point they simply desire. But also one of the most important things players look towards when metagaming is how the phase 1 to phase 2 metagame shifts. What decks overall are performing the best, and I think we do have something to show here. My goodness, Gardevoir
tu mamy
is
już
once again
day
sweeping.
2,
May I
więc
remind you
tutaj
that
przejdziemy już
50%
od
is
razu.
only the straight
I co
builds of
ciekawe,
Gardevoir. That does not
Gardevoir
include
dalej
builds of
jest
Jellicent
Queen,
either.
a
I
tu
think
za
combined
nią
they're just over that 20%
King!
of
Dragopult z
Gardevoir.
duchami! To aż w 12%. Potem mamy oczywiście Goldego zasilane kamieniami. Potem mamy Marnie z Grinsnall. Potem mamy Charizarda. A na koniec trochę stawki jest Serureć. Czyżby wynalazek reklama jednak się nie przyjął, czy po prostu jest to deck, który wymaga think about? Ale tak, Dragapult i Garda to stali w walce. Kaczuszka jakoś nie powstrzymuje Dragapulta przed niczym. No, oczywiście Absolboxy są w takiej samej kondycji, tak samo trochę zwiększyła się liczba oczywiście licenców. Krastus
Yeah,
jest
it's really
tylko
interesting
też
how the
3%.
Barnstorm of Milwaukee really took over the event with what did you say? Yes, like a 50% conversion into day 2, but maybe now that
jest
the
tylko
cat's out of the bag, or
17
the apple's out of the bag, if
i
you
mamy
will,
jeszcze
people
Jolting Boxa na
tested against
poziomie
it, not as a
9%,
surprise, and in
3%,
people's
a w
testing
zasadzie 9
didn't
deków.
perform as well, so now it's sort of fallen off. Gardevoir just there
Ale
behind
tak,
it with the Jellicent
Krastus
package as well. One thing I'm kind of
się
interested in
trzyma
though,
całkiem
is the
nieźle.
crystal coming in at 3%. That was all popped him out of nowhere. And the Terra Toolbox,
No.
the deck I think is quite well positioned right now. Not really represented. If one of them was to creep up into
zobaczymy.
top cup, wouldn't really be surprised.
I
Kras
think
dla
there's a Terra
akcji.
Toolbox quite high up and actually
Czyżby
including
Krasnus
both an
stał
Absol
się
and a
jednym z
Kangaskhan
lepszych
into the mix. So big hybrid
Woldeków
going
pod
on in that list
słońcem?
as well towards the top tables. So
No zobaczymy.
definitely something that we could look at. I think there's also another great thing we can show, which is the conversion rates of these decks. That's really the true test of how well these archetypes have been performing and how good of a choice they were.
Wow, tu mamy jeszcze konwersję. I co ciekawe, Dragapultów z duchami ma aż 23%. Co ciekawe, potem mamy oczywiście Goldego. 19, konwersji też Garth wyszła bardzo dobrze. Serurecie tu było dużo, więc to widać, że ta konwersja wyszła całkiem dobrze, jeśli o to chodzi. Z danych. Więc jeśli chodzi to, co ciekawe, największą konwersję ma Dragapult z duchami. Coś te kaczki nie działają. Nie czym gra kreła z coli, ale pewnie czymś pod Goldem.
You're often going to get targeted by those strong players who decide to switch based off of it, and then consequently only the top players with those smart adaptations will rise to the top.
I think that really is the story of Mega Evolution, as the best decks also gain so much that you can easily stick to what you know, but then there's so much also changing. Is there any archetype that we didn't possibly get to show yesterday? Yes, but you really have your eye out for today.
I mean, we're talking about Jolting Box at 3%, at Crustle too, the players rolling the simulator, can see if they can dodge guard enough, right? But we do have to mention Jolting Box, right? An Iron Hands running rampant, and if you can't deal with Iron Hands after that first MP very much attack, the game's already over, right? So it's gonna be good, well, great to see whether or not that can make its way towards the top. Other than that, I do think it's going to be a potential Gardevoir versus Dragapult showdown once more in the finals.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy Gardevoir and Dragapult because there's plenty of it towards the top table. It's inevitable that we will be showing some of that. But great call out on the Joltik box. Diego Casaraga getting a top 4 just a couple of weeks ago. Our very own Alex Dow is in the field. Actually, the casters had a great run through our day 1 of competition. Emily, Amy, and Alex, all of our colleagues, getting through to phase 2 of the competition. I don't think any of them are in the runnings to perhaps win, but they're still right in that mix to get some points and some prizing.
I think it's one of the cool things about Pokemon is people from all sorts of different roles, whether they're judges, whether they're commentators, whether they're players. Everyone gets involved in all sorts of different things. You know, we've spoken about Amy before on broadcast. She organises events, she commentates, she plays, she streams, she does everything. And it's amazing to see people getting involved in all walks of Pokemon.
She had a really unique day as well. She was playing Conkeldurr, somehow hit the mirror twice. Like, I don't know what's going on there, but she ended up losing one and beating one, so she got her just desserts with the Conkeldurr.
Tak jak wcześniej jednak ten live
jest. I think that really is
finalnie.
It's so wide right now. Shay, is there something that possibly you didn't see yesterday, or something you want to see more of today that we did get a little hint of?
Yeah, I alluded to it earlier, but I really think Terrorbox is really well positioned. I think we had it on stream maybe once or twice, but I think with that abundance of Gardevoir, you can really start trying to pick it apart, try and pick apart the Draclux early on. I always feel like Terrorbox normally has an answer for anything it's playing against. So I think I'm really keeping my eye on that, but I want to also give a massive shout out to Jesper, the Jolted bot, so I know that's been performing quite well as well. And again, that has options for everything in format, so I would like to see that as well.
Yeah, I think there's a common theme here. The stage 2s needs that little bit of breathing room. A couple of choices that can really start putting on that pressure straight away. Could be a way to wiggle through towards those top tables, as there are much more God of War and Dragapult towards the top. They seem to be gravitating that direction. But Mike as well, Grimsnarl, also quite happy to see those other stage 2s.
I love how you ask these guys what they want to see, and for me, you just told me what I want to see. It's pretty obvious. Having played Marnie's Grimsnarl to good success at Frankfurt, I'm excited to see how it does here for any future events where I get to compete. I love playing the deck, and I love seeing other people play the deck. I think it's an incredibly skillful deck for many of these players, and consequently, we're seeing the very best players rise to the top with it, and that's amazing to see, because the more a deck challenges both the player playing it and the opponent playing against it, I think you really start to see the consistency come through of those top players. I think that's true of God of War, Dragapult, and Grimsnarl, all rising to the top thanks to that.
Decks that can play defense really well. I think that's what makes them such good contenders, so they can have those slower starts and can still wiggle their way back into solid board positions, using their high hit points as stage 2 Pokemon, using single prize options in all of those decks actually, and some good damage counter manipulation across the board. So that's why they are some of our top picks and have been for a number of months now in all of those categories. If you guys missed anything from yesterday, want to watch more from today, and want to watch more for the rest of the season, I've got you covered. Pokemon.com/broadcasts means you have no excuse. You can't miss a thing. You'll always see the next upcoming tournament. Sometimes you'll see who is going to be on the sofas as well, chatting with you, taking you through, grinding you through the tournaments. Pokemon.com/broadcasts. It couldn't be easier. You can't miss a thing here. There's so much action. We're at the beginning of the 2026 season, so you're going to see stories unfold. You're going to see champions crowned and new heroes emerge throughout the season, as we did on the previous season. Already, Abana's made a huge claim to be one of the best players, a player who hadn't made that many finals previously, and now suddenly has back-to-back in different regions. Abana is a new name to watch and a new champion that many people are backing.
And I mean, Abana, one of these players that took a bit of a hiatus. I remember when I was in seniors like 10, 11 years ago, I was playing World Championships for Abana, right? And then suddenly he dropped off, and now he's just back with such a might, you know, hitting 3 finals. I mean, some players are just dreaming of ever hitting 1. He's done 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's something you just don't see happen. I think you could easily write it off because Henry Chow's done it, but it's still such an anomaly to see it ever happen again. Absolutely incredible stuff. If you want to follow on with all the action, and also let us know what you think about our costumes yesterday. If you're getting spooky this weekend or anything coming up, we want to see your costumes, your cosplays for Pokemon. We also want to hear who you're championing throughout the weekend, and they're players at the top tables that you're rooting for to get those final couple of points to get into the top cut. So hashtag Play Pokemon, and also follow along on those channels. Play Pokemon is the website you've got to look for on YouTube. That's a fairly recent one as well. It's been updated, so if you want to see the competitive stuff, it's all on the Play Pokemon channel.
Yeah, all the live streams, you can go check out the video game and Go as well. Plenty of amazing action across the board. It sounds like Go is really exciting today, just based off of the crowd noise. A lot of excitement, but for TCG, you can check out the streams on there. And also, many of the finals getting uploaded, so you can go back and easily watch all the best action. We keep talking about it at this event. Frankfurt's final was one of the most extraordinary games of Pokemon trading card game you'll ever watch, so definitely go back and check that out after the stream.
After the stream, absolutely, because we have so much action to show you today in phase 2 of our competition, where we have Swiss rounds continuing into some knockout rounds. But what does all this jargon mean? Well, I've got something to show you, some regional formats to talk about what's actually going on this weekend.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco?
No.
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Udajmy się do tej Flary.
To watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
No dobra, już chyba będzie zaraz jakieś meczydło.
We'll be bringing you some more Lille Swiss action in our phase 2. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Joe. Now, what do you think is going for our players' heads now, Joe? Because we obviously join later on in phase 2.
Jest wielgachna.
So let's say you're in contention for the asymmetrical top cut. How do you feel? What do you think is going through those players' heads right now?
Well, crunch time is the easiest way to put it, because you can't afford a loss at this stage.
Kurde, kotki wzięły sobie mięsko, kuziwa! Jakie okropne ty jest ożerce.
Every opponent you come up against at this stage is going to be flawless with their execution. They're going to know their deck well. They're going to know their matchup very well as well. So you really can't expect any freebies at this stage. It's going to be you battling tooth and nail.
Boże, one zawzięły mięso i dlatego ten kogut ich zaatakował. Oh my god. Właśnie, dlaczego nie odłożą mięsa? Biegają z tym mięsem. Stąd do wieczności. Teraz jak to wyglądało. Jak się ja mówię. Chuję na te gardy. Ja sobie stosowało się tak mocno do tego. No, to chyba jest taka przeszkoda troszkę z tego powodu, że no, to wymaga jednak rozumku.
Not so much having a huge stance here. It's more about the engine updates from our decks in Mega Evolution, but there is still the expectation that there's always going to be an Absol or a Kangaskhan popping up. Sometimes you need
Jak
to
stąd do
one
wieczności? A, Przemariki. Nie, czy nie wygląda tak jak barwniejszego dla mnie?
It's just, as you say, it can just have so many options. I think on the way leaving the venue, I chatted to some players yesterday saying like, imagine Gardevoir can have Drifloon and Mega Guardian, just choose not to play it. Like, I have these options, I can one-shot anything in the format, but I don't need them. And here's the best of the rest. I think this Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck is a really interesting scenario that I don't think we've ever seen something quite like this. Like, it's the one that's in a walkie, it just didn't exist. And then, you know, talked about clip on social media, made a bit of hoo-ha about it. And then all of a sudden, it was now this force in Milwaukee, right? Like I say, 50% conversion, but now it seems to have dropped off the cliff here in Lille. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, there's still a couple in that day too, but not many really in contention for our asymmetrical cut by the looks of things just now. As we do see some of that phase 2, you can't see much of that Absol Kangaskhan, which had a phenomenal performance in Milwaukee and Belo Horizonte. I think it comes down to a few factors. First of all, the surprise factor of the archetype that has a lot of traps that we can lay for opponents that if they didn't quite know the list, they would fall straight into those traps and be in a really tough spot, especially with like Penny, especially with the Absol coming in with monkey doors and whatnot. Sometimes having a slower turn was actually the best thing possible for the Kangaskhan Absol deck. Yeah, and players are now privy to that, and they know where to target the archetype. Also, we have seen a little bit of text here and there. We've seen some Gongo adapting. We saw Stefan playing Erika's Invitation as a support card in his deck list, so he had a tech card to get around Cornerstone Mask Ogapon. The same thing can be said.
No tak, one jeszcze pali. Burn, motherfucker! Burn, baby, burn!
Still get through the 3-5 Pokemon. There's more type coming into decks. We've even seen Terastal Hooper EX. And that's the main issue with these basic Megas, is that they do have decent hit points, but they do rely on hit point buffs
Czy tak, wiemy, że Piper gra z Orakiem, Rutkowicz gra... O, to oznacza chyba... Highlight? Nie wiem, czym gra w... No może być też. O już! Dobra, dobra.
So it has still stayed in that sort of 6th slot as it were, but interesting, the Joltik toolbox and the Crostal. Why do we think, where's this Crostal popped up from them? I don't really hear much about it, but I mean, it is there, 3%.
There's always been murmurs, and it's always a risky choice because it's not ideal into God of War.
Yeah.
But I do think it got a little bit stronger into the Dragapult matchup. That was previously something holding it back because Dust Noir was such a headache for the deck. But now with side up coming in, Crostal can have a slightly better time protecting the side up, which then protects your Crostal that little bit more, making your Dragapult matchup far stronger. So I can see why it's still a risk for players. Trying to dodge God of War is never an easy task, but it has so many other good matchups in the field simply because people can't deal with multiple Crostal, especially when they're being buffed and healed and all this other stuff. Even its damage is modified with Monkey Dory. It's such a difficult deck to play against and such a headache where other archetypes don't really want to commit that many slots just to deal with a low percentage deck.
Because the slots that deal with Crystal tend not to really help in other matchups.
Right.
Here's our conversion rates. They're really interesting. So if you entered Lille as a Dragapult Dust Noir player, you had a 1 in 4 chance essentially at making phase 2. That is a really high conversion. Another one I'm really impressed with is the Marnie's Grimmsnarl Frostlass conversion. It didn't have as many people representing it, but again, at a 23 conversion rate. Anything else jump out at you here, Joe?
Well, first of all, the Grimmsnarl does seem like, especially with the amount of Dragapult and God of War in the field, I could feel like we could see some more of that archetype.
Yeah.
Same thing from the Enzorak that's not on our conversion just yet, but it's also really preying on our top couple of strategies. It's actually quite good into the Grimmsnarl as well, just because that's an archetype that can really punish these medium damage output decks and has that dark type coverage as well. But there is still a good amount of one-hit KO. It seems like it's shifted away from the basic, like the Terror Box and the Raging Bolt, and it's gone more towards the stage 1 approaches with that Ceruledge and Golden Go, both having some nice means of reaching ridiculous damage output to overcome some of these stage 2s in one hit. That's a critical component of why they're so strong in the format, and they both gained a huge chunk of additional card draw with that Solrock and Lunatone combination and early pressure as well. So they've definitely gone up a level in Mega Evolution. There's no doubt that they've gained consistency and good early game pressure, whilst being able to maintain single prize board states. I think that's the key difference. Raging Bolt is always good at starting off a prize race. That's never a problem, but it often ends up having like 5 2-prize Pokemon in play. They open themselves up for counter capture immediately, and these stage 2 decks can go on an easy 2-2-2, sort of chilling from behind, knowing they can catch up later on. Whereas the Ceruledge and the Golden Go, they can represent single prize board states for a lot longer and then pivot when they have to. That's what makes them more difficult to sort of pick apart, I would say.
Yeah, it's sort of like the opposite to the Raging Bolt, where, as you say, it gets off to the gates, gets out of the gates early, and then can potentially spot her off, where then the Golden Go and the Ceruledge a little bit slower out the gates, but they're going to try and catch up much later on with a big, you know, KO right at the end of the game to get through your 300 plus hit point Pokemon. Golden Go is an interesting one though, because we saw at the World Championships we had the Joltik version. Haven't really seen that about.
No.
Why do you think that is?
We were both saying that we would have liked to see the build with the Iron Hands, where Joltik is the early option in the deck. Again, it lets you retain somewhat of an easy board where you just have this low 30 hit point Pokemon in the active, almost baiting your opponent to take this one out, knowing that you're powering up Iron Hands. And Iron Hands puts the clock on the Gardevoirs and the Dragapults and even the Grimmsnarls as well, because we know that amp you very much so strong at taking additional prize cards on any single board state. And then the synergy comes in where the Iron Hands are such a threat, it has to be dealt with. That then plants more energy in the discard pile for you to then use your superiors with the Golden Go to catch up on. At that point in the game, your opponent should have developed some bigger threats.
Widzę, że ty już dumnie z
So I actually really love the synergy between this deck.
poszłaś.
The only thing is, it has a very routine game plan. And if that game plan is caught off kilter, it does seem to be a weaker strategy. So it's a much better deck going second. Every deck in the format wants to go second, so you don't always get your way. And secondly, if you happen to miss that jolting charge, which is a bit of a combo, you need to get a jolting into the active, also have Iron Hands ready as well. So that's going to require multiple ball search cards and a retreating option. Yes, the box stab normally gets you there with Latias and Rhydon, but these are still one-offs that could be prized. If that just doesn't come together, your deck really feels a lot weaker. You still feel like you need a jolting charge, there's not enough energy to just naturally draw with Golden Go if you want to pivot that strategy. But because it's a little bit one-dimensional, that might be putting some players off.
Yeah, no, that all makes sense. If you miss that Joey charge, you are at that point a very objectively worse Golden Go deck for sure. Well, saw this at the World Championships. You won the seniors division. We haven't actually had a good chance to look at the juniors and seniors metagame. I believe that already, and I love how the differences are. So let's have a go. This is juniors phase 1. Dragapult Dusknoir coming top there 11%. And Raging Bolt coming in at 10%, so the second most represented deck. Interesting. Why do you think it's fallen like this?
Well, it's definitely one of the more complicated decks in the format, and that's something to be said for the junior division. But also, just I want to shout out 177 trainers in our junior division is such a huge wave of players that we have competing at all of these age divisions. We really are ballooning in size for these majors. And also you can see in phase 2 a bit of a switch up with the juniors, with Seralesh coming out a little bit on top. And actually, what you mentioned with the Raging Bolt, it's actually pretty automatic, and I think that's more reflective of the metagame with Seralesh. Golden Go being the premium aggressive deck in the format that have that one hit go potential, because I think they just have a bit more trickery with their prize race than Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I think if you're a Raging Bolt there, I think it's much easier for us to KO you than it is for you to KO them. Like, let's say you KO them, they KO you. Oh, I have to like get my energy after the Sada. Like Seralesh just, I need an energy, bro. I'm going out. Yeah, I'm going again. So, yeah, maybe Raging Bolt. Maybe, I mean, if the format develops as more Mega Evolution Pokemon come out, perhaps, and they're basic and they see a lot of play, then maybe that can step back in. But I think for now, the stage ones definitely seem to be the premier one-shot deck on the panel.
Yeah, I don't fear Raging Bolt. I think
Dobra, mamy go.
no question about that, especially if more are introduced. But Seralesh taking close right now with both Briar and Legacy Energy. Let's see how it looks for the seniors division then. Now Charizard is the most played individual archetype of Gardevoir, Justin Toe, and the Dragapult. So it looks like the stage 2s are still the pick for our seniors here.
Oh yeah, look at that, top 3 decks, all stage 2s. Now Charizard
James
is
pewny deck.
quite popular in Siege. I've been keeping my sort of eye on that one.
To co się
Gets that
sprawdza.
Lily's determination, obviously just come off the back of Milwaukee. And I'm a big fan of Charizard EX, quite honestly. You know, just if you can hit that Charizard EX early, 330 hit points for the most part, you're not getting through that quickly. Pidgeot just keeps you ticking over, and it's got some trickery in there as well. I mean, we just saw it perform super well in Milwaukee, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Charizard going well. Interesting to see the Joltik toolbox here, though.
Yeah.
Creep up there in phase 1.
Doing well in phase 2 as well. Getting
look at that
choice, and I think it's one of the decks that's quite solid into that Charizard. It has type coverage with that grass typing, with Iron Leaves EX coming into the mix, so it can not only start off the game quickly with Ampu very much, but then can transition into some grass types, which can be pretty detrimental. Also, there's the opportunity for Iron Hands even to knock out a Pidgeot for 3 prize cards if you give it a damage modifier. The Future Boost Energy Capsule is one that springs to mind. So that can be a really solid metagame choice from some of our seniors out here. Raging Bolt being a little bit sturdier in the senior division, though, having a better time again might be a symptom of the amount of Charizard in the room, perhaps, where again there's great grass type coverage from the Raging Bolt, and again good early game pressure. You know, you can use your single prize Raging Bolt that can knock out early Pidgeys and really hinder the engine that a Charizard tries to get setting up. So bit of a nuance there to all of our age divisions. You can see that it's really important to keep an eye on all of these divisions. If you are competing in any one of these age ranges, knowing what your own division is sort of tending towards is a big deal. And I also think the seniors division seems to be one of the most engaged player bases. Yeah, they have the time to play, they come home from school, they're playing their Pokemon as we all did, and they keep an eye on what has just won, and that's part of the reason why there's so much Charizard this weekend. It's literally just won in the Masters division in Milwaukee, so suddenly people have the time to then test for a couple of weeks, get really confident with the deck.
Stanają, że to tak długo to
That's something I've always seen about the seniors division. They have their finger right on the pulse.
There's something to be said now. I think we're in the best era for information. You know, back when we started, you know, the information, it wasn't that readily available. Like, it was quite hard to find regional results at the most part, right? You would just build your deck, take your deck, you wouldn't even know what did well in the past. And now we can show you information from all age divisions. So all age divisions, as you say, can really keep their pulse, their finger on the pulse on the metagame and make really good, educated decisions. Then that's why I love having a look at the juniors and seniors metagame, because there are essentially 3 different tournaments going on, right, in the TCG, and it's just, as you say, interesting to see the seniors really dialed in, and you see the metagaming in the metagame, like the Joltik toolbox can really take on those Charizards. We've even got the one prize Garvantula, he can have a crack as well, can't we?
He has a good crack.
He can have a go. So yeah, I really intrigued to see how all that pans out, and I think I'll be trying to keep an eye out and see who managed to take all home in the other divisions as well.
Yeah, plenty of ghost types and ghouls in some of our best decks in the format. You look at Sarah Edge, you look at Golden Go, even Gardevoir has a Driftloot in there, there's Dracloaks and good old Duskline galore. And we're getting spooky this weekend. It's definitely a theme of the format, but also a theme of this weekend. We're getting spooky, so we have some more quizzing going on, Cher. I hope you're ready for this, because we were embarrassed yesterday.
That man right there, Gengar, he made us look a bit silly. Okay, but I'm here. I'm ready. Okay.
We've got something to prove today.
Yeah, we have.
We really do. So we're going to be on the button with this.
We didn't get a single one, right? Yeah,
here we go.
It spends most of its time sleeping in graveyards.
Dobra,
Among
jeszcze są
other
quizy.
dog Pokemon, this one is the most loyal to its master. Okay, so we've got dog Pokemon graveyards. We've got Greavard and
Houndstone.
Houndstone.
Sure, we've got a coin flip.
It's got to be one of these.
If it's another dog Pokemon, I'd be very surprised.
It'd be Houndoom. I don't think Houndoom's quite loyal.
Oh, if they're doing this again.
Tylko wiadomo,
No.
They wouldn't.
We'll put
A na TikToku jest.
I would go Houndstone, personally.
Houndstone.
We know that Greavard is also definitely
Okay.
likes the sort of friendship element, likes
Dobra.
being friendly with its
Dzięki za uradowanie
trainer as
moich
well.
wyprysów i
Yeah,
mózg.
okay.
No
Most
tak.
loyal.
On ma zajebać mięsko, kocie.
That's where my head went first of all.
Okay, let's go
I think
Houndstone.
we locked that in. Show me the Houndstone, please. Yes. We're on the ball.
That's one. One better than yesterday already. This is brilliant. This is absolutely incredible.
Okay,
Send us another. We're going to go flawless this time.
We're going flawless. We're going to get a single one wrong.
Right, possesses potential victims' shadows in an effort to steal away the victims' lives.
You gave us this yesterday.
Well, if your shadow begins to laugh, you must take hold of a protective charm. And yes, it's Gengar. Okay, so they're just reminding us.
Right, actually.
Yeah, okay.
They think we were going to get that run wrong. I shouldn't have said anything, should I? I should have just said
I was just going to take the dub and just say, well done. We've got it flawless and completely write off anything that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Who saw that anyway?
It summons the dead with its dreamy dancing. From their malice, it draws power to with which to curse its enemies. Dancing? Summons
Dancing Ghost.
Is it one of the Oricorias? Are they ghost type?
Yeah, I'm not sure which form it is. They never say it on the card.
Surely
It's always just called an Oricorio.
I reckon if we did say Oricorio and it wasn't Oricorio form, I don't really care what purchase staff say. I'm giving me the point for that one. But is it though? Are there any ghost dancers?
That's definitely the most enticing one, the Oricorio.
Ghost dancing.
So rogue though.
So I don't know. Do Oricorios draw power from Malice though? Doesn't it strike me as an Oricorio thing to do that? Does it?
It's more of a cheerleader than a Malice Springer. I'm not thinking of any other dancers though. I think we
Gothitelle. Does Gothitelle dance?
possibly. But again, is it trying to curse?
I don't know. This is hard production stuff. I'm beaming at me right now.
Oricorio has to be our shout.
You think so? Ghost dance. Yeah, I can't think of any other ghost dancing ones.
Let's go for that. Let's try.
Let's go for.
That is huge. I was completely lost with that one. That's actually massive.
Come on.
What a win.
I love Oricorio, one of my favourite Pokemon.
We're on it today,
I'm more of the salsa one. I'm actually looking a bit like a salsa Oricorio today.
Yeah. It's like cosplay. Right, here we go.
Antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. So it's like a train to the afterlife apparently. Okay. Spirits.
Antenna on its head.
What's that? Orbeetle? Does he probably doesn't get involved with this sort of stuff, I don't think.
Doesn't get involved. He doesn't get involved.
Leave that to the other ones. Yeah. The
command it.
Antenna.
Spirits that command it to take it there.
Ghost antenna.
I'm not thinking much.
Bug ghost.
Antenna.
Bug ghost? What bug ghost?
I mean, there probably are some bug ghosts.
Yeah, I know, but not coming to I know chat is like, bug ghost. Yeah, well, sorry, when you're here on the headset with the headset on, it's quite tough.
Antenna. It doesn't always have to be a ghost though. Maybe it's like a steel ghost, and it's like more robotic ghosty.
What's not to like about this land?
This is tough. Radio waves.
It captures radio waves.
Yeah.
Spirits. Okay.
I was on my way to
The radio waves are from the spirits though.
Yeah. Wow. This has to be like.
I mean, I'm stumped. I know that. If that wasn't obvious, I'm really relying on Shay here. He pulled one out of the bag a moment ago.
I mean, lock kicks. I can't pronounce it.
Low kicks.
Yeah. But he's bug dark. Would he capture radio waves? I'm not sure.
I mean, he has an antenna, doesn't he? That could be your best bet here.
Really? I mean, he is a bit of a scary geezer. But is he Halloween geezer? I'm not sure.
Could go for it. I mean, I'm not thinking of much else here.
I think I'm getting told to hurry up. I think we might have to lock in. Should we go lock 6 then?
Yeah.
Or lock kicks, however you pronounce it. I don't think it is that though, but.
Oh, that's an antenna, is it?
Wow.
No.
Look, I have to
antenna,
lean
is it?
forward to see that antenna. Really?
Okay.
Wowzers. So, of all the things about Dust, the belly that opens up into a mouth, we're now talking about that little.
That box.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
This way, friends.
You got me on that one.
I never would have got there.
Antenna on the head. Fair.
That is tough. A playable Pokemon as well. What a shame.
Yeah, but many playable. I never. Hand. Give me that one. Moving around, damage count.
Woo! More than Sinister, that one.
Yeah, then I've got so many now. Yeah, so many.
Here we go. It lays trap. Okay, hold on. We've definitely had this as well.
No, you should have said anything.
Which one was this? This was the Gigantamax, was it not?
Yeah, Carl said, how do you just accidentally walk into the mouth? Yeah, Gigantamax Gengar.
Yeah.
There we go. Come on.
The memory stuff, I suppose. Just about. We're struggling again.
No, zaraz pewnie jakaś gierka się
Yeah, I don't
odpali,
know how
trochę
you
to
actually
zajmie.
walk into that thing. I mean, I know aren't Gigantamax like the size of buildings?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
absurd. Just wandering in.
If you're on your phone, perhaps just.
I think we have one more.
While shining a light and pretending to be a guide, it leeches off the life force of any who follow it. Okay, now, I've looked into creepy Pokédex entries before. Do you know what this sounds like? This sounds like to be jealous. Because it like the people on the boats, it like calls them away and then has its wicked way with them.
I'll tell my family.
So
Does it use a light though?
I heard lights and I'm thinking lampant or lit wick or chandelier.
True actually.
Or possibly like or maybe even like the lights of a Pumpkaboo or a.
Well, guys. Yeah, I think we'll go one of those. We'll go one of those. I think. Yeah. If it is just, I'll be very sad.
I mean, leeching is more
guys, perhaps.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards like, I don't think it's chandelier. I think it's like more likely lampant or litwick or Gorgeist or Pumpkaboo. I think I'm between.
Not been in Chandelure then.
I think chandelier wouldn't really be a guide so much as the smaller Pokemon.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'm leaning more towards Gorgeist, sort of leeching.
Yeah, I'm also
one
stuck
of the,
on that
the
one.
grass ones.
I'd hate if this was a Pumpkaboo though.
Yeah. I meant I was leaning more towards that line.
Yeah.
Where's Amy? I know she probably know this one.
I want to go Pumpkaboo just because.
Pumpkaboo?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Pumpkaboo.
Don't be jealous, son.
Oh!
There, you was in the ballpark. You was in the ballpark.
Shining light, yeah. We duped ourselves with that one.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Fair play to you, though. But, yeah, I mean, you basically got it.
Almost.
Like a half point.
Yeah, I was in the mix. I was in the mix. Well, not too shabby overall.
Worth asking. We'll take it.
It was much more frightening yesterday. We were like sweating up here. We were fuming with our shitting.
But yeah, we'll take that. We've got some points on the board. We've got some points on the board. So that's going to wrap up our spooky Pokédex entry segment. Maybe we'll get some more later on. Who knows? Here they come, the Ghastly, the Haunter, and the Gengar. Coming soon as well. Got Mega Gengar EX coming out soon as well.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty of that, possibly even at the top tables. I think you can actually already get that stuff.
Yeah.
Play it on live as well, so plenty of opportunities for that Gengar to get in the mix. Definitely a really awkward card to play against in that it stops prize cards being taken from opponents, and that's always been historically very good in the TCG.
Oh, 100%. So what I need you to do, viewers, after the stream, of course, get down to your local game store, which you should be doing anyway, getting involved with your local league, let's be honest. But while you're there, see if you can get your hands on the Mega Gengar EX Battle Deck, because it's going to be an awkward one. It's definitely one that has a lot of meta potential, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it doing well. But how do I get back down here to Lille? Phase 2. You know, we're going to be getting into our action coming up real soon. I think we have a pretty good matchup. I don't want to spoil it too much here, but we've got a pretty cool matchup coming up soon as well. But I think we're actually ready to get involved, I think I might have just heard, with our next round.
Yep, our players are sat at the table. We've got a couple of familiar faces to the broadcast as well. James Cox and Drew Stevenson, two players who have got a long list of accomplishments. I know James from way back a few years ago doing the World's Run with Palkia. Had a really good, solid performance there and has continued to have great results.
Okay. O, James Cox! Dobra, mamy grę.
Also top 8 in the seniors division, of course. The Lille Regional Championships as well.
No i mamy tutaj powrót króla, który w zeszłym sezonie wygrał Lille, czyli James Cox. No tutaj niestety będzie tutaj dziura fabularna. A po drugiej stronie oczywiście mamy Drona Stevensona, który był finalistą UFC za czasów seniora i World Top 32. No i tutaj Frank był top 8 w tym sezonie, no i Stockholm top 8 w zeszłym sezonie. Więc tak, mamy Jamesa Coxa w tej tu. Więc jest grubo. Dobra, no to jest, co sobie poczekamy. A to czym tym razem gra Cox?
And it's a matchup where James is going to be playing.
Okay.
We'll just see that he's got the Absol Kangaskhan archetype.
Absol Kangaskhan Devolution. O co tu chodzi?
Definitely one of the archetypes that many people wanted to keep their finger on the pulse with and know to play against it or to test it themselves for this weekend. James picking up the new toy and saying that this is a great choice for his tournament.
Aha, czyli Coxi chyba poszedł w tym... No tak. Drew gra oczywiście Golden Go Sorok Lunaton.
Mega Morwal EX Shay. That could completely shake up this matchup.
Yeah, really interesting card, a really interesting type. You don't really see too often in the Pokemon TCG.
No cóż, przynajmniej będzie ładna muzyczka do tego.
When you're playing an early one-hit KO deck like
Teraz czyli leci szalenie. Więc tak, znowu mamy w akcji Absol Boxa, no i oczywiście mamy tego znowu w akcji Go na kamykach. Devolution to jest trochę ciekawe, aczkolwiek wiecie jak to jest. Aha, Monkey Dory i mamy oczywiście Iveltala.
TM Turbo Energize in the list, so he could power up a Morwal early, not actually using
Ty, on wcisnął Mega My
instead.
But it looks like, oh, well, it's in the prize cards anyway. But there's another interesting card there for James, the Ace Nullifier Genesect.
No, Genesect też jest interesujący. No tutaj widać, że już niektórzy zaczynają się troszeczkę bawić w tym deckiem Reklewa. Tak?
James Cox is going to kick us off there with that Yveltal free retreat cost, might I say, in active position, going to bench a Monkey Dory, and it looks like can't really see much else. It's just going to be the pass.
And we mentioned that the Mega Morwal is in the prize cards. Don't threat just yet for Drew, because James isn't actually playing a build with the Cornerstone Mask Ogopon. He's decided to cut those from the deck list, expecting people to pounce on it as Drew has. Instead, is playing a couple copies of Eri, the supporter card. That's going to be one to watch throughout the entire set, because we know that Golden Go can easily reach high damage knockouts, but it often requires that superior energy retrieval to help get there. So with James's build not going down the direction of Cornerstone, it's going to be a completely different dynamic to perhaps what we've seen previously with this matchup.
There is a very devastating card, supporter card. Look at your opponent's hand, grab any two items you find, just discard them. As you say, that's going to be fine at ripping out A-specs, superior energy retrievals, and all that. While Drew is concluding his turn, let's have a quick rundown of that Golden Go EX deck, just in case you don't quite know how it works. It's quite a simple one, to be honest with you. Golden Go EX, make it rain for 1 energy, metal energy. You can discard as many basic energy as you like from your hand. You do 50 for each one you do. And now for Mega Evolution, it has a fantastic new card to draw cards, Lunatone. As long as you have Soul Rock in play, Lunar Cycle, discard a fighting energy from your hand to draw 3. So there's like a couple mini game plans. Get as many Golden Go EX out as you can, because they also draw cards via his ability coin bonus, draw some more cards with Lunatone, and then use superior energy retrieval to get those cards back into your hand to do some big make it rains.
Looks like Drew is just going to nest out a second Gimme Ghoul and go for a minor errand running for his turn. He is holding on to a Genesect EX in the hand, so next turn he shouldn't have too much issue getting into his Golden Go EX. So all things considered, this is a pretty decent turn. And also we have to bear in mind that because James has already started with his clutch Yveltal, the Drew is going to have to be careful about even if he should put the Solrock and Lunatone package into play, because we know that Lunatone is far from an ideal attacker.
Now here we see a recent addition to this deck, the Tatsuguri, that attracts customers' ability. When it's in the active spot once per turn, look at the top 6 cards of your deck. You can grab any support you find there, put it in your hand, shuffle the rest of the cards. So it's almost like a free pokey gear every turn. It only gets 1 card less, but you know, when your Yveltal has 3 retreat costs and you're using Petulant and all that, it's not hard to maneuver it around, as it looks like attracting customers is going to bring Arven into the restaurant. Love to see that. I haven't quite had a chance to consult James's hand. Is that Arven might be the only support card there, actually. Yes, it's going to get instantly played.
Really useful customer to pick up.
Yeah.
And James is instantly searching a bunch of his Pokemon. This could be not only a deck search, but also because of the A-spec choice within Absol Kangaskhan, it's going to be that Precious Trolley. So from 1 Arven, immediately you can fill your board with basic Pokemon. The entire deck is built around these basics. And at the same time, you can grab that critical TM Turbo Energize. And that's going to be a way that you can start powering up these Mega Evolution Pokemon. Both Kangaskhan and Absol have 3 energy attacks, as we do obviously see the Precious Trolley coming in here, and the TM Turbo Energize. So getting towards these Mega Evolution Pokemon as quickly as possible is definitely going to be vital for James. Although he has to be a little bit fearful because he's up against an archetype that can easily take 1-hit KOs.
Yeah, so Joe, while James is concluding this and probably going to do the Turbo Energize, why don't you talk us through this deck, how it works, what he's going to try and do throughout the course of the game?
So it is a toolbox strategy. So typically your board state changes based on every matchup that you're coming up against. In this approach, I have to feel like, because there isn't the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX that's normally trying to wall out the Golden Go, instead what you're trying to do is simply catch crucial cards out of your opponent's hand. That's naturally going to come to the fruition via the Claw of Darkness attack from that Mega Absol EX. Dishes out 200 damage and also discards a card of your choice from the opponent's hand. If you can combine that with Eri, you're going to cherry pick a bunch of crucial item cards from the opponent. So the Mega Absol is a key component, but then also you can start pivoting into potential trapping strategies with Yveltal. You can also get some attacks in with some pretty efficient 2-prize Pokemon as well in both Petulant and that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the deck as well. So you have a few dimensions to the deck. You're already playing Darkness Energy. There's already Monkey Dory in the mix as well. So you can get really creative with this deck.
As we do see that Turbo Energize concluding, 2 energy attached to Mega Absol is over to Drew, who's going to evolve, use coin bonus. Lets you draw 2 cards if the Golden Go is in the active. If it's on the bench, you can draw 1. So another 3 cards drawn here for Drew. 4 if you include the top deck. Gonna have a little consult on Mega Absol there, just have a little gander. But the thing is, James might not even know that there is no Cornerstone, right? Yeah, you have no reason. You've already seen Fighting Energies. You know there's going to be something along those lines. So, but there isn't. He isn't to know. So I wonder, you know, it's interesting because we have perfect knowledge, but the players do not. We're going to see a turn attachment to the active Golden Go.
The Team Rockets.
Team Rockets Petrol. Yeah. I love this card. Basically lets you grab any trainer you like from your deck. Long-term players, think of Skylar from back in the day. It's essentially the same. And in a deck like Golden Go, where you just want to try and get your superior energy retrievals or your A-spec, Fighting Gong, Earth and Vessel, Petrol just grabs you that.
Yeah, you're quite a low maintenance deck, but you have some crucial pieces. And in this case, the Earthen Vessel is going to give us a critical mass of energy to play with to knock out this Tatsugiri, by the looks of things. In fact, Drew might even try an over KO this Tatsugiri to then stash energy in the discard pile if he deems it necessary. But no, just going to be the 100 damage, taking a single prize knockout. And now Drew's objective is pretty simple. Try and take an easy 2-prize knockout either on Pheasantipity or on Petulant and deal with this Mega Absol. That's going to be just one big burst of damage required this entire game. It should be a pretty routine approach from him. It's down to James to disrupt this in any way he can.
And let's see, going to promote that Yveltal. As it looks like Arven was taken from the prizes for Drew. It's over to James. See, that hand still isn't like super convincing. Going to start the turn off over that flip the script. Fantastic ability from Pheasantipity. Draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out on your opponent's last turn, which obviously Tatsugiri was. Bosses, Orders, Energy, Penny. I guess we can... Your Bravery Charm, perhaps. And you get, I mean, you have the 3rd energy, so you can use Claw of Darkness, but... The thing is about Claw of Darkness against Golden Go, they're going to, well, we see another 3 cards straight away.
Yeah.
With the coin bonus.
The good news is that Drew is playing the Secret Box A-Spec and not the Energy Search Pro. I think in any build of Energy Search Pro Golden Go, they easily burst through a Mega very, very quickly. I think with these new age builds with Soul Rock and Lunatone, there's some possibility that you still can't knock out this Absol this early on in the game.
Oh, for sure.
There hasn't been that many draws just yet. So we're hoping that with the buff of Bravery Charm, this Absol could sit out of range. There's going to be a Boss's Orders as well, trying to make it a little bit more awkward for Drew. Trying to force even an extra energy at this stage is helpful. And James is now going to be able to scout the entire hand from Drew. This 200 damage. There's only the one supporter in the hand. That seems to be the easiest choice to remove here.
Yeah, that Claw of Darkness attack, in case you don't know, viewers, 200 damage. Look at your opponent's hand, discard any card you find there. So it's just making life awkward. As we did say with James Ott, display copies of Eri. You can really see that he wants to be a hand lock. Buddy Buddy Poppin was the top deck.
Pretty handy one. You want to get as many gold go as possible.
You know, Genesect was in hand as well, obviously, so you might not put it down exactly this turn, but next turn put it down, immediately evolve up your golden go.
Yeah, it's going to thin towards ideally better draws because Drew isn't close to knocking out this Absol just yet. I believe there's only a couple of fighting energy in the hand right now, possibly as many as 3. So ideally we draw into another Arven or another supporter card that can be useful. Even something like a Professor Toro scenario could be a huge pickup for him at this stage. 2 copies within the deck. And if Drew can hold off from putting any other liability Pokemon into play, he can spend these Turo not to pick up annoying Pokemon, but to heal instead, buying himself a turn. Let's see the first coin bonus for 2 cards here.
Here we go, 1, 2, Soul Rock Energy.
Some extra energy cards. We're getting close. We're at 4 energy in the hand. We can't move this Golden Go though, so we have 1 more draw from coin bonus. I think something like Turo or Arven would be required now.
Yeah, here we get 1 more from the coin bonus. Ooh, another Soul Rock.
Soul Rock.
Oh.
So 2 of the Soul Rock, none of the Lunatone. 1 was discarded from Earthen Vessel on a previous turn.
Yeah, that's not super ideal. Super Rod, probably going to shuffle in the energy. Okay. Opting to leave the Lunatone there. Super Rod letting you shuffle in any combination 3 basic energy or Pokemon back into your deck. Drew saying, I just want those fighting energy back.
Yeah, I guess it's a use it or lose it situation.
Yeah.
You might be thinking, I'm going to get that Super Rod sniped out of my hand if I don't play it right now.
Yeah.
As possibly the most valuable card in that hand. I'm not sure if there's any metal energy in the hand for Drew. If there is, he might just be putting a small... Yeah, there is 1 metal. So he can put a decent chunk into this Absol, and then there'll still be a decent amount of fighting energy in the discard pile for his future superior energy retrievals. In a weird way, because Drew hasn't drawn... Oh, just a pass!
I guess if you put damage in, it could just get penny, but then you remove all the energy at the same time.
That's what's still tempting,
so,
yeah. I was about to say that your hand is so weak that you actually encourage more attacks from the Absol in a way, right?
Yeah,
because you say, I'm not fearful of anything out of this hand because it's all pretty weak.
Yeah. Nespal is going to grab that Mega Kangaskhan. I haven't had a chance to look at that yet. Has the error, well, what's the ability called? Errand something.
Run errand.
Run errand. When it's in the active spot, you can draw 2 cards. And worth knowing, we've seen in Milwaukee, that rapid fire combo attack can really come up for 3 energy, 200 damage. Flip a coin until you get tails. 50 for each heads.
And at this stage, with Drew already taking 1 prize, why not put a second Mega Evolution into play? Because your opponent's basically never going to try and go through both of them. They're both very chunky Pokemon. Here comes Petruance, bringing the Yveltal into the active with Subjugating Chains. One of the really neat combos of this deck. So you can just go into drawing mode. We are going to retreat now, so Run Errand will draw us 2 cards, and I think that means we probably have a penny from James this turn.
Yeah, penny's in the hand.
Pick up the Kangaskhan.
Yeah, we saw that one. And that's that really interesting combo you can use with Petruant and then Yveltal. That it's very easy to get Mega Kangaskhan in the active turn. Attachment to the Yveltal, worth noting, has that clutch attack. 20 damage, stop your opponent retreating. We see that all over the format, and it's good here. But there is the penny, going to remove that Yveltal into the active. So, we'll be seeing a clutch then.
Does look to be the case. I was a little surprised that James had the opportunity to go up in prize cards and then could start attaching energy to Petruant and say that now I'm ahead with Absol. Even if you knock it out, I then have Petruant to follow up and then I have Blood Moon to follow up, something along those lines. But now James is stashing energy across multiple and just trying to buy time, saying that Drew's on a bit of a weak hand. He's going to wait and try and deal with the Absol in 1 hit. So why not get a little bit more chip damage in while I can?
Drew did top deck a boss's orders for what it's worth.
Yeah.
That could be scary. We still see, what, a minimum 3 extra cards from coin bonus. Does have the Genesect in hand, so you could immediately evolve up the Golden Go. That would be a clutch target, though, so we've got to keep that in mind. We're going to see the active coin bonus now, so that's 2 cards. Didn't get to see them, unfortunately. Good sort in the discard pile. What sort of things is Drew looking for here, Joe, would you say?
Well, he needs to be aware of some key cards. Energy Switch is one of those key item cards that we know the Absol Kangaskhan player can hold on to and use at the right time, so any energy drop can then be shimmied onto some of these other Pokemon. That's where you can get really surprising attacks in with the likes of Petruant later on in games. So that's something I'd be keeping in mind. I suppose also keeping an eye on just any supporters played on the previous turn. It was just a penny for James.
I think the last card of coin bonus was a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Does have a golden go, that's good though, so you don't have to put down Genesect yet. Fighting energy, that's what, 5 energy in hand now, I think.
5's allowing you to boss's orders and KO the Petrovant EX, as it only has 190 hit points. And I think that combination is coming to the hand now for Drew. It would put him just 1 knockout of a Mega away from winning this game number 1.
There's the boss orders into the Petrovant, as you say. 4 energy in hand.
Sure there's nothing else to play here. Just throw the 4 energy down.
There we
that
go.
Also sets you up nicely for a superior energy retrieval later on, and actually might be picking one off his prize cards here. Got to see if he can pick up that Morwhile as well. That's also in the prizes, as we mentioned right at the start. If he is able to take that, it's going to be huge for him.
Looks like didn't quite get to see what prize cards he's taken there, but we'll get an update on that. Is over to James. Gonna promote the... Oh, he did not take the Mega Morwhile, unfortunately, but James did promote the Mega Kangaskhan. So you get the Run Errand. Fantastic ability, isn't it, really? Just drawing cards, just for having a basic Pokemon in the active, you'll take that. Blip the script, that's another 3. That's an extra 5 cards a turn, Joe. That's ridiculous.
It's a lot. And James has picked up both Iono and Pokegear. He's going to run Errand first. He might be looking for Eerie instead.
I was about to say, when the best time to launch these handlock strategies is when your opponent has just taken prize cards. They haven't had a chance to filter stuff out the hand yet, so you could try and just rip stuff. Did take a superior energy retriever out of the prizes, Drew did as well, so you could airy that immediately and say, well, you've only got 3 to play the rest of the game with. Actually prize the second one, but only have 2.
Ooh, doesn't hit it from the first Pokegear. I believe James has a second one in the hand, though, so can try once again to pick one of his 2 of Eri out of the deck. Has drawn a decent chunk of cards already this turn.
Yep.
Drawing 5 from abilities, then seeing an additional 7 from that Pokegear. Now just has to shuffle everything and have one more chance at it.
And the thing is, if you're Drew, you're not playing around Eri. There's no way you play around there. That's not something that I think is super common in these lists, no?
It's a strange thing because the deck's still so new that there has been some online placements of a build with Eerie.
Oh, okay.
So I think, I don't know.
And I guess
an engaged
it's already...
player like Drew, I have to give him the credit to think that he's thought about this.
I guess it's already a hand-ripped deck with Mega Absol anyway, so...
And when you don't see the cornerstone, it's a bit of a telltale sign that your opponent's got some other avenue here.
I see the bench Latias.
He's definitely taking a think here. He's holding on to Countercatcher. He's going to bring up the next Golden Go.
Okay.
And it is going to be just the Iono here. So perhaps there wasn't any extra Pokegear. No, just a bunch of supporters. So James going to have to give himself a fresh 6 here. Drew just down to 3 cards. But this is where Absol starts getting more and more dangerous. As you can Iono your opponent down, you can then claw away the best card of just a 3-card hand, leaving Drew essentially just having to draw with Golden Go to put himself out of a rut.
And you would have put all the potentially good cards straight down to the bottom, so unless the deck can get manipulated, we won't be able to draw into them. So let's see, we are going to see the free retreat thanks to Latias Skyliner into the Claw of Darkness. I would imagine 200 damage. It gets a good number, you know, you can't absorb too many of them. Nest Ball, Air Balloon, Basic Energy.
I feel like Air Balloon feels like the best choice to remove here. It gives more draw to Drew, giving him a pivot, and it would be 1 fewer energy required for a knockout, because there's energy on both of his bench Golden Go.
It's over to Drew now, though. Can see what, an extra 4 cards with coin bonus. Not bad, we've been Iono down to 3. But yeah, like the longer the game goes on, the more Mega Absol starts to get favored, I think, because these 200s are gonna get added up, you know. We see Professor Churro already, but chances of you being able to play Professor Churro with a hand size so small isn't quite ideal. There's a coin bonus for 2, though. Oh, there's Professor Churro, and there's that 2 Professor Churro.
Boss's orders, I think. Is that a vessel in the hand as well? We are getting dangerously close, folks. Just 1 knockout on this Mega Absol, and it's game over. It's going to be the Earthen Vessel first, getting rid of a Professor Turo. I can grab additional energy. There's not much remaining in the deck, but still just enough to take out.
This also shuffles the deck. There was a superior energy retrieval in the hand before the Iono, so we're going to shuffle that back up. Oh, we have a lot of coin bonus to go. He's still drawing to another Golden Go as well, of course.
Yeah, there's still a few coin bonuses, but by getting rid of your Professor Turo, you now draw less from your next couple coin bonus, unless we can draw back into a pivot. So it's still not easy for Drew to take the knockout here. Definitely possible.
Definitely possible. Got quite a few outs.
The Superior would be the most critical card to find here from a couple of draws.
think was there 2 in deck, I believe. One's prized.
One of the prize cards, yeah. I don't think... oh, yeah, one has been played earlier, has it not? Possibly not, actually. I think it was
not.
Super Rod, so there's still 3 in the deck.
Superior Energy Retrieval! Oh, my goodness. That Superior Energy Retrieval. Oh, there's the Pressaturo as well.
I think we're getting there, Shay.
I think we are. How many do we need to take a big...
We need 7 energy now, and I think the Superior does it.
Yeah, I think we're there. So there's 4. There's 3 in hand, all right? Yeah, there we go. The big make it rain. Drew Stevenson taking game 1 here in our Swiss round 13 feature match. Everybody close the windows here in the venue because it's starting to rain. Drew takes game 1. And that's the thing when you're playing against Mega Evolution decks. You can just take a couple sneaky prizes here, there, burst through 1 Mega Pokemon, and that's all she wrote.
Big puff of the cheeks there from Drew, going 1 game up. Let's see how he got there in this game number 1. Really, really good bench management from Drew. Very often you'll see Golden Go players going wide, getting that Solrock Lunatone early, getting that Genesect down. It was in hand from the very beginning, Shay. But instead, Drew saying, that can actually come back to hurt me later on. Let me just maintain a board of just the Golden Go and power through what I need. With enough draw power on the board, you can still make it very handy. James trying to get a little bit creative with this damage, Shay. I think possibly just trying to play around the likes of Serendipity EX as best he can. Yeah, try and set up damage across multiple Pokemon, keep Ino on his side. But Drew here, with enough coin bonus, was still able to create a really nice situation where the previous KO lined up this Superior Energy Retrieval to give him back as much as 200 damage that then added to the energy already in hand to reach on that Mega Absol EX.
And that's the thing when you're trying to do like these hand discard strategies against a deck that inherently just draws not 4 or 5 cards a turn. Yeah. Just by having your attacker in play, right? Yeah. It's a little bit hard. Like against a lot of other decks, Ino to 3 plus a hand rip, that probably, you know, at least slows them down a single turn. You definitely don't expect your Mega to get, you know, 1 hit KO'd after that.
That is the power of the Golden Go, and just fortunate that Drew didn't have any of his superiors clawed away.
Oh, Precious Trolley in the prize card. 2 Mega Absol?
That is 2. That's his 2 copies.
What's that other Dark Pokemon as well?
That's
and the Yveltal.
That's his only 2 copies of Mega Absol
Precious
EX.
Trolley, Mega Absol, Eri, Yveltal in the prize cards. Wowzers. That's not what you want, and you're going into a game 2, I can tell you that for free.
That is a horrific set of prize cards for James. Already a game down, half an hour on the clock, but we just saw the strategy he employed was all in on that Mega Absol.
Really?
And when you're not able to take away those key resources, you're reliant on Kangaskhan.
I was about to say it's going to be some, what's the attack called? Wham Bam Punch. That was the Mega Rapid Fire combinations. You need to flip 2 heads for that. You need to flip 2 heads to get through a Golden Go.
Yeah, it may not even be good for you to take knockouts. It opens up, flip the script, and then you can be bopped right back. And you might want to flip some tails.
It was this good point. Oh, it does play 2 copies of your battle, actually. Okay, so we can,
we can still clutch.
Slow the game down a little bit.
We're going to need to.
Wow.
You're off to a good opener, though. Double Gimme Ghoul already with the Artisan choice, because once again, to remind you, Artisan not a common inclusion, but this is a secret box build of the Golden Go. And when you're playing secret box, you may as well have access to Artisan to get yourself into the game.
I think, to be fair, worth noting for Drew as well, did prize 2 copies of Gimmighoul. We sort of skipped over that one.
Yeah.
So these 2 Gimmighoul, I should say, that Drew has in play. These are only 2 until some get liberated from the prize cards. We just got so distracted by the Precious Trolley plus 2 Mega Absol combination.
And the area as well.
And an area, yeah. That's dangerous prize cards.
And James is about to get the bad news. As action passes over to him, his first action might be Nest Ball or Artisan, and that's where he's going to find out that he's prized a big portion of his attacking suite.
Everybody keep an eye on that camera, James Cox. I mean, maybe he might try and, like, you know, poker face it and not try and give away that the prize cards are disastrous, but they definitely are, folks.
It'd be hard to hide it as well. Like, it's hard to cover the situation. Blood Moon Ursaluna being a card he's considering.
I think he's just checking the Pokemon right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
And like, wait a minute.
Because we're not even in Plan B, we're in Plan C and D already here, just from the prize cards.
So, how do you think this matchup, how is he going to try and approach this now then with both the Mega Absol? We saw how important it was for him in Game 1. Are we just trying to use rapid fire combo, or?
Yeah, I suppose. And then still try and lead into Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Pecharunt. I feel like that's why we saw some like little clutch pokes coming in as well.
Yeah.
If you can clutch your way towards Blood Moon being a useful attacker or Pecharunt being a useful attacker, you almost have to play like a 2-on-1 prize deck and almost entirely ignore your Mega. Unless Kangaskhan's going to be the first thing you power up. and then you still try and turbo-energize to other stuff here.
You've got Irritated Outburst that from the Petron can come up at some point. 60 for each price card your opponent has taken. There is the Nest Ball for the American card. And you think, if you're Drew, you're thinking, hang on, is Nest Ball for that, is that actually your first target? Like, do you think Drew could already be working out things aren't ideal for James here?
Possibly. I think the only thing that's not sus yet is that it hasn't been like an Arven for a Nest Ball. It's just a raw Nest Ball right now. And sometimes you still start with the Kangaskhan because you know you can draw cards from it. So it's an indication of possibly a weak hand, not necessarily a catastrophic prize situation.
Okay. Turbo Energized, basic energy. Attached to the bench Vettel. You can't use subjugating chains from the active, can you?
Yeah, you can change
you can.
the bench into the active.
Okay.
You
So
can also retreat the Eval Toll and still errand run and then penny here, if you wanted to. Penny your way back into. But no, we are just going to turbo energize. Keep the penny around. You might need that to pick up some Pokemon. If your opponent tries to take a single prize, they can take the 2 prizes out of play and make life a little bit more awkward.
Okay.
James not sat on a great hand.
No, there wasn't a supporter in that hand, was there?
No. And he is at least able to power up this Mega Kangaskhan EX, but Drew straight away evolves into a Golden Go EX on his side. Only has the 1 energy to speak of right now, but is holding on to Arven and can begin to draw some cards here with coin bonus.
I think did have a Lunatone in the hand as well, so could start trying to use the Lunar Cycles.
I think that was the Earthen Vessel pickup as well. That's a really nice draw.
Earthen Vessel pickup as well.
Yeah.
But then just got the Lunatone though from that. Maybe, is there something to be said he doesn't really want to use the Lunatone?
Yeah,
he's a clutch target.
Yeah, he's still just so fearful of clutch. He doesn't want to be in a situation where a Claw of Darkness rips away a Turo, then suddenly you're running low on those resources. So he's just going to forego these Pokemon if he can help it.
Love that, getting the discard pile there. It's safe.
And with the Poison Tick from Subjugating Chains, actually.
Oh, just 2 energy.
Should be easy to knock out. Yeah, I think we have the knockout on board now with the 1 energy already in the hand.
Wow.
So
James is kind of in top deck city. I guess we'll have the 1 errand ability actually as well, but
it's treacherous, no doubt about it though.
It's not looking.
There's going to be energy stashed in the discard pile for Drew. There's not any disruption coming his way. So yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good about the situation. James going to be pretty fearful. He's not quite resigned, but he definitely had a big lay back in his chair when he saw what his prize cards were looking like.
Yes. Oh wow. Okay. Good. We're going to do this on stream as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everyone can see. As we are going to see Arven concluding for Earthen Vessel plus Air Balloon combination. Not another Golden Go EX in the hand currently.
No, your only means of getting towards the Golden Go is via your Genesect. There's no Ultra Ball in the list, so
okay.
You kind of just have to try and draw into them.
You don't want to put Genesect down as well for the same reason as the Lunatone, right? So, which Drew had the Genesect in hand for multiple turns in game 1 and definitely chose not to do it, which is 100% the correct decision. There's the turn attachment. 2 energy in hand, make it rain. Thanks to the poison damage from Subjugating Chains. That is a KO. Is over to James. Now,
we need a lot. We need a decent top deck and some draws from Run Errand to put ourselves in any sort of position here. We're looking for Bravery Charm, we're looking for Hand Disruption, we're looking for more basics to put down.
There was a Genesect off the very least. Here comes the Artisan, which can search Psyduck's prize. I mean, you wouldn't put it down anyway. Monkey Dory, Tatsuguri, perhaps. That might be Monkey Dory, though.
I feel so sad being hopeful that you can somehow not be knocked out. And especially last game, we saw Drew happy to pass into a Pokemon rather than set themselves up for Monkey Dory shenanigans. So I think Drew already knows not to hit into things unless he's taking KOs.
Yeah.
This Monkey Dory, far from ideal. But again, what else is there? It would have been Tatsugiri otherwise is the only other thought. Let's spin the deck first and just draw a couple. Do we see any Eri here? Penny Countercatcher.
I mean, you are behind, to be fair, for what it's worth. You could rapid fire KO the Gimmighoul. Worth noting, Drew did take a Gimmighoul out of the prize cards, actually, so let's see what opts to do here.
Yeah, we're flipping coins.
Oh, here we go.
Rapid fire combo.
2 heads, and we take a KO. Oh, that's 200.
How about just the 200 then?
200. But as you did say, not... I mean, it's not great, but...
And Drew already prepped the Earthen Vessel on the previous turn. So we're already getting pretty close to a 300 damage knockout here. That's all that's required to take another 3 prize swing here for Drew.
That would be...
1 in hand already, Vessel in hand, and Superior in hand. I think we're just 1 energy away already from this hand. That's before a supporter use.
Kangaskhan na aktywie po stronie Coxa.
Superior.
I think at this point of the game you can put Genesect EX down
Genesect.
just to get extra Golden Go. Because if you are able to take this knockout, you have to expect some hand disruption to come your way, and that's a bigger threat than anything else at this stage. Yeah. When there's no sign of Absol, you know you have Turos that can help you close the game. If you put the Genesect down, you know you can pick it up later. There's already the Armin in hand, so I'm pretty sure we're cruising to another KO here.
Yeah, I think the KO is almost a certainty at this point. Devastating for James to try and deal with the turn 3 KO.
Tego Kangaskana tak łatwo nie będzie znokautować z tego powodu, że on ma 300.
Wow. This is going to be a big KO here.
Aha.
It'll be painful. There'll be a few discards in the mix. And we've
Jakby na
only
to
ever
nie
seen one
patrzeć.
Gongo so far.
Raczkę, bo
The discard of metal energy, you know that's free because you can superior this back anyway. So that's not an issue. It's essentially a free discard.
This is wow. I'm loving this. Here we go. There's the earthen vessel again. Grab 2
Już
more
jest ten, no
energy.
tak, dużo rzeczy zostało chyba przeze mnie przegapione i to mocno. Mamy Erten Vessel, no to nie powiemy, potrzebujemy 6 energii, żeby go ładnie hita zrobić. Metal Signal po 2 goldego. Że tak, potrzebujemy 300, a potrzebujemy 6, aby równych 6, aby one-shotować. Coin bonus.
But you know your back's against the wall.
To jest tam.
Through just doing everything he can to put himself in a more secure position. He's already looking like a great knockout, and just one more KO after this Kangaskhan will be the game.
On ma jeszcze jedno goldenego, Drew.
What separates good players from great players. Even though you are ahead, there's still multiple things you can do to like manipulate your deck, thin your deck, just to make try and shot as many avenues down as possible. James get back in this game.
Chyba będzie knockout na 3 prizach.
Being played there, but it looks like that should be enough, right? All in hand now.
Czy on ma 6?
Czy
ma 6?
Znaczy,
Hammer w tym matchupie nie jest? Chyba jest 6. Dobra, no policzmy. No jest 6, jest 6. Jest! On ma 6! Tak! Ło, Draw zrobił 3 prizy! Było. No, Joe Koksik ma frapa.
The turn starts now, Joe. Hand disruption has to be a non-negotiable at this point, surely.
Well, please negotiate because the only supporter is Armin.
Oh no.
I'd love some more negotiations here.
O rany, on jeszcze chyba widzę, że Cox ma sprajzowanego proszę Strowli? No, chyba wózek się sprajzował jeszcze. Chyba, że został użyty, ale tak jak mówię, ja chyba przegapiłam coś. No, że zużył. Nie! Sprajzowany! Wózek jest sprajzowany! O Jezus! No, ten wózek boli. Znaczy jest Fez. Ale tak, Drew Stevenson prowadzi i da się zajebiście. Co by tu mówić? Jednak jest power w tym. Żeby zobaczyć te herbatki, jedną pod to jest 700 ml.
Got to be a big flip the script here, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, with supporter played, there's only so much we can look towards. There's already the counter catcher in hand, so maybe there's something we can do there.
The Vettel has been KO'd, right? The other one's in the prize card. Yeah. Can't even try and bring up the Genesis.
No właśnie, to jest dobre pytanie. Co robimy?
Is there even energy in hand even?
No, we need a lot.
Dobra, Bażant wchodzi. Decydujące, flip the script. No, co tam mamy? Jakie karty? Dobra, Penny, Ursaluna i Poker. Czyli nie ma energii.
Yeah. Oh no, Night Stretcher for Evoltol to... The Petron could bring it straight into the active if we just had access to energy.
Ała, dobra, James Cox poddał się, czyli Drew Stevenson wygrał Drew. Czyli Cox poddał grę! Oh my goodness. Zaraz pokażę. Chyba muszę zobaczyć, co ja tu przegapiłam sobie, bo ja tu przyszłem, bo te galaretki z nóżek. Aha, to jest to Tatsugiri.
In that game number 1, being very disciplined with his bench management and still finding the resources to take these big knockouts. James was trying to be cat and mousey, setting up damage across multiple Pokemon, But Drew was happy to constantly give himself the situation where he took a single prize knockout, then took a 2-prize KO, and then had the means to get through the 1 mega that he had to. In both of those games, that's how it played out. The two are actually still discussing on the table right now about the text. That
Yeah, I was just watching them do that, yeah.
Turo!
It was so funny. We just saw
Ej, no
Drew
on
throw
chyba
over
wziął
the mega,
turę.
the
No właśnie
mega
tego jestem
Mortal and
ciekaw.
the Turbo Energized, both players thinking,
Okay.
James was asking, you know, what's that for? Both saying, for the cornerstone. But as you said,
Ja.
Drew was very disciplined in this game. There were a lot of things that you
I
said, you know,
wziął...
chose
A,
not to do
dobra,
this,
czyli miał
instead doing
wszystko.
that patient. But this
A,
was
rzeczywiście
the
sprawdzał
defining
Precious
feature of
Trolli
the
i...
game too, the 2 mega absol, Precious Trolli
Jezus
and the
Marysieńka, tego nie grali.
Yeah, the
2
matchup's
absole
not
w
great, so when you
prizach,
start doing
okej.
that business there, we did almost see the mega Kangaskhan coming in.
Ale tak, Drew
for that
Stevenson
rapid
wygrał
fire,
drugą,
but,
tym samym
you know, only
może
flipped to
się
one head and Drew
pochwalić
immediately
10-2-1.
pounced, you know, still played this perfectly in my opinion.
Yeah, a couple giving all in the prizes didn't really slow him down. He still knew that he had a little bit of time here. Beyond a Kangaskhan going haywire with these coin flips, that would have been the only sort of jeopardy for Drew.
Yep.
Fortunately, straight into the tails, which meant Drew could easily line up another knockout. He did do some really cute forward planning though on a turn where he already had the KO.
Ale
he was
rzeczywiście
arbling
Drew
for the
Stevenson
vessel
dał
so that
radę.
he could do the same thing on the following turn.
Ale widzę, że
making sure
dużo
that he just
przegapiał
wasn't missing out on
ewidentnie. No
anything.
trochę szkoda,
Here's
że
the
nie
big knockout on the
zdał
Kangaskhan. At
skomentować
that
tego
point, James,
meczu.
with a horrific ball position,
Ja.
with a panic
Robimy
positivity that
przerwę
really
na...
had to find a lot, to be honest. So ended up having to give the fist bump. A nice 2-0 victory for Drew there. And again, it comes back to this new archetype comes on the block, and it has a very clear game plan into one list. And it's just hoping the Golden Go isn't respecting Cornerstone on any given weekend. But when there's like 3 of them in the asymmetrical top cuts of Milwaukee, 2 of them in Belo Horizonte, going really far in the tournament with high-profile players, players have to really cotton on and say, I kind of have to respect Cornerstone now. So both players acknowledged that. Drew came with answers to Cornerstone. And then James said, I have to find a different approach. It may not be quite as solid of an approach, but it will completely crumbling down if my opponent has 1 tech inclusion. So we didn't quite get to see the benefits of area we never see play. So we didn't see how effective that could be, but it's no doubt a tricky matchup for the Absol Kangaskhan deck.
Yeah, it's just, you know, when you're a basic 3-prize deck, you really can't be getting one shot. It's just a non-negotiable. So the ball is definitely in Golden Go's side there, and Drew, as you said, played perfectly. We even saw right at the end when he had the big one shot on the Kangaskhan, really debating what exact energy do I even discard here. They actually changed the decision a few times, like you said, preloading that earthen vessel for next turn. So it's interesting. We saw, as you say, both players adapt. You know, James said, I can't rely on the cornerstone. People, they are going to cotton onto it. It's very easily tech. So let me sort of go for more of a soft tech, I like to call these, in my opinion, where you're going for the airy and all that just to try and, you know, respect the counter to the counter, but also have use in other situations.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. I think the same thing is true for the Charizard matchup. You're going to try and area away some like night stretchers so they can't dust them out too much and get rid of rare candy so they can't get too many stage 2s online. That's how you're trying to win that matchup when you cut out the cornerstone, because again, players are adapting. We know that Jackson with his victory had some decent answers to a cornerstone, but also this area is trying to be a bit of a catch-all, and in other matchups it's also just going to be nasty anyway. Yeah, that you can throw this out, it's still a really good use.
Yeah, 100%. It's a scary card, no matter, you know, what your play's point of is, catches you at the wrong time can be devastating. But I think we've got our winner, Drew, ready in the interview area. So how about we listen to him and what he has to say?
Well, thank you very much, Shay, Joe. So I'm joined here by Drew. Now, for us, this is a regular occurrence. We talk to each other a lot because we play very close to each other in England. But for this occasion,
Znaczy, okej, to co jest zajebiste jest to, że tutaj aż te połączenia z serwerem w tej grze nie są tak bolesne. Ale ja tylko przypominam, że nie ma tutaj
we played against each other in Frankfurt, where you got top 8. Top 8 in Stockholm last season. So for a lot of people at home, they might not be familiar with you, but you are definitely making waves. Talk to us about how your season's going so far.
I mean, 2 events,
no
2 top cuts, you can't ask for anything better, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's sort of just take a moment back. Frankfurt, who did you play one of your final rounds and knock out of top cut contention, Drew?
that might have been you.
Yeah, well, so there's a little bit of a rivalry going on here, but Drew, we want to talk a little bit about your history. So you were a top senior player in the 2023 season, and you kind of aged up and you had opportunities to compete quite a lot, but you're really starting to build up a lot of momentum now. What's changed for you as a player to get these higher success rates?
First of all, I appreciate the compliment. But I would say experience, because I've only been playing for about 3 years, but as I've gone to more and more events, I've definitely maintained the consistency a lot more. So I would say
Powiem,
that's
że
probably the number one
Kolotkin nawet
thing,
był
just
bardzo zbliżony do tej
experience.
skokowej
And I
reklamy.
mean, you were at Worlds out in
Wygląda
Anaheim,
tak
and you
bardzo
competed with Golden Go there as well.
I did,
And
yeah.
you also competed in Frankfurt with Golden Go. So what is it about Golden Go that's really appealing to you right now?
Well, when the best part about Godengo is when you go ahead,
O, niestety
the
pełną
insane draw
butelkę się
power
ciężej
of
miesza,
making
a potem to trzeba
coin
jeszcze
bonuses,
umyć.
it just
Tą
makes it so you hit
butelkę
what you need
szklaną
most of the
można w
time.
zmywarce.
When you go ahead, most of the time you always stay ahead, which is the best part.
Nas bardziej
Yeah, we
zaleca
saw
ręcznie,
against
bo
James, you managed to get
jeżeli nie
those
chcemy
big
stracić
knockouts on
tego
the
na
megas.
druku,
We
tej
saw a game plan there that was clearly very well thought out, not putting Lunatone and Soul Rock out, which are the key components of the new builds of Golden Go.
Ale tak,
Talk
ja
to us a
niestety
little bit about
przegapiłem,
how you
ale
plan
wiecie,
for the Mega
obowiązki
Absol
musiały
EX matchup.
zdziwiać.
So
Zresztą zawsze jest to tak
unfortunately, I
trochę
didn't get to use
śmiesznie,
it
że
in those
obowiązki
games, but I play
akurat
Mega more while,
kiedy
which
jest jakiś...
the first attack will do 80 damage for each prize cards I've taken, and then the second attack will do 260 damage. So that is great at killing cornerstones and being an energy efficient attacker. Since you just put the energies on there and it can attack for no extra cost, it means I don't need superiors, I don't need extra recovery, and I can just keep attacking.
Yeah, so you've included a card specifically for that matchup. I bet you're happy to see such a strong player playing a deck that you're confident into. So James Cox, our Lille regional champion last season, and for you, Drew, you were top 32 in Lille last season.
I was, yes.
So now you're in Top Cut. What's the aim now in Lille?
To już powinno być łatwiej tak.
I hope to win it.
You hope to win it.
Second top guy in a row. I gotta make this one count, right?
Yeah, because you've managed to get top 8 in multiple events as a master. Now you're trying to get to that next stage, get to the semi-finals, to the finals. Is there any players you think are going to be in Top Cut who you're worried about playing potentially because of their deck or the quality of player they are?
I'm pretty sure
właśnie, bo
Gabriel
też
is in Top
litry
Cut.
też pływają
I don't know
trochę,
exactly what he's playing. I think it might be
bo teraz
problematic
już
for me.
wypuszczają nawet takie litry.
I'll try my best.
Well, we'll see what
Może
happens
było,
there.
Holly też
So
można
Drew, we
by użyć
mentioned
na
earlier on a
przykład
little bit about our rivalry. You know, we live about 40 minutes away from each other, something like that. So cups and challenges. I'll be honest with you, for people at home, I think Drew has won way more than I've won. We've had a few ties here and there. Very much my challenge is whenever I see Drew across from me, I've got to try and one up previous records. But for you, what does it mean to have that strong local community around you to help support you, as well as people online who help you out?
Yeah, I'm very lucky to have such a strong local community. We have 4 local shops that we can go to within 40 minutes, which is great for the local scene. And having all my friends online, internationally as well as locally, really helps me to prepare for my events. I have a second opinion.
Is there any of them you want to thank before we let you go and rest up before your next round?
I want to thank my friends who are with me today.
Kotek je,
Ali
to w
and
ogóle
Lewis.
jest
I also
uczta
want to
jak
thank
miło.
everyone who helped me build my previous build of Godengo for Wilds and Frankfurt. It really helped me.
O!
Well, thank you very much, Drew. As mentioned, we get a chance to play against each other all the time at local. There's amazing players everywhere, friendly players, all looking to get you involved. So make sure you head along to your local
Można
scene.
jeszcze opcjonalnie tam chyba defuzję.
We're delighted to have you.
Hey, do you want to play?
It didn't feel right playing the way you did.
Nice.
One shot, monster, long, thick fur.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, so viewers, if you are at home and you don't get involved with your local league, look, it works for Drew and Mike. They said they go to their locals. Mike fresh up a top 16. Drew going to be back-to-back in asymmetrical top cuts here in Europe. Get your phone out, scan the QR code, and get yourself down to the local league. It's all about the local community. If nothing else, there's nothing more fun than being in a building where you know everybody loves Pokemon. And I'm going to let you into a little story here, folks, about local league. I've recently moved about 100 miles south where I used to live there in the UK. And I am not desperate to get to a local league. Every week I'm on a 40-minute train to get to one. That's like, what, 2 hours journey that I do every week just to make sure I can get my hands on some local league action. So I want you to get involved with your local league as well. Joe, do you get involved with locals much?
Yeah, I was getting up there on Tuesday and then had a couple on the Saturday as well. Got a feel for the local area, seeing what people were playing, and also just testing out those ideas. That's why I thought that was so important that Drew picked up on, saying that even if they're not ideas that you can implement in your deck, it's something to think about for your deck building and for what other players are considering within their own deck lists. So it's a really good way to experiment, especially in a new format like this. We're in the Mega Evolution format, the first time in Europe that it's come over here, and it would have been at that local level where there was considering different tech options. We were talking about perhaps a 1/1 Mega Lucario line coming in to deal with Cornerstone. He found a different solution using Mega Morwile and Turbo Energize instead. So, and I think that's through trial and error, and that can easily be done at the local level.
100%. As someone that likes to build a lot of decks, often from scratch, that have, you know, a lot worse game plans than Mega War, I can tell you that for free. Locals is the best place for me to iron those lists out. And one thing I think Locals is really good for, like let's say off the back of Milwaukee, right, we saw this Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck do really well. It's really good to see the community response, I'd like to say. Like, how does everyone else look at these results, and how do they counter the counter? And then you can bring, well, if, you know, if at the little regional championships, if half the field react like this, then I can do this instead, and I've got a bit of practice. That's what Locals is really good for.
And you can only pay so much attention to so much. You know, you're only one person. You can only focus on the things you're testing, the things you're looking out for. You can come down to that local scene and see that other players who are experts with other archetypes are now thinking about how they can twist up their deck and make changes. So I heard all sorts of different texts in conversation coming into this weekend, all at the local scene, and people are already making sure that they have their reps in and can test against the new stuff straight away. I turned up with Absol Kangaskhan. I immediately started seeing those tech cards that people were trying out. I was the perfect testing partner for a lot of those players, and on the receiving end, some good bashings there as well. Thanks to the new tech inclusions.
Yeah, they would have been like, oh, you playing Mega Kangaskhan, are you? All right, let me get all my tech out, let me see if it works. And you're there like, oh,
I hit a Venusaur, obviously. Yeah, I hit a Mega Lucario in a Golden Go. I still managed to win that one. That was a really tough matchup. Couldn't rely on Cornerstone there. Had to get pretty creative with other stuff.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's quite. That would be quite devastating to deal with. But speaking of locals, we have someone out on the field who's come very far, actually. Not local at all. Yeah, not local at all. But Jesper is going down there, so we're gonna hear from him.
Oh, Jason,
good. Alright, let me know. Hey, we're here in the Lille Regional Championships. We're here inside of the stream area, and you know what? We have a full house today. Not only Pokemon TCG, we got Go, we got VTC, and just look at the crowd we got here right now. Everyone is right here, already enjoying all the excitement we can bring on today with our stream games. But you know what? We're still not even done with it. We have more action to follow soon. Stay tuned.
Tak, będzie więcej.
Thank you for that, yes, but love hearing the crowd getting involved. And quite honestly, I'll let you into a little secret here, viewers. When we were doing our intro on the sofa, I was struggling to hear you because the crowd was so loud. If you probably go back and watch, and they're really struggling, looking at Joe literally and trying to work out what he's doing.
I was like, yeah, good point, Shay. That's a really good point. Anyway.
I was saying some outrageous stuff, just like, oh, convince Joe on Mega Lucario. But yeah, I love seeing all just the stage and the grandeur. And do you remember your first regional? What was that like?
Oh, we're going back a long way, Shay. Going back to a room with maybe less than 100 people in there. So regionals now, quite different, I would say. The grandeur of these tournaments have got so much, and just the names in the room. You can see why the crowd building, because our top tables are littered with phenomenal talent. Just going through some of our players who are already above that 30-point threshold. We have Alberto Conti, we got to see him yesterday playing that Dragapult Dust Noir. Kai Wainwright still at the top of our standings, 32 match points with Dragapult Dust Noir.
A też gra Dragapultem, Kyle White.
On the previous week.
Chyba ja naprawdę będę już coraz bardziej przekonana, że tak, Dragapult to jest to, co chcę grać. Znaczy, wiadomo, nie dlatego, że jest popularny, tylko dlatego, że ja ten deck znam. Choć może być trochę problem z mirrorami, bo powiem szczerze... Teraz to się odwala.
On table 308, a Enz Zorlok mirror match between real talent, Piper Lepine and Gabriel Fernandez.
Wow. Gabriel Fernandez gra z Orakiem, tak się dowiedzieliśmy się.
Once again on really great winning ways.
Yeah, big fan of
Enzorak. Dobry matchup na gardę WR. No zaraz tutaj tak, dobry matchup na gardę WR. Dragapult Dust Noir, Inex, słabsze na Raging Bolta oraz Charizarda.
Powerful ways, basically. Any damage you have on yourself, you do double back. So if you dare
na
touch
wszystkie
Zoroark
takie...
EX for more than like 130, 150 damage. It's coming straight back, and it's really interesting because we saw Piper, she was actually playing the Ends Darmanitan. Like when we saw Gabrielle World's Final, I think the Darmanitan was completely omitted off the top of my head. So it's interesting seeing that back. You know, long-term players remember Moonlight Shuriken basically has that attack. So you can really do some interesting things. Dark typing naturally can help you out into the Gardevoir matchups. Glass weakness, you know, it was a lot better, but now with Mega Absol, these are really taking hard for Mega Absol. You do get caught in that crossfire. But at the end of the day, it's
nie dam spokoju. O, no właśnie tutaj najgorsze wadą trochę tej gry jest to, że ona ma aktywną pauzę. Wiecie o co chodzi. Ta gra się nie zatrzymuje, ona dalej trwa.
Into those consistency pieces later, but you've already threw them out. They're no longer going to be a problem for you later on in the game, which means your deck is just jammed full of treats towards the late game, and that ends Zoroark deck. I love that. Of every game, because so many of the top stage 2s, they rely on counter matchup as well as their key gusting options. But because Zoroark is happy to sort of see back, set damage up across the board, it then forces...
Raging Ball strasznie osłabł. Czy to spowodowane jest oczywiście Ceruledżykiem. Chociaż ja nie widziałem jeszcze, żeby Ceruledżowi jakoś akcji ogólnie. Uważam Amerykanie. No bo jak na razie widzieliśmy tylko Rosakotona, który się tak wymęczył na tym meczapie. Zmęczył to, wymęczony. Wymęczył. Raczej Karajt na pewno będzie w top 8, to też jest pewne.
You know, Piper played it in Milwaukee, top 128 finish off the top of my head. She's completely changed the deck from there. That was before she was playing the Arvum package build, and now she's switched all the way over to the Serrano. You can even see within the Zoroark deck, two massive different ways of playing it.
Yeah, I think there's been conjecture on what A spec to play, what supporter package to play, and that's still constantly evolving. Even whether you're playing the Toadstool or Darmanitan or just other tech inclusions like Cornerstone has also been within Zoroark. We saw it at the World Championships with Mateusz as well. So Zoroark is constantly evolving. It feels like it's one of these decks that
no nie uciekaj mi tu.
It's still really that popular out in the field. It feels like it still takes a really skilled pilot to navigate these matchups because there are some situations where you can feel stuck with a Zoroark player. We don't really have a good turn lined up. If you go too far ahead on prize cards, you can't really do much outside of that 170 damage. You might want to set up damage across the board and play defense, almost like you're a stage 2 deck in a lot of situations. Then there are some matchups where you have to completely change your game plan.
And I think, having quite got that, as you say, 170, not bad, not the most convincing. Now, we mentioned Piper a lot here, but now we actually go and have a look and see how she's getting on.
Ograniczonej czasie, okej. Hal White dalej prowadzi, co ciekawe mamy Alberto Cotti. Aleksander Bax jest jeszcze Arani Kim Ortega, Gabriel Fernandez. Jest jeszcze Rutkowicz nasz. No ogólnie jeśli chodzi o Polskę, to w tym sezonie kurwa lecimy z koksem dosłownie. Czyli na pewno Kelly White na pewno ma już zagwarantowane top 8. Oni są chyba jak Cotti, bo oni chyba bardzo mają zbliżony Cotti i Kelly White. O, bo jest, właśnie dowiedzieliśmy się, że Kai gra Dragapultem. Dobra, wracuje garda, ale innym przekleństwem będzie Dragapult.
I think it's quite what's the word, a uniform opinion that Gardevoir is probably the deck to beat, if not the best deck in format. But we're seeing here that Dragapult is doing really well, good conversion, and a number of a high amount of people playing it. Why do you think people are playing this deck in such high droves when it's
jestem starym pulciarzem. Stary pulciarz mocno śpi.
We know that early budget can be very efficient. We've seen that there's been a recent trend with Gardevoir builds actually to even cut TM evolution altogether. And in those cases, Dragapult actually gains a lot of percentage back into Gardevoir.
Tak, bo to ja nie będę ogarniać grać na pulta, bo w zasadzie będę jedyny. To jest właśnie smutne, że ja, że chyba ja...
massive upgrade.
Mirrory to mogą trochę problemować, bo jak przynoszę pulta, to kurwa jestem jedynym pultem. Spadnę i widzę, więc nie wiem, jak by to miało działać. No dobra, nie, no ja też nie osoba, ale... Nie. To jest ten mem. Przynosisz pulta, bo to jest żydny. No dobra, aż mamy to, misja wykonana, ja sobie po prostu...
Moving forward, we've got an event next week. Looking, it seems to me, at the very least, we're going to have a few Dragapult in our asymmetrical top cup. Perhaps even take it home. If you was a player going to Gdansk,
just now
how much thought do you give to Psyduck? Because I think it's a card that, you know, turns off the Cursed Blasters, but I don't think we've seen it in massive droves.
No.
Why do you think that is, and could you see that going up moving forward?
So it's all about matchups, really. It feels like the Psyduck goes into decks that don't enjoy the Dragapult Dusknoir matchup inherently, rather than ones that like are close and then they don't really want to commit the space. Because Psyduck is only really that useful into Dragapult, sometimes a little bit against Charizard, although Charizard can get away with it as well. So it's really, if you only want to beat that matchup and your matchup's already like pretty average, that's when that one inclusion becomes really handy. Like, if you're playing Gold and have a Psyduck, that's going to be a really tough match for a Dragapult Dusknoir player. But at the same time, Dragapult sometimes gets by with like just one Curse Blast throughout the entire game anyway. Sometimes you can still get away with it.
Raczej buildów będzie trochę oparte, raczej o brak candy.
It's not like you can just shove it into anything and instantly win that matchup. Like the Dragapult is still so flexible, so good at going INO, hit, set up a 4-prize board, and like put you at a 1-card hand. Like that's still just the MO of a Dragapult, you know?
Yeah, okay.
And the Curse Blasters help you get there and sometimes accelerate a board position. But ultimately the Curse Blasters are helping most in the Gardevoir matchup in the mirror, where you can take away evolution pieces all in one go and like double down into one of your opponent's Dragapult, because if you leave them Phantom Diving around, that's when things really get pretty courageous and difficult to deal with. So I feel like the Psyduck is at the moment only really considered in decks that don't have that strong of a matchup. Like sometimes Charizard will consider it, sometimes like other evolving decks, like maybe Steroid can put it in, the Absol Kangaskhan has to have it so the Megas aren't knocked out cleanly. And it comes down to the point of when do we accept that Gardevoir is not enough of a threat for the Dragapults? You know, how many people are going to just pivot to a deck that inherently has a better time rather than saying I'll shove in the Psyduck instead?
Yeah, interesting. We've even seen some players, you know, against the Psyduck. As a Dragapult player, you can just do the flying entry plus KO as well, right? Like it's not. You could have a few more hit points. Maybe if you're that scared, evolve it into Golduck. Yeah, evolve it into the Golduck.
One of our good friends, Carl Blake, was playing a 2-1 line of Psyduck and 1 Golduck. He was playing Alakazam, by the way, so yeah, he was going for that. But yeah, he said he caught a few people off guard by having the 1 Golduck evolution during the day. So I think he was pretty chuffed with himself.
Yeah, well, I think 110 hit points. I think the Golduck has, right? Yeah, you can't. That's not a flying entry plus a Phantom Dive combination. That's for sure. And I think at that point, if I'm a Dragapult player and my opponent gets into Golduck, I'm thinking, yeah, you really want to beat me, so you carry on, innit? Like, I'm not going to be upset about that for sure.
It really comes down to just how wide that format is once again. Like, yes, we've known Dragapult and Gardevoir have been the backbone of our format for many months, but they're still not really reaching that like 20-odd%, and there's still so many decks you have to accommodate for, that committing that one slot just to one matchup still just feels so awkward. Like, I really don't want to commit one space when I'm going to see it throughout my day and think it's a completely useless waste of space until I find that one matchup where it's useful. So that's the difficulty with a tech like Psyduck, which just has no other opportunity to be useful at all, save fodder like a Pokemon you throw in the active to protect your other Pokemon.
Odkurzacz, po co? Okej. Zaraz. Dobra, jak na razie nic, ale spoko. Jestem.
Don't go perfectly to plan in day number 1, and Rahul's always thinking about the game as well. He said he's picked up a deck, he's enjoyed it, and now he's already thinking about that next tournament and what he wants to change up. So if something didn't go your way, there's always a next opportunity to come back, bring some new flair, bring a new idea to the table, and start testing that one out. That's what's so fresh about the Pokemon trading card game. You can have a bad run, and then you can come back immediately and be on to a winner.
Yeah, you know, all information is good information, so at the very least, even if you play a tournament and it might not work out exactly how you want it, you still take many learnings. As we say, we are in the information era here where you can get tournament results very easily, as before that definitely wasn't the case. And we saw with this Mega Kangaskhan Absol deck that was just sprung into life purely, for the most part, of social media hype. So information's here, there, and everywhere.
The power of one man. He's not even here, and we're still talking about him. We're still talking about Tornrek, who's taking a breather this week.
Taking it off, he's had a little bit of a rest.
He's looking after his health, and I think that's a fair thing to say as well. Yeah, you know, if you're not feeling up to it, don't come on down and push yourself too far. There's still plenty more in the season to come, and his archetype was a stroke of genius. It may not be going so well this weekend, but that goes back to the information era where everyone sees it, everyone knows how to test against it immediately. So a week is like a long time in Pokemon. There's so much time there that you can get reps in, especially if you're already competent with your deck. You just have to learn the one new matchup. Then suddenly, if you can solve that one, be it with tech cards or changing how you choose to approach the matchup, then you're still right back in the mix to be a top contender at the tournament.
Yeah, like as you say, when people have developed their answers, they're going to come in straight away, and if you haven't adapted your deck to the answers, could be in for a tough time. And, you know, as I always say in Pokemon, you don't get bonus points for winning hard games. You don't get extra match points if the game is close. Unfortunately, not. When make it as easy as possible. So if you can have those cards that make the matchups a bit better and they work, you know, that's happy days.
Yeah, it's always spooky to see a new archetype at those tables. But we're still getting spooky here this weekend in Lille, and we're getting tested once again. Me and Shay put a lot of pride in this, even though we're not that good at this. So we are hoping to score some more brownie points here with some victories. Play along at home as well, because we're going to have some spooky entries to guess here, Shay.
We do. I love it when this comes up. The production staff love it. They love us doing these. Okay, let's have a gander. Its cries sound like incantations. Those hearing it are tormented by headaches and hallucinations.
Wow.
Sounds like me when I'm getting too loud, isn't it? That could be me.
Incantations. So, and it's crying as well. So an incantation doesn't sound like a roar. It doesn't feel like a big Pokemon, you know. It feels more subtle. Yeah, more murmuring. But headaches and hallucinations coming in as well. Is anything jumping out at you straight away?
It sounded like a Frostlass to me.
Ooh, I like that,
you know. Crying about in a cave, like, woe is me.
I like that.
Freezing
the echoes, I could definitely see that being an incantation.
Are there any other, like... I've been saying Gothitelle a lot, but Gothitelle could be plausible.
You know, I really like your shout.
Frostlass.
I like Frostlass.
You like Frostlass?
Yeah.
We go for that one then.
Let's go for that.
Oh, please. I'll be so happy. Oh,
Miss Magius. Okay, I mean, similar lines. Similar lines, I think. Quite different Pokemon, but definitely we could see we were on the right track, I think.
Yeah, it was in the ballpark. You know, that wasn't outrageous throw, I think. I don't think anything.
I think we just take that.
Anyone of you get it at home? Let us know.
Here we go. Feared and loathed by many. It is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night.
Could you imagine for the second if someone was like, oh, describe Joe to me, say, feared and loathed by many. That is a really harsh Pokedex entry right there.
Right. That's just your internal monologue coming out as soon as I start saying really not feared.
Oh dear, it's believed to be misfortune. So if you see it at night, well, at night doesn't really help us out here, but a little bit of context here.
It's loathed.
Loathed.
So it's not like a mythical or a difficult to see Pokemon, because it's loathed by loads of people.
Yeah. They wouldn't give us another Gengar one, would they? Gengar would do.
They always could.
I think they would have exhausted their Gengar one, surely.
There's always another Gengar.
I mean, it could work here, you know. He leaves his legs hanging out the wall, apparently, so I'm sure people would love
misfortune.
Could that be more psychic?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's any element there. Yeah, see it at night.
Surely it would mention sleep.
Hypno's more geared towards one direction in terms of that hypnosis and whatnot.
Surely.
I mean, if we're going to guess, we may as well guess a Gengar.
Yeah,
we could metagame this. And just throw game theory in.
If we catch him out with a Gengar here, that would be brilliant. Should we do that?
Oh, it's a Murkrow.
Oh, they put it up already.
Murkrow. It's a Murkrow. Yeah, the fortune thing
To
is
se
definitely a thing
rozłożyliśmy
with Murkrow as
pięknie
well.
pomysł.
Murkrow.
Yeah, I don't know why it's
Frank's
being
doing the
low.
video games.
Yeah.
If a Murkrow came at me, you could give it a bob and weave. Go away. Just go inside, actually.
The loathing thing threw me off. I was
Yeah.
A, przenośne obozy.
Menacing.
Yeah, yeah.
Honchkrow, that could work.
Yeah, the head honcho.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little Murkrow.
Dobra,
Yeah, the
mamy
misfortune
tutaj
thing, that
obozowisko.
definitely brings a bell now. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
We got another one.
Buried beneath the castle are masses of dried up bones from those whose vitality it has drained.
Wow. The castle. Buried beneath the castle.
Masses of dried up bones from those whose vitality. Oh.
Sandygast or Palisand?
Oh, it could be a sand castle.
It could be a Palisand.
That makes sense, because I was thinking,
Znaczy
what
tak,
like,
dużym sukcesem
massive
jest to, że się
castles
nie
are there in
wali.
Pokemon that they would reference that heavily, and I
To
couldn't think of
powiem.
any.
The only other thing I was thinking of Coppergregus, where you can know in the game where you're running around.
Oh,
and there's
Relic
pits of
Castle,
sand.
yeah, Relic Castle. Could be
I
that.
feel like we have to go with Palisand or
I think
Sandygast.
Palosan, yeah, because what massive castles are there in Pokemon? There's not many in Galar. Well, I thought maybe Renagrius, but I think no. I think one of the Sands is probably.
We going with the big one? We going with Palo or Sandygast? I think.
Well, let's think if we get a big one, because the surface area of the castle has to at least fit some, you know, fit the bones in. Yeah, it's got to be the big one. So the big one's Palosan, I think.
We'll go Palisand.
Yeah, well done, Joe.
Come on.
That was good.
That's a win.
That was good.
Make it up for the Murkrow.
Love that. Yeah, making up for Murkrow.
These are tough. These are
These
tough.
are hard.
We're thinking on the spot. We've literally got a camera point in front of us. If you're shouting at us at home, it's tougher than it looks because we've got the pressure
Got
here as
production
well.
staff laughing at us.
Yeah.
This Pokemon appears just before someone passes away. It is feared as the emissary of death. I just can't believe. Now, my first thought was Absol, but that's more disaster. I don't think it's guaranteed if Absol turns up. It's Absol, right? I don't think. But it says it. Okay. Emissary of Death is. That's a name right there. Emissary. Okay. Now we've had Dusknoir already, but I thought Dusknoir would suit that. Yeah. But maybe it's something a bit more regal. Not you know what I mean, but maybe it's a bit more like, you know.
Emissary does feel
your time
like,
now.
like yeah.
Who could that be? Who's a regal emissary of death? Apparently.
It does feel quite legendary or mythical.
Maybe no, Dusknoir, but he's to sleep. That'd be sleep again, surely. Dusknoir. Are there any? Guillotine? No, I have to mention the alternate damage.
Yeah.
I'm struggling here, you know. I'm really struggling.
Emissary of Death.
This is hard. The M
is tough.
The Emissary of Death.
It's.
Okay, I'm really struggling here, Joe. Has anything jumped out at you as potentially?
I'm really guessing. Just before someone's passing. I'm trying to think anything. Well, I mean, again, Coppergregus is a coffin.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like you're showing a coffin to someone.
That really is sending a message.
Yeah, get in.
If a coffin just rocks off, you're like, okay.
Your time
In I go. yeah, that really would be. I don't know. I mean, that has logic for sure. I can't think of anything now. I'm going to be really annoyed at this one.
Maybe just like a Yamask or something. Just like a little token of.
Yeah, maybe.
Spiritomb has a little.
I think Spiritomb always mention the odd keystone.
Yeah.
I'd have to mention that. I'm liking the Yamask though.
A little cheeky Yamask coming in.
Yeah, but all right. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go with this.
This is a very distinct.
Oh, it's Lampin. Out of nowhere. What's he doing there?
Emissary of Death. What? So hold on. If your lamp just turns on, says that's a Lampin. Oh, but Emissary of
It evolves.
Lampin.
It's fuming. Yeah.
Yeah, you evolve your little bit. Oh no.
Yeah, get your Everstone on that.
Yeah, smash the B button. No.
Not today.
Not now.
Oh, that's brutal. Well, okay, so I'm happy that we struggle with that one because that one doesn't feel obvious.
Yeah.
It's not like a head slap moment. We're like, I guess that's a Lampin then, I suppose.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat how many people got Lampin. And be honest, I don't think many of you did, but if you did, then fair play.
I think the Murkrow was a throw from us. I think that was a big mistake, but I think the Lampin,
You know what? I take that we couldn't get that. That was a toughie.
Yeah, I think the problem is with me and the spooky is under metagaming, my head always goes straight to ghosts when the Murkrow's park. It's in the ballpark.
Yeah.
There's probably some psychics that probably get thrown in the mix as well. The Hypno, for example. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I hope you guys did a better job than us at home. It's always tough up here where we just have to scratch our heads and we can't even really do too much else. There's nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to run here. We're making a mistake and nothing comes to mind. We're drawing a blank, and that's just how it is. But I hope you enjoyed throughout. And yeah, we had a big discussion later after the stream yesterday of how frustrated we were with the performance. No doubt about that.
What, 0 or 5, right?
I don't want to talk about it, Shay.
I mean, they stitched us up, didn't they, to be fair? The production staff. In case you wasn't watching yesterday, we had to do this segment. First time was doing it as well, me and Joe, actually, I must say. And then they gave us, what, Gengar? Gengar again, Mega Gengar, Gigantamax Gengar, and then Gengar at the end. And you know what really frustrated me? For the Mega Gengar, we guessed Gengar. We didn't get the point, we didn't say Mega Gengar. And then right at the end, we guessed Ghastly. Turned out it was Gengar again, so...
I told you I didn't want to talk about it, Shay. I don't want to revisit that.
Just wanted to give the viewers context.
But fortunately, speaking of the viewers, we want you guys to get involved with the community choice that we have coming into our next round. So I think that's underway very shortly. So we have something for you guys to get involved with and pick your favorites for.
I think yesterday, the community choice was to pick what deck was featured on stream. You guys did pick correctly, thank you for that, because you did pick Mega Lucario. Big tip conversion there.
I'll take it from here.
Counting on it.
Come on, phone, like it. I won, by the way. Just let you know. So yeah, we're going to be running out back. I believe it'll be a Twitch poll.
Yeah, and it's going to be based on matchup here as well. So you know the decks towards the top that are floating. We're trying to get you something together to talk about which matchup you want to see coming into our next round. Because to be honest, all the players that we could pick from at this point, they're all showstoppers. They're all amazing players. We don't have to worry about that. We're going to get absolute titans of the game this top table for our next round. That's not the question. The question is what deck do you want to see on show, crashing out against one another.
Yeah, and the choice, the power will be in your hands for that one. So whatever you want, you will be able to get. Do you want to see a bit more of a quirky deck? You better vote for it. If you want to see the deck that you play the most, Gardevoir or Dragapult, you can vote for that. Or if you want to see, you know, a matchup that you don't see too often, you can vote for that. What would you vote for? What do you look for when watching a game?
Well, possibly the deck that I've been enjoying the most at the moment, the End Zoroark, which is towards the top end of the tables right now.
Cheeky.
A few good players are rocking the archetype, so I'm quite happy with my prediction for this weekend. The Legacy Energy is a bit of an interesting call out as well as an A-spec choice. Now, this is the issue with A-specs. You can only play one. There's an amazing amount of effect on all of these A-spec cards, so you really have to pick carefully. But I was sort of giving a nod to Legacy Energy for the Ceruledge upcoming archetype that really likes to include this card to have some more prize card manipulation. So frustrating to not have to be able to go through a Ceruledge, have to allow that to stick on board to churn through knockouts. But also I was kind of giving a wink towards some Mega Evolution Pokemon. The big downside being they give up 3 prize cards. Suddenly you slap a Legacy Energy on, and now you're giving up 1 fewer. And that is really intimidating. So I was trying out some Ho-Oh EX Armor Rouge from Legacy Energy. I'm not gonna lie. I was also trying it out just generally with some Colossus and Tenacity packages as well, trying to put it where I could. So I really like the End Zoroark as my serious pick, but I want to see people get creative with Legacy Energy. It can really take away the drawback of Megas.
Yeah, no, I'm really... It's an interesting strategy we haven't actually seen yet. I was just thinking Monta cast a bit Mega Lucario. Where's Mega Lucario with one of those Legacy?
No one wants to see that.
No one wants to see that. There is something I want to see though, and that's our community choice I believe we have ready. So we can have a little gander and see what you guys can vote for about what our next match will be here on stream. I'm looking really forward to that. And you know, you guys have done really well at picking. Oh, here we go. So we have
I can talk through these matchups.
Yeah, go on then. The floor is yours, my friend.
Piper, that's going to be Piper on the Him going to be playing the Gardevoir Jellicent build. Then we have, let's try and find, Gabrielle is going to be on the End Zoroark. And that's up against Louis with the Golden Go Lunatone Zoroark archetype. Henry, that's Henry Brand, I have to imagine. Yeah. That's against Thomas, who we saw yesterday, fighting that Flareon archetype. I know he wants a chance for some redemption after yesterday. And then Alberto, of course, who we know is playing the Dragapult deck up against Felix, who is playing also a Dragapult build as well. It looks like not with Dustoir. So these are the matchups, these are the players we want to see who are picking from what decks, but also the players that we have remaining in this tournament.
Yeah, right. So now we have the information. How about we open that poll now? Get involved on Twitch where you can have your vote. If you're watching on YouTube, do us a favor, new tab, open up your Twitch app, whatever you want to do. Get involved on Twitch. That is where the poll will be. And whichever one of these mighty fine matchups you see below here, that will be our next feature match. Now, Joe did pick the end zone right 2 times there. I don't think we've had God of Our Jealous stream actually so far this weekend, no?
Possibly earlier on in the day, but I don't think we saw much of it. Maybe the matchup wasn't all that useful. Perhaps maybe we saw a bit of frillish action, but that has been a tug of war that we've seen with Gardevoir. It feels like it can change every week based on TM Evolution, TM Turbo Energize, which has popped up.
Yeah, true.
Seeing the Jellicent coming in, seeing the Mega now being discussed. We saw Rahul talking about that, so that was his choice this weekend, as did Gustavo his Victory in fellow Horizonte. So there seems to be a lot of wiggle room with the top pick.
Yeah, I think we were discussing, I was discussing yesterday actually, you Gardevoir players, you guys are sport for choice. Imagine having Ellison, Mega Gardevoir, Drifloon, Bravery Charm, and you have your pick. Turbo Energize build as well. You know, we even saw Enamorous.
I know.
Oh, Enamorous! I don't get to say
Barn getting very cheeky.
I love Enamorous, it's like one of my favourites, but not intended. So seeing that, but I never thought I'd see it on a regional stage. Let me tell you that for free, let alone in the final. So you Gardevoir players, you guys have a lot of choice, sport choice.
Yeah, that Enamorous, when I first looked at my Gardevoir, has no fail sense whatsoever. It can only deal more damage when your opponent has the same type as you in play. So that really limits it. For Gardevoir, just exactly psychic, and sometimes dark if you have a 750 down and they have a dark Pokemon down as well. But there are just so many great abilities in the format right now that you can still get this Pokemon into mix. Because there are the Duskulls, because there are the Monkey Dory in every deck, because there are all of the Latias and Mew EX in the aggressive matchups, because of you get so much value out of this Enamorous that seemed on paper to be pretty poor, but Avan found a really great use for it.
I loved it. I loved it. There's a number of speed. I didn't see no play. However, we do have something more for me.
Pęga. Henry'ego Branta. Hyper Lepina, Kim Bordege, Janus Banger,
16.
Gabriel
Everyone's here in
Fernandez.
top 16. We've given you 4 of them.
Lotus Bossion. To jest grubo. It's insane. Że też mamy Rutkowicza w top 16, Alberto Kotu, Felix Charlesen, jest Carter Malik, Henry Brad, który grał Dragapultyn, Aleksandro Gonzalez, no jest grubo. Polska guru, zaśpiewam starym ruru, zaśpiewam to co chcę. Go, Poland! Dobra. Okej, będzie Piper Lepin kontra Kim Porpega.
As well, Kim also
Yes,
a champion,
yes,
a
let's
special event
go,
champion.
dobra,
So someone who we have seen on the top table, also a number of top cuts at the regional level as well. So
Wybrano
does give you a chance with some item
Kima
lock and with some evolution strategies going on. Means you can get really particular with where you're placing damage. You're probably not going to fall into the pitfall of Reshiram, but you don't really have to in that matchup because it's already a dark type, so it can already clear the board of the Gardevoir very quickly. So it's going to be a tricky one for Kim to navigate. But Piper really has been one of the stories of this tournament. Been on the top tables throughout.
Really has. We had it on stream yesterday. Demolished on stream, to be honest with you, and that just kept up our water destruction all the way through this event. She was flying high on the tables all the way, actually trying us up in the asymmetrical top cutter here. But even though it looks like on paper, we've got Dark versus Gardevoir, I really always call item lock the great equalizer, because you can have the answers, but if you're item lock and your hand is full of items, the answers aren't going to be found at the end of the day.
Ironically, even in Piper's interview yesterday, she was saying she added Darmanitan to help with the Gardevoir matchup because she wasn't that confident with the Gardevoir matchup, especially with Gardevoirs tending more back towards the Bravery Charm, Drifloon, high damage output single prizes. That's still really problematic for Zoroark. So I imagine, you know, based on what she said in the interview, we could see some action with Darmanitan trying to still get into that mix to be a one prize Pokemon within all those multi-prizes and still being able to carve out some KOs if there's going to be too much damage coming on to kill a single prize Pokemon.
100%. And I would love to see some Flame Body Can. We ain't seen that in a while. So, we have a little bit of a job to do, Joe. We have to go grab Piper and Kim, get them ready. So while we do that, how about we hear from the woman herself, Piper, and her experiences in Pokemon, and then we'll be coming back with our asymmetrical Top Cut match next.
Będzie Top Cut. Tak, będzie Top Cut, dobra. Rutkowicza mamy w top 16. Znaczy wiemy, czym gra Piper. Piper gra oczywiście z Zorakiem. Niestety nie mieliśmy. No i rzeczywiście też z tego powodu, ponieważ no, jest przedstawiona Piper, to wiadomo, że będzie Piper.
Snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. He's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Rodriguez testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's black and white, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels
zresztą sami komentatorzy też powiedzieli. Okej, jesteśmy środkiem walki terytorium. Dobra. Kurwa, no jestem świadkiem tego. Bo nam tu ucieka. Okej, jest zapowiedź Pokémon Pocket, bo jakby ktoś nie wiedział, to w Pockecie są te deluxe... Żeby się uprzeć, to ja wolę jakoś TCG Live. Mimo, że niedoskonałe, to... Wejdź! Zejdź zaś!
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, the series where we take a look at some memorable matches in the history of competitive Pokemon.
Ach, kolejna historia.
The 2015 World Championships.
Here's Super School. This is huge. You flipped tails. I mean, there's just too many targets for Lysander. Audience concedes. Jacob Van Wagner is your 2015 Pokemon TCG World Champion.
You have just witnessed the end of one of the most exhilarating grand finals in Pokemon history, where a relatively unknown deck toppled the big bad story of the format. But how did we get here? Let's go back to the beginning.
The 2015 Pokemon World Championships are about to begin. So players, get ready to battle. Good luck, everybody!
Greetings, Pokemon fans. I'm Josh J-Woods Wittenkeller. I'm here with Kyle Pukasukovic, and we are finally ready to start getting on with some Pokemon TCG action.
The metagame is always changing, the cards you use are always changing, so a lot of these players came up with something new, brought it to this tournament. It's a big risk to show up with something that's a little untested or very matchup dependent.
Seismitoad has the attack breaking mode, which will do 30 damage and stop your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. This was completely devastating because the format ran on powerful item cards. Not only that, but that low 30 damage could be pushed up with a combination of Muscle Band, Hypnotoxic Laser, and Burbank City Gym. In ideal circumstances, this would make Quaking Punch deal a colossal 80 damage and leave your opponents active asleep as well.
Stays asleep. The Dawn fan is not going to be able to wake up this turn.
Simon gives the shrug to the crowd, like, what am I supposed to do about that?
This meant Seismitoad had a ton of partners, all with unique offerings, like Manetric EX, Garbodor, and the Crobat line, which would chip in extra damage via Sneaky Bite and Surprise Bite ability.
Put the Zubat down, put a Crobat down, and oh man,
surprise!
That Shaman just went from 0 to knocked out, basically through Golbat and Crobat damage.
How could anyone avoid Quaking Punch from grinding them down and running them over, especially with Crobat's extra pressure?
And I'm here with the player just won in top 4, making his way to the Pokemon World Championships Finals, Maze Brennickmeyer.
With 3 in top 16, 2 in top 8, and me and second lineup making the final, Seismitoad's Crobat was definitely the variant to beat. In steps Jacob Van Wagner with his answer in Archie's Blastoise.
Jacob, on the other hand, how the heck does Blastoise? What's going on here?
Jacob would aim to get Blastoise into play turn 1 with Archie's ace in the hole. A hard supporter to use, but if you pulled it off, you could grab any water-type Pokemon from your discard pile and put it straight onto a bench.
Okej, udało nam się pokonać.
Thanks to its deluge ability, you can attach as many water energy as you like to your Pokemon. It works well with Keldeo EX, who would deal more
Kurde,
damage for each
Keldeo był
water
kiedyś
energy
naprawdę
it
dobry.
had.
Nie wiem, czemu
This led
tak
to
nerfowali
flashy
tego
turn 1,
Pokemona.
as seen by Jacob's opponent's face here.
4 energy, 5 energy, deluging them all. You don't even need that many. Joltik only has 30 HP.
And there we go.
Have some mercy, Jacob.
Lysander for the game. Shaman EX comes out and Secret Sword. Just like that, 2 incredibly quick games. Jacob Van Wagner advances to the finals.
How do you feel about the finals
to
matchup?
do
Do you know who you're playing?
I'm actually not sure.
It's the Blastoise deck. How do you feel about that one?
When I tested that, it was horrible.
This powerful Blastoise play secured Jacob a place
No tak,
in the
mamy
final,
Gabiego.
where he would have exactly 1 turn to get that Blastoise out. If he failed, Quaking Punch from Mies would immediately dash any hopes of a win. Jacob had 0 room for error, and the tension in the room rose to breaking point.
Alright, it looks like both players are ready to go. Let's kick it off to the match and let's make some noise for your Masters Finals.
Game 1 began.
Jacob looks like he has a perfect combination of cards.
And you can hear the crowd's relief as Jacob pulled off the Archie combo.
Yep, there's a superior energy retrieval. Plays down the water versus Seeker for the Archie's ace in the hole. Turn 1 Blastoise.
And won the game in less than a minute. Mies never even issued a response.
Turn 1, we are going to see that Secret Sword.
Oh, look at all those waters. Combo wombo. That's the kind of turn that you need.
Oh, and May scoops the game. He concedes. Whoa! Just like that.
Game 2 wouldn't be as straightforward, since Jacob was on the ropes.
Maze will put on some pressure right away. So there it is, Hypnotoxic Laser.
And it looks like he did get the sleep flip, so Jacob flipping for sleep tails. That could be a big deal.
But 3 cards from Shaman EX's setup ability bailed him out with computer search, making the Archie's ace in the whole combo possible.
Another Shaman drawing, why not? Digging in deeper, computer search, Ultra Ball! Whoa, wait a second!
I spoke too soon. He's able to play his hand down to 0. We will see a Blastoise.
Time to give them what they came to see.
Which led to a monstrous turn 1 Secret
Ale
Sword
widać, że
KO.
progres
5
był
energy,
względem tego.
muscle band?
Hitting me, he's gonna knock out an EX on the first turn with Secret Sword.
Muscle
Oh, look at all
Worksy.
that energy. It's
No
pushing
tak, bo
Mewtwo
też jest
off
tutaj
physically, just because there's so much energy
zarzut
attached
właśnie,
to
że
it.
UI dużo. No fakt,
All Mies can do
ale z
is
drugiej
hope that
strony
Jacob
równie
didn't
dużo
have another
wydają na
KO.
przykład na organizowanie tych turniejów. Wiecie ile kosztowały
What do I
Worksy?
do now? I have no way to respond to
No
that.
chyba znacznie więcej niż
He did,
Pokémon Z.
making a 6 energy Keldeo
No bo wiesz,
monster.
Pokémon Company nie tylko robi gry, ten zleca gier,
Mies was on the back
ale
foot.
też trzeba mieć na uwadze to,
Last turn for Maze. Can he put up a fight here?
And Jacob was able to win on turn 4,
There's just too many ways that Maze concedes.
resulting in Jacob becoming our 2015 World Champion.
też trzeba mieć na uwadze to, że oni też
Thanks for
organizują te
watching.
turnieje,
Make sure to let
które
us know
też
your
jednak
favorite
kosztują.
competitive Pokemon moments
Jakby
by
pomyśleć.
using the hashtag
Tym bardziej, że te
#PlayPokemon.
Worldsy raczej tanie w realizacji nie były. No a jeszcze tutaj ostatnio ten problem ze skalperami też trochę dogłębnie pokazuje troszeczkę problemów. Tak, teraz mamy Mike'a Elisa i Jaspera Eriksena. No i już przechodzimy do Top Cutu. Mamy oczywiście dwóch naprawdę bardzo doświadczonych graczy. Jeden to jest oczywiście Team Porpega, który ma na koncie m.in. czempiona w Bolonii, oczywiście Special Event, top 8 w Liverpoolu, w Bochumie jest top 4, no i w Sztokholmie również top 4. Znany włoski gracz, chyba w podobnym kalibrze co Alberto Cotti. Z drugiej strony oczywiście mamy znaną europejską graczkę która ma swoje świeże odkrycia, chociażby na zeszłorocznym Worldsach, który zaliczyła top 8, do tego jeszcze NACA również top 8, no i Baltimore oraz Toronto 2023, dwukrotny czempion sezonu 2023. No dobra, wiemy, że Piper gra z Orakiem, ale czym gra Kim? Chcielibyście się zapytać. Gardevoir z żelkiem! Nie przesłyszeliście się. Gardy z no niestety, bad news, kamerka odmówiła posłuszeństwo. Więc będziecie beze mnie widzieć. Tak. Kim gra Gardevoir z Jalisentem. Jest to bardzo mocniejsza, jest to oczywiście wersja, która oczywiście jest taka bardziej kontrolna, bardziej taka wredniejsza. Zorak faktycznie dla Gardevoir może być ciężkim matchupem ze względu na to, że Zorak wali z weaknessa. I to może być dość duży problem dla Kima oczywiście i rzeczywiście to nie jest taki za dobry matchup. Mamy Firlisza, tu gramy standardową linię, mamy chyba list Determination, sztuk 1, więc tutaj widać, że inspiracją chyba tej listy był Roman Stanowrow, który oczywiście taką gardą grał. Wiecie, jak bardzo obrzydliwe to jest, powiedzcie mi. No start z Cliffery nie ciekawie. Ending with that 904 record, didn't have to win too much as they had such a strong performance in day one.
And that's also what helps you when you're playing in phase 1 and you get these good records, right? The pressure's not on as much as it could have been had you gone into phase 2 with 5-2-1, for example. So it's really good for players like Piper to have
no
that,
co to tam się dzieje?
No
dobra, no tutaj Artasol, jest oczywiście przeglądanie wszystkiego wzdłuż i wszerz. Co ja tam mam, czego ja tam nie mam? No niestety, no Pokemony opierają się bardzo mocno o to, czy gramy tym, co damy. Mamy chyba też, widzę, drugą Kirlię. I co, i Evolution? A tak, Kim poszedł drugi, dobra. Czyli Evolution leci w Kirlię, ale niestety Kirlia będzie jedna, bo Kim ma drugą na ręku. Ale Piper już zagrywa Cyrano. Tak, Cyrano, który wyszukuje EXy. Tak, może wyszukać też Mega, ogólnie EX wyszukuje. To jest bardzo często, bo tak samo jak mieliśmy te Adventures Discovery, to ona też wyszukiwała VMAXy. Bo tu chodzi o grupę Pokemonów EX, więc tak. Wiesz, że Krasnul chroni się przed EX-ami, to też się chroni przed Mega. Jakby co. Bo to jest grupa ogólnie Pokemonów. Więc tak, Piper wyszukuje oczywiście 3N Zoraki EX. Zorak ma oczywiście atak trade, który oczywiście pozwala nam na tak, pozwala nam na... O, właśnie, zapomniałem, że Evo schodzi. Chyba, że jest Jamming Tower, to wtedy nie schodzi. Okej, trade, no okidogi w tym matchupie nie jest potrzebny. Kolejny trade i chyba reversal, co ma to trochę dużo sensu. Chyba zobaczymy co jest. Counter catcher, to też ma trochę sensu, no bo nie jesteśmy, mamy bad buffin. Kaczka nie jest tutaj potrzebna, aczkolwiek widzę, że Piper też gra psajdaczka, czego nie zauważyłam, ale to będzie dlatego, że ona grała chyba takie matchupy, w których widzieliśmy bez tej kaczuszki. No i tutaj kolejny Zora. I chyba ona też skorzysta chyba z Artazolu. Znaczy teraz to nie teraz, ale faktem. Chyba raczej na pewno pójdzie jeszcze po Artazol po Resharama. Znaczy tak, jej oczywiście lista zawiera też Dormotiana. O, pas, dobra, ma. Jest Kirlia. Chyba Ultra Ball pójdzie po Miu i on sobie będzie ewoluować Kirlię i następnie restart idzie po 3 karty, tak? Tak, raczej dobrze, że myślę, że Ultra Ball idzie po Miu. To jest istotne. Chyba ma to za herbatkę, chyba tak swoją drogą. No właśnie, tutaj już Miu wyewoluuje tą tego drugiego Ralca z ręki już i to w Kirlie. I restart po 3 karty na maksa. Aha, same energie. Not good, powiem. No dobra, no to Małki i tak, i Full Moon Rondo wali chyba tyle, wali za 180, bo nie ma tak wyfilowanego. Okej, ona chyba korzysta z Artazola po Resharama. Ach, najlepszy. Znaczy może jeszcze Darmurkę pójść, aczkolwiek problem polega na tym, że Darmatian jest w Prize'ach, więc trochę ma mało to sensu. Zagrywamy Hildę, wyszukujemy oczywiście ewolucję i jakąkolwiek energię. No ona to by jeszcze gra takie rzeczy jak NSPP Up, która pozwala oczywiście na... ale tak jak mówię, no dla Kima jest to bardzo kiepski matchup. Tak, jest Attach, jest kolejny Zorak. Jezus! Armia Zoraków. Jest Zoraki. Tak. Kurde, 4 wszystkie Zoraki widzimy w akcji. Dobra, trade, kaczka, ma to sens, nie potrzebujemy kaczki. To co ja potrzebujemy to wywalamy. Dobra, nie mam... Matia w Prize'ach, więc out. I Resharam. Że ten ma weakness za stale, ale ona używa pierwszego ataku. Po końcu... A, ona też ma splajsowanego Secret Boxa jak Kim. Ale 2 prizy, mamy jeszcze Darmatiana. No, pewnie jeszcze znajdzie się miejsce na benchu. To grubowską Darmurkę. Okej, nie jest ciekawie.
Kim is just in struggle town right now.
Restart.
It's so hard to figure out for Kim what to use here. Team, you cannot be a reliable attacker because if you copy Night Joker, you don't have an answer
Dobra, jest Ultra Ball, więc oznacza to, że na pewno będzie Gardevoir. Ale jest ciężki wybór.
Not too great in that context. You can't attack with Gardevoir because then there's just another Sork with like NSPP up, and I like being able to power that up. So
no to się pojawia taki problem. No tutaj trzeba faktycznie głowić się z tym matchupem. I to jest duży problem. Okej, zagrywamy Arvena. Arven leci po. No wiemy, nie jest to łatwe matchup, więc Arven leci po. Stretcher. I Bravery. No, okej. No tutaj Kim myśli. Znaczy co tu się dziwić? To jest taki matchup, który trzeba się tutaj ugotować. Trouble, okej. I chyba leci Bagarda. Aha, Gardevoir, dobrze. Chyba
into, you
Tego
know,
czarma chyba
a crushed
bywa.
game
A,
2 and
no
3,
tak.
where we could be potentially looking at
Powiedzmy,
a
jest już,
resequence of that. Then
są
I mean,
dwie
certainly Kim
energie.
wants
Jedna
Piper to potentially to be struggling in an eventual
wyląduje
game
w
2 and game 3 to be able to swing it a
diskardzie
bit,
i
because here
mamy
in this matchup, if
60,
Piper
co
gets
daje nam
everything she wants,
180
it's not a real big
ze
contest, but one of the
benczowania
markers that we see here is that the Gardevoir is finally
Taila.
on the board. This is where Kim can start to actually play the game.
Stretcher idzie po Screamtaila, tak? Tak, wchodzi od Screamtail. Czyli bazowo będzie mieć 60 obrażeń. No, a dobra, czyli nie swingujemy, tylko robimy swing właśnie w Zoraka.
But you got to be thinking about here, Mike. The secret box was taken from those prize cards, so
Piper oczywiście jak zwykle dobiera karty jak szalona.
It's gonna come in sequence. All of this in just a second.
Flip the script
coming in here, drawing even more cards, and if we can see something like a boss's orders this turn with the attack on top, it's everything in Piper.
Flip the script plus 3 trades. That is a lot of cards. That's 9 cards. While stinning some cards you don't want to see out, as well as that secret box in hand. Piper will be able to do whatever she wants this turn. You mentioned about boss's orders, you know, you've got that Gardevoir EX on the bench, the Mew EX2. So at this stage, Piper able to do everything that's possible. Let's talk about Secret Box though. What a card! It is featured in so many of our top decks. Whether it is Enzo, Gardevoir, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, many of them using it to help with setup, but it's also got so much power throughout the game.
It's a good shout out to the computer search we had about 10 years ago. Speaking of Shay's 2015 Worlds video, right? You know, when you're starting a Secret Box, you know you're gonna have a good game. When you start a computer search back in the day, you knew you were gonna have a good game. Secret Box is just the opener for everything. You'll be able to get something like, if you're playing Artist on your deck, you can get more basics, you can get Buddy Puff, and you get a supporter for the turn. Secret Box is the glue that binds most of these decks together, whether that be Sark, whether that be Gardevoir. Both of them are playing Secret Box. And, you know, an ace pick like that is just the element of consistency you can get out of it is insane.
Especially if the deck has intrinsic power. As we see the air balloon on the active Enzarok.
Boss's Order w Gardevoir i chyba
chyba
będzie knockout z drugiego ataku. Tak, drugi atak. No bo nie ma obrażeń, ale drugi atak. No niestety Kim jest trochę nie w najlepszej kondycji. Oczywiście Piper wyjmuje energię i bossa. No jest. Dobra, mamy Bażanta. Masz myśli. Najpierw Mew. I research, dobra. Fezy. Jest Gardi. Ajono. Dobra, jest to sensowne rozwiązanie. Ajunu. Chociaż po włosku chyba jest inaczej Ajono.
And Piper has done a lot of thinning, a lot of drawing.
Strzelałeś
We'll
się,
only
no
see
to
2 cards off this Iono. So there is a world where Kim is able to take this knockout on the active and force a lot out of
chyba
Piper.
jeden
It's going to
sposobem,
be a
żeby
real challenge,
powstrzymać.
as it looks like it's just going to be a Screamtail into the active.
We did see boss's orders this game here. And even just, you know, getting attachment on a Zorag on the bench is fine and all.
To jest też taki celowy zabieg, żeby właśnie Feza nie
If there's a boss
aktywować.
within those 6 cards,
No.
that's mighty fine, right? And then we get to the point where we want to be. But even just stacking the KO on the Screamtail would put so much pressure on Kim, because it would mean if we can start to attach to another Zorag, potentially the one on the far left of Piper's
Dobra,
side there, then we'd be able to see everything happening. So it's just, is there a boss coming?
We'll see a few trades to get there. Might not even need to try and win this turn. We'll have a bit of time potentially, but looking to just try and find that boss's orders. And
Jest boss! Czyli pierwszą rundę wygrywa Piper lepiej. Dokopała się do bossa. Która ona jeszcze podliczyła? Tak, Piper wygrywa pierwszą. Dokopała się do bossa. No mówiłem, że to będzie ciężki matchup. Nikt mi nie wierzył. No, z takim matchupem to Piper ma szansę na top 8. Ponownie.
great. You see the Cyrano here.
Tak, to jest, to widać jak ona wywala to wszystko. No. Dlatego, że to jest jeden z cięższych matchupów, jakie można sobie wyobrazić dla Gardy. Że wszystko, co jest mroczne, dla Gardy jest trochę takie ciężkie. Choćbyś się starał, to i tak nie jest łatwo.
On Kim's side, so it was just about finding those boss's orders, and the first one was fairly simple to get, thanks to the secret box.
Polskie dzieci też są dobre. Znaczy w ogóle, jeśli chodzi o Polskę, to ona ma się super, tak? Polacy razem set, tak jak można zauważyć, bardzo dobrze.
Kim was struggling a little bit in the opening.
No, Rutkowicz też jest dowodem na to. I pan Chojnacki, którego serdecznie pozdrawiam. Ale tak, Piper wygrywa pierwszą. Ona ma 9 wygranych i 4 remisy, o Jezus. Jeszcze nic nie przerżnęło. I chyba ona ma zajebisty ten sezon. Że nie dość, że poprzedni sezon był u niej zajebisty, to jeszcze na dodatek tamten sezon wygląda na taki bardziej
get access to Enzorok as soon as possible, which is exactly what happened in game 1. And let's have a look at those prize cards. Secret box again in the same
Znowu? Znowu secret box po stronie Kim.
But we see a secret box opening. As I said, if you're starting secret box, Mike, you're gonna have a game.
And I think this time Piper will be looking to do much the same as last time.
Ale za to ona ma już secret boxa na start.
So you see the buddy pop in, slam straight down.
Okay,
Easy choices here, and this just comes from the experience. Piper just going so fast here, knowing the deck inside and out.
One thing I really love about seeing Piper play is that, you know, these opening turns, we know exactly what we want to get down. Secret boxes, even discarding double Cyrano,
kurwa,
knowing that
17
Hilda's gonna be able to grab energy and Sorag regardless.
No, to jest jakiś speeda, powiem szczerze.
Amazing, just thinning all the cards out that are for the setup. Won't need them as the game goes on. And a quick little prize check here for Piper. I mean, if you're Kim, you're thinking, right, I need a little bit of a slower start here from Piper. And the secret box revealed.
Kurde, że drugi raz sprajzować secret boxa, to jest insane. Ja wiem, ja już prajzowałem 2 razy.
And one thing I really want to see from Piper is there actually any Zoroarks heading in there, making more of a sense to grab, you know, that Hilda. If you have, you know, 1, 2 Zoroarks already, yeah, grabbing the Hilda means you get a Zoroark and an energy, and then we can start piling on that pressure.
And the Artisan going down as well. Typically, a tough decision to put down when you're going first because you're worried about giving it to your
opponent. No tak, ona zaczęła z
But why
Peczeranta,
might Piper
to
not be
też nie
worried
jest
about
najgorsze.
giving away the
Peczerat
Artisan
może
here?
oczywiście switchować
yourself.
dowolnego
If you have
Pokemona,
such an
kombi się
advantage
to
in
chociażby z takimi rzeczami jak
you know,
Blending Mochi.
weakness and
No
how the
tutaj
decks
Kim
function
akurat
nothing against each
może...
other. You don't really care.
No
What you
raczej
care about
tutaj
is
nie
yourself.
mam swój
And Piper
Artezol,
knows,
ale
if I set
chętnie
up,
skorzystam.
get my attackers going, I will probably
No
win.
cóż.
And in that situation, you know, top players like Piper would be thinking, well, let's just focus on ourselves first, and then we can start to think about, okay.
Oczywiście tak, znowu Kim oczywiście szuka wzdłuż i wszerz, co ma, a co nie ma.
So now Kim starting off the game,
Więc
going
jest
second,
znowu
does have
takie
access to the
szukanie
supporter on their first
wzdłuż i
turn.
wszerz,
Looking to try
od
and
deski
set
do
up as
deski.
well as possible. Last game, I think it's fair to say Kim had a pretty strong setup, just not having that ability to use Frillish early on. Otherwise, it was pretty much perfect, you know, evolving into Curlier, having 2 Rolts down, getting the Gardevoir. Maybe just those 2 prize liabilities like the Mew EX requirement and the Lili's Clefairy made it tougher. But there are some great options for Kim in terms of single prize attackers. We've got the Monkey Dory, the Scream Tail. Is that going to be part of Kim's plan this game, do you think?
It has to be, right? It has to be forcing Piper to draw as many cards as possible. Playing those boss's orders, because if Piper ends up having to grab one of these 1 prize knockouts, we would end up in a spot where Kim can then start reeling back the advantage. But it does require that Kim gets to set up a lot faster than last time. And unfortunately for Kim, he doesn't play Air Balloon in this list like we've seen, for example, Aban doing in the Jellicent and Guardy version. Because, you know, if you have something like Air Balloon, you can go Carbon, Air Balloon, and go Frillish turn 1. But that's not an option unless, if you're in Kim's shoes, at least, are starting with Frillish.
And also wanting to go Arven Secret Box. It is prized again, Kim. Unfortunately for you, your ace spec eludes you once again.
And it's even like top prizes, so it's not going to be there for the entirety of the game, mate.
Yeah, the Earthen Vessel, the first play here to get some energy. You know, we've seen Gardevoir so many times. You're all very familiar with the strategy. Get energy discarded, get your Gardevoirs developed, and swing. But when you're up against a tough matchup, Gardevoir has to try and find different routes, and we'll be seeing what Kim is capable of. Game 1 was just too much pressure from the Enzorok, and having looked at what Piper's done, you'll be thinking, right, she's got 3 Enzoroas down, she's discarded Cyrano, so she's confident that she can set up these Enzoroks. So Kim will be thinking, I've got to do something exceptional this turn.
Also, if I was in Kim's seat and I was seeing, you know, Secret Box discarding 2 Cyrano, you'd be like, what is Piper holding? That hand must be amazing if you decide to do that, because throwing away double Cyrano is basically like throwing away triple Zoroark.
Yeah.
Voluntarily.
Well, there we go. The Dark and the Psychic coming off of the Earthen Vessel. We'll be discarding that Psychic alongside the Artisan, as Piper so kindly presented it for Kim already. And we'll be now getting a Pokemon with that Ultra Ball. Now, Ultra Ball is a card that has been in the Pokemon TCG a long time. The discard of 2 cards in exchange for a Pokemon, it's so consistent in every list.
Yeah, we had it since Dark Explorers came out in 2012, Mike. That's, you know, a good 13 years we've had that card, and there's a reason why every single deck play it. You may be thinking, well, I'm getting rid of 2 cards. Yes, you are, but you're getting any Pokemon you want to, whereas cards like Nest Ball, back in the day we had Quick Ball too, you know, those cards could be played for free, but they came with that stipulation that was basics only. Here we get to get anything, and on top of that, with Ultra Ball discarding, you know, in your Gardevoir deck, you get to discard your Psychic Energy too.
Amazing. The synergy of Gardevoir is exactly why it is the most popular and most successful deck in our current format, and the last few formats too. It has a target on its back and is a big factor as to why players like Piper have selected these Dark-type decks like Enzorok. And the Mew EX has come down once again, reliant on some restart draws to seed new cards, as these starting hands haven't been as strong as Kim has wanted. Finds an Arven again, and I'm sure he was hoping to find an Iono after seeing such a strong first turn from Piper, knowing there must be a route to getting set up, considering the secret box.
Yeah, and Kim's just looking through here at the Arven, kind of biting himself, right? No secret box once again. It feels like the world has just turned on Kim in this case. And I do really feel for Kim here, you know, actually trying to swing an unfavorable matchup. You need all the help you can get. When we're thinking about that too, if we wanted to go the Jellicent route, well, unfortunate news too there. Jellicent is also prized, and Kim plays that 2-1 line of Jellicent, which makes it so we're not even going to be seeing Jellicent this game, which was one of the strategies I alluded to during game 1, right? So whatever happens here, it looks like a mountain to climb for Kim already.
Okay, boss.
I'm just passing over just 1 Ralts in play, and the Mew EX available, so some great targets for Piper to target on the bench, and we'll be moving the Enzorok into the active spot with that subjugating chain. Evolves, takes away the poison, as when Pokemon evolve, they lose their status condition and heal themselves. So Enzorok now just there. Ends Reshiram with that Artisan, which was put in place, so everything kind of coming together. And whenever we see Piper pick up the pace, we know she's got a line that she's confident in, and it seems like that's the case right now.
Having that Hill in hand, guaranteeing that second energy we need for the Night Joker to copy that Birch's Flame, which means we're certainly going to see the Monkey Dory go down. Unless we get to see a Boss's Orders potentially targeting that Ralts, and if we get energy plus Boss's Orders, we do get 2 more Zoroarks!
Wow, Enzorok trading into 2 more Enzorok. So many cards available at this stage, and now it almost feels like that Hilda should have been played first, because you're always going to be getting this evolution Pokemon here. And so Piper now playing the Hilda, as this was the original plan, just to get that energy and another evolution Pokemon.
It feels like Piper is getting punished for sequencing correctly here.
What an amazing first draw, though, to see another 2 Enzorok. We mentioned in game 1 as many Enzoroks as possible, and this time it's going to be 3 kicking off in turn 2 for Piper. And for Kim, there's so much to claw back in this game, but the singular Ralts in play, if it survives, there's options available for Kim.
Yeah, but you have to feel like Piper's on top of the world now. Whenever you're playing Zoroark, the dream is always triple, quadruple Zoroark turn 2, and then it feels like you could just take on the world. Whatever gets thrown at you, there comes the energy, and we get to see, you know, Air Balloon going down a second Zoroark is fine, because then it means you have a pivot Pokemon in that Zoroark with the Petron. But yeah, getting the knockout on the Monkey Dory and then telling Kim, it's on you.
Slightly different route here. In game 1, Piper was able to go 2-2-2 with the prize cards. We'll be taking a 1 prize knockout in this early stage. As Kim didn't evolve into Curlier, a rare candy would be required this turn, and based off of his low hand size we saw in the other turn, requiring that restart from Mew, there's a lot to ask out of Kim at this stage.
the low hand size, you've prized one of your 2 Gardevoirs, you prized your secret box, you need to hit one of your 2 rare candies, you need to hit your last Gardevoir piece, maybe potentially an Ultra Ball, but you can't play an Ultra Ball when you have that much of a low hand size. You know, it's just stacking against and against Kim every single time we're mentioning it, right? And, you know, typically with Gardevoir in these current circumstances as well, you wanted to use that TM evolution turn 1. We didn't see that either. So every single time we're asking, Kim, do you have this? The answer would just always be, no.
And for you, Jesper, you've been at so many tournaments in your time, and you'll definitely be going into every tournament thinking, this is a bad matchup, I hope I don't have to play against it. But how do you feel when you go into that matchup, especially in a high importance match like this, a top 16? What's Kim going to be feeling right now against Enzorok?
Kim has to feel like this was a horrible matchup heading in. Kim has, of course, been seeing, you know, what happened in Pittsburgh. Has been testing this matchup too, and Zoroark wasn't that well represented. So it's, you know, almost the ultimate counter deck to Gardevoir. There are a few slimmer of pieces you can do, but whenever you're facing a bad matchup, typically it requires you to draw really, really hard. And speaking of hard, we do see Rare Candy and Gardevoir in hand, but do we actually want to be doing that this turn? Because when we put that Gardevoir into play, we kind of let Piper know that there's a time for boss.
Well, we saw the boss's orders in Piper's hand as well, but at this stage, maybe the Monkey Dory coming in to put some damage in play, but with the Petulant combination, you can just completely reset that. So this is going to be really tough. A lot of ability to move damage about now with 2 Monkey Dories established with Dark Energy, so Adrenabrain is available, but there's not really an obvious attacker at this stage for Kim on board.
And I do slightly want to touch on, you know, the factor of Petulant here. Petulant here lets you retreat your Pokemon and put poison on them. But with Zoroark having that air balloon, you're able just to toss that into active, give it poison, but then be able to free retreat because of the air balloon. It's like playing Latias for stage 1s.
Amazing setup. Stability on board, but the Adrenabrains will be used now. Being able to move 30 damage, up to 30 damage from any of your Pokemon over to your opponents. And you can see 2 uses of that ability, and we'll just be using that Mind Bend into the active Enzorok, putting 80 damage on it, including that Adrenabrain. And now for Piper, knows that she can attack again next turn, but will have to try and establish more of a board for the future. This is the key with the way Piper plays. She's always thinking ahead, always thinking about future turns and how to establish as much of her board as possible.
Unfortunately, we do see the combination of Petulant moving up that Zoroark with air balloon, quickly just signaling I'm going to retreat that back and be able to attack once more. And basically, you know, boss's orders Gardevoir even worse.
Wow, there we go. The dream turn we mentioned, that boss's orders was sitting in that hand for a while, and being able to completely, confidently do that turn from the off. That's such a powerful position to be in as a player. She knew looking at her hand that was available the whole time. She just did all these other things to help set up for the future. So Kim now 3 prize cards down versus Piper. Piper has just got 3 remaining. Kim has 6 to take. A huge uphill battle.
Yeah, and you kind of want to try and start to see where the prize map can then fall, right? You're looking at, well, how does Kim actually take 6 prizes here? The answer is, I don't know. Because when you're looking at Piper's side, there's an easy way of grabbing free prizes. If Kim doesn't get Rare Candy Gardevoir, there is a Night Stretcher in hand, maybe potentially get something like the Arbin for Rare Candy, but I don't see quite the good route of a knockout here. So if Kim doesn't knock out, it's a really big opportunity to go ahead and knock out potentially first the Monkey Dory, and then you have targets in the Festendipity right there, and Immune right there, off another boss's orders at some point. Leaving, you know, Kim's board so vulnerable, and we're talking about it again. Does Iono work against Zoroark? Not quite, because Piper's just drawing all the cards she wants.
Especially with that subjugating chain from Petulant EX. Oh yeah, always allowing you to reset the board. And Kim will just be discarding more of those energy. Does have an attacker available in that Monkey Dory, but it's not going to be able to knock out an Enzorok. So Lily's Clefairy makes sense as an attacker because it can reach that damage output. And it forces a lot out of Piper to get the return knockout, unless there is a gust available. And so asking the biggest questions possible. They're not exactly huge questions when it comes to the Pokemon TCG. You're not forcing a lot out of Piper in these scenarios, but you are certainly asking, are you able to take these knockouts? Still needs to get the Gardevoir in play. There's a lot to do. Kim conceding here, a tough matchup. Too much to do to come back in this one, and Piper is through to the top 8.
Kim poddał grę, a tym samym też Piper jest w top 8.
How this matchup goes. We haven't yet seen Gardevoir
beating Sorag on stream, and there's probably a reason why to it. When Sorag sets up these
niestety trudno się
you
wylosowało,
get to
jak
see it
to
again.
się
We do
mówi.
unfortunately get to see a replay here. Turn 2, double Sorag, perfect start.
Was the perfect start. Both games, Piper set up well. It is great when your attacker and your draw engine are the same Pokemon. And we saw 4 Enzarok in play, and that meant 4 trades were available, 8 cards drawn to discard 4. So every single turn it felt like Piper got exactly what she needed, copying that Enzreshiram with weakness to knock out all of the attackers on Kim's side.
Lecimy.
Yeah, and with Kim, like, struggling, first of all, to find attackers, getting that Rakini Gardevoir, and as soon as Gardevoir touched the field, you know what happened? Boss's orders, let's take that out. And it just made Kim struggle that much more, right? You know, when you get into a spot like this, and you're just thinking, well, Secret Box being prized both games, right? To start that off, trading and trading and trading, Kim, you know, typically, as a Gardevoir player, Iono is one of your ways to win a matchup like this where you can kind of lock them into a low hand size. But unfortunately, when you're playing against a deck like Zora, which feels like it just has every single answer to your deck, yeah, it's not going to happen.
We said about the setup, and in game 2, you saw Piper draw 2 Enzarok off of that first trade, and then was in a position of 3 Enzarok in play, seeing exactly what she needed, had an infallible board with the Petron EX and the air balloon on the Enzarok, so any single time she wanted could recover from that mind bend confusion, and in combination with Boss's orders, that Gardevoir EX never lasted long on the board. Kim always struggling to get ahead.
Yeah, and Kim struggling to get ahead, was constantly behind. And if you want to be swinging an unfavorable matchup, you got to get ahead early. And when you can't do that, well, it's just going to end up like this, where Kim picks up the cards and says, Piper, you got it.
Well, Piper started the stream off with our first streamed round. Has now shown she's en route to the finals, but does have a long journey ahead. There's a lot of Gardevoir hanging about in that top 16. So we'll see who Piper has to play later on in the top 8. But as this was quite a quick game, Jesper, I think it's a great opportunity for us to reflect on Enzarok as a deck. What a great choice from Piper, as well as many other top players at this event. What is it about Enzarok that's doing so well here?
I previously alluded on our couch segment to Crustle being Dodge Gardevoir Simulator. And in this case, if you want to hit Gardevoirs, you're playing Zorark. And when you're playing Zorark, yeah, it's a try to hit as many Gardevoirs as you can. And in this case, well, Piper had better luck in hitting Zorark, as that is the main matchup, the main reason as to why you're playing this deck. You have pretty good matchups all across the board. The Dragon Ball Dusknoir decks, well, you have Darmani time to deal with that. And whenever Dragon Ball hits you, you can powerful rage for 400 damage. Basically just dismantling the deck on top of playing Monkey Dory yourself in the deck. And, you know, getting into bad matchups, yeah, there are some.
Well, you can see that there, 0.5% of the meta share, very low representation, and that's where it sits at its best. Enzarok likes to be the unknown factor coming into the tournament. It did so well.
Dobry to
It's
jest
had a
deck.
regional win already with Pittsburgh.
No, jak widać.
But it tends to be great into those top decks. Gardevoir, Dragapult has strong matchups across the
No
board
tak,
with
te
the other top
istotki
decks.
nam nie
But
dadzą.
it does struggle in some of these more aggressive decks, especially the ones that have grass type attackers.
Yeah, especially when we're talking like Raging Bolt has that Ogre Pawn or just a Raging Bolt knocking it out. Sometimes, you know, stuff like Serial Edge can also be quite annoying. Piper did have a really good interview on that yesterday, kind of going over some of these issues that may be with the deck and how they were looking at trying to solve those. But yeah, there's a reason why we don't see Zork that much often. Yes, it is. You wanna hit as many Gardevoirs as you can. If Gardevoir is not really played, then you shouldn't be playing the deck really, because then it kind of loses its main selling point. But as we saw, you know, with Liam Halliburton, I think on his way to winning Pittsburgh Regionals, he played it in 9 Gardevoir decks. I mean, that's 9 wins he had right there. And if you want to, you know, play a deck like this, you also have to have a really good eye for the meta. You want to have a really good eye for how you're going to build your deck with this. We saw this sort of Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan back in Milwaukee, where that was the surprise deck of the tournament. And I would argue here that for this tournament, the quote-unquote surprise deck
No tak jak mówię,
would be
następnego streama
I
nie
think for
będzie,
sure,
no
and
bo ja tu już
we've got a little
jestem
surprise for you. The
uczestnikiem,
genius
a nie
herself, Piper, is ready to talk with Shay
Torem.
about her run so far.
Thank you for that, Mike.
Shay Balton robi wywiad z Piper.
top 16 winner, Piper
Amerykanie nam
Lepine.
tu
My first question for you, we
zabiorą!
just said off camera, this is your first time getting top 8 at a European regional. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling great. I'm a lot more well rested than yesterday.
Co
I
to
did not
jeszcze
know
był
it was
Rahul
daylight
Randy,
savings, but
kurwa,
I woke up today and the sun
gdzie
was out,
wtedy?
so yeah, feeling really good. I'm loving the deck, and yeah, my matchups look solid, so hopefully I can take it all the way.
Yeah, as Jesper and
Why-
Mike did say, there's a lot of Gardevoir littered around that top cup. We just saw you dissect a Gardevoir now. You know, are you very confident in that matchup, would you say?
Yeah, a lot of the builds I'd say I'm pretty good into. Some of the more turbo builds with like 3 candies and the Drifloon can be really tricky because they can prize race you pretty effectively. That's kind of why the
No,
Darmanitan's
jeszcze
in
to
there.
trochę zajmie.
Against the Jellicent, it's super easy. Like, their deck is a little more inconsistent. They don't have ways to take the easy knockouts. Like, they need to have 2 monkeys, and I have to have a full bench for the Clefairy to knock me out. They just can't really deal with my
This is
Zorks
not
effectively. They have
meta.
to play for Devo, but with 2 Turos and the Monkey Dories, it's not really anything I have to worry about.
Kiedy
I
już
don't
też
know. I think
angielski
it's just a really good
mogę
matchup,
robić.
so yeah.
I can imagine we saw it there play out really well. You know, when you work out
Poza
it is a
kanał
Jellicent
Zero
build,
wszystko
how does that
obrobiowuje,
change your
to nie
gameplay?
jest nic
I have to be a
jakiegoś
bit careful with the
odkrywczego.
Dio, as I mentioned, since that can kind of wipe my Zoroarks. Benching the Petch is like kind of awkward. I started it in game 2, but it's pretty good since it prevents them like dusting something up and trying to trap it with their Jellicent or Frillish attack. I can kind of just have it in play, don't need to worry about finding it. And then it also provides like a solid attack in the end game if they're able to get that Devo play off. That was something I found at Milwaukee when I was playing Zork. I was able to just clean up the game with a Petron because their board wasn't super strong after the
No,
Devo.
takie słodziaki
So
typu
other than that,
wreszcie,
it's
że
kind of
są...
like in those games, my opponent had to bench Mew both games, and that kind of ends the game right there. If I'm able to take a 2-prizer before they get a Guardy, it's really easy. Or like, I don't know, benching Mew is just so awful. I can trap it with the Beltel sometimes, and it's just super easy knockout. It didn't come up in those games because they were drawing so bad, but if they were able to draw out of it, I'd be able to aggress on the Mew and put me on an even prize map, which means there's just like, it's really hard for them to come back from that.
I can imagine it's something you definitely don't want to do against Zoroark is bench Mew EX. You want to try and keep that in the hand if possible. Now, Mark and Jesper said something just before they threw to us. They said, potentially, you know, in Milwaukee, the Mega Kangaskhan Absol deck was like the surprise deck, as it were. Could Zoroark be the surprise deck for this event? And if it is, why do you think like yourself and like Gabriel's also playing it in Top Cut? How have you come to the conclusion that this is the event for Zoroark?
I don't think Zork's like a surprise deck anymore. Like, it does well almost every event. I feel like there's usually one in Top Cut or asymmetrical, like ever since Worlds. The deck is just really flexible. It's consistent. You always have your 2 to 3 Zorks in play, sometimes 4 as we saw in game 1. Like, if you can set that up, you're just drawing everything. So you kind of just get to play whatever you want in your deck. There's a lot of space to tech, and we can see different lists. Like, we've seen a couple different Arven builds with Toad Scroll, Cornerstone, and many different Cyrano builds with like the Darmanitan and Toad Scroll again. Like, the deck can be tech to beat any like predicted meta. So that's also like an important skill with the deck is if you can predict the meta at a tournament correctly and build your deck correctly, you're gonna do well with the Zoroark. So I don't know, it's not quite a surprise. It's just like getting all that right leads to doing well with the deck.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, we saw in your last game, we didn't get to see it in play, the Enstar Manatan. What made you want to include that for this event?
So it's mainly the influx of aggressive Guardy builds to match the Absol box. So as I mentioned, they can kind of prize trade you aggressively. Like you go to 5 prizes, then they can like Drifloon knockout, go to 4 prizes. So it either lets you take 2 prizes on their attacker and like a bench Ralt, rather than, because if you were to knock out their Guardy, then their attacker would still be there and they'd be able to knock out your next Zork, and then you're kind of losing from there. So it lets you take 2 prizes that way while dealing with their attacker, or with the reversal energy, you can attack with the Darmanitan itself and force them to find like a counter catcher or something. Or even if you just take 1 prize with the Darmanitan, now it's 4 to 4, and they have to hit a big Scream Tail play, which is really inefficient for them to do.
Wow, so it seems like every card inclusion has its use, and that sounds, we're just having an Zoroark masterclass. I love chatting to you, Piper. So, now you're in a top 8 situation. I want to put you on the spot a little bit here. What's your goal for the rest of the day?
I mean, I'd love to win the event, but yeah, I don't know. I'm happy to be in top 8. I've had a bad streak of losing in top 8 the last few months, so hopefully I can at least top 4 though. Get some hardware, like a medal.
Okay, well let's hope that Lady Luck will be swinging your way. Now, let's have another little question for you. Let's say
Niedźwiedzia z hipopotamem, dosłownie.
Let's say Gabriel does as well, is also playing Enzora. How do you think that will affect the meta, you know, for Gdansk? Because I think you're going to, right? How do you think Enzora performance doing well could affect the meta moving forward?
I don't think it'll affect it too much. I mean, Gardevoir continues to just be a super strong deck all the time. Like, it just does everything a deck could want to do. And Zork's is such a low-played deck, it's hard to, like, adjust to it in a week. Like, you can't really learn the deck in a week. It takes a while. I've been playing it since, like, post-NAIC, on and off. So, it's also underplayed, as I said. Like, you don't really need to respect it, I feel. You may see it at the top, like top 8, top 16 with Gabriel and I, but if you make it there anyway, you're kind of happy with your event. So you can take the loss to Zorak until then, it feels. So, yeah. I wouldn't be too worried about it changing anything for Gdansk.
Okay. Interesting thought process. As you say, you know, Liam did well with it early in the season, but doesn't ever seem to like quite get the, you know, I want to say respect it from the player base. You never really see it as like a top 5 most played deck, for example, which always intrigues me. I've got one more question, Pi, before I let you go. I know you're a big inspiration for many women around the world and other players as well. Let's say there's some viewers on camera who maybe get involved at a local level and they want to maybe
I would say just like take the jump and play the regionals. Like there's kind of a big learning curve. It can be a bit of like a stamina task.
Nie, to jest jakaś hybryda hipopotama z orangutanem? Ale w ogóle, nie, bo to bardziej orangutan, nie jest sierżna jak orangutan. W ogóle powiem, że te designy są na pewno dobrze zrobione.
But now, though, we're going to get back to our top cut action coming up soon, so don't go anywhere.
Well, thank you very much, Shay, and I love hearing Piper's thought process. Such a deep thinker of the game, and so many of our top players are, and it is exactly that reason why they make it.
Jeszcze! Jezus, jeszcze więcej hipopotanu, orangutanu.
Trying to pick the right time to play this deck, and I mean, hit the nail right on the head here.
Yeah, evidence in the results.
Czy tak, wiemy, że Piper jest 8.
Top 16 round completed there, but these players have been
Aczkolwiek nie wiem, czy nie będzie kolejnego kapu z tego powodu, że Tante poszedł dosyć szybciutko.
But decks like Gardevoir have been incredibly popular at this event.
Gardevoir has been the big dog of the tournament, being on top of the meta share standings. You know, I think it was 12% day 1, 4% Gardevoir does, and a combination of 16%, right? And then we ended up at a spot, I think we were over 20% in phase 2. So whenever Piper sat down, there was a 20% likelihood that we had a very good matchup on our hands.
Well, I know you had some interesting moments in that game that you'd love to share with us. It was a favoured matchup for Enzora, but still, there were some highlights of the way Piper was playing.
Yeah, indeed there was. And when we were thinking about the way that Piper was playing the matchup, it was seemingly obvious what the intent was to do, right? Our intent was definitely to go ahead and look at a board and be like, well, how will we make massive
To nie da się nie zauważyć, że
really like the Piper does in this
ile by
case.
się nie złożyć, to
You're sitting down, you're counting the deck. And why do you want to be counting the deck? Well, we want to be
w pierwszej mógł jeszcze się ocalić, a w drugiej już tak nie
left to calculate our odds of drawing the cards we want to have. So therefore, that is a fantastic job of Piper really realizing that whenever I'm going to be drawing with trade, will I draw?
Ale tak jak się rozkręci to wszystko, to rzeczywiście... Okej, czyli tutaj poświetla mi się słowem w postaci Bendena, powiem tak.
And then continuing on with this, you're counting out and seeing that
Trucizna, okej.
boss's orders for game here, right? Then we continue to look, okay, how many do I actually have left? Going on, trade, drawing 2 cards, and really just aiming for that 1 card. Then forgetting to unmark the cards, but yeah, trading for the second time, drawing 2 cards. The trade, third time's the charm, and we get that boss's orders coming right there onto the Gardevoir.
Final card.
It's a final card off the trade on top of that, but it just goes to show that whenever you're drawing that many cards, yes, there's some variance to it, but you're giving yourself the best likelihood possible to even be able to win the game, and we just
jeszcze będzie smród.
You got it. That's all it took. And when you say about counting the deck there, there's even stuff like Iono, which is one of those cards we see across the board. putting those cards on the bottom.
No zobaczymy, czy będzie
how many were in that
kolejny
previous hand, being able to then
top
count
no
down,
faktycznie wyszło taka
recognition there, and it's all these bits of information that the average player might not even
tym
think to
bardziej,
utilize,
że
but
na
only players
w top
right at the top
16
like
jak
Piper
w top
who are
8 jest aż
taking all of this information in to make the most
minut
optimal
czasu.
decision, and because of that has
Coś
successfully
czuję,
made
że
it into the top 8.
Because something we've seen on stream oftentimes in previous tournaments has been Isaiah Brandon or whatever he's been playing. He's always been looking at his hand whenever he gets Iono or plays Iono himself, really just looking into the hand, trying to remember, I had exactly these cards in hand, exactly these amount of cards in hand. And then whenever the Iono was played, and if it's cards you want back, you want to make sure that you can actually get to shuffle the deck, thereby giving you a chance of getting those cards away from the bottom of the deck. And, I mean, I will always come prepared. I do have a secondary clip. I also do want to show you from this previous match. Even though that we were saying it's a favorable matchup, we're always looking at boards where how can Kim do this? I mean, we have to point out here when we have the pressure and all these kinds of things, you get confusion going on, and you're trying to attempt to confuse the Zorark, but that's not going to help you because you're just going to be able to use the Petron and get out of everything. And then going on, you know, we're going back. Who knows what's going to happen here? We had Careful on the bench. The Petron being able to get out of that. Boss's orders got over. And it seems like, well, every single clip I'm going to bring is just going to be Boss's orders got over.
Kurwa, jeszcze gównem nie rzucał, Boże.
Especially when he had a game 2 where he did hit the Hurricane de Gardevoir, but did not hit any additional curly yet.
Pomocy!
Things make it a bit easier whenever that Gardevoir is knocked out, meaning that you would need to hit a secondary combination of Hurricane de Gardevoir. Start stretching the resources.
Zapraszamy do Smrodowa. Smrodowo jest już tutaj. O, dzięki ci, diable, au! Matko małpa mnie tu Kitty podano małpa mnie tu załatwia. Ach, jeszcze puszcza boli. I w ogóle jeszcze jej śmierdzi w ogóle. Dajmy w Smrodowo.
Performance from Piper, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it.
I mean, we'll definitely see plenty more of Zorark. Both Gabriel Fernandez, Piper Lepine are sitting in the tournament on Zorark. And it's not going to be a huge surprise for me. We saw Piper on a first stream match during round 4 yesterday in phase 1. There we were kind of brewing up the feeling of, this is going to go pretty far, isn't it? And then we see, you know, both Gabriel Fernandez, Piper Lepine traveling over, both playing Zorark. I mean, there's a potential for them to clash. Well, I kind of want to be seeing that mirror match.
That could be interesting. Well, we got a little bit of a moment now before our top 8 match. So do stick around as we'll be showing you more Pokemon action soon.
Dobra, będzie kolejne top 8, dobra.
Time to jump into the Pokemon trading market. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn by pulling out an opponent's Pokemon. The active spot is where battles happen. Pokemon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokemon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokemon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokemon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG.
To teraz jest to ostrzy.
Just listen to our expert casters.
Świetny. Ja i ostrze. Tak, jest chyba biały.
Plus, our on-screen graphics action every step of the way. Stick around to dive deeper into the world of
Nie no, żarę innych orangutanów. Rozwali.
The best way to test your team is to put things together and
Kurwa! O, wow. O nie, nie, nie.
and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So I'm preparing for a regional. What I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some
Jeszcze
unconventional.
te mniejsze małpoludy.
Fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people that's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So
hey trainers, I'm Ross Gilbert, and with the Scarlet and Violet era having come to a close with the release of Black Bolt and White Flare, it's time to take a look at the key moments from the top decks of the Scarlet and Violet era. Starting off with our friend Charizard. It's got the phenomenal Burning Darts attack to get more powerful as game goes along, and its best friend in the guise of Pitchop, whose quick search ability grab any card you like from your deck. It was the deck that was won the European International Championships in the 2024 season, taking down Isaiah Bradford, lost on deck in the final, a player who would win their own international championship the following season. More on that in a moment. Dragapult, since its release in Twilight Masquerade, has always been fighting for the title of best deck. And between the phenomenal Phantom Dive attack doing 200 to the active Pokemon while dropping 6 damage counters, and the Stage 1 Dracloak for which it evolved having directed and ability allowing you to draw cards to take decent wide. It won the first regional championship of last season, with Okada taking the title in Dortmund, beating Rahul Reddy's Lugia in the final, and then it added a North American regional victory in Vancouver with Andrew Hedrick taking down Lucas in the final. And it may never have taken an international championship title in the Masters division, but it did go toe-to-toe with Gardevoir in the world's final last season, which leads us to Gardevoir, really revolving around this psychic embrace ability, allowing you to accelerate anything you like. And although that is a downside of placing damage counters when you accelerate energy, that's okay, we've got
No, ten orangutan chyba tak łatwo się nie poddaje, Jezus. Maryja. Co mam tnącą, serio? Przebijający. Udało się. Wymęczone. Wymęczony. Jak uznałem. Jestem zmęczona.
Beating what else but Dragapult in the final. There were many memorable decks and many memorable moments in the Scarlet and Violet era, but these stand out to me as the most impactful. But will these decks remain as impactful moving forward? Will new decks come and take their place? Stay tuned to find out.
No. A, oczywiście będzie jeszcze inne atrakcje tutaj. Czyli jakiś kapik. Ktoś chce? Ale najlepiej myślę, bo...
Alright, everyone, it's top 8 time. This is where the big prizing starts. The monumental amount, the copious amount of championship points are on the line. And you know what? If you find yourself in this situation, it's just going through your head. Only 3 more times.
Dobra, Dinto Furka, dziękuję za obserwację na TikToku.
Action in our asymmetrical cut as well. So many great players in our asim cut, and we've already started to get some of those results rolling in as well. I also got to look at the
Okej, zobaczymy jaki jest top 8. O, mamy już... Okej. Kyle Wainwright gra z Piper Lepin, czyli mamy Dragapulta kontra Zooraka i mamy jeszcze Henry'ego Branda, który wie, że gra Dragapulta kontra Alejandro Gomales Sanchez, który nie wiem co gra. Co ciekawe, również w top 8 jest Hermani Hietalaci. To jest Japończyk, jeżeli mi się to tak nie myli. Hietalaci. Oho, zabiorą nam tu kolejne invite'y, tak nie. Śmiejemy się, że bo wiecie, w Sztokholmie zabrał Azaja Brandera, a w Dortmundzie zabrał Yuki Okada.
Gabriel Fernandez versus Louis, that's that Enzarok again versus that Golden Go. Could be a bit of a tough matchup for the Enzarok of Gabriel, but it is in a game 3 situation, so did manage to navigate a cheeky one.
Kai Wright. No. Tak. Rutkowicz prowadzi 1-0 przeciwko Janusowi Wangerowi. Fernandez i Louis Boismon ma 1-1. Jeszcze to trochę zajmie faktycznie, zanim będzie kolejny mecz typu top 8. Dlatego też gramy i polujemy na potwory. Matko Boska. Dawno nie używałam tak często konsoli. Wiecie, bo to jest też takie wygodne jednak. Znaczy wiemy, że Rutkowicz prowadzi i chyba co? Może będzie tu... A to jeszcze piję herbatkę SpongeBob. Możemy uzyskać już nasz obóz?
One game up in that mirror match. It looked like he was in a pretty decent spot, if I want to say, in that game too, just from what I was eyeballing. I didn't have the full view, but looked like he was up and running pretty nicely in that game too as well. So we're going to keep you abreast and up to date with the bracket as we get those results coming through, but already we're starting to see some top 8 players emerging and making their way towards that final. Like you say, Shay, just a couple games away from
ciekawe nie jest to chyba wynik faktycznie tego, że ktoś tam wszedł i sobie zaobserwował, aczkolwiek jakoś cudem zdobywał obserwację. To jest trochę interesujące.
Lady looks on my side already, but just stay with me now. Just keep with me now. Number 2 or 3, and then you're gonna come home with your wallet's looking fat after that. There's a lot of dollars in there, and you know what? A lot of these players are doing a double header. Can you imagine on the precipice of a double header? You're already in top 8. What a springboard! I don't think you can have much better.
Chyba raczej na pewno przejdą od razu top 8, bo jeszcze się to tak nie ukształtowało. A jest już szkoło.
And already it's paid dividends to get into our top 8, and that could be said for a number of other pilots as well. Piper also making it into the top 8 early. And then for our regional competitors, it's business as usual. You've just turned up to Lille as you would every season, and then you're following up into Gdansk, already got a bunch of points in your pocket, putting yourself in really good stead. Also for that EUIC stipend as well. We're in that period right now where our Europeans have to accumulate as many points as possible. Even if the champion is European this weekend, they can
No dobra, już zobaczmy jak to będzie. Cannibal Corpse, muszę być też...
Yeah, it's one of them. I think this happened to one of my friends last season, actually, Harvey, when he top forward in Seville with Enzo.
Może też, nie wiem, czy się uda kolejnego zrobić. Bo teraz już zaczęła prackę. Kurde, ten krawat z zespołu. Ja bym staremu kupiła taki krawat. To jest serio, to jest piękna rzecz. To miłość, to jednak jest piękna rzecz.
Seeing who was there. I remember I was going through the playlist thinking, oh, they're coming. And a lot of them have found themselves in top 8 now as well.
I think one of the stories is now we've seen the asymmetrical top cut sort of layout. There are a couple of measures.
Będzie kolejny top cut, czy będzie top 8? Bo to jest pytanie na zasadzie, co dalej. Ale widzę, że to lepiej wygląda i w sumie z tego, co ja tak patrzę na telefonie, no to ten overlay, który udało mi się ustalić, jest zrobiony naprawdę bardzo dobrze. Jakieś to czary, ale to jeszcze nie jest poprawnie wszystko. No tak patrzę i dobrze jest ustawione to wszystko. Okej, mamy top 8. No to mamy Henry Brandt kontra Alejandro Gomales Sanchez. Czyli mamy Dragapulta i na pewno Dragapulta mamy. Czyli byłego już mistrza świata w 2019 roku. No i champion Milwaukee w 2023, top 8 OECD w 2019 i NACA top 32. Tak, byłem mistrz świata. Kontra oczywiście Alejandro Gomales Sanchez, który ma nieco skromniejsze osiągnięcia. Sevilla top 32, Barcelona top 32, Special Event 2024 i Bolgonia top 128. Chłopak jest bardziej skromny, aczkolwiek widać, że chłop szedł wyżej, na wyższy poziom.
And that means there's going to be a lot of aggression coming out from his side in this matchup. He's going to be trying to dismantle Dreepies in the opening turns with Wellspring Mask. Ogopon, of course, he has Lily's Clefairy
No i co tu
as
gramy?
well for type coverage.
No na pewno mamy Dragapulta.
Latias.
Okej, 3 energie to jest Terabox. Czyli Dragapult kontra Terabox. Nie jest to taki zły mecz dla Dragapulta rzeczywiście. No ale to jest prizy. Tak to... No widzę, że Henry zaczyna pierwszy. No, Bady Puffy. No właśnie, Dragapult z duchami versus Terabox. No ja już obawiam, że to jest matchup, który nie jest taki najgorszy. Jak się go opanowuje dobrze, to rzeczywiście jest co tutaj robić faktycznie. No, znaczy wiecie, Clefairy na pewno nie jest sprajzowana, to podpowiem. Że wiadomo, że robią też tu takie broken rzeczy jak no to jest 2 drippy. No raczej ja tam nie wiem, czy ja bym chciała takie z pokebolami, bo w sumie nie widzę różnicy.
Immediately, Buddy Poffin is going to grab a couple of those Dreepy, because as you stated, Shay, the Dracloak is the engine of the archetype as well as your...
Jak źle jest, powiedzcie.
Pokemon is always objective number 1, and that's
Ultra
all Henry's actions this turn.
Porotoma. Znaczy tam jest Latias sprajzowany.
Pokemon in the active position, because in a way, you're much more concerned about Wellspring Mask Ogopon taking multiple single prize knockouts. That's really the motivation of
bench
this
pressure.
Toolbox
Właśnie
archetype.
to jest coś najgorsze właśnie z tym bench pressure, bo musimy lepiej wysetapować wtedy ławeczkę. Dobra, fan call. Czyli niektóre buildy Dragapulta nie mają, co ciekawe, Shaymina. A co ciekawe, że właśnie jak bez Shaymina właśnie szło mi lepiej. Tak. Mimo wszystko, że nie miałem Shaymina. Jest Draculok, widzę, w ręce Henry'ego.
to
No
grab
to
some
jest to...
specific trainer cards.
Czy to była mała,
Typically we look
czy
for energy
to
acceleration
był
via
mój
like
sen
Spin
tylko?
and Sparkling
Ale
Crystal
chyba
that can
tak,
go on your
no
Terrestrial
to by się
DX
zgadzało,
Pokemon
bo
to
dwie
really churn out
stalowe
some
to
high damage
były.
output attacks from the likes of Pikachu, some
Więc
type coverage attacks in
jest
there,
tam
very
mega
gonna be pivotal
Mywile w tym
in this
buildzie.
matchup. But then that Wellspring
No
Mask
i ten
Pokemon can be another
Ditto
huge threat.
i jest
And Shay,
atacz.
the Ditto is another
Wiadomo,
choice that we
czy
can
to się...
grab
No, a nie, Crispy.
from the fan call, and that seems to be one of the options that Alejandro is eyeing up here. With the early Crispin naturally in the hand as well.
Ale widać, że chyba jest
Provides a
tutaj...
retreat cost
To jest coś,
acceleration here by the looks of things.
pomieszane, popaprane z Mega Boxem. Haha, wiecie, Mega Box. I oczywiście Ditto. Znaczy, jest to Mega Mywile. No jest i ten, okej.
Gonna see that early game sob, I would imagine. 20 damage and stops your opponent from retreating.
Właśnie, okej.
Typically,
Znaczy jest to też taki problematyczne, bo Terabox musi mieć rozkręcenie na późniejsze rundy. To jest bardzo ważne. To jest istotna rzecz, jeżeli podejmujecie się takich rzeczy. I co, będziemy subowali. To jest dosłownie... Okej. Dave'o, dziękuję za obserwację na TikToku.
20 damage, and bear in mind that Presentivity cannot retreat now, folks, so most likely that will
Jest
be
i
there
Dreklock,
for the rest
jest
of
i
this
Bulwa.
turn. Henry is off to the races though, as you did rightfully say, Joe, the stage 1 Draglock, fantastic.
O nie, on ma bossa!
Players might remember Pidgeotto from back in the day, Airmail, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, one of them goes in your hand and one of them goes to the bottom. Really interesting, because you're not discarding
Okej,
you manipulate
boss,
your deck.
no tutaj ciężko jest.
With the recon directive between Dusk Skull as well as Boss's orders. Looks like the boss is ultimately the choice here. Henry typically would love to have the defense mechanism of Budju. Come into that single prize Pokemon, announce an itchy pollen
Nie,
and
on
shut
ma
down a
bossa.
huge host of item
To by
cards
miało dużo
that Alejandro
sens,
could go for, but thanks to the
bo...
Sob, it means that's not going to be available, so he might just have to prioritize
No, dużo
even
sensu
more
faktycznie,
evolving
bo
Pokemon.
boss...
Straight away the Ultra Ball now
Możemy
discards the
zbossować,
Budju straight
powiemy,
into a
że on nie ma
Dracloak.
Latiasa
Second
i
recon
tak,
directive. We're still trying to find additional buddy
żeby
popping on basics
zmusić...
here. But the fact that Henry picked out the boss's orders might indicate that's going to be his supporter of the turn, just to try and push away this Wellspring Mask Ogapon.
Jest Iono.
Energy at some point as well. It looked like that recon. Okay, it does actually flash the Neo Upper energy now in the hands. It does have Neo Upper.
Iono as well.
And the Iono.
O,
Neo
zaraz.
Upper, in case you don't know. If it's attached to a
Iono?
stage 2 Pokemon
Dobra,
to
Iono
spec,
chyba będzie.
it provides any 2 color energy that, or type I should say, that
Czy
you
boss?
like. And it looks like
Chyba,
boss's
że...
orders is going to get played into
Boss!
Fan
Rotowa!
Okay. Because sometimes the Noctowl can be played and then turroed up, so you don't want to give the free value.
What?
You may as well just send them into the Fan Rotom, and there's
No,
no
to ma trochę
vulnerable
sensu,
Pokemon in
bo
play
został
right now.
zmuszony.
So as an attacker, Fan Rotom pretty useless. So let's try and make it a little bit more.
No, to jest
And
taki
actually,
całkiem
as we
dobry
know,
matchupik.
Alejandro's Latias EXs in those prize
Terabox
cards.
jest w
This
tym
might cause some headache for Alejandro if he wants to continue to use this torrential pump. Let's see what it can search
Dobra,
from Jewel
leci
Seeker to help him out.
subo. O, faktycznie jest na Mega Mywile kryształ.
When you evolve into Noctowl, such a deck for any 2 trainer cards, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which obviously
O nie!
Ogapon is satisfying
Ten
right now.
bundle jest
Looks like Iono,
bolesny.
that sparkling crystal, worth noting. Alejandro has prized his only copy of water energy, so if you do want to use torrential pump, we'll have to use that sparkling crystal.
Shay, this turn could be absolutely terrifying. I also saw Alejandro flash the Iron Bundle.
Oh,
there could be a potential line here.
O nie, pingwin. Właśnie najgorsze jest to, że być ten pingwin, który no niestety może narabiać problemów.
On the bench right now. Air Bloom will allow us to move this Fan Rotom quite easily. But I think it can't all come from one Jewel Seeker, certainly. You could also grab an Ultra Ball in this spot, then Ultra Ball again and find a second Noctowl.
Yep.
But it's just going to be 2 tools picked out for now.
Let's have a look. What else is in the hand? See a turn attach.
Is that already the boss's
O
orders in this hand?
nie, mógł ajonować, no niestety boss's order. O, no to dupa trochę, powiem szczerze. No to dupa!
Henry Brand is playing a Dragapult deck with no GP, no Dracloak in play. Alejandro is on the
Kuźwa.
board here in our top
Ale mógł
8 match.
raczej bardziej optymalnie byłoby ajonować niż... No właśnie, Iono chyba byłoby bardziej takie optymalne. Kurwa, że oni teraz... Czy jest sens dalej grać? To jest pytanie. Dla Henry'ego.
We have to flip the script to kick us off here. There's only 2 Night Stretcher in Henry's list.
A, no tak jak u
He
mnie.
also doesn't play any item search in
W
his
tym
deck
pierwotnej
either, so
liście
he
dwie
naturally
jest
has to
dwa
join these
stretchery.
Night Stretcher if ever he can launch attacks with a Dragapult this game.
You'd love for this Nestball to be grabbing a Dreepy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would normally assume that would be the choice, but that's not available thanks to our prize cards.
Yeah, that Latias being eyed up.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. So if you can try and get this Pheasant
No,
Dipty out of
Henry
the
tutaj
action.
widać, że
Worth
tutaj
also
się
noting
głowi.
as well, the one Budu got discarded and the other one's prized as well. So we can't even do a panic Itchy Pollen here either.
There is 1 Night Stretcher in this hand, so we can at least try and get 1
Yeah,
Dreepy
yes.
going before a supporter card here. But it's really not ideal. You are
Ale to
definitely
też
on the back
faktycznie
foot.
niedobrze
There's
jest.
no rare candy to speak of in Henry's list either. So it's a slow build where you're going to have to really try and protect this 1 Dreepy for a long time. And we know that Alejandro got some good prize cards as well. He picked up a Noctowl from his prizes.
And it's, you know what, it's really hard to hide a Dreepy on the bench when your opponent's torrential pump just says, hold on, there's 120 damage right there. Ooh, eyeing up the Budu off the Night Stretcher.
Okay, I think we're having a Dragapult-less Dragapult game here. That Night Stretcher essentially seals the fates.
Yeah.
Because we only have 1 more
Woo!
Night Stretcher to play.
I don't know.
Is it at this stage where Henry's thinking that Blood Moon
Dobra.
Ursa Luna
Muffin.
plus possibly some Cursed Blast is his only opportunity to win the game at this stage.
Blood Moon Ursaluna, Blood Moon attacked in 240 is great for KO in most Terror Box attacking options. So, yeah, if in supplemented with some Curse Blast, perhaps. I mean, that would be a heavy pivot of strategy.
That's
However,
cool.
that world
Tylko gdzie jest
champion, you look at the game differently.
I mean, you're backed into a corner thanks to those prize cards and the early pressure from Alejandro.
I mean, dude, double Duskull does allude to the fact that we're going to be relying on Curse Blast a lot here.
Yeah. There's going to be, even trying to power up the Latias EX at this stage. These are the panic plays.
Okej, to będzie ciekawie, że zacznie. Itchy Pollen.
Itchy Pollen.
Itchy Pollen for 10.
Took myself by surprise there.
Straight into the Crispin.
On the Crispin off the... Wow, Alejandro!
O Boże, Crispin, oh fuck's sake.
Gets to keep both those Hoot available in hand as well, just for late.
No, czy to będzie pierwsze zwycięstwo Teraboxa?
Where do you think this torrential pump's gonna go then? Do you ever try and two-hit the Latias? Do you take off
Właśnie
the
widzę, że
Duskull?
coś tu
No,
się
I'm just taking
dzieje.
the Duskull here.
Yep.
We'll go down to just 2 prize cards remaining. You have so many ways of knocking out a 210 hit point EX. Alejandro is racing towards victory in this game number 1.
Żeby wyłączyłabym
Imagine that your
trochę.
turn was just a support and attack. I say just because look at the amount of pressure that is eyed up there. Another 2 prize turn for Alejandro. Hasn't taken his prize cards yet, but we'll be on 2 prize cards remaining.
Flip the script from Henry then. We almost certainly have to work towards a Blood Moon Ursa Luna EX strategy. And we also need to continue to hand disrupt because now Alejandro has sat on probably a 5 or so card hand. So once again, working towards INO, if possible, has to be important here.
I mean, Blood Moon Ursa Luna, basic Pokemon 260 hit points.
Kurde, coś się
easiest
stało.
thing in the world
Oho,
to knock out,
Counter
to be
Catcher.
honest with you.
We're looking to buy time, Shay. We're gonna bring up the Noctowl with Counter Catcher. We don't even have the INO. It has to be the Lily's Determination. Normally you're rubbing your hands seeing this when you have 6 prize cards remaining, but not this late in the game. And Alejandro
Jest
needs to be
BGG granie na
disrupted.
czas, co nie?
Yeah, that's... And unfortunately,
Mocne
you know,
granie
Lily's
na czas
Determination,
po
if you've got
stronie
6 prize
Henry'ego.
cards remaining, you draw 8. I mean, Henry is drawing 8 right now, but when your opponent's got 2 prize cards left, you'd much rather be drawing at 6. What are we looking for here, Joe? Like, how do we get out of this?
Well, we're not looking to attack anymore with a Blood Moon Ursa Luna because you just brought up a single prize Pokemon. That would make your path so tricky. Can't really go anywhere else. We're going to go into the single prize Pokemon and pass here.
Trop? Coś
We'll
tutaj
look to try and get a full
kupuje.
value
No co
Curse
on
Blast
chce
next
zrobić?
turn, perhaps. If you can target down
Skills.
both Hoot at once, maybe you can stifle an engine.
Okay,
And if you can stifle that
No,
engine,
jakby-
possibly Blood Moon Ursa Luna can still do a lot.
Zaczynamy się zastanawiać, po
No,
co tu
Alejandro
kawał.
has the Jewel Seeker in hand, so can easily go and pluck out the Churro. I guess if you're Churro, you can't Crispin at the same time, perhaps. So let's see what this Jewel Seeker finds.
There could be energy switch shenanigans with the Teal Mask Ogerpon that's already in play as well. So you could use Professor Turo, then you could still energy switch onto this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
That would...
You could Torrential Pump and set up that Latias pretty happily.
That would be rude. In my I mean, it'd be great. It looks like exactly what he's eyeing up as well. Energy Switch Nest Ball, it looked like.
With the Turo, is there a way to... Well, as soon as you Tura, you open up space to Iron Bundle as well. Could there be a way to Iron Bundle and Terapagos for win here? Because the Wellspring Mask Ogopon still isn't winning you the game. It's taking you down to 1. Is there a way with Area 0 we could open up our bench with Terapagos and Iron Bundle? Yeah, I think that seems to be...
Eyeing up. So Area 0, the Stadium card. If you have a terrestrial Pokemon in play, you can have up to 8 Pokemon on your bench. Unified Beatdown from Terapagos, 30 for each bench Pokemon you have in play. So the play Joe is alluding to here is if we can get 2 energy on that Terapagos, utilize Iron Bundle to push that Dusclops to the bench, force a 2 Pfizer in the active, and you can Unified Beatdown to wrap up this game 1.
Looking like Alejandro is edging closer and maintaining a pretty reasonable board as well, keeping a Hoot open.
Yeah.
That Henry can only really tackle with his own Curse Blast if he finds a Dusknoir next turn. We also get to see 1 additional card here from the Teal Dance.
Okay.
Nesple's also a decent draw, to be fair.
That fills the bench.
That could be the Iron Bundle.
That could be the Iron Bundle.
Mew EX still a piece.
EX to draw as well. Wow. This right here. The terrestrial box deck.
This creeping closer to the victory of this game number 1. Even if Alejandro can't close the game in this spot, Henry really does have his back against the wall, especially with more draw Pokemon hitting the board here with the Mew EX. We're getting an attack from retreat, so we could just sob this turn.
And that kind of forces...
The sob doesn't matter too much for Henry. He was already basically planning to... Oh, it's going to be
Boss's
and
Order Sob.
Yeah.
That's going to lock the Pheasantipity in the active. Still gets to recharge 1. True into the Iron Bundle as well for what it's worth.
This is still perfect. This is putting Henry in a spot where he can't even use Iono. He simply has to find Professor Turo scenario here to move this Pheasantipity. And even then it would only be back into Dusclops, you would think. There's 1 copy of Professor Turo scenario in this deck. No way to draw now either. So if it's not in hand, this Pheasantipity is right in danger.
It still requires a little bit to get the KO though, right? We still have to use Unified Beatdown at this point, but I guess we know he's in hand actually. So there we see the turn attachment. Eon Blade is live for 200. How much hit points does Wellspring have? I bet it's more than
at the moment it's 200, yeah.
It's 200. Can't maneuver out the active about that Turo though.
Yeah, not in the hand by the looks of things.
Boss's Orders knocked out again.
Boss's Orders play.
And the pass, it looks like it's all Henry can do. Okay.
Action back over to Alejandro, who's still trying to... Oh, there we go. Jewel Seeker should seal the fate here with an active EX Pokemon.
There
now,
we go,
Professor Turo scenario, pick up our Noctowl. Making sure that with Night Stretcher, we can grab an energy to attach to our Terapagos. Energy switch onto the Terapagos from the Wellspring Mask Ogopon. And that's going to take us to a 1-0 in our top 8.
Yeah, wow, that Unified Beatdown coming up. The Noctowl floats into the top 4. Alejandro through that game 1. He's very happy and excited. And you know what? I start to give him credit. Even if Henry, you know, didn't draw the best, you still have to close the game out. And he did a lot of good decisions here. The early game sob, Boss's Orders. This was really where the game started to get out of Henry's hands, though. You know, from this point, Henry was just playing catch-up already, prize 2 GP. You know, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world for Henry to navigate. And it was just such an uphill struggle. I mean, let's be honest, when you're looking at the board of just the Pheasantipity, it's not going to end well. And when you start attaching energy to start potentially using Eon Blade, Joe, not looking good.
You know, your back's against the wall when that's the announced attack. But Alejandro took some risks there, let's be fair. In order to create that amazing turn, knocking out double Dracloak, he went down to a 0-card hand. He was just working from his own prize cards and his top deck. But he said, just based on the board, if I can clear these Pokemon, I'm giving myself so much time. And I really like his patient approach, trapping the Pheasantipity when he didn't quite have a way to win. Many players would have looked to still take out the Dusclops in that spot, but he decided, no, this is still my most secure way of closing the game. Another fortuitous top deck then secured it for him with that final Jewel Seeker, getting those final pieces, but he was always in a really good position at that stage. Henry really had to claw back a number of turns and had to dodge a lot of draws that would have instantly lost him the game at that stage. So just from that early game pressure, Alejandro really flew ahead.
Yeah, you're right. And I guess the sort of bailout of Voodoo as it was. Prize cards, Neo, energy, Crystal. This is going to be an ace speckless game, and I'm not sure who this is going to affect worse, but it looks like, is it Alejandro's going first there? I can't really tell. I think it's Alejandro. I'd imagine we wanted to go first, right? I mean, Henry would force Alejandro to go first.
I think I prefer Henry opting first himself here, because it's even more important for the Noctowl builds to go first. If you give them
yeah,
that
yeah,
license,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
to go grabbing Hoots and putting the pressure on straight away, that only gives you one turn to react.
That was a bit of a costly ultimate there.
It was.
Dracloak and a Dragapult.
Yeah, already hitting that discard pile again. Some builds of Dragapult play more Night Stretcher than Henry, so it's almost like stashing them for later, but in this case, Henry with just the 2 copies does have to be a little careful about how many he has access to, especially when you know your opponent is targeting them instantly in this matchup.
So I have a question for you, Joe. Let's consider that Henry Brand as far as a Neo upper and Alejandro as far as Sparkling Crystal. Who do you think that hurts more and why?
I think it hurts Alejandro much more, actually, because your early pressure is still the selling point as action passes over.
Whoa, his hand was just Hoot and Energy and a Crispin, I think.
Hoot.
Oh wait, what is that? Oh, Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
Crispin. We're going to do the Myriad Leaf Shower.
We have another grass in the hand. That's the Crispin acceleration.
Grass, you're right, actually, yeah.
If we have another grass in the hand, we could surprisingly be dishing out a good chunk of damage here with Myriad Leaf Shower, taking out a Budu. The hand isn't great, but it's still pressure.
Myriad Leaf Shower 30/30 for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. There is another grass in hand. The turn 1 Myriad Leaf Shower. Henry Brand is just on the back foot again, immediately applying pressure. Now, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. That wasn't the greatest of turns there from Alejandro, but it applies pressure. Draclo hits the board. Luma's Energy hits the board. Lily's Determination hits the board. That's another 8 cards for Henry. Now, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Dragapult is always a combat deck. It's not like, it's built to do this. And I guess if you was to ask Alejandro, do you really want to have 3 energy attached to your 210 hit point basic Pokemon against Dragapult? You probably want to say no. But it's pressure nonetheless.
Yeah, we're taking prizes however we can here. And from that hand, getting 3 of your 4 grass energy in the opener.
Without Sparkling
as well. Strangely fortuitous, I suppose. Henry clutching on already to a really good hand after that Lily. Now has the Recon Directive to help out, but already has at least a Buddy Poffin and future energy for later. Has to be feeling pretty good about this. Whenever you see a Terra engine not get to use that Fan Rotom, because it's a 1-turn deal. You only get to use it on the first turn of the game. When they don't access multiple Hoot, stashing a Noctowl in hand for the following turn, you feel so much better about your position. So already you have to feel like Henry is going to be much more in this game number 2.
You have to imagine for Henry, you're thinking, wow, you had to put 3 energy on your Teal Moss, your hand must be dire, because that's not something you'd want to do. And it just goes to show you how important a Fan Rotom is, that these decks even play the Dittos we saw. It's another way just to try and pluck it out. So yeah, let's see what Henry does. They're going to conclude with a Buddy Poffin, like Dreepy is being taken, just consulting the rest. Now, I believe I cut you off a little bit earlier, I apologise. Why do you think the Sparkling Crystal being prized is so impactful for Alejandro?
It's more about the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. It may not even be coming up based on the hand that Alejandro had, but typically it's just a much easier route to go Sparkling Crystal, plus that Crispin, immediately I'm into Torrential Pump, the highest pressure you can put on any deck that doesn't play that Shaman to protect the non-rule box Pokemon. So not having that option and just having to go 1 prize at a time in the early game just gives more time for Henry. It allows him to establish multiple stage 1 Pokemon and still feel a lot more confident about his position. And right now you're seeing that. We've seen already 1 Dracloak established. We're seeing multiple basics still available. We can evolve our active Duskull into a Dusclops if we would like. In fact, that is what we're going to go for here. There's no way that we can, unless we want to count. Well, no, that sounds so risky. I was thinking of random counter catcher and try and like knock out Hoot in one way or another, but we've already committed our energy, so I'm not seeing how that comes together.
Yeah. And
I feel like we're just holding like this and stashing the Dusclops in the discard pile once again. Action does pass back over to Alejandro here.
It looks like we have a result from another top 8 game, so it looks like Gabriel Fernandez must have got in himself into top 8, but is currently 1 game down against Alexander. Hit as a Dragapult EX archetype there, so uphill struggle, but you know, fresh off the finals in Belafonte, I'm sure he'll be fine trying to navigate out of that one. And we'll get more updates coming at you live as they come in. So currently Alexander's 1 game up here in our other top 8 match. Back down here though, Alejandro. Starting off to turn, I think that's an Ultra Ball.
It is, yeah.
Discarding Metal and Lightning. Now, I want you to keep an eye on his energy counts here, folks, because with the Sparkling Crystal gone, these basic energy become very important. We have a Metal and a Lightning in the discard pile, and 3 grass attached. So, energy is going to be very, very important, so keep an eye on those.
I think I've already seen Alejandro picking out a couple trainer cards, because he will be, of course, going for Jewel Seeker here with the Teal Mask Ogopon acting as his terror in order to use that Jewel Seeker. So I think Boss's orders on the one Dracloak with energy is an obvious target. And you follow that up with hopefully a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but that's in the prize card, so that's not even available now. So you can't get double Hoot Hoot to follow off the back of that. So that would normally be your optimal choice. Now do you go something like Nest Ball for Mew EX and try and get a little bit of extra draw, or do you just accept that Nest Ball for one Hoot Hoot is still fine?
And I guess if you was to go for the boss's orders on this Dracloak here, with the Neo upper energy prize, that's backbreaking.
It is, it is. You don't have to fear anything on the next turn. You know that this Teal Mask Ogopon is coming through, and it is just Nest Ball for one Hoot Hoot here. Alejandro keeping his option for Jewel Seeker open on future turns, whilst having a really good pressure play. He still forced his way to a couple early prize cards with an unlikely attacker in this spot, Shay, and still picks apart the fact that Henry could only establish one stage 1.
That sounds
you
bad.
know what? Like I say, you don't get bonus points for winning games in a graceful way. If it's Myriad Lisha picking up the stage 1s, and that's what it's going to be. And it looks like, was it Nest Ball concluding? There's the boss orders into Dracloak with the energy. Myriad Lisha 120 damage now. Air balloon attached to Noctowl. No more trying to store shenanigans.
We're getting more and more damage powered up with the Teal Mask Ogopon.
Okay, I mean, no, what's going to do that? Myriad Lisha for the KO, though. Alejandro's second prize card taken. Henry, this is an uphill struggle now. There's the Dracloak. Would love that a turn ago, wouldn't you? There's a recon directive being played. Alejandro took Ultra Ball, I believe, from the prize cards there.
It's a strange situation, as Alejandro really doesn't have much in the hand beyond this.
Really doesn't.
Just has a bunch of energy cards. Early set Blood Moon Ursaluna plus energy attachments from Henry into the Curse Blast onto the Hoot Hoot. Now that means Alejandro's taken 3 prize cards. And the Iono as well. Henry making a big comeback, trying to keep Alejandro on a really low hand size from here. Comes back to that opening turn of missing the Fan Call, means there's not those huge amount of established Hoot Hoot for the remainder of the game.
And I think that Iono for Alejandro wasn't the greatest. Henry has drawn into flip the script. Could the comeback be on? We all know that God of Iron Dragapult are comeback decks for the most part. They need to stabilize. Henry needs to buy himself a couple turns. Could this be the turn where he can do that? Now, if Henry wants to progress to top 4, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He needs to win this game.
Is this another Curse Blast here, Shay? Are we going to use our next Dust Skull here?
To activate the Blood Moon, it would attack then, right?
It could take out Hoot Hoot, then take out the Teal Mask Ogopon.
Wow.
3-card discard, we'll discard the Boss's Orders and the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Is it in deck? Yeah, it's in deck.
It is. Henry going to be racing this game down to the final stages straight away.
Henry Brand got his chef hat on his apron. He's cooking right now.
Wow, really aggressive. Pick apart the only engine piece and take out a terror at the same time.
That is
leaving Alejandro with just an air balloon Noctowl.
Doesn't even know what Noctowl attack is. I know it does 70 damage. What is it like? Speed wing.
Yeah, you don't want to see that.
You don't want to be announcing that. What a turn. So, with that Curse Blast activation, Alejandro has taken 4 prize cards. Now, that means Blood Moon Ursaluna can attack for a single energy. 3 prize card turn. Henry Brand very close to even this back up. What can Alejandro do? Buddy Buddy Poffin. That's not bad. We established some Hoot Hoot.
That was a great donated prize card there. Henry used the Iono before the second Curse Blast because he drew into the Ultra Ball. So that was a nice pickup from the prizes for Alejandro, who is now just a couple prize cards away. Shouldn't really have an easy route to deal with this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX based on the hand. Without Jewel Seeker, without that Sparkling Crystal, there's not going to be an early attack or like an instant attack from a Pikachu EX or anything along those lines.
Is there a world? I know he plays the Mega Morwhile. 270 hit points, that's hard to deal with no Dust Skull.
Well, if we had the pieces to that, it could be game over, right? With how many prize cards already taken.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, do you just try and turn attach, leave it in play, and just say, hope that sticks?
Wow, look at this.
Okay.
Going into the Fan Rotom as a sacrifice. We've rebuilt a pretty decent board.
To be fair, yeah, that's not too bad. It's over to Henry, though. Start to turn up with a recon directive. I'd you just love to have Neo Upper available here, though, wouldn't you, if you was Henry? Could you imagine?
Both players still lacking their ace spec.
Yeah.
Recon directive again. Henry has to think that Alejandro, not left with many cards remaining, gives Henry the chance. He can't announce Blood Moon again this turn. You know you can't do that.
That is the extra text on Blood Moon. Can't attack next turn.
And we have to slowly attach to one of these Drakloak. Ideally evolve up into one of these Dragapults.
Iron up the Budu, perhaps?
Yeah, that could potentially be a way to be even safer here. You then remove outs such as Ultra Ball towards a Noctowl from your opponents.
There's the Hilda. Grab an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. Could be special energy, if you like.
And we know that Neo Upper, again, we have to stress it, is in the prizes, so we can't launch Phantom Dives this turn.
You'd love to, but it's like Hilda.
We could Jet Headbutt if we wanted to.
So the KO
that would put us in range of Blood Moon Ursaluna to take out one of these benched EX Pokemon for the final turn. That would be Henry's way to maximize the pressure. Take out this Fan Rotom this turn. Next turn, you win on the spot. But then you open yourself up to losing to your opponent's Blood Moon Ursaluna on your Pheasantipsy EX as well. You also open yourself up with this vulnerable Dragapult that can end up having a psychic weakness with Lily's Clefairy around as well.
So
Looks like we might be going for the headbutt though. Or are we gonna... Ooh, wow.
I think we are.
We can still pass here and keep the board full. It would take more turns to win the game. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he is going to pop in your right. Yeah, you have to make it as hard as possible. Alejandro immediately...
Wow, thinking of retreating. No, straight back. The action is...
Oh, pass! Okay, over to Henry now. Is the comeback on? Alejandro's finally run out of steam. And look at Henry. He's picking up pace play. He knows.
Hawlucha is the game here, Shay.
Hawlucha is the game?
We can Hawlucha a 210 hit point Pokemon and a Hoothoot. As long as we have an energy to Phantom Dive, that's going to be the final 3 prize cards. Are we looking for it now, Henry, with the Recon Directive?
Boss's orders, I think.
We require the boss's orders. That's in the hand.
There we go. So that's going to put blind entry, 10 damage on the Tilt Boss. 10 damage on the Hoover. Boss's orders. 3 prize card turn. Henry Brand evens it up, winning game 2 here in the Lille top 8 feature match. Wow. Ice in the veins. He had to navigate that perfectly, and now it's a best of 1.
You can see his laser focus, because my goodness, that was... How often do you see a game plan play out like that, Shay, where you have to double Curse Blast into 1 Hoothoot just to enable a really early Blood Moon Ursaluna? That is such an unorthodox approach. Let's see how it played out. And really, the story began with these prize cards, an A-spec for both players. Both feeling a little bit down about themselves. Alejandro got in the mix early with that Teal Mask Ogapon EX, forcing Henry into a crazy play.
It's one of those lines where I don't think I'd even see that. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, what a terrific play. The double Curse Blast, removing all support Pokemon and taking... You could argue removing the support Pokemon there was just as impactful as taking the KO, I'll be honest.
Sure.
And then Henry was just able to then piece together the dissection. Alejandro had a little bit of a rebound here. That was a great turn after that Iona.
Let's
be honest. But this was it, the flying entry, spreading those 10 damage, picking up the 200 hit points left with the boss's orders, Phantom Dive, 3 prize card turn. And that's what Dragapult's all about. It doesn't want to take 2 prize cards, doesn't want to take 1, it wants to take 3, 4, 5, 6.
We've seen the fist bump. We're getting into game number 3 here. Latias and EX Hawlucha, which was the clutch card to win.
Oh no, Latias with the Blood Moon in the active, Joe! No!
That is going to be a really tough thing to navigate for Henry. That ridiculous retreat cost on Blood Moon Ursaluna, normally shut down immediately with Skyliner. But now not so the case. On the other side of the board...
I'm about to say, led the Ditto and the Fan Rotom in hand.
That is as good as it gets. Yeah, really is phenomenal stuff for Alejandro. Has to be happy with how this opening is going. Does your plan change if you see an active Blood Moon Ursaluna, or do you still go the Wellspring Mask Ogapon EX here? You know it's still your... I think if you have an energy in hand, I still like going for the Wellspring Mask Ogapon.
I agree.
I think if you don't have that energy, it's more reasonable to look for another option here. You're always getting a Terra EX, I would imagine. Again, I've not really seen too much of the hand. We know already it's pretty broken just from the Fan Rotom and starting Ditto.
Starting Ditto that's great. That normally you have to, like, you know, spend an energy to get it into the active.
We're still going to try and
I think
threaten the lower hit point evolving stuff, which I think certainly does make the most sense.
You know, and if you slide the gauge, you can still sob. I mean, you're not to know that surprises. You can sob, lock it up there, buy yourself some turns. Force the early Taurus. You don't really want to be doing it. Doesn't progress your board state that much. So, well, has the A spec in hand as well, Alejandro. Come on now. Where's the fire marshals? He's drawing fire right here.
Can pass the action
There's the
over
pass.
to Henry. Let's see if his hand treats him any better. Well, Buddy Poffin is the answer. Means we're at least getting into the game with a few basics here. He'll receive the bad news about his Latias EX.
Now, we saw this situation in day one, right?
Yep.
And I think it was Alexander, I believe, and he actually ended up winning. How does your gameplay sort of change and alter now you know you've led Blood Moon and you've got Latias Enterprises?
The main difference is you simply can't use Badu, right? Typically, you would try and slow down opponents with Badu. In this case, you have this awkward 2-prize Pokemon. You'd actually rather your opponent to go through the 2-prize Pokemon than gust around you. So in some instances, it might be helpful that the higher hit point EX is in the active, because it's likely Alejandro will still hunt prizes elsewhere, and then naturally Blood Moon Ursaluna finds his way onto the bench. Henry having a debate over whether to get multiple Dreepy here or Duskull. Once again, just going for the one Dreepy.
Surely.
He's shuffling up. I'm a little worried here, Shay. You know you're under so much pressure. Perhaps it's an indication of what's in the hand. Energy to Blood Moon Ursaluna. And the Iono coming in.
I was a bit worried there. Henry, you got the torrential pump beam. And you're right, actually, the more I think about it, if you need to try and pick a Pokemon to absorb these torrential pumps in the active, you love it to be Blood Moon. You can take 3 before it gets KO'd, right? So
Anybody popping off the 6 from Iono as well here. Really good opener for both players. We're going to see both players on full cylinders for this final game.
Now you can get the backup GP. There we go. It's the most GP I think we've seen so far, right? In play turn 1 for Henry.
Yeah, he'll take it. He's had some slower starts in both of these games. Really phenomenal play to claw back that game number 2.
Also quite like the early turn attachment. We saw
this is great, yeah.
How if you start getting it off to the race at Alejandro, I can just pop some Curse Blast and I'm going to be screaming Blood Moon in your face. So I like that. Looks like Teal Mask Ogre, but we do see the pass, I should say. Now it is over to Alejandro. Consulting, what have we got in our hand actually? Because get hit with the iron. I said Crispin and Energy, Body Puffin, Teal Mask, Noctowl, Boss's Orders.
That means options galore, yeah.
There's a lot going on. Having the Crispin in hand is naughty. That means you don't have to search it for Jewel Seek, or you can search it and then blow off. Oh, I had to search for it. Lol, I've got another one. Next turn.
Fine. Bundles coming into the thinking for Alejandro here.
Oh, see, this is what you want to avoid if you're Henry. You don't want the torrential pump taking 2 prize cards, and the Iron Bundle does that because it pushes that damage sponge, Blood Moon Ursaluna to the bench, promoting any one of those basic Pokemon on the bench. Low hit points. There's the area 0 live. There's the Nest Ball immediate activation.
I was not expecting the Area 0 as the choice. I was thinking maybe just hold an Ultra Ball to the hand would have been a decent choice there. But it means we can get extra Hoot down here, I suppose, is the idea with the Area 0 under depths. Now expanding the bench to 8 spaces rather than the usual 5.
I think this is a Buddy Poppin being played here, I think.
It is.
Just for the one who, Crispin is in the hand as well. We'll need that for the torrential pump. The turn 2 torrential pump, Joe. You can't have some more than that as a Terror Box player, right?
That's the entire build around of this deck. The early game is almost always looking towards your Wellspring Mask Ogapon in these sorts of matchups. Now, do you ever take pause and look to take out one of Duskull?
I was literally just thinking that.
You've seen
because this is exactly what happened last game. You got a little bit too excited taking on the Dream. Which makes sense, there's merit for that. However, Blood Moon low hit point EX Pokemon for lunch with that Blood Moon attack, so we got to try and keep that at bay. So I actually think I would be chasing a Duskull here. As the restart as well.
Picked up a Lily's Determination, which could be useful at some point. Does opt for the Duskull. I really like this choice.
I like that.
Respecting what happened in that game number 2.
O, witaj Wist.
And goes up once again.
An
easy knockout on a couple of low hit point Pokemon thanks to this torrential pump. And Henry promoting the Blood Moon Ursaluna himself this time around. He might just be slowly attaching to it the remember of this game, Shay.
I mean, it will start knocking on the door eventually. You can't go around it forever. 260 hit point basic Pokemon. It's actually quite awkward for Terrabot to deal with, especially when Pikachu's in the active. The prize cards, I should say. Energy Switch and Nitro to take out the prize cards. And I think was that Boss's Orders played for Henry and the pass with the Luminous Energy attachment.
It's a real shame for Henry here. It's going to be one Blood Moon Ursaluna against the world if Alejandro has his way.
Stop me if you heard this before. Boss's Orders to Noctowl
Gdzie to serio Alejandro się dostanie?
Henry
nam się tu zaciął.
Again, there's Energy Switch available here, so we could spend an attachment to Noctowl and still retreat that way. Or use Turo and still Energy Switch attached to our Wellspring Mask Ogapon. We don't have to use Crispin here.
Not
Okej, tak jak po streamku oczywiście będzie robię składanie daily, kolejne TikToki. Znaczy już będziemy nawet od razu, żeby tak nie przedłużać. O, Energy Switch! Okej. To nie jest dobry znak. Stretcher! Okej, Till Dance. O, jak mu wyczyści borda, no to będzie... A nie, dobra, nie czyści. Zagrywa Lily's Determination.
Lily's determination instead, by the looks of things. So are we going to be sobbing into this Blood Moon Ursa Luna?
Interesting. Okay, Alejandro, I see you. Determination.
No.
Maybe 6 though. Yeah, well,
Yeah, 6 fresh cards. Okay. I think not trying to fall into that trap of everything going haywire with Blood Moon. If you go down to just an Ino, you're kind of just hoping that you can get into runner Jewel Seekers, something along those lines. So when your opponent's not evolved into any Drakcloak, you're not in much immediate danger.
That's true.
The danger really becomes the Blood Moon Ursa Luna again. So even if you're poking it for 20, that's still helpful.
Especially when your Pikachu EX is prized as well. Yeah.
Crispin już
Okay.
użyty.
Oh, here we see Lily. Remember that sub 20 damage. 20 damage could be relevant as well.
Aż,
There's
ale
the Jewel Seeker. Okay, what else going to piece together here?
The other side of the hand, because I'm pretty sure there was a Jewel Seeker available
No niedobrze, bo to...
previously,
100%.
before the Lily. Now we're still piecing a couple
Okej,
cards.
tutaj znowu jest oczywiście
still have
zagrywany
Energy
Jewel
Switch
Seeker
available
po Erden Vessel
and energy
oraz
attachment
Nestbola.
Nestball Vessel. So we're getting some backup attacks lined up here, Shay, perhaps.
I don't mind it. If you're going to sub, get some extra energy in play. We do see that Earthen Vest conclude. Now, if you want to get your hands on some of these play promo cards, get yourself down to the local.
Shay, is it Morwile time? Is it Mega Morwile time coming soon? Is that the Pokemon that we could slowly attach to?
Okej, Mega Marwell to trochę jest
Get that
moc.
gobble down for game, come on. I mean, it works though.
It does.
It does deal with the Blood Moon Ursa Luna rather well. Even the second,
No i co
the
tu
second
dalej
attack
jest?
does
Co
require
tu
free
się
energy
dalej
mine though,
dzieje?
but is it like, what's it called again? Huge bite! Does do 260, that's a big number.
Energy.
But it looks like
Okej,
Terraform
atacz
also
do
does good damage as well.
Tarapagosa.
Just a
Sob!
sword for 20 then.
Coś tu widzę,
There's a
knojemy.
fresh hand. Oh no, it's the same hand for Henry, so we know he's still not sat on much.
Let's have a look. There's a buddy
Puffin.
Puffin.
At least
No
try and
chyba
get a
widać, że
dust
tu
storm
też
down,
chyba
maybe do some more
wchodzimy
prize
w knościcielski plan.
No, he can't, because one's been KO'd and one's in the prize cards. So it would just be additional Dreepy here. And potentially Badoo.
Thing is, if you try to maneuver Blood Moon Ursa Luna now, you're giving up your 2 energy, right? It doesn't play a switch, it's just Chora, I believe, right?
Yeah, just the Turo.
No dobra,
I
jest
love
tu
the
Drippy i
looming threat of
Badiu.
Blood Moon, but I'd love it much more if it was on the bench, of course.
Well, we can attach again here, Shay. We can keep going. We can
Oh yeah,
Czy
keep
ja
attacking
mam radę
this
oh
way.
yeah,
bez...
we can attack. Yeah, you're right. Because luminous energy counts
Okej, zaraz.
colorless. If,
Yeah, the color
so
doesn't
you
Tak,
have
to jest
use
wtedy
it,
Korosa, to
So
nie ma
there's the block,
znaczenia.
we're not gonna remove the ace spec
Okej,
as well.
dobra, to
So
czyli
Alejandro, maybe that's why
wychodzi na
Shaq
to, że
decided to take a
Ursa
turn off
Luna
and attach to the
robi KO.
Terrapagos. 2 prize cards
Dobre,
does
no
get
to
the
to
Latias
coś.
as well
Tak,
as the Hilda.
Lumowski się
Okej.
stykają, wtedy liczą się jako
Okej.
Koroles, ale w przypadku Ursaluny nie ma to żadnego znaczenia, bo i tak ona wali za Korolesy.
Terrapagos is the Pokemon that can reach with a unified beatdown.
Needs the maximum bench though, right? I would
Yeah,
imagine.
we do need some additional
Ten Alejandro,
Pokemon. But the next
ale
one will really
Alejandro
help that.
robi.
So Alejandro, recognizing that now the Blood Moon is the bigger threat, let's start preparing for that. And Lily's Clefairy,
Aha,
haven't seen it
Lily's
much this set
Clefairy.
because the games have been
Tret
from
na Dragapulty.
but finally
No
coming into
bo
play as well.
inne deki nie wykorzystują tego tak dobrze jak Gerdewuła.
Latias EX
Chyba,
also
że...
reasonable, knowing that Henry has been wanting to trap targets throughout the
Okej, jest
set.
1-1 po stronie Kaja White'a oraz właśnie Piper Lepin. Więc mamy tutaj kolejne informacje na temat innych meczów top 8, czyli jest 1-1.
Piper said she'd rather play against Gardevoir, unfortunately. Gonna have to square off against Kai. Had the best record coming into this top cut.
No, Wainwright ma chyba naprawdę zajebisty chyba okres.
That's going to a game 3 as well.
Let's see the flip the script then for Alejandro. After a
Barancior,
few
okay.
knockouts on his Wellspring Mask Ogapon. What does that bring? Well, first of all, a team
Kill
of
us.
There's another basic energy.
Again, could we start getting another Pokemon into the mix here? If you have more energy switch, could you get 1 energy on your Mega Morwile EX? That would really start to close the jaws in on Henry.
I like that one. I gave you a cheeky look, closing the jaw, Mega Morwile. Come on, huge bite. Love it. I mean,
hand is
No,
massive.
jest
Here comes an
ciężko.
ultra ball.
Ultrabol z ultrabolem i elektryczną energią, dobra, i to tam co tam my tu chcemy mieć.
Yeah.
Especially if you know your opponent doesn't play rare candy, which Henry doesn't. It looks like eyeing it up, perhaps. Oh no, Latias instead.
A couple good options. That's the
true. Yeah.
What the
I think the Mega
Tak,
Morwell,
co ja
as you
tu
get
chcę?
closer and closer to the victory, this card gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
You deal 80 times the amount of prize cards you have taken. So it's like, in a way, the definition of a win more card.
Okej, drugi Whispering Ogerpon
But it looks like
wchodzi.
a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is the choice.
Co i znowu co? Sob?
Crispiness as a porter for the turn.
Aha.
That means that once you've dealt with
Alberto
Blood Moon
Cotti
via your
1-0
Terranos EX,
z
you're then looking to close
Hermani
the game
Hetanati.
via torrential pump.
To jest kolejna informacja,
Yeah,
jakie
interesting
tutaj
decision. We do have another
wyświetliły
result from
się.
our top 8 match, Joe. Alberto Conti, Gdansk Regional
Tak,
Champion.
czyli Dragapult
One game
kontra
up against
Charizard.
Hermani.
Tak,
Dragapult
Charizard
versus
jest top 8.
Charizard.
Nie przesłyszeliście się.
Game 2 now.
Wow.
Again, we'll feed you more action and results as we get it. But now though, we're following our feature match
Nie,
here.
no
Game
tutaj
3,
tak mi się
Alejandro
pozawieszało.
got out. The Teal Mask Ogerpon played the Crispin, attached into Terrapagos, free retreat.
Okej,
Unified
jest
beatdown. This will be
Terrapagos.
enough for the KO.
Balonik.
You want to hold on to that?
Yeah, I'd love to hold on to that. You've got multiple Noctowl. You may as well just
Dobra,
finish off this Blood Moon. A really smart
Ursaluna.
sob of the previous turn sets Alejandro up to this position where he has two
No
prize
jest
cards
tutaj
remaining to
faktycznie
take.
po stronie Brandna,
Threatening
no
to
fatalnie.
Terrapagos in case there's any multi-prizes hitting the board, but also that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is prepped, ready to go. And there's not even any hand disruption from Henry. He has to just use a Hilda here.
That means
No,
with this
no
route,
jest to
this
nie
route
najlepszy
here, I should
pomysł.
say, being open,
No tak, tutaj wejdzie Hilda.
that could be scary. But there is the Neo upper.
It's alongside a Dracloak, and of course there are no rare candy in sight, so
you'd love that.
Really all we can do is recon directive and end on an itchy pollen no matter what. The only good news is that if we can get into some counter catcher, potentially we could trap some of these Noctowl, maybe even trapping the Pheasantipity EX at this stage because there is no Latias EX on board. That's the only defense Henry can construct here.
Is there a world in which you ever try and get
No
Blood Moon
raczej
back?
ma to znaczenie, bo on ma balon.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna coming back into play would also be useful. It would put you one
Kurde,
turn
jakie
away from winning
ciężkie
yourself, and it's not an easy Pokemon to
czyżby Iona ma
KO.
następną,
With 2 energy,
dobra.
but there's so much energy in play now for Alejandro, and you know if it's energy switch, so you know realistically, you know where the energy is, it's not going to stay.
Yeah, we're just powering up Dracloak here.
I co, i pas,
Henry
czy
cannot
pole
defend
raczej.
himself anymore. There's no countercatcher in the hand. He simply has to announce Itchy Pollen here.
We consult the discard pole now.
He can't retreat into any EX Pokemon.
Okej, mamy to. Alberto Cotti przechodzi do top 4.
Alberto Conti very quickly won that game too, so he secures himself in top 8, but it is
Co poszło
over
nie
to
tak?
Alejandro here. There's the boss
O nie, boss order! I jeszcze chyba wychodzi na to, że... O, knockout, dobra.
Goes down to 1, I should say. Apologize, I thought we were going to torrential pop there. Doesn't have the sparkling crystal anymore. That got excuse me, he's been so used to him now in torrential pop.
No przecież.
Wow. So Alberto Conti is going to find himself in top 4. Congratulations to him. Alejandro is 1 prize card away from joining him here in top 4.
And Henry is clinging on.
O nie, Iono!
He can refresh this hand. None of these Pokemon
No
can withstand
niedobrze.
an attack. Henry needs to find from these 4 cards a way
Musi
to
znaleźć
use his Blood
jakiegoś
Moon
countercatchera,
Ursaluna
bo
EX.
inaczej będzie w dupie.
1 prize card away.
A jak nie wyjdzie, no to...
Listen, Shay.
Jest stretcher,
He
boss.
can't find the Night Stretcher.
Nie ma.
That keeps
Że
Henry
jest
in
night
this
stretcher, więc
game.
może wyjmie Dracloaka.
So
w
Could
zasadzie.
also not take a knockout with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That would
Leave
play
it
around,
inactive.
flip the script as best you can.
Yeah.
So then you just sit there and try and again
Jest
slowly
stretcher,
build toward a
ale czy to
Dragapult.
wystarczy?
I'd only really
Chyba
like that
tak,
if there was a Dracloak
stretcher,
in the
po
hand.
co pod...
Oh, he's going into
Nie,
Dracloak.
Dracloak, dobra.
Going for the recon directive, trying to find a
Recon
counter
directive, czy będzie countercatcher?
Boss's
No
orders
nie.
that was right.
Chyba można poddać grę.
What else can we do?
Dobra, Henry Brand poddał grę i Alejandro przechodzi do top 4. No niestety, zabrakło niestety countercatchera, zabrakło Gasta, żeby można było w zasadzie wygrać. Alejandro przechodzi do top 4. Również w top 4 zobaczymy Alberto Cotti. Okej, dajemy radę. Mam nadzieję, że to trochę szwankowało.
Really great, cautious plays throughout. using the sob to great effect in a number of
Tyle,
those
szybko
turns, to be honest with you, Shay.
Szybko to chyba rozegrał pan Cotti. Taki szybki szpil. Widzę, że Alberto Cotti przeżywa swoje Waterloo, bo chyba zrobił to samo, co zrobił w zeszłym sezonie, czyli dostał się do top 4.
Alejandro to go all in with this knockout with the torrential pump, leaving Henry with just that flip the
Właśnie chyba Justin mamy mały problem, bo...
But Henry did his very best, you know. Was trying to get back in the game, but
chyba
however,
coś jest...
at any time there's a lad with 3 energy, or even 2 to be perfectly honest with you. Things haven't been going correct, have they? There was the boss's orders, that's going to bring up there, and that was going to be another sob. And it, quite honestly,
sob was huge.
Yeah, this was the very heads-up play. Bringing it down, buying yourself the single turn to make sure you could close it out in the next turn.
Yeah, weaved in the Terrapagos to win that game number 1. And then some chaos in game number 2. Sparkling Crystal and Neo Alpha Energy, both in those prize cards. Alejandro had far from a usual start, where he just naturally had Crispin and Grass already in the hand, and then was able to teal dance and actually get an attack in, forcing Henry into this bizarre position where he was using Curse Blast twice onto one Hoot Hoot, forcing his Blood Moon Ursaluna into range much faster than Alejandro had anticipated, leaving him with just a Noctowl on the board.
Yeah, equally. And if you're Henry, I think it's very easy to, when you've lost game 1 and your opponent takes a turn 1 KO with Myriad Leaf Shower, thinking, oh, what do I do about this? But was able to compose himself and immediately got back into the game. A couple Blood Moons, flying entry, combined with the boss's orders, and that was all she wrote for game 2. And then in game 3, again, it was just bit of a weird one. Alejandro was off to the races, nice and early. Torrential Pump just applying pressure. Heads up play there, getting rid of the Dust Skull, saying I'm not falling victim to that Blood Moon again.
And Shay, we were questioning that 20 prod into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It lined up so perfectly for Alejandro as the game developed. It meant he could weave into Terrapagos whilst also having energy scattered around some other key threats, which meant as he was closing in on that game, taking one prize at a time, he was really shutting the door from Henry. And in this case, Henry was really trying to hold on with an INO. He wanted to find a cabin, the only thing giving him some wiggle room. Wasn't to be found. He extends the hand. Congratulations to Henry as well on another great result. He put on a show there with his victory. But ultimately, it's Alejandro who marches on.
I think so. I think if you're Henry, if you're flying halfway across the globe, quite literally, I think you're very happy with top here, you know. I'm sure it's probably
bo coś nie chce działać, bo ja...
Maybe a finalist and try and win. But realistically, especially when your pricing was that awful, pricing double GP, then into Neo Upper, I think you'd be happy with that result.
Yeah, and he didn't really put a foot wrong throughout the game either. He did pretty much all he could and found some really strange wiggle room spots where he gave himself some percentages, and that's what it's all about here. Trying to find that wiggle room. I know Henry himself, he does puzzles, he does challenges. He's so into the stats of the game, really squeaking out any percentage chance you have. And we were sort of scratching our head at some moments.
Porobiło.
Really showed why those decisions were correct
Co się stało?
Oh no, 100%. I remember one time I was playing a TCG online with
Ale
Henry.
chyba nie chcę mi
He was trying to
działać
help me out, get
Monster
better in the game,
Hunter.
and some of the lines he was telling me was like, oh, why do you do this? I was like, I didn't even click in my head. Like, I didn't even consider that. So he's one of those players who will always find out what situation is okay. So now
Po prostu bombastycznie.
He sees all that, he knows all that, and he played it right down to the bitter end. And if anyone can come back, it was definitely him. That game 2 was a masterclass.
It really was, but it wasn't Henry coming out on top. It was Alejandro.
It was.
And he's on the sofa with Mike. Let's hear how he's feeling after toppling a champion.
Wow, what a game. Alejandro, you're feeling amazing right now as you've just beaten Henry Brand in your top 8 game. You're going through to the top 4 of the Lille Regional. How are you feeling?
Yes.
Okay, I'm very nervous. I never expected to make it this far. So I'm very thankful to everyone that helped me, to my friends,
tak.
Malibu
Tak jak mówię, jest źle.
Very thankful to everyone who supported me through this run. And I still can't believe it. I
Nie
can't
da
believe
go
it.
It's amazing. You
ale...
played it so well. You know, it's a tough game to play against someone that strong, who's got unusual lines they can think of. But you started well in all of the games, getting those big knockouts. What were you thinking as the games were happening? Did you feel like...
Może będzie jeszcze opcja, że coś tu się dzieje z innym HDMI.
I missed Rotom Fan, I priced the crystal, so I was trying to go up with whatever counts and try to make it as hard as it was. I didn't manage to win, but it was closer than I expected. But I knew that one game where I could set up well, the matchup is favorable for me.
Well, you played it amazingly, and your deck is one that's quite hard to play. You know, there's a lot to think about. How was it playing on stream with the added pressure, the nerves in a big match? Did that affect you up there?
Okay, it's the first time I played on stream. I made some misplays, but smaller ones, so I don't think it ended up mattering too much. But it was amazing. It was an amazing experience.
Yeah, there's so much on the line at this stage, and for you, this is your biggest achievement so far.
Yes.
You know, you've got top 32s before. What's your aim with these seasons? You know, you said you're taking it more seriously last season.
So I had 2 goals for this season.
Yeah.
One was to appear on the stream, and the other one was to make money in an event. So now I've fulfilled both in my first event, so that's quite nice.
Wow, so already this season, you're playing to take the season more seriously, and you've already fulfilled both of those goals at your first regional event. Are you going to be playing in lots of events this season then?
I mean, my next event will probably be London. I don't think I will be going to any more regionals this year. I may change my mind now, but probably then my next stop will be London.
Wow, amazing. So you got the confidence now to go and compete. Well, for everyone at home who's just met Alejandro for the first time through this event, we've got to watch out now as you're a player to look out for this season. Top 4 now for you. You're going to be looking to compete not only well at this event, but for the rest of the season. So definitely keep an eye out for Alejandro. Is there anyone you want to thank before we close it out here?
Okay, I already thanked them, but I want to thank again everyone in my Utopios. They support me a lot. We tested a lot. My girlfriend Sophie, she supports me a lot during all this. And I'm very thankful to have this group that makes me be a better player.
Well, amazing. Sounds like you got an amazing group of people there supporting Alejandro. For everyone at home, make sure you're cheering on Alejandro as we'll be seeing him in top 4 later on. But for now, there's a big event coming up. Not at the moment, Lille and Gdansk. These are huge events in Europe, but we have an international looming in November. LAIC coming soon.
Okej, teraz będziemy top 4. Oh fuck say. A szczerze to mi nie działa. A czas wyłączam. No jest źle. No faktycznie. Niby działa wszystko w porządku, a nie działa. Strasznie coś mało wymagającego, ale też muszę mieć kontrolę nad wszystkim, co się dzieje. To jest zabawne, że jeszcze wczoraj to działało. Dobrze, a tutaj nagle... Właśnie. Nie zagram z Kate'a, bo ja nie cierpię grania na komputerze w takie gry. Nowe to rodzeństwo jest cudowne, no po prostu powiedzcie mi, że tak. No są kieszonki z Torfina w końcu, to też pierwsze dla nas. O, TCG, Life is i zapisz. A, można, dobra, jednak można. Jadę za chwilę to odpalę. To rodzeństwo jest po prostu przecudowne. Tylko jest taka wada troszeczkę. Aha, jeżeli to urządzenie nie działa, wyglądać tak. Będzie wyglądać dosyć głupio, goofy. Zero kontroli, to sobie. Ja będę mieć zerową kontrolę nad czymkolwiek. Chyba tylko będę kontrolować czat z TikToka. Ja zobaczę, czy to wygląda. Dobrze wygląda, tak. Chwileczkę, tutaj nie doszło do zmiany, czy jak to tak? Jezus. Dobra, aha.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão. Ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente, nos torneios maiores, e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais. Em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial no Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon Mundial. E no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei pra esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo. E esperar realmente começar a ação pra eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck eu escolhi era o Charizard de Pidgeot, ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do like, ano passado, foi...
A, czy to jest Gabriel Fernandez? Tutaj słyszę? Czy będzie on wygrał? Tak, chyba wygląda na to, że będzie kolejny matchup z panem Fernandezem. Chillera, ja to w ogóle nie skąd... fajny top deck. Ojojo!
Muito bom na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You can hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno. Então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? E todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
He extends the hand, back-to-back champions, Gabriel Fernandez.
A czy teraz Fernandez senior?
The international champion in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, não tem muito o que falar, porque eu tô sem palavras praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também última internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio. Acabei eu vejo como mais determination pra jogar conseguir mais títulos por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem um preparo bom. E também, olha de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor, do Pokémon CG, e o AVG. Ganhar o segundo mundial significaria muita coisa pra mim, indo pra Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacionais no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e mundial do Japão, e fui bem no Havaí, então tomar cuidado.
A jedno i drugie daje mi. Stąd ten edge.
Started with over 2,000 players, and we're now down to our final four as we
Yeah!
enter the semi-finals here in Lille. My name is Mike, and I'm joined here by Jesper, former world champion in the senior division, and you are certainly looking at some world champions being toppled in the event, as we just saw Henry Brand losing out to our semi-finalists, and I'm excited to see how Alejandro does next match.
I mean, Alejandro is certainly looking towards stepping into the history books here, trying to claim the Lille Regional Championships, and well said, also an invitation to the 2026 World Championships happening in San Francisco. You know, wonderful place to be at.
For sure. I was speaking with Alejandro in the interview and a little bit outside of it, and he said last season was his first season where he was going to take it seriously, and he got some good results and got a top 32, but this season all he aimed for was get on stream and earn some cash, both of which he's doing at his first regional event today, and he still has an opportunity to earn his world's invite if he makes it all the way, currently sitting in top 4 with an unusual deck compared to the rest of the field.
True that, and when we're looking at, you know, the Terra Box version that Alejandro plays, looks a lot like what we've seen, you know, past season as well. Few tickles of updates here with Lily's determination, for example, but, you know, saying he wants to get on stream, check that. Wants to make some cash? Well, 2 more matches and you made $10,000, Alejandro, so, yeah, that's a pretty good job well done, if that happens.
Well, let's see how the
kurwa, zapomniałem, że jest miejsce, ale ze mnie...
As they have been competing to try and make their way to the final. And it was an interesting...
Aleksander Rutkowicz z Piper Lepin! Jest grubo, jest grubo. A, zapomniałam o tym, że jest listka, ale ze mnie głupek. Co jest Marci? O, jednak jest. A wszystko. Już jeszcze zajonuje. Kurwa, wygrał z... O, Sledgehammer! Oszty! Dosłownie to jest takie oszty boszty. Kurwa, ja zapomniałem faktycznie o tym, że istnieje coś takiego. Alberto Conti będzie grał z Alejandro Gomezem Sanchez. It will be the same. Czyli mamy 2 dragapulty dosłownie, Zoraka i Teraboxa.
Piper versus Alexander is going to be an epic match.
Okay.
But what we're going to be looking at here in our next match is going to be Alejandro Gonzalez Sanchez versus Alberto.
Wonderful accent there, as we do have players from all over Europe competing here, and Alberto showed exactly why they're a top player in Swiss yesterday, playing that Dragapult Dustmar into Gardevoir with an amazing 6 prize turn. If you haven't seen that moment, you definitely got to check it out. One of the greatest plays across the game, building it up the whole way through, and that is the vision he has. Very familiar with these long end game strategies. Was previously very strong with Reggie Drago, V-Star, and always had that Dragapult EX as part of the successful decks. Our Gdansk regional champion from last season. But here are the top 8 decks. Anything standing out to you there, Jesper?
It looks like we're having a landslide after Milwaukee. We had 5 dark decks and 3 Gardevoirs in the top 8 of Milwaukee, and now
O kurwa,
the amount of hate we've seen on Gardevoir
jak
definitely
ja
has been showing
źle
where
zagrałam,
we do have our
kurwa.
dark attackers
Chyba
in the
zapomniałam o
Charizard
tym, że
from
ja nie miałem
Harmony
S-Lega. O ja.
and, you know, Gabriel Fernandez
Jestem
and
głupi.
playing the dark attackers in Zorark, but
No,
looking at his
a tu 2 Zoraki i aż 4 dragapulty. Ja przyznam, jestem strasznie głupi. Ale to jest dobrze, że ja to chyba... Jestem głupi, czy naprawdę jestem głupi? Pytanie. Ja chyba zrobię głupotę. To jest sen. Głupota, która polega u mnie na tym, że w zasadzie ja to chyba Hildę zużyć. Czy zrobiłem coś mega głupiego?
What is it about this event that's allowed it to really shine above Gardevoir?
I think we've also seen, you know, the way
to jest
that the
dobre
Dragapult
pytanie. Ja jestem aż
has
taki
handled that Gardevoir matchup. The Gardevoir Jelly Set matchup is one that I certainly do not like to play against when I'm playing Dragapult Dustmar. I have seen on socials that Alberto was able to actually beat 2 of them during this tournament at the very least. That was just, you know, during our first day of competition. But I do feel that with the matchup spread that Dragapult Dustmar has, it's a fabled deck of having a lot of 50-50s all across the board, and you get to see all these skillful players. Alberto Conti taking 6 prize turn versus Julius Brunfeld yesterday. and just piling on with, you know, great maths, great strategy, and then again, I mean, just showing why this deck is in the hands of one of the best players in the world.
Well, yes, but you're alluding to what might be happening in the future as our players
Chyba
are
ja
ready
coś nie jestem nieciumaty.
Alberto
Okej,
Conti
Alberto
versus
o,
Alejandro
mamy to.
Gonzalez
O.
Sanchez, and we'll see whether Alejandro can do the
O, to
same as he
jest
did in
ta
the top 8
klasyczna
match. Dismantled Henry
stabilizacja
Brand with a very similar deck to
borda.
Alberto Conti.
Dismantling, I'm not quite sure. That
O
game
nie!
definitely looked bad.
Już, mamy
Starting,
Alberto Conti
starting
versus
Botmoon and
właśnie
Ladia,
Alejandro.
surprises that hurt, but needless to say, Alberto Conti's second time on stream this weekend, gonna keep up that streak of winning on the stream.
Dobra, on mi zaraz dyskarduje Lili.
Last season was happy enough to have that interview with him on stage, and what a win that was. 2025 Lille top 4, you know, we're on it right now. Let's make that into a finals perhaps. Stuttgart Regionals top 4 as well. Lille Regionals top 8. It's been such a great hunting ground for Alberto, and I mean, he's one of the guys you always look at and like, how are we gonna play Dragon Ball Dust Storm perfectly? Take a look at this.
No właśnie. No właśnie, Alberto Conti z bogatym oczywiście Arsenalers. Ja chyba jestem faktycznie trochę niepociumany. Ale to nie dlatego, że jestem trochę zła na siebie. O, Piper wygrała z Skywrightem.
He has a game plan, he knows how to win this matchup. A lot of it really comes down to whether Alberto can set up stronger than where Henry was left in that last match.
And also dependency on how fast Alejandro can get going with this Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn. You know, being able to knock out 2 Draw Cloaks as we saw against Henry. Yes, that dismantles the board 100%. But it's really dependent on, does Alberto buy enough time with Budju to be able to put the item lock on, make it difficult for Alejandro, and see whether or not we can keep that Wellspring Mask away from dealing such amount of disruption as we saw last time.
Well, there that ditto as the starter for Alejandro, the perfect start as you
Dobra,
want to
czy ja
try
mam
to
Amper?
spot.
Bo jeżeli mam Neo dobra.
Jest!
Jest Neo, dobra, Neo. Tylko dobrze muszę podpiąć. Ta, poddał grę, dobra. Dobra, możemy już przejść, tak naprawdę od razu do top 4, bo w sumie...
in the prize cards.
And not just a sparkling crystal in the prize cards, but 2 area zeros. And we're starting off here.
Okay, mamy
the good
to.
thing about Terra Box is that when you lose the coin flip, you go first.
No to tak, mamy oczywiście Alberto Conti kontra Alejandro Sanchez. Jest tutaj ciekawie, powiem szczerze. Chyba ja jestem głupi, albo niepoważny. Bo chyba ten atacz psychiczny to był troll. W sumie. Nie? To był troll! Ja chyba zrobiłem z tego trolla, tak? To był chyba troll. Mam nadzieję, że takie trollololo nie zrobię na gdańsku.
Yeah, and that's what, like, Terra Toolbox is one of the most aggressive archetypes that we have in the format. Different solutions to every single thing. But what Alberto wants to be doing is drag this game out as long as possible. Get as many Phantom Dives through as possible. As many Dusk Gnors as possible to build these damage counters
skopiować.
to take the game just as we saw against Julius yesterday.
So that Ditto in the active able to transform into the Fan Rotom, a key part of this deck and the reason why it can go first. That Fan Call allowing you to find 3 colors Pokemon with 100 HP or less, which also includes the evolution of the Hoot Hoot, 2 Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl, and that means Alejandro's hand for next turn will be ready to get going. And we'll just be using that Ultra Ball here in the first turn. Why might that be important to use now?
Well, there's a certain call called Badiou, which has the itchy pollen, which would turn
No dobra, co tam na Alberto? Tutaj widzę, że się rozkręciło,
especially with the Sparkling Crystal prized, you need to be able to retreat that Fan Rotom, go into Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn, Noctowl for Crispin, and then be able to use the attack to get, 2 prizes to that stage.
While the other side, Alberto will be looking at a near perfect start for Alejandro. Not much more he could want there. An attachment to the Wellspring Ogre Pawn, and now it is on Alberto to get set up as best
Tak,
possible.
mówi, no.
What's in that hand? You need to go wide. You need as many
Okej,
of those
droga
droopy down
płótno,
as
ręka
possible.
nieciekawa, ale raczej będziemy ionować, tak? No.
It certainly does not, but there is an Iono in the hand, and one of the
Znaczy,
great
pewnie da się
strategies
to...
Alberto can pull
No
off when
właśnie,
you're going
co
second
my tu
against these
chcemy
types of decks is that
zrobić?
we already do know off the fan room that
Zagramy na
there is
pewno
an
Iono,
in the
bo
hand.
moja ręka
So what you
wygląda
can do,
jak
play Iono,
gówno.
and you, if you can get into
No,
the do
wiecie, najbardziej
multiple
racjonalna
three-piece,
rzecz,
that's where
kiedy
you
moja
really
ręka,
want to
jak
be,
mamy
to
Iono
be able to
z
make sure
Determination,
that
lepiej ją
potentially
użyć.
with the Ultra Ball being turned off due to itchy pawn, that Alberto can get to breathe.
Mamy tutaj aż 6 energii, przepraszam, kart. Jest Lili. To nie jest ręka, którą by chciał Albert widzieć. Już przynajmniej są 2 Lili na następną, tak? Prawda? To nie jest to, co by chciał widzieć. To nie jest to, co by chciał widzieć Albert. Ja się sowa, no nie. Ale widać, że to nie była ręka, którą na pewno chciał Alberto w ogóle widzieć. To będzie brzmiało źle. Ty zaraz, wiesz, chyba nie usłyszał, że miał bossa.
You can use 2 knockdowns, and when you use one of the items off the first knockdown to go ahead and get the Ultra Ball, you
Ale tak jak mówię, to nie była ręka, którą chciał Albert widzieć. No bo wszystko fajnie, tylko where is Buddy Buddy Puffy?
And he could also go down an area 0 nest ball and get the Iron Bundle and Crispin route. But it just depends on what's in that hand currently. So lots of different lines that can be reached in different ways, and that's why this deck has the contingency. Lots of one-off cards in the deck, but they often cover each other's roles, and you can see here, just getting those area 0, the Crispin to the front, so might be going down the Iron Bundle route.
Which is also a perfect solution here for Alejandro.
Yeah.
Get to, you know, accelerate more energies into play instead of actually
No jeszcze do kresek, zabrakło ci czegoś jeszcze.
all of them. So
No,
here,
Albertowi zabrakło tego Buddy Buddy Puffina i chipolenowania. A niestety będzie pingwin.
There it is, the Iron Bundle. We saw it work so well in his quarterfinal match, and we'll be able to crispin the energy into play and take both a droopy out for Alberto. And it's asking a lot of Alberto to come back from this, but it is always possible. So for those of you watching at home and thinking, surely there's no way, well, Alberto's going to be trying to find a way go forward. This Wellspring Ogapon dismantles boards so frequently. If you have only 2 small Pokemon like those Droopy in play, they can be taken out as soon as turn 2.
And you know what, on Alejandro's side, you're thinking, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And in this case, if you can get to remove both of the Dreepies, which you can, you put yourself in a perfect position after this Crispin.
Well, you can see the new EX coming down as well to add a little bit of safety in case of disruption. But there's not much going on in Alberto's hand too. Does have those Lily's Determinations, but really a huge rebuild required. And every prize card that Terrabox gets ahead makes it even more challenging. As we're going to see the knockout on the Monkey Dory and the Dreepy, leaving just a single Dreepy in play. Interesting decision here.
No
It makes sense in a consensus that, you know, you can get to avoid Mind Bend, right? Because if you want to be using Torrential Pump twice in a row, you need to go ahead and get out of that confusion, which you can't do the back and forth really well with the Terrabox decks. That actually makes good sense. The Dracloak only has 90 HP anyway, so regardless of whether that goes to the bench or not, that's going to be able to knock
oczywiście
out.
Lily's Determination, co
Alberto
pozwala
doesn't play any
oczywiście
of our
nam na
candy, so it means that
dobranie
this
nawet
Dracloak,
8
if Crispin plus Energy Switch
kart.
is being hit next turn, and Alberto doesn't get to get a Budgie out, which is what he needs to do here, you're gonna end up in a position where you only Dracloak gets taken out, and then it's gonna take you further turns to be building up back up that board, and then you will see an insurmountable lead from Alejandro.
Amazing decision making, and with the Lily's Clefairy, Dragapults aren't as scary as they are against lots of other decks because you can take them out with a one-hit knockout. With that Lily's Determination for 8 cards to Alberto, and a little bit more with that Recon Directive, now going to be rebuilding up the board. Alejandro has 3 Hoot available for those knockdowns. So many options going forward, and really focusing on stability rather
Jest
than
fest, to
aggression. And
zawsze
that's such a
coś, jest
differentiator
fest
between the top Terrorbox players
Dobra, dawać
and
mi tu
those
godewa.
who may have just recently
Jest
picked up the deck.
wszystko.
Sometimes it's not
Ciekawe jest
about
też
taking the
Block Scouting.
obvious route, but it's about taking
Po
the one which
stronie.
makes you the safest going forward.
Exactly, and you're thinking, well,
takie
yes, it
zero.
is stability, but I would also argue it's still aggression. You're doing this
No,
on a
jak
turn
ja
two,
zobaczę, że
exactly
teraz
as you want to be
boxy
doing.
popularne, no
The
to
one
chyba
Dracloak
czas
here getting to use the recon
pomyśleć o
directly,
przejminie,
Festivity
może.
getting to draw some cards by flip the script is what Alberto wants to, but struggling so much because you didn't get that double Dracloak down, which means that in the end, you're at the mercy of whatever Alejandro can pull out next turn.
For sure. And no Sparkling Crystal still for Alejandro available. It's still in the prize cards. Alberto getting that Duskull down, and every knockout that Alejandro takes, the less possible it is for that Duskull line to be possible, as there won't be any prize cards to
No,
give up.
musi budewować,
And the Ultra Ball
budewuj, budew.
Getting rid of the Brock
Budew,
Scouting
Oberio,
and the Dragapult
Bulwa,
EX. Looking
Bulwa.
to try and
Dawaj,
get that
Bulwa.
Badu, maybe the Latias.
Żeby nie pomógł,
So
ale-
many options available. And this is what we mentioned in the previous round. We said once that first swing comes through from the Wellspring Ogerpon, you can no longer go down your conventional route because it becomes increasingly more difficult to build up the board. So you have to find these unusual alternative routes. Things like gust stalling on Noctowls, taking your time, maybe using that Blood Moon earlier than expected. What kind of lines is Alberto going to be thinking about at this stage?
We need to be stabilizing his board. We need to get Badu down. When you're using Itchy Paw in this case,
Badu.
Alberto, of course, does
Dobra,
not
Itchy
know
Paw
that the
jest
Sparkling Crystal is
stretcher,
prized, which is a
chyba
saving
będzie
grace here
też.
for Alberto. Otherwise, Alejandro could have done it the easy job and go, well, I'll just
To
knock
jest
down, get Sparkling
stabilizacja
Crystal
boardu.
and Crispin, and then, you know, that Dracloak will be out. So,
Wchodzi-
to stabilize here from Alberto, buying time is the essence here, which means you need to retreat that Dracloak into Badu, go Itchy Paw, and buy yourself as much time to be able to rebuild your board. And one thing I do really need to point out here, that one Duskull is going to be playing such an importance because later, if Alejandro takes 2 prizes next time he attacks, then we're going to be able to see, you know, Dusclops or Dusknor pulling Alejandro potentially down to 1 prize, and then we can Iono smack and giving Alejandro only 1 card in hand.
So Itchy Pollen
No
announced
dobra,
by
teraz to
Alberto.
przejdziemy. Okej, może
Puts
i tak
10 damage on that Wellspring Ogerpon,
znowu
which
zasięgi,
is
ale
an
okej.
important number. And also looking to try and build those evolutions up. Has no rare candy, so has to evolve through those stage 1s.
Exactly, and we've seen the Red Candy, we saw that in Frankfurt, but the thing about the Red Candy is just that it has a bit of more of a high roll aspect, whereas Jamming Tower is also a fantastic stadium card in this matchup, since that when you're Jamming Tower, you're turning off the Sparkling Crystal, although that can, of course, get countered by something like the Area Zero.
Well, the energy accelerates into play through that Crispin. 1 from the effect of the card, 1 goes to hand, but straight away attached onto the Wellspring Ogerpon there. And will be the water available. Water being only a 1 count typically in Terror Box, just to try and be an option in case that Sparkling Crystal's prized.
And it just lines into the consistency of it, right? You want to be able to do that constantly. Now, one thing that's also cool for Alejandro is that by sobbing, you legitimately just stick this Badu in the active. Yes, Alberto could be playing stuff like Turo, but if you're playing Professor Turo scenario, you're not drawing more cards, and you really want to be drawing as many cards as possible. So Alberto sits, you know, soft locked technically, although if there's another soft to come through, that Badu's gonna get knocked out. So it's not gonna be stuck for long, but you know, buying these small turns 1 at a time is gonna be, you know, what has Alberto building up despite the item line.
Many people at home will watch Terror Box and think surely it's always going to win from here because it's such an aggressive deck, gets ahead early. But what is it about Terror Box that allows decks like Dragapult to come back so well?
Terror Box has a bit of a weakness against Iono. Typically, you need to be using Noctowl to be able to get your stuff out. But if you're getting Iono down to low hand size, potentially you mean you getting knocked out. If you have Festivity in play, getting that knocked out and doing, you know, a double peat of that, then you'll end up in trouble. Actually really smart here from Alberto, using that Area Zero to his own advantage by using the Buddy Puffin to get that third 3P piece out and a second Duskull. One thing I can look at from Alberto's side, and it's a really cool play that he can make later in the game, if you can get Dustnor going, you can use Curse Blast for 130 on Miyu. If you can potentially then Halucha or something like that onto coming Festivity, you can actually be taking 4 prizes in 1 turn and dismantling the entire engine of Alejandro's deck. And that is the way you typically would be beating Terror Box if everything goes according.
Well, the Iono has come through early on. A counter catcher in the new hand. a great combination, having
Dobra,
Countercatcher and INO,
jest
two
duszek.
cards that work synergistically so well, having the Gust option with Countercatcher, the Hand Disruption with INO, asking as many questions out of your opponent afterwards, and that Noctowl really is a big target for people when looking to disrupt, especially with that Latias only reducing the retreat cost of basic Pokemon.
Indeed, that is true, and you know, getting that Dusclops into play, giving a bit of a wink towards the play I was mentioning earlier with being able to Curse Blast MU and take that out with the bench damage off the Phantom Dive technically later. But yeah, Alberto is just, you know, playing with Area Zero, because one thing that's also very cool about Area Zero when you're playing the counter stadium to it is you can actually control how your bench is going to look later in the game, because whenever Area Zero is countered by, in this case it would be Jamming Tower, each player has to discard their bench down to 5 Pokemon, which in Alberto's case would be, let's just remove all the weak pieces from my board.
Well, looking as to whether the Countercatcher is used on our Alberto is just going to use Itchy Pollen into the active Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and the energy goes straight down onto it. Lily's Determination, build up some more resources, and we'll be seeing the two Pokemon knocked out through Wellspring Ogerpon. Torrential Pump, 100 to the active and 120 to the bench if you shuffle all those energy back in. It can do that already, and on top of that, Alejandro is going to see 6 more cards with that Lily's Determination.
6 more cards. It's not going to give a lot of, you know, context for this turn, but it's going to be useful for the later turns. Although Alejandro likely going to be taking that secondary knockup with the torrential pumps damage onto the Dusclops to avoid that whole new play I was talking about there. But then what you can do on Alberto's side is look at it and be like, hey, yes, I don't play Red Candy, but I could potentially with a Lucha set up, you know, KOs on Hoot Hoot plus that Teal Mask Ogerpon there on the bench, which is looking mighty fine to take out.
Interesting scenario here with all of the bench filled up on Alejandro's side. Can't put Lily's Clefairy in play, so perhaps Alberto, conscious of that, is looking to try and bench lock his opponent. But we'll see how this turn pans out. Allowing that knockout to be sustained opens up the foot script from Pheasantipity. 2 prize cards remain for Alejandro. Alberto still needs to get 6. It's not out of his realm. He is very capable of winning this game from here, but it will be an uphill climb.
It is an uphill climb, but we've seen Alberto in tough positions before. Also speaking of that Godable matchup that he played previously in the tournament. But looking at it here, Alberto has been successful in stabilizing a little bit. Needs to be able to pull off that Phantom Dive attack. Potentially, we could be seeing Alberto doing something like, you know, counter-catching this Teal Mask Ogerpon and doing 200 damage to it. Because if you're able to do that, you can be, again, keeping that bench lock going. Alberto does not play a counter stadium to his own Area Zero. Typically, we've seen something like Jamming Tower itself from these Terra toolboxes, but Alejandro has decided then, let's just go triple Area Zero. And it just opens up for Alberto's play of potentially actually making a 6 prize turn happening on the following turn if we can get into Dusknoir at some point.
Well, we'll see what the rest of this turn entails. Not many cards available to Alberto, having to really draw as much as possible. And putting that Hawlucha in play with the flying entry will put 10 damage on 2 different Pokemon. One on a Fan Rotom and your choice of Hoot Hoot. You can pick which one you'd like, and it looks like it's going to be that one in the middle there. And the energy attachment, this Dragapult can now do 200 to which Pokemon Alberto? What are you gusting up? It's going to be going for that Mew, which will take a knockout, but will take away the
Iono, Mike.
Iono down to 2. So Alberto will see a fresh 6 cards here. On the other side, Alejandro only gets 2.
So for Alejandro, if he goes ahead and gets a knockdown, we can get Lily's Clefairy plus Crispin for a game on the following turn. But that's why we played Iono. That's why we go ahead and counter catch up the Mew, remove potentially one of the Hoot Hoots on the bench with that Phantom Dive, and then you're able to open up the game. But it depends on, does Alejandro whiff off this Iono?
Well, what cards have you got available, Alejandro? 2 cards in hand. Alberto takes 3 prize cards.
There's an Ultra Ball.
What do you have? It's going to be the Crispin, Professor Turo, and the Ultra Ball.
Does play the full 4 suite of Crispin, so you can actually be, even though you drew the 4th's not prized, so if Alejandro goes in, Ultra Ball, we're going to see it here, Mike.
Well, he's going to get the Noctowl. Jewel Seeker searching for any 2 trainer cards, just needs Nest Ball plus Crispin. Is the Psychic energy in there?
Oh,
and there is going to be Crispin, Nest Ball, Lily's Clefairy, all the energy available. Alejandro wins game 1 of the semi-final.
And you know what? As I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Alejandro going with the perfect game strategy here. And Alberto trying, you know, Alejandro doing the perfect toolbox strategy. Double knockout turn 2. And just keeping on that mounting pressure. We do see the replay here. What a perfect turn 1 going first. Starting ditto. Such importance. And then the from Alberto there. And yeah, we just see knocked out. Area 0. Crispin. Let's just keep this train going. And then Crispin setting up. And even with, you know, prizing that Sparking Crystal, it didn't end up mattering at all.
And that decision to take out the Monkey Dory so smart, as it forced way more for Alberto. Just an energy attachment would have allowed Alberto to disrupt Alejandro, but instead took it out, leaving the Dreepy to go to the active spot, which slowed down Alberto, forced a lot more resources out of him, and took him down this line of setting up slowly, and that allowed Alejandro to take a further 2 prize cards on this later turn, putting him in a great position to win the game.
And we ended up with a position where Alberto was actually only 1 turn short of then winning the game, having set that up beautifully, and then asking the question of this Iono, can you get knocked out? And the answer, well, was yes. Did you have the resources left, Alejandro? You did indeed.
And it was that Iono down to 1. You think back, and Alberto was presented with so many options on that previous turn with the counter catcher Iono, and you do wonder what the dream scenario would have been, maybe even popping the Dusclops before, which wasn't possible because he found that after the Iono. There's all these different things that could have made the turn more perfect for him, but in the end, he wasn't able to reach them. He did his absolute best to claw that one back, but it was not possible. 2 Duskull in the prize cards.
And Mike, how many Duskulls does Alberto run?
I think that might be 2.
Oh, that means that that's not going to be an option. So basically, Alberto's going to be playing straight Dragapults in this game. With the placement of the Duskulls in the prizes, they're going to come way later than we wanted it to be.
Interesting difference in this semi-final to the quarter-final. Henry Brand chose to go first into the Terra toolbox, where it seems like Alberto is happy with Alejandro going first. What are the benefits of those decisions, whether you're going first or second?
The way that Henry was thinking is that Terra Toolbox wants to go first. It has most of its strengths in going first. Although, it means when you're going first as Dragapult, you really do need to hit Body Puffin, if not in the multiples of that. And if you don't do that when you go first, you literally sit with a nothing turn and giving your opponent the way of just playing a supporter on the first turn, which isn't great either, and potentially going into a Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn. So Alberto picking the more safe route. Going second means you get to play as a porter card on your first turn. Potentially that Lily's Determination and being able to start setting up your board. But then again, speaking of Lily's Determination, that looks like one of the only things that's going on for Alberto in his hand.
Speaking of things going on, Alejandro, what a start again, getting the Fan Rotom as well as 3 Hoot Hoots and using that Ditto to get the Wellspring Mask Ogre into the active spot. We'll just be doing a quick prize check here. Oh, I've got to know which of those energies are available. Last time the Sparkling Crystal was a key piece missing. And something like that final decision to discard the Crispin, which we saw, that was quite literally the difference between winning and losing, if he knew there was a Crispin prize or not. So it is so key for these top players to know what's available in the deck.
And it seems to me, Mike, I'm unsure here. Is this game 1 or game 2? Because like Alejandro is doing almost exactly the same every single time.
Dobra,
I mean, it works. Because here, Alberto wants to be setting up, but if Alejandro sets up better, hits the cards better.
No to brzmimy dobrze, ale znaczy jest trochę w praktyce.
You know, Alejandro, when presented with the question of is it doable or not, and even that Sparkling Crystal to follow along on turn 1, not even scared here, because then Iono wouldn't be able to.
Mi się wydaje, czy wypalił mi się?
Well, there's a Dreepy, and there's a few little bits in that hand to work with. Otherwise, the Lily's Determination up to 8 will be a huge opportunity at this early stage, and it's actually quite beneficial.
Chady mi porządnie po prostu.
2 prize EXs in play like Latias and Festivity. What does that allow for Alberto to do next turn?
So with the Latias and Festivity, we're expecting that the torrential pump is going to come through. Latias would give further treatment going to Budju this turn. We want to be hitting Buddy Puffin up this Lily's Determination so we can actually get a secondary Budju out so we can get that, you know, turn 2 Dracloak. But literally, actually, one here is needing repeats. We want to be able to guarantee double Dracloak here on the following turn. Latias gives movement, Festivity gives draw cards next turn.
Ale dobra. No dobra, no teraz ręka Alberto jest dużo lepsza, faktycznie bo mamy tu razem Lily's Determination. A nie byłoby mieć Ichi Polen.
X, taking the place of Professor's research.
Dobra, jest Puffy, więc tu widać... O, jest nawet Budew!
Alberto should be able to set up confidently here. Maybe game 1 was a slightly suboptimal
Nie,
start for
we
him. This
Włoszech
time should be
nazywają
good.
There's a
Budewa
jamming tower 2 in the hand, so Alberto can be forcing
Kokopi.
more cards out of Alejandro here.
Wiecie, co mam na myśli?
Into an aggressive decks, you
Tak,
have to be
serio, we
thinking,
Włoszech
what can I
nazywają
do
go
to make it so I can
Kokopi.
hit a lot harder on Alejandro here? And jamming tower is one of those pieces, right? And with the way that Alberto has to play this game, it's giving a nod to a deck he's played a lot the last season, which was that straight Dragapult variant. Now Alberto has to go back and be like, well, I gotta replay that deck again.
Yeah, going to be working out now. Hang on a minute. There's no industrial here. So won't be able to take control of those at this stage. So going to have to purely go for the Dreepy, as you mentioned. A very different strategy. That even one of those Dreepy prize means can't go fully wide with it. Doesn't actually have the bench space for it if he wants to commit the Budu too. So an interesting start here. So many of these early turns really dictate the pace into Terrabox. If they can completely wipe all your options, it really slows down the game. And that's where that jamming tower and item lock from the Budu come in combination to try and disrupt the play. So looks like the Budu and the Dreepy will be the options.
Yeah, and then it has the extra Dreepy in hand on top of that, so we
lubię
can,
mieć
get a bit closer to that dream of
jakieś
double
kolejne
Dracloak
pieniążki, bo
turn 2.
przednio to
That
się sypało, a
stabilization
teraz
of the
tutaj już
board
nic
that
się nie
Alberto
sypie.
needs, and not being weak to Iron Bundle as we
Znaczy
saw
zobacz.
last game. Last game, Alberto's board wasn't built up that well, being that you were so weak to Iron Bundle, but here,
700
get triple Dreepy, exactly what we want.
mililitrów hibiskusu. Okej, widzę, że się zawiesił stream, dobra. Okej, zawiesił się stream.
On top of that, being able to use the Itchy Pollen, Alberto's gotten every single piece of everything here that he wants to see, and even pulling that jamming tower out, being like, well, a bit of annoyance. Are we gonna do that?
Jamming tower. Dobra, będzie jamming tower.
Oh, the hesitation, not quite sure what's right, and we'll be putting it down into play.
Jamming
Can be
tower.
quite useful later on as a stadium bump, but also early on to disrupt that sparkling crystal and that.
O Boże. Itchy Pollen. Ale z drugiej strony ma 2 stadiony, no nie. No masz, Robert. Coś się tu stało? Przepraszam, coś tu się stanęło, bo w zasadzie ja mam problem.
The stadium instantly goes, the area 0 under depths jumping straight into play, and we see a Crispin.
Też nie rozumiem, jak już jest skosztowane, no to byłoby. No niestety, cały misterny plan poszedł. No kurde.
Turns here as Alejandro starts things off.
Enjoying 2 prizes, which falls perfectly into that 2-2-2 prize mapping that Alejandro wants to see, and Alberto is just facing such a climb now with that secondary, not even secondary Badoo prize, but even just like not sitting with the options that he needs in hand. It's gonna make everything so much more difficult for him. Needs to get double Dracloak this turn. Needs to be able to try and build a board. But then again, Alejandro sitting on an Octal says, well, I just got everything I need, and even if you Iono me, I would have 3 Hoots to be able to use.
Typically we talk about how great Terrabox is because it has the ability to
Counter
send a Noctowl into play and put anything it wants, but now everything in play has a free retreat. Thanks to that Latias EX and not a single evolved Pokemon. So this counter capture to bring the Hoot up is more of a fact to try and get 10 damage onto it and less of a fact of it's going to get stuck in the active.
It's also a bit of a fact that, Latias is down, so that Hoodo's never going to be stuck in this world, but Alberto also looking at, I need to also get rid of some cards, I'm using potentially lilies, and I need to be able to start building, and yeah, gotta get that for Dreepy down, because if you don't have Duskulls, then, what else are you going to be putting down?
And there's the Iono. Every time you Iono a Terrabox, you've got to hope that they just don't see what they need on the other side.
Oh my, there is
no Dracloaka. Może skrypt mnie uratuje. Jest Dracloak, dobra, jest Dracloak.
Needs to try and get 2 if possible. And it really is
I'm telling you here, Mike, if we don't get 2 Drakloaks out, which
Dobra,
we
jest
do
jeszcze
here,
jeden.
but if we didn't get 2
Jest
Drakloaks
Draklok,
out,
jest
Alejandro would just be
impreza.
like, well, if I'm sitting on knocked out, there comes a Crispin, and then that Drakloak's gonna be gone, and it would also on top of that mean that it would take an additional turn for Alberto to build up this, which is gonna make it that much more difficult. Alberto's still on the back burner here, still on the back foot, because, you know, you're gonna be down 4 prizes before you even get to blink.
No to aż tak
Well, this
aktywuję
is one of those
skate'a.
matchups where Dragapult has to try and find a way to claw back if possible. And at this stage, Alejandro is in the perfect position to keep swinging with that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And the buddy will be coming into the active spot with an itchy pollen onto the Hoot Hoot. And what's in that hand, Alejandro? Iono to 4. What's available? There is an energy there. There's a Pheasantipity to come down, but doesn't look like there's too much going on. And it's just going to be that fan rotom coming into the active for an attack.
No dobra, został tak zwany Assad Landing.
Even though Alejandro takes down 1, it means the other one's going to be able to be followed along with an Iono to 1.
But with the Pheasantipity in play, that does help out next turn
No dobra.
somewhat, but Alberto really given
No
a
dobra,
chance here.
co tu gadać? Będziemy mieli
With 3 prize cards remaining for Alejandro,
historię
he will need
Alejandro
2
i to będzie
turns to try
pierwszy
and get ahead.
Terabox, który w ogóle
And
cokolwiek
Alberto at
wygra.
this stage has the ability to take 3 prize cards a turn, as there's so many options available thanks to that Dragapult attack being so effective into Terabox. And with so many cards being drawn, it almost feels inevitable sometimes that Dragapult's going to get it.
Yeah, when you're sitting on flip the script, recon directive, and potentially recon directive again.
bo mi się
Sitting
wszystko
on that
tutaj
Ultra Ball
zacina.
already needs a basic energy. Luminous obviously cannot be combined with another special energy, otherwise it would just turn into a colorless energy. So Alberto still needs to be finding that, but looking at it here, clawing his way back into this game, potentially we can also be seeing something like a counter catcher targeting that Festivity, so we can say, you know, Alejandro's sitting in a sticky position here. If we can just put 200 on the Festivity, not to the knockout, because then we can, you know, disable that flip the script.
Huge moment now as another Drakloak is taken
Jest
as that
drugi
recon
Drakolak,
directive on the final
Zakolak,
Dreepy.
dobra, jest Dragapult, no to
And there
jest
is
jeszcze energia,
just
no
one piece
ciężko jest.
missing, it seems like. Just that extra energy. I see 2 Luminous in hand, but they will not go in combination with the Luminous in play currently. What's off this recon directive?
Stretcher
Anything there? It seems like a quick
Dobra,
decision.
Stretcher jest.
Is it the piece you need for this turn? Might be a Night Stretcher, it seems.
Yeah, putting
Tak
that
jest,
fire energy on the
Stretcher.
top of the deck. Yeah, that is a Night Stretcher we have in hand. So the perfect turn here would be, you know, Dragapult, just that up that Festivity and being able to Phantom Dive for 200 and kind of put it on Alejandro saying, listen here, I'm starting to try and build up an insurmountable board lead here. What are you going to do?
Boss is
It's gonna be boss,
order,
and he's actually going to be going for the Wellspring Mask
Ogerpon.
Ogerpon, worried about the attacks coming through from it. With the
Nie ma
Sparkling Crystal
surprise'u
taken
pewnie.
out as well, that's an option gone.
I'm a
Will
bit surprised by this, Mike, because you're allowing the Festivity to then use flip the script next turn, which could be enabling something like the Lewis Clefairy. But you're going to be able to take out one of those Hoot Hoots anyway, take 3 prizes, and it also means that with the Halucha, if you're able to be putting 10 on the Festivity, 10 on the Fan Rotom, you can then be building 3 extra prizes for next turn.
O, ja
So
mam 2 duchy w
it feels
prizach,
really
ja
good
cię
into
sunę.
being able to build that, you know, 2
No,
attacks,
nie jest to
6
ciekawa
prizes.
pozycja,
Let's
pewnie
take the
dlatego
Terra
też
Pokemon out of
duchów
play,
nie
so
ma.
now if a Noctowl were to evolve from one of those Hoot Hoot, you would not be able to use the Dual Seeker. So Alejandro is now going to have to work out. Firstly, get a Terra
Mamy
Pokemon, then
3-3,
work out to get a
co
Noctowl.
działa.
All of that off of 3 draws from that Pheasantipity. So asking a lot now, Alberto, and by taking 3 prize cards,
Alberto ma
can
już
win next
zdestabilizowaną
turn.
ławeczkę.
Looking to try and take it across 2 attacking turns.
Needs a Gust, needs Halucha, and then we're at goal with that. And typically we don't see a lot of disruption coming in from these Terra Toolbox decks, which, I mean, in Alejandro's case, doesn't even play Iono. So every single time when an opponent sits on something, they're going to be able to just keep sitting on that. And we do see the attachment to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, the energy switch over, and are we just going to be seeing, you know, Mew?
Okay, well, we'll see how the turn pans out here. An attachment and an E-switch. Lots to do for Alejandro. Still needs 3 prize cards, which is a lot at this stage. It's not going to be easy. So Alberto has plenty of time, and this has quickly swung into his favor. It looked very much in Alejandro's side, but one Iono completely shifted the game back into the favor of Dragapult.
I'm not quite sure. I think I saw in Alberto's hand it wasn't out to getting that Halucha out of the deck either by having it itself or an Ultra Ball. We're really going to be looking at Alberto's hand when we get a shot at seeing that, but you have to think about it, you know, when you go for that torrential pump, it's only going to be dealing 100 to the Dragapult, potentially setting that up for another attacker, whether that be Bloodmoon or Saluna or alike, but you're still taking out one of those for Cloak, you're taking out a draw piece, but then enabling Flip the Script, which in this situation for Alejandro doesn't really feel that great.
I'll see what the plan is here. Alejandro just having a quick think. It is a tough deck to pilot. So many lines available when you have that Noctowl. The Jewel Seeker searching any two trainers means that you can pretty much do anything on a turn where you have a Noctowl, but you have to work out what the correct thing to do is. And when
I can see that Lucha there.
Yeah.
He's flipped it to the top of his hand. We do need to see if there's another boss.
I mean, Alberto has been drawing so many cards with that Recon Directive. The hand is only going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on without disruption. So it seems like the Ultra Ball coming through for Alejandro going to be for that Noctowl most likely. And what have you decided to string together on this turn?
Gonna come with the Noctowl here, searching out two trainer cards with that Jewel Seeker that we've seen so many times, but it's always going to be the question, like what are we going to be getting here that actually can do something to the board? Potentially getting rid of both Dracopes could be something that we'd be looking at.
Maybe even Sob Lock.
Sob blocking could be a thing, but then again, you know, is it actually going to, you know, put anything against what Alberto's trying to do? But then again, you could also be thinking, you know, that their Cloak there could be churroed. If we decide to sob block that, that's pretty terrible to sob block, honestly. We would much rather sob block Latias or Fescendipity, but it would just be like, wait and see when Alberto would be getting a Professor Turo scenario then.
The main thing we always describe when you're in a rough position is you have to think unorthodox. And Alejandro right now is trying to think of that unorthodox route. And the Night Stretcher coming in, bring the Hoot back. And it will be that boss's orders onto the Fescendipity EX. Going into that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to try and use a sob here and deny the retreat. That Fescendipity EX in the active takes 20 damage and now cannot retreat.
And going on to Alberto's turn, then it means that we need to either be attaching free energy to attack with the Fescendipity. That doesn't sound too great, honestly. Or we would be needing to find that Professor Turo scenario. But one thing that's really smart from Alejandro here, if Alberto chooses to use Turo on Fescendipity, you know what Alejandro can do? Go ahead and boss Latias, and then Latias is going to be stuck for 11 turns.
And that's it, right? There's only so many resources most decks have in case of retreat lock. It's normally a Turo or a Switch or a Jet Energy. In the case of Dragapult EX, it tends to be quite thin on ways to get out of this. And as you mentioned, just the one Professor Turo scenario here. And now just putting that Monkey Dory in place. Smart play from Alberto.
Smart play from Alberto, indeed, being able to basically say, whenever you're solving me, you're just giving me 20 damage I can start tossing onto your side of the board, meaning that we don't even need to be using Halucha when it comes to it.
It would quite literally open up the win condition once that Professor Turo scenario is met. Doesn't need to worry about using anything else at that turn. So Monkey Dory at this stage, a benefit which will mean one card out for Alberto. The Professor Turo scenario is not prized. It's in the deck somewhere. It's just a matter of time before it comes through. What is your return here, Alejandro? You've kept him locked for one turn. Now, what was your future plan? What's the next step?
What this 20 damage on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon really means is that once Alberto hits that Professor Turo, the game is over. Because if Alejandro just sits and sobs, you're giving 20 damage each and every single turn. Alberto always sits on Halucha in hand. So what could be happening there? If we go Sob again, well, we'll just toss 20 down to something like Hoot Hoot, Fan Rodent, and then Turo up that Fescendipity, Phantom Dive would take free prizes.
Well, this was a spanner in the works. The Monkey Dory coming through as a slightly different angle. It does mean that the idea of sob blocking over and over again to build up damage is not available. If that was the plan for Alejandro, you now got to find a new route. And this is what we're saying about the playing from behind. Terrorbox has options, it has ways to do things, but what are the options here for you, Alejandro? Alberto has shown exactly how a Dragapult can come back into this game. An Iono and a big board setup all in one turn can really swing the game back in favor.
The thing I'm failing to see here is how Alejandro would take 3 prizes at once. Since with the position we're giving here by Alejandro is that if you don't take those 3 prizes at once, you're going to be sitting in a position where Alberto just sits with the options of going, I will take 3 prizes at once. They get rid of that Rotom off the board, which is really good, and getting out that Mega Mawile.
Oh, a quick little read there from Alberto, and for you guys at home, I think this is the first time we've seen Mega Mawile on the stream here with that gobble down attack. The attack does 80 damage to each prize card you have taken, and if your opponent's active Pokemon already has any damage counters on it, its attack base damage is 30. That's for Huge Bite, which does 260 otherwise. So an interesting attacker. We've seen it a little bit in some decks recently, but for Alejandro, I guess this was maybe an answer for certain decks that were on the rise, like Mega Absol.
Yeah, Cornerstone out. It's really good at that. And currently the gobble down would be, well, if we're going for mass class 8 times 3, that's 24. So 240 damage is the gobble down range currently. Going for Saw Block again, and you know that Hoot down there? If you go ahead and you toss the 20 from the Festivity, those 20 right here, if you go ahead and toss those away over to the Hoot and get Professor Turo's scenario, then we got it. But it's all depending on what happens off these Dracloaks here.
Well, there's 2 Dracloaks currently available to try and dig towards Professor Turo's scenario. As soon as that is found by Alberto, he will be able to just win the game. And being able to see 2 cards per turn and choose one to put in your hand is the fact you get to put the one you don't like on the bottom that allows you just to increase the quality of the top of that deck. And we'll just be checking how thick the deck is to know how far away that Professor Turo's scenario is. And has an energy, has all sorts of things in that hand to try and kind of prep for next turn. But what's Alejandro's retort in this scenario? Is it to try and evolve everything up to put it out of range so that it would take more than this current scenario for Alberto to win? Maybe that's the case.
Yeah, if you kind of go ahead and remove, you know, the option to knock out this Hoot, whether that be just evolving it into Knockdown, that would be great. But then again, if you're sitting and stopping again and again and again, you would be putting that Knockdown that eventually would be in that slot in range anyway. If you get to solve once more, let's say that, you know, we Adrenaline Brain those 20 damage from the Festivity down to the Hoot on the bench, then we'll end up in a position where if we do that twice, it would still have 60 HP left in that case, which, you know, fits perfectly within Phantom Dive range.
An EA Tourist scenario then, no, just a Neo upper energy, not needed right now. So now has to try and work out how to gain another turn back. A huge hand there, and that Monkey Dory will be moving 20 across onto a Noctowl. Playing it safe, doesn't need to move it onto the Hoot. Can just put it onto the evolved Noctowl now, because Hawlucha would then put that in range. And the Dragapult here just to evolve some things up, thin out that deck, so next turn Professor Turo's scenario is as likely as possible.
I'm not even sure if I would have gone ahead and do that, Mike, because whenever you're using, you know, Recon Directive, you're putting cards at the bottom of the deck. Even though, yes, you're using Brock to thin out a card from your deck, basically what you're doing by shuffling your deck is actually you're lessening your odds of hitting that Turo on the next turn. Even though, yes, you're getting to see 7 cards with top deck plus triple Recon Directive, you still have to give it a nod to that. Yes, we're removing 1 card technically from the deck, but we have to remember which, you know, amount of the deck we can actually be looking at.
Yeah, and Alberto trying to just work out the odds here, and we see a Crispin to put some energy onto that Mega Mawile, so we're finally going to get a chance to see the Mega Pokemon here, as well as that Noctowl potentially evolving up. This is a really interesting endgame scenario. It did look impossible for Alejandro, but I think he's putting himself in a really good position here to ask as many questions of Alberto next turn as possible.
Yeah, because here with the way that the position is built up, there's no damage on Alberto's board, which means that Adrenaline Brain is going to be unable to be used at all. And then we can go ahead and gobble down for 240 onto the Festivity with a Pokemon that's not going to be knocked out by Phantom Dive. Then Alejandro will be down to 1 prize, and when you're down to 1 prize, what do you need, Mike?
Well, I just need 1 prize card.
Well, you do need 1 prize card, but you need a boss's orders, and you know, energy switch, really good to get that second energy you need for a gobble down, although that has to be a secondary metal energy.
Exactly, this is fascinating here for Alejandro. Alberto has such a big hand full of options, but never found that Professor Turo scenario in time, which gave Alejandro a few turns to play with to build up to this exact scenario we're in now, as he moves the energy across. And we'll just be looking to try Use that Mew to find the metal energy, thinning that deck out of cards. Needs to find a metal energy here to start attacking with that Mega Mobile. Doesn't find it. And this is not gone to plan. It is just an attachment onto the Mega Mobile. Might need another turn here, so we might see another sob. Alejandro sobs once again.
We could also have seen, you know, genome hacking for Cool Arrow and actually just knocking out one of these Dracloaks, then going down to 2 prize cards, then being able to take it on next turn with, you know, Boss, Metal Energy. Now, we still need to be hitting that Professor Turo scenario.
I mean, 3 recon directives. Surely you're going to see it here. Is there a Professor Turo scenario? It doesn't look like there is. Alberto unable to find his win condition. 1 card here to try and get him into the scenario.
And I do think it's maybe potentially Alberto being punished actually by playing that Brock scouting on the past turn. You know, even though, yes, you were digging out that singular card, you were shuffling your deck.
Well, the deck order has been changed over and over again as the Dracloak was found, as the Dragapult was found, and it just seems like that Professor Turo scenario keeps going down to the bottom, and that damage moved across. Look how big that hand is for Alberto. There's not a Professor Turo scenario in there, but maybe next turn is the turn. It seems almost guaranteed at this point with how much digging has happened. So Alejandro gets one more chance now to try and find a solution.
Saw pass, saw pass, saw pass. Alejandro, do you have anything that would change the game here? On top of this, Alejandro's sitting on 2 cards. What is actually really cool about the play that Alejandro's making here is that you've opened up for the position of Mega Maul while being knocked out by Blood Moon or Saluna whenever that comes in the active. Yes, it does 240 Blood Moon or Saluna, but by, you know, using Counter Catcher first, then using Halucha, then using Boss's Orders, and then going Blood Moon, you could do it.
Well, it seems like the genome hacking is going to come through, which will release that Pheasantipity from retreat lock. And this will allow Alejandro to get close. We'll swing into the Dracloak. Genome hacking, copying Cruel Arrow for 1 prize card. Now Alberto just needs to find the win. Does he have it in hand? It must be in that massive hand you've got there.
There's 2 counter catchers. There's Ursa Luna. There's Halucha. We can be putting 10 damage counters on the Mega Mawile with that Halucha, putting it down to 240 HP, attaching a singular energy to that Blood Moon Ursa Luna. Alberto, do we have it here? Halucha's gonna come down. 10 to Mega Mawile, 10 to the Noctowl, and that's gonna be 240 damage left. All you need is to play that Blood Moon Ursa Luna, an energy card. Doesn't matter if it's new upper, counter catcher. We do have Alberto wrapping up game 2, and you know, what a sequence of events that happened up to this.
Yeah, 4 or 5 back and forths as the players couldn't find their win conditions. It was Alejandro having to find an unusual route to victory, but all the while Alberto's hand was getting bigger and bigger, and there were options galore, and in the end it was that Blood Moon in combination with some damage. The only downside of that sob was it was presenting damage for the Monkey Dory. But let's look back to how it all started. It was Alejandro with the near-perfect setup as Alberto tried to disrupt with Itchy Pollen.
Play the stadium, get it countered, and it would just have a big back and forth, back and forth. Alberto getting the time to breathe, playing this Iono. And this was really what switched the game, because Alejandro didn't hit anything off that Iono. Left him on crutches basically here, and then we had to go into this turn where, you know, knocking out this Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn, knocking out the Hoot Hoot, setting up for that potential 2-turn 6 prize layout. But then we ended up in sob territory.
And forced a lot out of Alejandro to rebuild, needs to get a Terra Pokemon and evolve some of those Hoot Hoots, and all the while Alberto was digging with his Recon Directives to try and find the Professor Turo scenario to win the game. All the while, Alejandro built up his Mew EX with the genome hacking and used the Cruel Arrow to take out a Dracloak to say, I can win next turn.
And we ended up with the Halucha, 10 damage to Mega Mawile, new upper to Blood Moon Ursa Luna. We don't care about that. Counter catcher on the Mega Mawile, taking the last 3 prizes, and such ingenuity from Alberto, seeing that, hey, if I put these 20 damage on here, and I got Halucha, and likely my Terra Box opponent does not play Iono, we're just sitting on everything we need.
It was almost a detriment having to move that damage around and the Noctowls evolving up. You know, the plans were falling away for Alberto, but as the plans are falling away for Alberto, Alejandro wasn't able to quite fulfill his plans, so both of them got more time than they expected to execute their plans, and on this occasion, the prize cards looking fairly rough for both players, but nothing
Ditto
too
start
crazy.
again.
Ditto start again for Alejandro.
I mean, we're talking about, you know, opening perfectly, but then the question is gonna come again, right? You know, we open perfectly, are we gonna be able to follow up that perfect opening with more perfection?
Well, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon seems to be the key piece going to the active. Do you have a way to get the fan rotom? I assume so, as this has been the same setup every time. The consistency of Terrorbox on those first turns is incredible. Last game didn't even need to use the Noctowl to do that first attack. This time we'll be looking to get the fan rotom through an Ultra Ball there.
Exactly, and Fan Rotom gonna go ahead and get the good old gang together, getting that, you know, those hoot hoots and the Noctowl, and, you know, proceed to set up perfectly. Ditto transforming into that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, giving you everything you want.
The perfect start seems to be Alejandro's day, as previously a top 32 was his best finish. This event was the first of the season where all he wanted to do was try and make it to the stream and make some money, and already has done so. Now with his second stream game, looking to try and prove they can make it all the way to the final. Meanwhile, Alberto, our Gdansk regional champion from last season, one of the top players here in Europe, has shown exceptional talent throughout the event, and a buddy poppin to kick things off.
Straight from the top of the deck, and that is the best feeling you can get while you're playing Dragapult. Looking at a hand that's like, not quite sure what's gonna happen here, and then going into a top deck buddy poppin, guaranteeing a setup. And speaking of, well, we had double Duskull prized. Got to play straight Dragapult last time around. We don't have to do that this time. We have Duskull.
Opens up more lines, more options to win the game quicker. Can often allow the disruption to be more effective too. You can be in control of that turn where you Iono down to as fewer cards as possible. And again, that Latias start it's one of the dream cards in this matchup to start with. You do want it in play, and sometimes you'll just leave it in the active when the Budoos aren't available. But on this occasion, the item lock is part of Alberto's early plans.
It just gives you this mobility that you want, making sure that whenever you have Latias in play, Buddy Puffin into Budu, you don't have to be, you know, investing an energy card to be able to just move.
And Buddy Puffin, plenty more to do this turn. The supporter there, you got the Neo upper energy, that ace spec that hasn't been a huge component of this game, because it tends to be the slower setups of both players, but it is a key card in this matchup because you need to be able to suddenly get energy out of nowhere a lot of the time.
Yeah, and again, Iono, turn one. You've seen Vayne Rotom get Noctowl. What's the best thing you can do? Iono, Budu, and to hint from Alejandro, even though it packs a Crispin, if we can get more 3Ps down on Alberto's side, it actually looks quite good.
Sometimes that lone Noctowl in hand, getting Iono to the bottom, can completely slow down a Terror Box. It seems crazy that one card in hand getting disrupted is such an impactful thing, but if Alejandro didn't draw into one, and especially as he's going to be item locked, he's not going to have that out with an Ultra Ball. It's going to make it really tricky for him, and it's actually just going to be going into the Budu, not the 3P there. That would have been crazy from Alberto. Does want to be item locking on this occasion. And looks like not much left to do this turn.
And good sportsmanship here from Alejandro, seeing that, okay, that's an honest mistake. We both knew you were going into Budu. Yeah, just go ahead and do that, even though it was leaving the hands and all that. So very good sportsmanship on Alejandro's side here. But yeah, that Crispin coming in, and, you know, just checking. We have the water energy, check, and a grass energy. So you can even get the teal dance on top if Alejandro has another energy in hand. And that's what's so great about this teal mask Ogerpon. It's an attacker you can build up. It's a way for you to get energy onto the board to be able to energy switch around whenever you need to. But, you know, it's also a pretty decent attacker.
So no second 3P, no second Duskull, no third 3P even. That was what was key in the last game to set up there. And so we'll be in a position where Wellspring Mask Ogerpon can take out the 3P. Might even look to take out the Duskull in this situation.
And when you're taking out both Budu and you're taking out 3P, in this case, Alejandro's left with nothing in hand, almost. Well, there's a Lily off the top, I believe, so actually saved by the top deck here, Mike.
Wow, what a scenario now. We've got those two Hoot available for Alejandro, loads of options for him. Meanwhile, Alberto, doesn't matter what options you've got to stabilize, you've got to set up here. So in a rough position at this early stage, and the consistency of Toolbox Terra Toolbox, finding that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon every time, it feels crazy that it does it so often.
And doing it so often, these knockdowns are just giving such explosiveness that you can get, and didn't even need knockdown on the turn here. Ultra Ball for Festendipity. Being able to use Lily's Determination for 8 cards. What you really need to hit off this Lily's Determination is not Drag Cloaks. You need to Dreepies into multiples.
And even with those Dreepies, look at that Noctowl taken off the prize cards for Alejandro. So in a great position next turn. Wow, there's so much pressure on Alberto at this stage, and this game has really swung in favor of Alejandro early on. We said that last time, but this one feels even more surmountable for Alberto to come back from.
We're going to be seeing from Alberto that we have to go into a Badu and use Ichipan. Then let's say we get a Dreepy, we get 2 Dreepies. It's still going to be a turn before they evolve into Dragcloak. And then we can evolve it into Dragapult. Meaning that all of this is such a timely investment. We do also to see, Body Puffin straight off the bat, really great thing to start off with. But with the Noctowl being grabbed off the prizes, you can put Sparkling Crystal, and you can get Crispin. You can take 2 prizes on the following turn on that Badu and on an eventual, either that be a Duskull, that would be pretty nice to do actually, or just a Dreepy you want to be taken out. And then you leave yourself at 2 prizes. You leave yourself at, try to see if we can get some engine pieces down the board, not to lose to Iono. But one thing I really would love to see from Alejandro is that you go ahead, you knock out the Badu, you knock out the Duskull to make sure that Alberto cannot prize control to make that Iono go to 1.
Well, this is a big turn now, as it is all about stabilization. It won't be surprising if we see Dragapult come back from the depths of 1 or 2 prize cards remaining, but it really is dependent on how Alejandro stabilizes. Iono was so powerful last game, and it was enough to slow him down. This time, Alberto is looking to try and set up and hasn't been able to disrupt yet at all in this game. So a completely different scenario, and we see straight away that Alejandro has that Noctowl prepped right at the front of his hand, because he knows exactly what he's going to be doing next turn. And what a story for him if he does end up winning this, his first ever top cut, and has played against Henry Brand, 2019 world champion, now playing against the Gdansk regional champion Alberto, both of them with Dragapult. And it is Alejandro now to try and find a way to get closer to victory.
Ready for a Noctowl, Sparkling Crystal, coming up Crispin, and we get to see those 2 being able, with the Dusclops down on board, it even gives a bigger wink to Alejandro saying that, well, we've got to take out that Dusclops. So in this turn, what I really want to see from Alejandro is giving a nod to the prize control that the Dusclops can give. Knock out the Badu right there, knock out the Dusclops, putting it in so that Iono cannot hit just 1 singular card, and go ahead and look at locking it in that, if we can just get a few more cards, then we'd be right there. And Alejandro being able to use Teal Mask Ogrepon since he's sitting on a riches of energy.
For sure, and this is a big turn, not just about what you do in terms of knockouts. We know that's coming. We know 2 Pokemon are getting knocked out here, that Badu and a bench Pokemon. But it is really about how you stabilize. Have you got a Fezandipity? Have you got the Area 0? There's the Area 0.
On the top.
Are you able to put down some of those support Pokemon like Mew, like Fezandipity? Or is it literally going to be... Oh, is there an...
Sob.
Just a Sob here. Interesting. Looking to stabilize rather than get too aggressive. Very smart.
Yeah, because you could be building up the Mega Wawa as a very good attacker in this situation. And as said, Alberto, not running very candy. You're disabling that Fezandipity on the board. Really do love this ingenuity from Alejandro here, saying that regardless, whenever I torrential pump next turn, I'm still going to be able to just draw 2 prize cards.
Well, all of us were looking at that thinking, well, this is a given now, isn't it? We're going to be seeing a big 2 prize turn, but all of the things we were alluding to, that disruption down to a 2-card hand, and all of that can be mighty effective against Terra Toolbox. Alejandro said, that's not happening right here. I do not want to let you get away with that. I'm going to stabilize, set up attackers, and deny the opportunity for you to disrupt me, even though the Iono still comes out.
And I think, whenever the attachment to Mega Mobile came, Alejandro must be jumping CP like, what are you doing here? But yeah, stopping and leaving this Badu in the active. Alejandro still needed that. Only got, he got Crispin and double energy. Mew on top? That's stabilization there, mate.
That's a good hand. But that Dusclops is still available, can evolve up, as well as the Dracloaks coming into play. But the Badu won't be able to retreat, so we now have a Dusclops evolving into a Dusknoir. That's a huge challenge, and one that has been achieved by Alberto here. and being able to evolve all the way through. Does have that counter catcher now to try and disrupt the board of Alejandro.
Typically, it's always going to be something like, you know, either you can pull up the teal mask, set that up. Not that that's a really good because it still gives maneuverability. You can also go for knockdown to leave it in the active, making that less weak against something like Latias, or go ahead and set up the Hoot Hoot. And, you know, countering with the jamming tower, going ahead and saying you can't even put Latias down. So putting those 10 damage onto the Hoot Hoot, telling Alejandro, well, I'm not unlocking you. You're not able to use the energy switch. This turn it actually looks really hard unless you're getting turbo plus energy to use that torrential pump at all.
It's almost the same strategy as last game of 10 into the Hoot Hoot, having Itchy Poland into that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Next turn, Alberto can take that 3 prize turn that is so powerful and so common for these Dragapult decks. But you mentioned energy at hand for Alejandro, has options available, won't necessarily be able to attach retreat and use the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon this turn, but this has turned into a really fascinating game 3. It looked like Alejandro was going to race ahead and take 4 prize cards before Alberto was even set up, but instead has opted to take it slower, opting for that stabilization, and I can see exactly why he's done that. As this turn, he looks to be in a position to do exactly what he wanted to do last time, but with more stability.
With the Crispin here, we're able to see an energy being attached to the Hoot Hoot, and potentially can also go ahead and attach that grass energy you get in spin and put that onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, still leaving you at a place where you can use Torrential Pump. And then, you know, that Gobble Down, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage, going to be able to do 320 when you've been taking 4 prizes. And you know how much HP Dragapult has?
Well, it has 320 HP right there.
Pretty good maths.
Well, that's going to be an amazing scenario for him, as the attach retreat from the Hoot Hoot from that Crispin will allow for the Mega Morwell to come up here just working.
Yeah, of course you can't use Torrential Pump due to the jamming tower, so that leaves it not. So basically you just have to go for the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That jamming tower would be way more important than we ever thought in this case scenario here. Just attaching to the Mega Morwell, setting that up secondary attacker, going ahead with the Myriad Leaf Shower from the Teal Mask Ogerpon, knocking out the W, going at free prices, but this leaves Alberto at least 2 turns to play.
An interesting position. Last time when we mentioned that 1 prize card taken, it's not ideal for the Terror Box. They don't want to be taking 3 prize cards. They really want to be going 2-2-2 the whole way through. And on this occasion, it gives Alberto a bit more time to work with, and it means that Dracloak is still available to evolve into a Dragapult. So options available, even that activation of Pheasantipity is huge. Everything right now leaning back towards Alberto. The Iono to 4 did it again.
And what this has done is also, you can be building up a spot where if we take 2 prizes this turn, and Alejandro doesn't respond with a 2 prize knockout, we can potentially ending up with a Curse Blast onto something like, you know, Mega Morwell, and be able to pick up the knockout on the Hoot Hoot after taking 4 prize cards. So there is definitely an opening for 6 prizes, 2 turns. But here for Alberto, it always depends on what does Alejandro have at his disposal.
You even have that Dust Noir to think about, and at this stage, because Alejandro just took 1 prize card, might not even want to use that Dust Noir now. Want to keep that in play as to not give Alejandro the win condition, as this turn is massive. What's coming from those Recon Directors? What are you seeing there? I mean, we're all waiting to see how this turn pans out, and I can't imagine how Alberto is feeling right now, you know, playing in a tense match. Alejandro as well, he said he was feeling nervous before about being in this scenario. This is the biggest run of his Pokemon life. He has previously got top 32s, now in a top 4 position, looking to try and make it all the way to the final of his first regional of the season. Meanwhile, Alberto trying to make it his 2nd regional champion.
You see the Lily's determination here. Mike, you know, we really want to be getting Edger Cloak for that Dream Pian, and if we get that, we kind of get to see the stars aligning, or start to align, right? We can go ahead, we can do 200 to that Teal Mask Ogerpon, 60 to that Hoot Hoot, taking out, you know, a potential knocked out option. Then we're at 5 prizes left, right? Next turn, you can also go ahead and say, well, we can Gust away, we can Lucha, pick up that Teal Mask Ogerpon, and then leave 10 on something like the Fan Rotom. There's a lot of lines here that Alberto can play into, which more so means that with the amount of lines Alberto can play into, it all depends on what resources do you get at your disposal to be able to then pull out these lines and go for them.
Well, you certainly saw a lot of resources with that Lily's Determination, 8 cards in hand. And we'll be looking to try and set up for the big knockout. Had the Dragapult available already, we'll be retreating into that. And so often, those Hoots being knocked out by decks, because that is the key pillar for the Terra toolbox, to be able to set up. And so a huge opportunity now to take that first prize card, but so much of it is less about the prize cards and more about getting damage on board and options taken away. 200 on the active and all 6 on the Hoot. Alberto is trying to claw this one back.
Taking one prize card and taking away the resource that a knockdown potentially can be here, Mike, and slowly and steadily building up. Where does Alejandro get to take these free prize cards? Yes, we can be like, well, boss at Ladias, boss at Fesendipity, take the knockout with Gobble Down, but it still leaves the opening for Alberto with Gust, with Halucha to take this game.
And that Ultra Ball in hand could have been a Noctowl if the Hoot was still available, and that would have been able to lock up an amazing turn for Alejandro. Now we'll have to look to find one of those drawing Pokemon, something like a Fesendipity or a Mew. And that's just not going to be the same guarantee that Noctowl provides. But Alejandro now will be able to go into that deck and find some support. At this stage, these draws are so key.
Key indeed, Mike, and I'm just looking at what Alberto has at his disposal. Do we have the boss's orders, counter catcher? Do we have an out to Halucha? I think I did see an Ultra Ball in hand there, so the only last piece that Alberto would need on this next turn is a way to then Gust. And if we have that, then we might just be seeing this going over to Alberto next turn, because I don't see how Alejandro's going to take free prizes. Alejandro's not going to be taking free prize cards this turn. At the maximum, it's going to be 2 prizes taken, leaving that line open regardless of Dusknoir usage. And as you alluded to last turn, yeah, not using Dusknoir is really nice here, because as Alejandro is unable to be taking free prize cards at once, Alberto's just perfectly playing into this.
Alberto in a position to be able to take 5 prize cards next turn. You heard it here. This is quite the scenario. And what has Alejandro pieced together, has attached to that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, knows that just swinging into the active isn't great, but it looks like
10 damage.
It's going to be 210 damage with the Teal Mask Ogerpon just trying to poke into that Dragapult, but that's not going to be enough for the knockout. Trying to set up across 2 turns. It's not ideal, but Alberto now can win the game in this next turn.
There's Dusknoir available too, Mike. That makes it even easier for Alberto here. We're going to be seeing the Brock Scouting being drawn. We have 1 Recon Directive. We have Cursed Blast from Dusknoir. Only thing we need to see here is, can we get Counter Catcher? Can we get a Boss's Orders here, Mike?
What's available? Well, we'll start with the Recon Directive. One of these 2 cards does need to find a little bit more. That Night Stretcher is available. Will that be enough? Might even just be looking to stabilize at this time. And it looks like going in, finding that...
Oh, Monkey Dory, that's so smart, Mike. We're going to be able, if we can get a Luminous Energy that can take the knockout on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And regardless of what Alejandro throws up front, it's going to be able to be knocked out with Dusknoir in cooperation. It just really depends on if Alejandro tosses up a Fesendipity, for example. We're just going to be able to say, like, okay, then we'll just hit it. But if not...
He's doing the maths right now. You can see Alberto's brain is ticking.
But there's a Brock Scouting hand too, which means that we can go ahead and get the Halucha. So with Monkey Dory, Dusknoir, Halucha, we're going to be able to do this. All of it depends on, and what Alberto's really counting here, where is the Halucha? Do we have access to it?
And it's got to work out what would happen if the decision is made, if you push something up. What could Alejandro push up in this scenario? And it will be on the other side of this INO. 5 cards. A counter catcher would be the win here.
5 cards.
Is it there, Alberto? Do you have the counter catcher?
There it is.
Counter catcher. So it looks like Alberto will be able to take this here as he walks through these moments. Counter catcher to gust up the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
Dusknoir being able to take out something like Noctowl, Van Rotom, and being able to Phantom Dive for the win.
Alberto is in the final of the Lille Regional Championship.
To almost have a game where Alejandro is setting up perfectly into turn 1s every single time, despite facing, such difficulty. Game 1, Alejandro hit exactly what he needs. Game 2, missing off the Iono. Game 3, Alberto was setting up such cool lines mathematically. And we see here, perfect opening from Alejandro. Area 0, multiple hoots, torrential pump, taking out Dreepy and Monkey Dory.
Torrential pump, a powerful attack, but the downside of shuffling the energy back in forces more resources going forward, and Alberto tried to deny that as much as possible, using that Badu item locking for the rest of the game until he was ready to attack. And the Wellspring Mask Oakmon was able to set back up and take another swing, but it just wasn't enough to deny Alberto opportunities. In this game one, though, it was taking him closer and closer to the victory.
We see here ending up with Lily's Clefairy, Crispin giving that fist bump for game 1, but game 2 was a different story. This Iono, this specific Iono that put Alejandro down to 4 cards, within every single piece that Alejandro wanted to. Boss's orders, being able to take out this Wellspring Mask Ogrepon and Hoot set up a fantastic prize map for Alberto.
Took away that Terra Pokemon, so the Hoots that sat in play couldn't evolve and use that Jewel Seeker of Noctowl. But Alejandro was able to restabilize, and all that while, Alberto was waiting to try and draw the perfect cards. And the situation for Alejandro, he had to start taking a prize card at some point. 3 prize cards took 2 turns. For Alberto, he was just waiting for an opportunity to take that final knockout, and it was with that Blood Moon Ursaluna, with that rare Neo
No właśnie, teraz zobaczymy, co tam, kto tam wygrał, bo tak, przegapiliśmy dużo. Iono.
To była Iono, dobra. Going ahead, pulling up this Hoot, so important for that first Phantom Dive that we saw, taking out that Hoot and building up this 5 prize turn, and then finishing it up the game.
The maths worked out perfectly. The 10 damage pokes around the field were opening up opportunities for big knockouts, and we saw the 10 damage left
dobra, to tutaj chyba z czego co widzę. Monkey Dory.
Into Adrenabrain, some more damage across. Just
Boss,
set up all the maths required to win in this final turn.
I knockout. Czyli Alberto Cotti przechodzi do finału. Jeszcze dalej. No widzę, że Albercik zabrał jeszcze dalej.
Earlier in the tournament, and this game it was a big prize tag to put him into the final.
And typically we do have a Pokemap video we can sometimes show, but we need to update that with some cool Dragon Ball Duststorm map at some point, because wow, Alberto, you just showed us a masterclass of how you'll be able to do maps on the fly, price mapping here, there, everywhere, and going ahead and saying like, I can use Iono. Oh, you whiffed? I'll just take 5 prizes in 1 turn. I don't care.
And that is the key when you've got a deck that can disrupt, a deck that can item lock, a deck that can tool up with Jamming Tower, Badu and Iono. In combination, they create the time for that Dragon Ball big swing turn at the end. And Alberto seems to see those visions. He has that foresight whenever he's playing to plan out the route to victory from the early turns. And credit to Alejandro, getting top 4 at the first regional of the season. Best performance so far. An amazing player showing exactly what they're capable of in these matches. Just falling short in that final moment, not due to his own fault, but due to the incredible play of Alberto. I'm sure he's going to go away and have that hunger and drive now to carry on competing and go to more events.
Certainly, commiserations to you, Alejandro. You did a valiant effort in your match here. Such beautiful play there. Sometimes taking us two off guard as well. Going a bit more for the sob to stabilize, and that's what we want to see from these Terra Toolbox players. Potentially being a little bit more conservative while we're playing to be able to set up these prize maps. Unfortunately, to no avail. Alberto was just giving up such a great challenge, showing that even though you face adversity, even though you're facing board states that aren't necessarily towards your favor, showing that you're able to do exactly what is taken and exactly take those chances that allows you to take the victory.
Well, yes, but we will let Alberto rest up for the final and let our other semi-finalists get ready on the stage and prepare. And while we do that, let's break down a little bit of that match, because it was incredibly intricate. Those of you watching at home were trying to follow along with us, as the lines that Alberto was taking were incredibly tough.
And they were incredibly tough indeed, but they started presenting themselves throughout some parts of the game. You know, Budgie maps, itchy pulling, setting a few of these pieces here and there, those 10 on the Hoots, which were so fashionable. What I want to allude to a little bit here is that you're seeing these early games setting up.
Ale widać, że
getting out these two pieces and then the Ionos. It's the matter of this game. Whenever you in this situation, we've just seen a turn from Alejandro where we fan rode him, got 2 Hoots and a knockdown.
Something for every occasion.
Well,
give one a go.
Buddy popping for Budgie, Buddy popping for Dreepy, retreat into Budgie, item lock Iono, and then you'll start at a point where you force Alejandro to hit so many pieces. You force him to hit Crispin or Noctal to be able to, you know, take these situations into their advantage. And even though it's 6 cards
Sweet.
drawn,
You know, there is a way of getting your
4
gestures
Crispins,
flowing
yes,
more
and
quickly.
then you would have 3
Try
additional
it.
Noctals.
Do the right one
Pretty
and
thick
become...
deck you're looking at, 7 outs, drawing 7 cards.
Looks like
it's
you've
not
got the
given
tools
every
down.
single time.
Now,
and that's why
that's
you
it.
know,
Just look
statistically,
at all those
when
shredders.
Alberto goes ahead and does these moves, it's to say, well, if he misses, I'm in a big lead.
Well, Jesper, there's lots of great moments throughout that game, including this one. You know, Iono was there to
Victim,
disrupt early game, but
red,
towards the late game,
found.
Alberto really struck
Let's
together.
get communicating. Remember your training.
Oh,
A message, an emote, and a
We've
gesture.
set it up perfectly with the map, right? We have Dusknoir to be able to splash 130 damage anywhere we want. We can even somehow go ahead and be like, okay, Monkey Dory there, we can Monkey Dory here to set up. We can go ahead and even Dusknoir and set it up here. There's so many lines as to which Alberta can be taking. But going on further, the Iona here for 5 is the pinnacle of the moment. This is what ended up finishing off the game. One go, and I'm using Phantom Dive for 260. Yes, that is what we call power. And then we see Alberto's. It feels like in this situation I can hear the clock ticking, right? I can hear like, okay, if I do this, I do. Oh yeah, it fits perfectly together, and that's what we're gonna be seeing here. Flicking off that counter catcher. Counter catcher going ahead and be like, well, what do I pick? I can just pick the Wellspring Mask Overclock because I can be able to take that out. And then yeah, you end up with a situation where the Wellspring Mask goes. We just go ahead and Dusknoir whatever is down here somewhere. And then we can just go ahead and Phantom Dive, and then in one fell swoop, you're taking out this Wellspring Mask Overclock. Because where did those 2 damage come from?
To za próbujemy wejść do tego kościoła.
Earlier game. That damage we put in play turn 1, turn 2,
ktoś
setting
wpadł
up
na to
everything here.
z
Ended up in a situation where Dusknoir go ahead, take 4 prizes afterwards, and making a perfect 5-prize turn. And that's something we've been seeing constantly from Alberto. 6-prize turn yesterday, 5-prize turn today. I mean, even though it's not as epic as a 6-prize turn, we gotta give it to him. Like such skill.
Yeah, the maths there was incredible, and I think you can safely say Alberto is one of the best players playing Dusknoir Dragapult, able to work out all of those different lines and how the 130 works with the Budu 10s, works with
Spread
the
those wings, you
Dragapults
social butterfly.
260. It all kind of works together nicely, and fair play to him. But for now, I know that Shay is out somewhere in the hall with some familiar faces.
Yes.
And I stumbled into 2 lovely ladies who did rather well here at the Lille Regional Championship. And you might recognise them because quite often they're behind the desk streaming the events as well. So Emily, Amy, talk to us. How did your weekend go?
So my weekend was great. It's my 2nd EU regional entering. I'm kind of bi-continental this season, as I've just been kind of telling everybody. I played Pittsburgh, I played Frankfurt, and now we're here in Lille. Got my first phase 2, really excited with the Alex Schmansky, Josh Frank, EV Terrabox hybrid deck, which has been really nice to me the entire weekend. So I'm really happy it went well.
It's wonderful to see you making friends. But this is a skate town.
2014
Let's see what's in your bag of tricks, and such with your new friends.
It's a respectable finish. And Amy, what about yourself?
It's Conkin time! I played Conkelda and I came 71st place, and I'm honestly overjoyed, thrilled, and disappointed all at the same time. I can't believe this has happened. It feels like a dream.
I actually have a funny story, Amy.
You've completed the introductory part of the Stan Van social tour. Congratulations on being social. Keep your eyes peeled for part 2 of the tour. We'll learn how to party up with our new friends. Better yet, we'll take on city and crew challenges together for more fun and more rewards. I can't wait to show you.
Dunsparce, and I also flipped over Dunsparce, and I looked at them and I looked them dead in the eye and I said, I thought we were going to be friends.
No dobra, kongrat.
What is that? You better not be playing a mirror match. And guess what? They were. But they were a great sport. It was a really fun match. And honestly, I had a really good time playing Conkelda. Don't tell anyone said that.
So I've got one more question for you before we wrap it up.
Let's go.
Advice for any other women in the community who want to get involved, even playing the game or casting? Any more tips and tricks for them?
Yeah, so event locator is right on the website. The best
Okay. A, zacięło się też.
Way that you can start playing the game is by just going to an event. Big shout outs to Amy here. Joe and I attended her last Cup and Challenge, and she has a massive community that made me and Joe feel so welcome our first time there. And that's, I think, like the biggest thing. Show up at your card shop. Make sure you can tell people, you know what, hey, I'm new. Just stop me if I'm about to make something wrong. I've never had a bad opponent at locals who isn't willing to help out.
Ty, chyba zaczynając misję... Ja chyba coś zepsułam. A. Okej, chwila, bo się coś tu zacięło. Dosłownie. Chyba się zacięło. O, kolejne top 4 będzie, okej. Aha, czyli jeszcze będzie Rutkowicz i ktoś jeszcze. A, czyli mamy jeszcze jeden top 4, więc to nie wszystko.
Zacian EX is now doing a massive 120 damage to their opponent's active Pokemon, and for no energy cost. With a number of additional Pokemon in its stockpile, such as Hop's Cramorant, and other Pokemon such as Blood Moon Lunarex, the continuous and consistent damage slowly overloads their opponent and grinds down their board status initially, showcasing just another style of play in another trainer on it. Another trainer on our list is Iono. Iono's belly belt shines bright, being paired with a huge range of cards supporting its two main features. Firstly, its ability Electric Streamer allows players to tap into many basic lightning energy from their hand to one of their Iono's Pokemon. And secondly, its attack Thunderous Bolt deals a very respectable 230 damage. Where Iono really shows great consistency is with Iono's Kilowattrap. Its ability Flash and Draw gives players a way of drawing up to 6 cards in hand if they can discard a basic lightning energy from the Pokemon. Paired with Iono's Belladon TX's Electric Streamer and with various methods of consistency bringing basic energy to the player's hand, players can more comfortably draw into the cards they need and execute their strategy more effectively. And finally, we have the fan favourite Lille. Although Lily has a great set of cards, we will focus specifically on one card from the collection, which is Lille's Clefairy EX, a great gem from this set. Lille's Clefairy EX combines an extremely relevant ability with its Fairy Zone ability, making it the perfect tool for players to smash the card easily into other decks to more effectively deal with the Dragon-type Pokemon that are dominant.
No wiecie o co chodzi.
In connection to its following round of attack and its low energy cost, Lille's Clefairy EX is a threat all on its own. But you can understand why many players say it's now their favoured method of dealing with the commanding Dragon-type Pokemon in the meta. Trust us when we say this one's going to shake up the competitive scene. Well, you can just see how the new trainers Pokemon are planning to impact the meta, either all on their own as single archetypes, taking some of the game's already established cards, or being included as single cards in already influential decks in the format due to their strong abilities or attacks. Their introduction allows players to approach the game more individually, making each of the trainers archetypes unique in their own way, which will always bring a more interesting and varied metagame together just as much as we are. Which trainer do you think will come out on top? There's only really one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned to the live broadcast. Until next time, trainers, this has been Benjamin. Catch you later.
To Hammer. Znaczy sam Hammer i tak jest już beznadziejnym autem. No to tak, wiemy, że Alberto przeszedł już do finału, a więc zobaczymy, kto tym razem. No bo teraz będzie top 4, no bo wiecie, Top Cat poszedł za szybko. A z tyłu trzeba ciągnąć.
Two top competitors, we've seen them both on the broadcast throughout the weekend, strutting their stuff. They've been at the top tables for a long time, and when Gardevoir's no longer in the top cut, there's potential for new decks to finally sort of sweep.
Cóż, no akurat tym razem żadna Gardevoir się nie dostała. Mówi mi. Tak, Dragapu. This is good idea. Okej, bez top 4. Mamy Piper Lepin kontra Aleksander Rutkowicz, czyli Zorak kontra Dragapu. Dobra, chwileczkę. Przejdźmy, będziemy sobie już tutaj. Polska górą! Tak, więc jest naprawdę bardzo ciekawie. Aleksander Rutkowicz, mający na koncie top 4 w Birmingham oraz właśnie top 8 w Warszawie. No i oczywiście Piper Lepin, mający oczywiście top 8 w tegorocznych Worldsach.
Piper is that she always picks different decks for different tournaments. She cherry picks metagames and decides on an archetype. That means she can completely change up her strategy every single time she comes to compete, and she still can play these archetypes all at such a high level.
I think that Baltimore doing with that Inteleon Charizard deck, a very hard deck to
Ale stanowi gówno.
Alexander 2025 Birmingham Regional Top 1. That was a massive event, by the way. Worlds 2024 Top 128 Warsaw Top 8.
Tak, to jest też Birmingham top 4, top 8, top 128 w Worldsach 2023 i w Bernie top 32, tylko chyba się coś zacięło w moim przypadku. A, zaraz, chwileczkę, bo coś tutaj poleciał Brave i chyba się zaciął i zaraz zobaczę co tu jest. Aha, Hilda do School. No coś tu się odwaliło po prostu z moją... chwileczkę, bo mi się coś odwaliło jak zwykle. I zaraz przeciwko. Okej, Aleksander zaczął bardzo dobrze z Badiu. Zaraz. Z tymi się... Pomocy! Z tym się zepsuł. No jest, Bady Puffin, okej. On ma 2 Bady Puffin, dobra. O! To będzie grubo. Dobra, mamy 2 drippy. No, sorry. Dobra, działa. Chyba, że jeszcze Putkowicz pokonał wielkiego Garyzera Fernandeza, to już jest szaleństwo. Dobra, przepraszam, bo się zacięło.
In that process, you're trying to buy time with Itchy Pollen that's already doing the active position. So Alexander's game plan is already underway. As Buddy Poppin will grab some of these basic Pokemon. And it's all
Żeby nam nie zabrano oczywiście jakiegokolwiek. Okej, mamy Buddy Poppin. Tutaj oddzielamy, tutaj jest ten cały deck search. Zapisujemy co tam mamy. Mamy tak, ładuszki. Drippy. Na pewno 2 drippy. Zaczekaj, mam jeszcze drugie. No Buddy Puffin to jest zagranie. No i drippy oczywiście z rączki i pas.
Now it is over to Piper. Let's see.
A nie, dobra. Iono.
I got a bit worried there, Joe. Okay, so
dobra, chwilę, najpierw potestuję.
Rundown of this End Zoroark archetype. It revolves around the End Zoroark, funnily enough. Got that trade ability, lets you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2 more. It's Attack Knight Joker, lets you use the any one of your End's Pokemon's attacks as this.
Dobra.
We featured the End's Reshiram there on the side.
Proszę się
there.
nie zaciąć, okej.
Basically.
Jezus! Co to za wylewik tutaj wszedł?
Virtuous Flame for 100 and the Enstar Manatan as well. Damage into the active and knife to the bench. And now normally if Reversal Energy was available, you can actually attack with that as in the prizes would have to be utilized via
Dobra,
to see in the Enzoroark and will really change up the matchup. Rage of the Reshiram, try and pile in a bunch of damage onto that End Zoroark.
No dobra, jest tutaj sobie Zorak, czy lecimy... A, zaraz, skoro są duszki, no to chyba będzie problem, bo tutaj się pojawia Psyduck.
One key tech inclusion, a recent new promotional card, the Damp Psyduck, stating that Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponents, lose any ability that requires the Pokemon using it to knock itself out. And essentially that's saying, say no to Curse Blast in this situation.
And it's interesting, I wonder if Piper made the reset and you filled your bench. So that means you can't use Halucha right now. So a very common thing you can do is use Halucha for an entry, put 10 damage on it. Then you can use Phantom Dive, spend 6 more and KO it.
Hajdaczek może tu być trenem i nie mamy problemu.
It's kind of, free.
Faktycznie, no ta wredna kaczuszka mi tu znowu krzyżuje plany. Dobra. To jest to ostatni czas problem, ale czy taki duży? O, jest Draglock!
This really isn't a phenomenal sort of 1 or 2 of inclusion within these decks because your A-Spec is often that Neo upper energy as well, being able to cherry pick this card that otherwise was difficult to search. And you would have to just rely on recon directives and Professor's research and whatnot. The Hildu really smooths out this deck quite nicely as you almost always have targets you're looking for.
We are going to see the evolution there into the recon directive. I think that was Dusknoir and something. Oh, another Dracloak, there we go. There's the Neo Upper Energy and Jamming Tower, I believe, was there.
I'm ready.
It's not enough to just get 1 Dracloak out. You need this, not just for draw power, but also as your core attacker. So the more stage 1s, the merrier here. And I think there's also an Ultra Ball that Alexander's now considering to do just that.
Dracloak.
It has priced 2 copies of Ultra Ball. So there's going to be 1 copy left after this. Worth keeping an eye on that.
have to discard 2 cards from your hands and you grab any Pokemon you like. Could be going for a Draco, could be going for just Clops perhaps. Nope, there it is, Draco hitting the field. Getting an extra 6 cards a turn, it's almost
No
like
to nie gra
longer.
też Candy z czego
You
co
get to
widzę.
pick just the 3 of them, but you see the ones you want.
Yeah.
You can stash the ones you need for later at the bottom of the deck, and you have so many ways to recycle the deck anyway, shuffle it up, and then you still have a good chance to find it with Recon Directive later in the game.
Dobra,
As well as that
podam
final
się.
ability.
Okej, kolejny
A really
rekord
good
na
turn
rekord
1 for
wchodzi.
Alexander and a really good turn 2 here, Shay. What more can you ask for?
He's going to end the turn with the itchy pawn as well, going to replace the stadium. Ooh,
hold on.
Dragon
Okej.
70, apply some early
Dobra, to
pressure,
jest zaskoczenie
remove
duże.
the turn attachment and
Tak,
take the KO.
Alex zaatakuje za 70.
Alexander has entered, taking his first prize card here in our top 4 feature match.
No ciekawe, powiem, bo Ryczkowi to wykonał.
But when you're neutralizing the
Jest i
energy,
Hilda.
basically says,
Are you
I don't think you
visualizing
can attack
success
next turn,
before you
so
start?
how about I apply that pressure now?
It's rare that option's available, but Alexander possibly saying that as soon as there are too many Zoroark in play, Piper will just start running away with the game with trade, because both players want to have just so much access to their deck via their stage 1 abilities. In this case, the end Zoroark is also the core attacker with that Night Joker, and that's already been found via this Hilda from Piper.
No
So we
jest
are going to
i
start
Zorak.
trade
Znaczy
away
co,
some
Peczera
pieces. We
leci
get
do
rid of
kosza.
EX in this case. Does pick up
No
another
dobra, jest i drugi
Zorua.
Zoula.
Set the turn attachment.
Oh yeah,
Just
let's
pass
turn
over.
attachment. Not the greatest of turn 2s, and here we're going to start to see, I think the
No dobra.
Achilles heel of the Enzo archetype is that you're kind of the output, if you're
No
not using
sam
powerful
fakt,
weight,
że
can be a little bit
zaskoczył.
low. You're stuck doing 170,
Czyła
and if you haven't got Enzo
troszeczkę.
Maka down, you can't access flame body
70.
cannon. It's over to Alexander, going to start us off with a recon directive. Use here is the second
To
use
wymaga
here
trochę
as well.
wyślęk.
So there's this strange situation now that
No tak, bo tutaj jest taka czuszka i właśnie, bo tutaj jest ta wiedza o tym, że jeżeli naładujemy takiego Zoraka damage'ami, no to faktycznie no nam pizleje ulta. So, co robimy? Dobra, atak z no Dragapult będzie efektywny atak.
This really opened up from a surprising opener.
Yeah, it's very rare, folks,
Tak,
that
na
you see
pewno
the
Dragapult.
Dragapult EX deck and apply this early
I
game
raczej
pressure.
będziemy zagrywali bossa.
As you say, because you're ahead on energy attachment, sure, you put 200 damage here, you spread another 6, then you get
Jeszcze
powerful
opłaca
rage
się
back. If Piper doesn't immediately like reload a strong board state, you're then second. Phantom Dive really is, well, very painful and can remove a lot of Pokemon at the same time, so
a few things
debating it here
to consider, yeah. There is the boss's orders in hand, so you could try and remove Zorua, remove some draw power.
To jest trochę ryski, ale czy się opłaca?
But now I think we're going for
Dobra,
it.
Phantom Dive i co? Phantom Dive? A nie, boss Psyducka, dobra.
Yeah, just take out
Jest
this threat
bossik,
when there's
jest
still a
bossik,
limited
jest
draw
boss
from Piper. He's
order
only holding on to 4
Psyduck
cards right now, only has 1
i 60.
draw from trade, so try and set this Zorua up. And again, avoid attacking into these end Zoroark. Try and set them up instead. And Piper immediately evolves
Piper
up into her
oczywiście
second end Zoroark and now can get a fresh hand with Ino. Which means she has far less of a powerful turn ahead of her, although she has drawn some good cards.
You get the secret box. Trade number 2, can I discard the Yveltal? There's just Serrano, counter catcher obviously is live.
That's a big piece as well. You never really want to punch into these stage 2 Pokemon when you know that you can threaten 1-hit KOs via the Reshiram. So I think the counter catcher is likely a play she would like to use here. Secret Box might just be re-establishing good old Psyduck with Night Stretcher if she doesn't have access to it just yet.
Yeah.
No.
Is that the Super Rod in the hand?
Your Super Rod is in hand.
Tak, tak, nowa okładka 7 godzin pod wodą.
The Psyduck to re-establish it.
No w sumie to
Let's see what her
spoko.
choices are here.
No i
Gets
wchodzi
rid of
oczywiście
Airballoon,
sekretne
Turo, and
pudło.
another Buddy Pop in. And she now has access to a supporter card, a tool, an item, as well as a stadium card. She's opting for a couple of the Artisan, in addition to 1 Tech Team Rocket's Watchtower, which she's picking out now.
Team Rocket's Watchtower, we mentioned in our day 1 interview, can be very helpful. You know, can deny Noctiles, of course, but obviously in this matchup can deny the season's skill ability, the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And that has been shown now. So Alexander is aware that that is something I have to try and keep an eye on.
Yeah, additional Zorua coming into the mix now. Here comes Nest Ball for Reshiram. And now we finally have something we can Night Joker effectively. Didn't really want to copy a scratch
No
from
co ja.
Zorua.
That wouldn't be very good, would it? Two energy, doing it
Okej,
in the way as well. If you happen to copy it with Night
tu jest
Joker.
wchodzi oczywiście...
Virtuous Flame, 170 damage, but as I was saying, if you're not using Powerful Rage or Flame Body Cannon, I feel as if the 170 is just a little bit lackluster, I feel.
Okej, counter catcher w Drecklocka, żeby nie nie przygotuj mi go.
Okay. Like I said, you don't want to touch these stage 2s when you know that as long as your Enzarark is punched, you can just cleanly knock them out. So let's remove some draw engine pieces, try and stay in touching distance of equalizing the prize race. But this is a big turn, Shay, because there is no Psyduck in sight. So there is a potential here for Alexander to get really creative with Curse Blast. Could be picking off some Enzarark cleanly here. Has one draw from this recon directive as well first. A couple supporters to pick from.
I think it was a Lily and a counter catcher.
No tak, Lily i counter catcher. No raczej jeden Lily już mam.
Definitely the Lily could be interesting. That is the take.
Card for Mega Evolution. Backbone. Engine of the format I imagine for a long time. There is the Night Stretcher.
Just maintaining his
stretcher.
Energy. I think we are going to see a fresh hand here. Alexander with a strange turn because there's a lot of possibilities from these big 8 cards. If we see enough Dusclops, could be getting really creative attacking into this active.
Or Dusclops plus Night Stretcher combination as well.
Yeah, failing that, we could just be Jet headbutting or using Itchy Pollen for a turn and going into a defensive stance while we try and build up some of these stage 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, this could be a very big impactful turn here, folks. Let's see from the Lily what we're going to see. I think one of them was a Blood Moon or Saluna.
Okay.
Both players,
Dusclops.
Yeah, does find a Dusclops. Just one of them's not enough.
Where's that? Oh no, it's Monkey Dory and Dusclops is the iron up there. Okay.
Yeah, no use for Monkey Dory just yet.
Well, there is an Ultra Ball though.
Yeah, one of the Dusclops is in the prize cards. That's the only thing holding us back from that approach. Looking to discard one of these Dragapult and the Monkey Dory in this instance with the Ultra Ball.
I don't
Could just be again rebuilding Dreepy. Could also look for Hawlucha just to take out this Enzarua. Again, just limit the amount of draws as much as possible.
Teraz chyba będzie Hawlucha.
Yeah, you want to try and stop, you know, trades for 6 cards a turn or even 8 in ideal circumstances. I want to try and remove that. Could be eyeing up the Pheasantipity, of course. Not a bad card by any means. Drawing 3 cards, never a bad thing.
A nie, dobra,
Also
teraz to
tempting,
Pheasant.
that is going to be the choice for Alexander here. Curse Blast essentially changes this turn quite substantially. Currently, Alexander's ahead on prize cards, but even if you donate 1 to Piper, you're still not able to use your counter catcher just yet. So it would have to be a Night Stretcher as well if you wanted to go around this current active. But again, if then you're using double Curse Blast, it could just be into the active itself.
Fez?
Failing that, even, yeah, like I said, some of the lower damage output plays would be the alternate route here.
Okay,
Still not
wchodzi
evolving up into any of those Dusclops though.
I co, duszek?
Here we go, finally one evolution. We have already committed our retreat.
So what we're going for Jet Head, but oh no, we're going for the Phantom Dive.
Out enough damage here. We're putting so much onto multiple Zoroark.
I don't mind
Just
it.
trying to threaten them all at once.
Okay, it is over to Piper, so that Powerful Rage is going to be live now. I'll do a lot of damage back, so this Dragapult EX is not long left for this game. We'll be getting sent to the discard pile, I can tell you that for free. Here comes a Super Rod, and here's the thing about Psyduck, you can't just get it out, you know, willy-nilly, because it can just get KO'd, right? You try and get it out on the turn.
No dobra, teraz mamy oczywiście zagrywamy super wędkę.
So hopefully Piper's going to try and establish it here, get it back in play, turn off any cursed blast.
No chyba zaraz wróci Psyduck.
And no doubt one of our priorities will be
No, a jak wróci Psyduck, to będzie lipa znowu.
Before any trades and before any use of supporter, because trying to access that card will be huge.
I'll try and get some energy develops as well, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Be nice. Got to trade
Dobra,
away
trade
Pheasantipity.
Feza.
Energy. Take that.
That's energy, yeah, that is handy. We can evolve up into the 3rd Zoroark, that's always useful. There's the Binding Mochi coming into the mix. In addition to
Dobra,
the Team Rocket's
zagrywamy
Watchtower.
od jest
Then.
oczywiście Team Rocket
There's
Watchtower.
4 cards for Alexander, 5 for Piper. Still has access to one of those trade. And I think that was the Psyduck. Yeah, the Psyduck has been found now, so that's a big piece of the puzzle.
Oh no!
Counter catcher live as well, but I think you have to take advantage of Powerful Rage while you can.
Oh no!
Buddy Poffin is just going to be spent here
Kaczka
to shuffle.
ożyła.
Might give her
Kaczka
access to some of the
wróciła.
supporters that she
Niedobrze.
just Iono to the bottom. And it feels like the play is pretty well lined up for her. Piper will be taking 2 prize cards this turn through the active, leaving Alexander with just the 1 Drakloak as a likely attacker. Future turns. Here comes the Psyduck.
So it has been
And the monkey
established with
dory.
the monkey dory. And there is the big, bad,
Dobra, jest
powerful
wielki knockout.
rage.
O
Piper
nie.
being one hit KOing that Dragapult. He exits over to Alexander. Did get hit with the
Ale
iron.
chyba jest
Does
to
have
deck
one use of
postaci
recon
Haluczy.
directive and one use of flip the
To trzeba
script.
się
Time to try and
pozbyć
reload that
problemów.
hand. There is the flip the script 1, 2 and 3.
Kaczka, dziwaczka.
quite
No,
see what they
tu
were.
zero.
I think a Luminous Energy, that is a useful piece.
Narobi problemu.
Horlucha intriguing as well. This could be a turn where you could fling Horlucha down, fly in on that side up, finish off the active.
No.
Whilst doing so, then you put yourself down to just one prize card, and then you would have access to your
No jest,
Curse
tak, jest
Blast,
kaczka.
provided Piper couldn't sculpt a 2-prize knockout.
Here comes that
Let's see the
recon directive. Night stretcher.
Yeah, and the Lilies
We'll take that.
combination. It was the Night Stretcher selected.
No
so that
dobra.
is our means of getting Dragapult EX online. We have the energy established as well.
Jest szansa, że wróci.
Countercatcher currently open for Alexander as well if he wants to again get
Jest
creative with
Dragapult.
where he takes this KO. It feels like he has to go through the active with a threat of powerful rage.
Yeah, you can't be letting that just carry on.
Unless you're really just saying that you can still win the race by taking 2. It doesn't matter if Piper can take 2 back.
Okej, na pewno
Just keep this damage
kaczuszka wchodzi?
around for possible Blood Moon Ursa Luna later. That would be the only other thing that I'm considering here.
Here's the flying entry. When you put Halucha into play, put 10 damage on 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, bringing those 70 hit point Pokemon down into
Dobra.
range of that Phantom Dive. So Psyduck, we
Neo
see the Neo
Upper?
Upper energy attached as well.
Trochę risky.
Keeps the Luminous around for Monkey Dory that is in his list. So definitely makes the most sense to sacrifice your A-Spec now.
Gonna spend
double counter-catchering just to spend them out of the hand. How often do you see that?
Yep, so viewers, I think what we was doing there was just saying, I want to counter-catch anything, that's fine, but then I want to counter-catch back that ends Reshiram that is now in the active, bringing it back in essentially. Just getting them out of the hand so you don't see them
Podwójny
again.
counter-catcher, tego chyba nie grali, powiem szczerze.
Because he will never use those counter-catchers again.
He's basically saying, we're racing now, Piper, can you keep up? That's what he's essentially saying.
And this is one of the issues with the Zoroark. I mean, with so much damage around, there is still a powerful rage that can reach onto a Pheasantipity EX on the bench. That would be the only Pokemon that Piper could pick off that would then deny Curse Blast for Alexander on the next turn. But then you'd be attacking with a heavily damaged Zoroark in the active position. That doesn't feel like the best solution.
No, ja bym
That would fall
zostawiła
right into the
trochę.
trap of Blood Moon Ursa Luna. As here we are, we're going to retreat into
Tak,
the
retreat, tak.
Oh,
No
Alexander
tak, 3 prizy
is
bierze
going to
Rybkowicz.
retreat and use Phantom Dive, and that is going to pick up the KO on the active and the Psyduck. 3 prize turn,
No,
1 prize card
3
left for
prize turn,
Alexander.
no, mocno.
Piper does promote the Monkey Dory. What can she do? Turn attach.
Darkness Energy and the counter-catcher. That means Monkey Dory can get the Budu. That's 1 prize. And with the binding emoji, can we
zaraz.
get towards Pecharon EX and maybe Energy Switch or Ends PP up for the End
No, tutaj
Zoroark
widzę,
here?
że tak,
that would be
Badiu,
interesting.
czyli jest
There's
jeden
mid
prize.
turn KO. Going down to 2. There's the energy switch.
Energy
Onto
switch.
Enzo. There's the
Sirano i po Pecharata. I pierwszą rundę wygrywa Piper.
Earlier binding mochi, that's the knockout. A 3 prize for Piper.
What a turn!
Kurde, Piper spytał. Ale dostał. Tak, pierwszą rundę Piper Lotti.
Alexander was asking questions all game as early as turn 1 with Dragon Headbutt, and Piper was able to answer them all, who now secures herself game 1 here in the top 4 feature match here at Lille. Here we go, Joe. Let's have a look at how it all panned out.
Really clean play from both players, honestly. Alexander getting into the
No,
mix really
Piper
early with
tutaj
triple drag flip. That's
wycwaniaczyła
all you can ask
pięknie.
for. And he even got aggressive with the early headbutt from the rack
Trzeba
really
przyznać.
denying the amount of end Zoroark that Piper had access to. She still was able to construct a decent enough board and crucially found this counter catcher to avoid poking into this Dragapult EX. It gave her that single prize, and she knew. She stashed that Budu, went around it when she had to, and just said that I can deal with that later for an easy knockout thanks to Monkey Dory. Really smart play.
Really was, and you know, getting out that side up on the turn, I'm sure it wasn't a massive influence, but it did mean Alexander did have to deal with it. Can't just let it knock around, but here was a big turn, the counter catcher, the binding Mochi activation from the irritate, from the ability, I should say, subjugating chains from the Pecharon, plus 40 damage, Virtuous Flame, and that is enough for a crisp, clean KO on Pheasantipity. Perfect match, you love to see it. And Piper is 1 game up. However, I don't get too ahead of ourselves. That was a great game from Piper. But
Więc
Alexander
Piper
played that
wygrywa
really
1-0.
well, you know, applied the pressure And I have to wonder if you were to, put in a simulator that game, how many times Piper navigates out. But let's consult the prize cards.
Okej, tym razem mamy znowu Hilde w prize'ach.
Piper and the Blood Moon Ursaluna for Alexander. But as I was saying, Alexander made really terrific plays there.
No i znowu zaczynamy z tego samego, czyli
I can't wait to see how this pans out, Joe.
Yeah, he more or less asked a big question with just one Enzoroark in play. Yeah. Eventually forcing Piper to have that big combination of the Darkness Energy plus Energy Switch plus a way to get Petrant back into the equation as well as a Gust effect as well. So he asked for a big combo, a 4 or 5 card combo required there from not much draw. So he was still right in that equation and essentially just accepted his fate if there was that combo to come together. As we're getting into this game number 2, it seems to be a very similar start here with the Budu lead for Alexander and has the Buddy Poffin. So again, has to be feeling pretty good about this opening turn as he tries to get some of these basic Pokemon established. I do like you highlighting the double Monkey Dory in Piper's prizes, as we just saw. That's a great way to punish the Budu start actually for Alexander, and Piper waited for the right moment to activate that.
Yeah, the Monkey Dory only got one use of it in that entire game, and it was a game-winning one, to be honest with you. So not having access to it's a double Buddy Poffin start actually. So yeah, basically this is a rinse and repeat of game 1 for Alexander.
That's all you can ask for, really.
Yeah. He's going for 3rd Dreepy this time, though. I guess when you only prized 1 Dust Noir.
There's also a Dust Cull in the hand, so we could go full bench here, but no, we are going to pass the action over, as that was his first turn of the game.
Okay, what has Piper got here?
Oh, she has not a lot to work with. Enzoroark, Petrant, Cyrano. No, is it even Cyrano in the hand?
I think it is a Cyrano, but
just the scratch instead here for 20.
Well, you'd love for that to be a 1 for 30, wouldn't you? That would have been helpful.
Well, even now it means that Monkey Dory gets even more creative.
It does. It does.
It means any damage counter thrown around by Alexander can be used for later.
So not the hottest of starts there for Piper by any means.
Was it just a pass? No,
I think it must
giving
Alexander. Not giving the Monkey Dory perhaps.
Yeah, both players using Monkey Dory, so not wanting any damage counters around.
Boss's order's going to swap that around.
Both players on
Oh, wait, we're going to do a Itchy Pollen. That is 20 for the weakness. Okay, there's the Cyrano. So we are going to get 2 Enzoroark online and search for the 3rd Okie Dokie. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to see this or not. But
sounds like great trade fodder, shit.
I was about to say it's a really big attacker, but you are right. I don't think we see it in this matchup. I think it's going to... Yeah, okay, he's excited to hit the hand, but it's going to get sent straight to the discard pile.
Yeah.
Not the matchup for you, my friend.
That's one of the biggest strengths of playing this archetype, though. You get to have just enough toolboxy Pokemon that you know you can throw away easily without any consideration.
Side up. Energy switch.
Energy switch.
Oh, do we join to basic energy? Oh, I don't think
I see it, no.
Oh, no.
But still, just this Psyduck alone already makes you breathe a big sigh of relief. That 2 damage on the active can add up alongside a Curse Blast from even a Dusclops that can put you in range of stuff, so...
Where's Alexander got? Oh,
he's got nothing.
But, oh, yeah, it's just going to be the Itchy Pollen back over to Piper. Secret box, can't play that, though. Not under Itchy Pollen. What is this? What is this? Show me.
What is this?
I need to see. I'm so excited. Hilda.
That can give us access to more energy and more evolution Pokemon. We're trying to press that advantage. Is able to grab the Darmanitan now. Not something we saw used in that first game, but still can come up if you find it in a timely fashion. That flame body cannon can still be relevant.
I'll tell you what, if you can somehow develop if you can develop that Darmanitan with 2 energy on your active, you can start to go to town with flame body cannon, right, and get sort of access those bench Pokemon before they evolve. I'm not sure if we have it. No, they're going to get straight to the discard pile over. Buddy Poffin, we'd love to use that. Energy, we did get energy though. Are we out the active? Churro? Did we see Churro? Oh no, we played.
I think because of the Hilda's already been used.
Oh, Hilda has been
setting up.
My bad.
Yeah, passing action back over to Alexander now, who is still...
I know off the top.
Well, that's keeping him in this game. A game down in our top 4. Found himself on a really slow hand, but Itchy Pollen has kept him in the mix here without having to submit too many prize cards. And finally he has 6 cards.
Yeah. We need to see some basic energy. We'd love to see some Dracloak. I see.
Oh, I didn't see.
Ultra Ball. No, there's no easy Dracloak there. 2 times Ultra Ball. And that can be got still no energy as well, might I say.
It's a relief though, because as soon as you get 1 recon directive, typically more follow.
Yeah,
you get to see more cards, even if this is fodder for the 2nd Ultra Ball in this hand, Shay. So Alexander just about hanging on right now. Slowly ticking up damage with Itchy Pollen shouldn't be ignored either.
No, that definitely adds up.
especially when you can't use your Curse Blast. You have to do it the old-fashioned way, just prodding in.
So here is the first Jackalope hitting the field. Recon Directive. Energy, Dragapult, yeah, it's going to have to take that energy. We're going to have to start attaching that at some point.
It's not much, but it's honest work.
It really is.
With Itchy Pollen, yeah, here we go. The Safeguard is all you can go for here. Trying to make it more difficult to move this Zoroark whilst also using a gusting effect.
Trade away, Cleffer. Trade away, buddy.
Trademark, just rifling through the decisions as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
she already knows what she wants to do. That's part of the reason why she's such an effective player. She's already thought about the turn and basically every eventuality because she is just so on it with her choices every turn.
Yeah, she does.
Not wasting any time.
Plays at a fantastic speed. Love to see it. Makes it very exciting as well. I'll be honest.
Professor Turo's scenario is in the hand.
Okay.
Could be our means of getting into the action.
Artisan. That was going to find that ends Reshiram, so that means Virtuous Flame is online. 170 damage, more than enough to carry Badu, I can tell you that.
Yeah, there would have been situations, if she'd had access to Monkey Dora, you've got to feel like she would have loved to weave that in.
Yeah, true.
Would have allowed her to get a 2-prize turn, but here she can establish more energy onto Zorua, will Turo up her active, re-bench the end Zorua, and then just copy the powerful, the Virtuous Flame for an easy KO on Budju here.
Yep, so Piper's going to take her first prize card here, 5 prize cards away from finding herself in her very first European regional final. She said herself in the interview she hadn't had a great European finish at a regional, but she wants to try and take all home. It is over to Alexander, going to promote that Dragloak. We have Ultra Ball, we haven't got energy actually, so we can't fire off the Phantom Diver yet, but then this is a scary thing. You don't want to hit into that active because that damage is coming flying straight back at you at an incredible speed.
Yeah, it's still terrifying ever to hit into an Zoroark EX. We are going to quickly see the Artisan first, getting that additional Dreepy before an INO. You feel like that's going to be the first action from Alexander.
Yep.
Try and reduce Piper's hand size. She's had a few turns of multiple trade now. So let's get rid of those riches, put them to the bottom, in fact. Because that's one of the core strengths of trade. Not only are you sort of maintaining the hand size and keeping it large, you're also throwing away the weaker cards as you go.
So that means those late games INO hopefully don't hurt you as much. Which is a difference between the Recon Directives. We do see that going to grab the basic energy, I believe. Recon Directive still keeps those cards. So if your deck gets shuffled for whatever reason and you get INO'd, you might draw into those cards you don't really want to see. Trade, just straight discard stuff.
The Ultra Ball choice is not an easy one for Alexander, but he knows he has to make this choice before the INO. Unless you just want to...
Unless you play the hill. Oh, no, okay.
It is going to be the hill to discard. I feel like with the hand starting to amass, you just know that there's so many good things rooting around in that hand. It's going to be an additional Dracloak before anything else. I think after the shuffle, it's likely that we'll see the INO launched here.
Pretty important INO. This could be a very important INO here.
She has so many objectives. Oh, sorry, Alexander has so many objectives to deal with Piper's board. Having to move this active out the way, find an energy attachment, find a Dragapult. And we're only seeing 6 cards from this INO.
Energy as well.
Yeah, energy on top of that.
And we do have the 2 from Recon Directive, the second one, so we could see another 2. Okay, Dragapult EX, I saw that. I didn't see energy though.
Another Ultra Ball in there. We have possibly a couple of Recon Directive.
True. That Ultra Ball looks like
it's reset the deck, which is why we're seeing the Recon Directive first. That's
Luminous energy. Great find.
It's alongside the Dracloak. So I think that's one of the bigger pieces, but again, you're in this real headache situation of, do I really have to punch into this end Zoroark? Maybe evolve into the active and still just jet headbutt this turn?
Jet headbutt, yeah, don't mind that. Then you could attach your energy, spread your energy out in case of any shenanigans.
Horlucha's coming though, which means we will still be launching Phantom Dive this turn, Shay. You feel like it only comes in combination 100% with the Phantom Dive.
That flying entry, 10 damage on side up, 10 damage on pick your end Zoroark with a 1 of energy.
I think you still have to take the side up first.
Oh, 100%, yeah. We can't be letting that damp affect this battlefield anymore. Here's Luminous. So that's going to, well, if we're going for, it's going to have to be active then, surely, if we're going to go for, yep, there it is, Luminous.
Will it be the flying entry now? Or again, there's still the tiny percent of going for Jet Headbutt here.
I don't mind that.
Like, by hitting into this Zoroark, you're accelerating the game so much, and your board's still not that effective.
There we go.
That's what feels troublesome for me.
There's the flying entry. We're not...
Yeah, we're
just going to see 200 into the active. KO the Psyduck. Okay, Alexander is on the board. That does open up Curse Blast. That could be very could be quite tough. The powerful rage is very much online. There is no other energy develops. We are relying on Neo upper now. But it is over to Piper now, though, Joe. What's her most ideal turn here?
Well, this is the beauty of Enzorok. When you know you've got a damaged Pokemon in the active, you already know that your active 2-prize KO is set up for you.
Yeah.
You don't have a headache in that regard at all. So it's about trying to re-establish that Psyduck. It's also about trying to get additional Zoroark. We're going to see the Pal Pad before anything else here, grabbing the Cyrano and the Professor Turo scenario. Could be a useful card for later. We know that picking up that damage can be really handy. So I think at this point it's Piper, again, just building these Zorua up into Zoroark, step 1. And here comes the first trade.
Counter catcher and something. Ends PP up. Great card lane, you get extra energy in play.
Not much actually going on in this hand by the looks of things.
Yeah, we've got no other trades available, have we?
Well, it's Peturunt in the hand. No,
so it's just
powerful rage.
Night Joker, powerful rage. I mean, let's not make no mistake about it. That's a big turn, but not a lot else was done. If Alexander can KO that active end Zoroark, Piper has a lot of questions to answer next turn. Can he do it?
It could have looked really bleak for Alexander had Piper had a more reasonable hand here.
Yeah.
But now, as long as we find our A-spec, Neo upper energy, Alexander could be really racing ahead here.
Yeah, this could...
Taking a 3-prize knockout, leaving Piper with just a Zorua and a Reshiram, having not much of a response by the looks of things. Alexander, if he can piece the right combination together, he's still going to be in a really good position that he perhaps didn't expect to be in.
Feels like a difficult decision. We're going to go for Recon Directive now. We are. Do we see that A-spec? No. Boss's orders.
Big pickup, though.
Nest Ball. That's going to find Pheasantipity.
Know it.
An extra 3 cards. So, folks at home, Alexander needs to evolve his active. Has a nice stretcher to do that, I would imagine. And then try and find that Neo upper energy so you can catapult yourself into Phantom Dive. And make no mistake about it, if Alexander ends his turn announcing Phantom Dive, I think this is his game to lose at that point.
It really has turned into a game of hide and seek with the A-spec. Here comes the...
Here we go. 3 cards. Are we going to see the A-spec all the way to grab it? No.
That's the Dragapult, and it means now you can Night Stretcher for an additional Drakloak.
That is true.
More draw. There's a temptation to use Iono, and there's a temptation to use Lily's Determination. Those mathematicians out there already doing the calculus of what's the better choice here. I know that's been a hot debate ever since Lily's Determination came out.
Bet he wish he held on to that Hilda earlier.
Well, possibly.
Great now, but here comes the Night Stretcher. This has to find a Drakloak, as you do say. Another 2 cards. 1, 2.
Another Drakloak.
Another Drakloak. Here we go. Another ticket at the table.
Let's see, that pink card.
No.
Scenario and Night Stretcher, neither that useful. That means it's down to our supporter to try and find a couple pieces.
Ino would be for 5. Obviously, Lily would be for 6. But as you say, cards at the bottom. The mathematicians work out what's optimal.
I mean, failing the Neo upper energy, you can still find a Dusclops, and a Headbutt could still get you through at least the active.
That is true.
It just feels so much worse. If you can pounce a 3-prize turn here, leaving no damage on the board for Piper to play with or powerful rage with.
Looks like this Ultra Ball, I imagine we're finding a Dusclops, you can just evolve into it, have it ready.
Also means if you want to make this Iono even stronger, if you're feeling really greedy, if you think you're the one, you can go for the Zorua that has an energy attached. Then if you find that Neo upper energy, you can take out all of the energy at once. That's really gaming, though.
Wow.
I feel like this has to be a full back play in case you miss.
You know, when my eyebrows get raised, that is risky play, but it's an option. It is an option.
Big shuffle then from Alexander before his use of Iono. Will be evolving up into this Dusclops, you imagine, as there's no rare candy in his list, so that's not an option that he has to consider. Just taking a final look through before this decision. Is there anything we can use this Night Stretcher for? Does it have to be Night Stretcher for Dragapult here first? Oh, there's one in the hand.
One in the hand,
not an issue.
So it looks like...
Because, again, you're only seeing 5 cards. You don't play that many energy in Dragapult.
No.
There's a big risk. Yeah, so into the active means we're taking the safe knockout with Jet Headbutts, I think.
And that's going to open up Artisan.
Yeah.
Grab the Duskull. That's going to shuffle the deck as well, worth noting.
Well, it means now you're almost definitely not going for Phantom Dive. You probably still commit your Psych Energy in the active now.
So now the Night Stretcher can grab an energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. We're not gambling for the Neo upper. We're taking the safe route. And thanks to the early Curse Blast, you're now giving Piper one less card to deal with, as she only has 2 prize cards remaining now.
Trying to think. If you're Piper, Irritated Outburst, what was that? 60, 120, 180, 240?
Yeah, you get to 240 with Irritated Outburst.
I mean, there is a world ends PP up, attach energy switch, boss's orders. It's possible, but there is the Jet Headbutt for the KO is over to Piper. 3 cards to start the turn. What are they? A Yveltal.
And an Ino.
And an Ino, okay.
That's 2 cards for Piper, 3 for Alexander.
Watts Tower and a Darumaka. I can tell you what those were.
That's awful. That is really awful. We're going to retreat out of this Enzarua. Or are we going to sit in the active? Yeah, we've got to protect it. Going into Yveltal, perhaps, as a free retreat Pokemon.
Yeah.
Darumaka down, and just the pass.
Alexander has 2 recon directed tears and near upper energy, funnily enough. I mean, that means we could use Phantom Dive this turn.
Yeah. And Piper just has to sit and wait and watch it unfold in front of her.
The ball is in Alexander's court. Boss's orders ×2. Uh-oh, we could remove both these Zorua, Joe.
Yeah, that's looking like a big turn for Alexander here. Doesn't look like we can win this turn with no rare candy. You can only get 1 Dusclops. Your Phantom Dive would have to be all 6 already onto the Enzarua on the bench. So I think the boss's orders would be the strongest turn. Take out both Enzarua at once and know that you can just cruise to victory on the following turn.
Yeah, we don't need to win exactly this turn. We even have a Luminous End. I didn't even see that one. So we even have to commit Neo upper. Yeah, this is wow. I did say this is probably Alexander's game to lose here. Marching closer to victory. Counter catches even still live. Right here, do we even need to play the boss?
Both players just had a really strange back and forth this game, where it felt like the pendulum has swung a couple times over, where there's just been large hand sizes but nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
Now we found ourselves in this spot.
And these are the games that, you know, good players and great players and average players all attempt differently. They're very easy to pile your deck when everything's going 100% correct. However, when you miss stuff here, your opponent misses stuff there, or they go off to another lead, you have to adapt, you have to react and play differently. And that's exactly what this game 2 has been. No one's been off to the races by any means. But it looks like Alexander, there is the counter catcher bringing up the Zorua. Without damage on, obviously, because Phantom Dive, 200 damage into the active. 6 damage counters on the bench. 1 prize card left. Alexander and Piper Lepine is gonna concede. 1 all here in our top 4 B feature match here at Lille. That means, folks, we're essentially going down to a best of 1. The winner will advance to the finals to have the chance to try and compete for the title of Lille Regional Champion, $10,000 US, and an auto invitation to Worlds later on in the season. Let's see how this panned out here, Joe, this game 2.
Ultimately, Alexander had a terrible opener. He was just sat with 1 Dracloak for so many turns and just had to sit behind Itchy Pollen for as long as possible. Piper was slowly able to find this Professor Terra scenario, getting her Enzorowak into the equation, but it was some careful placement with that flying entry, allowing Alexander to get rid of a Psyduck here, and bravely chose to punch into an Enzorowak. It felt like he was basically backed into a corner into this play, and it looked like from Piper's board, from that position, she could just evolve up into a couple more Zorowak, and suddenly she's like closing out on the game, and there's not much Alexander could do. But after missing that, then Alexander is able to piece together a really nice play, not having to find the Neo up energy, instead taking a safer line with Curse Blast plus Jet Headbutts to take a slower approach and just say that Piper is sat on a very weak hand. All she could find was her own INO, and at that point in the game, she'd already taken a lot of prize cards, so it really wasn't working with much.
Yeah. And that's it, as you say. What an awkward game that was for both players. The pendulum of power was just swinging left, right, and it ended up on Alexander. Oh, the Psyduck is prized.
Not the duck.
No, that's not what you want. But it looks like Piper starts off turn attachment. Oh no, attach pass. There's no Enzura. There's no playables. Alexander has led the Budu again. And that's what you want. If your opponent has a slow start, you want to announce Itchy Pollen with the most haste. And just really put the clamps on your opponent. If Alexander can just develop GP energy, this is looking very dicey.
The 1 tech card that you play for this matchup above all else. Coming into crunch time, Piper has been absolutely...
Supporters and Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, she's been done by these prize cards before. Remember at the World Championships, she was so unfortunate with her...
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
At crunch time, and it seems in this Game 3 situation, once again, being hindered by a prize card. Now, let's be fair, there's still plenty more game to go.
Oh, for sure.
But that is one of the ways you can really neutralize the board from Alexander, and now he'll have free reign of these Curse Blasts. And he's been so cute with how he's used them throughout the set already.
Yep, been very articulate with them, only used them precisely when he needed to. But now we'll have free reign to get a bit more liberal, you could say, with the use of Curse Blast. Buddy Poffin is being played here. Like a little prize card search. I mean, he isn't to know that Psyduck's prized, but yeah, still have to approach the game, you know.
And we've seen he's been very proactive at dealing with that Psyduck as well.
Sure.
He's made sure that he's always timed his Hawlucha alongside Phantom Dive, made the most out of it, dealt with that Psyduck as quickly as possible, and then giving himself that window of opportunity to use the Curse Blasters.
The way has he got another Buddy Poffin? Oh, no, he's got a Nest Ball. Okay.
Is there a supporter to come after this, though? There's always that question of, do I ever Iono my opponent?
I was
if that's the
literally
only
just
one in my hand?
thinking that. Yeah.
It's not always the case, especially now with Lily's Determination being another great early game supporter card. But already onto a great start. Led the Budu, and already has 3 of his key evolving basics into play. No supporter for him, though, so just a 10 prod.
Or turn attachment. There is the Ino from Piper. Okay. We can all breathe a sigh of relief for Piper here. Has got the Ino. Has been hit by the Itchy Pollen, though, so Buddy Poffin can't do that just to flood your board. Both players put their hands to the bottom of their deck, and they will draw 1 card each for each prize card they have remaining. Both players have 6. A hand refresh of 6 for both players. Piper hasn't even looked at her card yet. Wait, doesn't want to give any information away.
Here we know she can make decisions in quick time. So.
That is true. And there's a Buddy Poffin, can't use it. Oh, there's no Zarua, Joe!
No Zarua, no Artisan. Those are her only outs.
Oh, no.
It's just Monkey Dory against the world.
You can Adrenabrine, I guess.
Yeah. Ling it over to the Budu, and just the pass by the looks of things. Itchy Pollen is locking this game down and giving so much time to Alexander.
That's the thing. If you have a slow start and your opponent announces Itchy Pollen, it just feels rude, doesn't it? There is the Buddy Poffin there from Alexander. Wow. The Skull Dreepy.
The game could end here with Neo Upper Energy. If that's found alongside Dracloak and then we find a Dusclops, we could win the game this
The Dragon Headbutt again. Yeah. The return from game 1.
It's
possible. Gonna get 8. I mean, it's very possible. Wait, Neo Upper's just stage 2, right? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would love for the Jet Headbutt to come up again.
Either way.
Houses.
These 8 cards, as long as we start seeing Dracloak, Alexander has to be so happy with himself.
Yeah, Dracloak and Energy, that's all we're looking for here. 8 cards. Let's have a look. Ooh, Ultra Ball maybe?
A lot of the stage 2s.
No Energy either. There's an Ultra Ball.
Does have an Ultra Ball, so again, we can begin the chain of these Recon Directive. And again, amass the hand size. Gain as much time as possible with this Budu. You do have to worry that you are putting damage into the Pokemon and then it's being flung straight back at you.
Yeah.
So when that... it's basically a debate whether or not you do the 3rd Itchy Pollen. There's no debate this turn. You're always going to end the turn on it. But that really sets you up nicely. And if you can lock down Piper for 1 more turn, Phantom Dive is knocking on the door.
It really is. And you have to answer it at some point. Counter catch a Toro.
Very poor cards to see. Really not too handy. Going to keep the counter catcher. You can make that live yourself with the use of your Curse Blast.
And it's just going to be the Itchy Pollen. Okay, Piper, come on. Let's get some Enzrua down, please. Ino again. We're riding the Ino train.
That's 2 of her 3 copies gone as well in a matchup that can really swing back and forth with Hand Disruption.
Oh, no, Joe, there's no... one Pokemon. No Zorua. And it's just a pass. We're not even going to use Adrenabrine, I think, by the looks of it. A new hand for Alexander. Okay, now Neo Upper Energy would be live with an evolution. Don't quite see it yet.
Now the game definitely could end. It would need multiple Curse Blast, I believe, from Dusclops, and still need the Neo Up Energy with the lack of attachment last turn. But
Hilda.
Ooh, Hilda.
Hilda's scary. We're going to take the Hilda. Grab an evolution Pokemon and an energy. All Curse.
Already 1 Dusclops.
1 Dusclops is in hand. There's an Ultra Ball as well, I believe.
I think it's all coming together.
Uh-oh. There's 2 Dusclops. One is not in the prizes, so I think we could be staring down the game here. Ultra Ball can grab the
Okej, jest dół.
One's in hand, Curse Blast
O rany,
usage times two.
Piper się zacięła tym razem.
Hilda will then find the Dragapult EX
Aha,
and the
no,
Neo
Amper
upper
i
energy.
Dragapult,
That's
Curse
gonna put
Blast.
damage into the active.
No, Amper, Counter, Catcher i
is the
Aleksander
game.
Rutkowicz w finale.
Booked himself a ticket to the final here in the
Polska górą! Tak, dosłownie, może zanim... Aby tylko brak aktywności. Ciekawe dlaczego. Może pewnie dlatego, że ja byłam na jedzonku. Przerwano mi live'a. Fuck it. Tak, Aleksander Rutkowicz jest w finale, więc... A będziemy mieli Alberto Cotti kontra Rutkowicz, a raczej Mirror Dragapultów. Niestety spadło jej... Mam jeszcze z psem i przerwało TikTokowego live'a. Jest sens znawiać.
Really wasn't. No, it said created from as early as to game one, turn one, and you know wasn't scared of just attacking into these end zones. He said, I think I'm ahead. If I can keep up,
ludzie,
I'm
którzy
fine.
oglądali
Sure,
trochę
you can carry me
więcej.
back, but I think I'm so far ahead. Immediately dealing with these side dogs as and when they came down, and it just felt as if Alexander was so meticulous with all his plays. Game one, though, Piper was able to clutch the game out with this real cool substitute.
Muszę znowić live'a, bo w zasadzie ja... Niestety nie było mojej obecności w zasadzie, przez co... O! Dobra, lecimy. Dobra. Ale ogólnie, no ja tu jeszcze zobaczę co tam jest, bo ja dużo przegapiłam. Ale tak, mamy Polaka. Trzeba puścić taką fajną piosenkę, która jest po prostu... Czujecie już to.
By hand disrupting again,
czujecie już ten
whilst
vibe?
also taking out the active. Didn't actually have his optimal turn there. Could have hit the neo upper and made it even safer for himself.
Jak będzie jeszcze Polska
górą,
górą,
had to just go into the Eveltal and that opened up Alexander for a nice boss's orders play.
Czujecie już vibe tegorocznego regionalsów w Lille? No tak, to jest to, że Piperowa się zacięła po prostu. I tam po prostu był dead. Zresztą widać, że Rutkowicz 3 razy z rzędu miał bulwę.
The buddy Poffin actually did draw into it off the back of the INO, was not able to be played. Maybe could have benched the Petron, opted not to. And
dosłownie.
pretty much wrote for game. Had another chance, I should say, with another INO. Nothing really was found, just the ends of issue.
Okej! Ta Piperowa się po prostu zacięła. Ale tak jeszcze dalej zaszła. No dobra. Zobaczcie, Polska górą po prostu.
And the Hilda secured that fate.
Ale tak, mamy to. Po prostu mamy to. Mamy Mirror Dragapultów tym razem. Alberto Cotti kontra... Aha. No to śpiewamy. Polska górą zaśpiewa stary rurą, zaśpiewa to co chce i Ej, ale to jest śmieszne, mielibyśmy polskiego Tonego Casha, naprawdę. Poland!
And coming up with some really cool strategies as well. We've seen a 6-prize turn and a 5-prize turn from Alberto. We've seen
ale serio, Polska górą. Dobra.
Dobrze.
No, Poland Spong mamy. Co?
Alexander and how that game panned out. Luckily for us, Jesper is in the lounge with him. Let's kick it down there and hear.
Luckily for us, we do get to see half of the Dragapult mirror match we're going to be seeing in finals. With me is Alexander Rutkowicz, you know, winning top 4 after the game 1, but we saw everything going into fruition for Piper. You pulling it back in game 2, and Piper somehow has a curse on these streams with having bad games. Tell me, Alexander, going into a finals of regional championships, one win away from an invite, speaking of that, how does that feel?
I mean, I don't even know if like what's happening is real. I was like going into this game
look to figure out who is the, well, we can say Dragapult regional champion in this case, perhaps. Going into a mirror match like this, I know you don't want to be spoiling.
I can. We talked already.
Yeah, and not good to spoil the list and stuff like that and strategy. How do you feel we're matching up against the list that Alberto is playing?
From what I know, he plays 2 boss, I play 3 boss, so I would say I have an advantage, but at the end it's like, as you saw on stream, like whoever draws better, undervalue, RNG.
I mean, variance, RNG, Badu, AG Pollen, all of these things we've seen it multiple times during the weekend. Would you say that one of the toughest matchups you've been facing is Zoroark, or has there been something that, you know, has been as difficult, if not more difficult?
I think the toughest was Zoroark so far. I managed to dodge all the Jellicent Guardy, which was pretty nice, and yeah, Zoroark.
Well, Zoroark indeed. Zoroark wins. Well, Zoroark doesn't win top 4 at the very least in the hands of Piper, unfortunately. But, Alexander, in just a moment, we will have you on the stage once more.
I don't know who came up with this one, but get ready to get your line on.
Against Alberto Conti. It's going to be a match for the ages. So, all I have left to say is best of luck. But before we go there, anyone you want to be shouting out before we get to see you on the stage again?
Only Team Kokoshiki. That's it.
Well, for the team and all that, we'll be right back with the finals of the 2025 Lille Regional Championships.
Give it another try. Okay, this time.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today, we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Garbodor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory.
Let's give it another go.
Checking the theory in
The first card was Garbodor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, other Garbodor from the Guardian's Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower, and Puzzle Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Gooseberry Sorola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zorark GX with Kolyzova GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zorark GX and the 2 Garbiters that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbiter shuts down abilities, while Zorark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zorark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 KO Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbiter until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Rider speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zorark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
Perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout.
Przepraszam,
Lock down the abilities.
mówię, że nie. No co ludzie się pytają, czy mówię o psa w momencie, w którym ja nie chcę, może ja nie chcę, jeśli tak mogę powiedzieć. Bo w teorii obserwacje są po to, aby oglądać to, co chyba chcesz. Co nie? A nie, że mam trzymać. Czy zdarza mi się, że mam jakieś obserwacje, ale to były z kategorii a przypadkowo sobie zaobserwowałem, aczkolwiek potem te przypadkowe obserwacje czasami. Tak, oczywiście jest tutaj hello Alberto. Znaczy, Alberto Kotki na pewno jest, tak. No nie udawajmy, że nie. Bo wiemy, że jest Kotki w finale, wiemy, że jest Kotki. Zobaczymy, kto będzie najlepszym Master of the Draga. Znaczy wiecie, jak to jest Draga potem, no. Mało kto gra do tego, bo kulta nie lubią, albo Gardevoir nie lubią. Spodziewałem się takie sytuacje,
My main goal in tournaments is always having fun. I have a lot of fun with my friends all the time. It's like a small vacation that we have, and we get the chance to meet so many new players and great people, so I'm always down to compete more. The player I looked into the most when I started playing was Azul. He's a really famous YouTuber and player, and I'm always a big fan of him. So hopefully one day I can play against him. My favorite part about the Pokemon community is definitely like dinners together right after the tournaments. We have a lot of fun. We just eat some good food.
Aha, zacięło się. Nie, no fajnie tutaj.
It's always nice to try in something else, so yeah.
Może, bo ja mam tu jakieś lootboxy, których nie ogarnia.
2000 masters for the weekend. Fought valiantly across 13 rounds of
No, ale będzie
Swiss.
już końcówka.
And now we're just down to 2. Our champion will be crowned shortly here, and it will be our Lille regional champion piloting Dragapult Dust Noir, both players piloting the same deck, but it'll be myself, Mike, and Jesper taking you through the action here in the final. What are your thoughts going into this final, Jesper?
Zobaczymy, kto będzie lepszym. Tak, Mirror Dragapultów.
Yeah, starting off with a lot of that, but our players will be starting off fairly soon, so we can head down to see the final begin here.
No dobra,
in
już
Lille,
jest
the players
finał,
are ready.
okej.
We've seen both of them in the semi-finals.
No i mamy Polska versus Włochy.
Very similar in their
Tak,
builds,
Rutowicz
but it
jest
was their
polski.
journeys here that really showed the quality of those players.
No, mamy oczywiście Alberto Cottiego, który ma na koncie oczywiście wygraną w Gdańsku w zeszłym sezonie. Top 4 w Lille, Sztruga top 4, no i Lille top 8. Warto jeszcze zaznaczyć, że Cotti również ma na koncie bycia finalistą w special evencie Utrecht w zeszłym sezonie. No aczkolwiek tutaj wiadomo pokazują takie najwyższej rangi zasługi. No i mamy oczywiście naszego Polaka, rodaka, Rutkowicza, top 4 w Birmingham, top 8 w Warszawie, Worldsy top 128 i Berma top 32 w 2022. Tak, pamiętam, Jezus, regionalsy w Bermie, no to dalekie. No i za tydzień oczywiście, jak już jesteśmy przy Gdańsku, przypomniał, że za tydzień jest Gdańsk i przypominam, że live'a z Gdańska nie będzie, bo będę uczestnikiem, co najwyżej możecie zobaczyć mnie na Arkanine. I w ogóle mamy Mirror Dragapultów. Kurwa, patrząc na ten, to już jestem przekonany pult. Jezus, wierzę sobie. Chyba się tam od początku, żeby pojechać pultem, no bo wiecie jak to jest. Hehe. Jestem pulciarzem.
Well, we always talk about the confidence of the players in the moments. For Alberto, this is a repeat scenario to a year ago in Gdansk, where he was able to win. So he is familiar with this experience in the final. For Alexander, his first
No i tylko jedna osoba.
feeling the pressure out here. There seems to be a crowd for both of them. Lots of support.
Znaczy wiecie, tak w Polsce też zdrobniale się mówi Olek. A czyli to samo, tak?
Taking down the international players who traveled all the way here. So amazing opportunity for them to earn some spots for the European region.
Takie podobne jak w Polsce, na przykład mieliśmy. Tak, oczywiście wyniki trochę podobne, tutaj prawie podobne, Kot ma 2 remisy, ale zbliżone wyniki. Ale tak jak mówię, tylko jedna osoba tutaj będzie. O a no to jest problem. Po stronie Alberto są sprajzowane 2 Drakloki, a to już jest problem. Za to prajzy Rutkowicza nie są najgorsze. Jest Draklok, ale sztuk 1. Aha, ale za to start z małpy. No tutaj tak jak mówię, Puffy. To już trzeba mieć talent. No właśnie, bo to jest Mirror duszków. Lista tutaj się lekko różni. Z czego co widzieliśmy, no u Alberto jest Brock Scouting. To tak warto zaznaczyć. Więc tutaj jest faktycznie pewna różnica względem tego.
Exactly, and you got that disruption late game with INO, the draw throughout the game with the Drakloak, the middle evolution of that Dragapult line, a great way to see lots of cards. And we've seen that in the previous 2 semi-finals, how much it helped to get through those games, the consistency of the deck. And as Alexander looks to try and work at his prize cards right now, we'll be seeing a few little pieces missing, but nothing too crazy. But for Alberto, it's going to be
Ale 2 Drakloki, to jest threat.
Anyone who watched the World Finals just gone in Anaheim will have noticed how those Drakloaks being missing can be a massive factor in the consistency of the deck.
Both of our players are missing, you know, either 1 or 2 Drakloaks, but it's really worse on Alberto's side. I do have to stress that Neo energy being prized. It loses a lot of the explosivity that Alberto could be having here with being able to being able to power Dragapult when you can't do that.
No i co tutaj ma? No jest Scouting. Tak, to jest ten tech Alberto, że on Brock Scouting i nie ten.
And doesn't seem like there's a huge amount in Alberto's hand. Can't quite keep all those cards. But it is an important moment as an
No dobra, czy on użyje Brock Scouting po 2 basiki?
different in Alberto's list. Alexander, talk through some of these differences both these players have chosen to go for.
Yeah, so Alberto's playing one Hilda and two Brock Scouting. The Brock Scouting is kind of playing a double nest ball in the early stages of the game, although also being able to grab one evolution Pokemon. If at most stages of the game, it has legitimate use. Here with Brock Scouting, depending on how the rest of Alberto's hand look, you can either
Dobra, czyli idziemy po Brock Scoutinga, dobrze. Czyli tak jest, znaczy pod kątem prizów, no lepiej ma się tutaj Rudkowicz, bo on ma tak jak sobie wcześniej, nie wiem, ma dług z prizów. Okej, to jest wchodzi do Brock Scouting, czyli karta, która pozwala nam dwie rzeczy. Pozwala nam albo na wybór 2 basiców, albo na jedną ewolucję.
So as Alexander already told us in an interview, the difference between their list is basically, yes, Alberto running 2 Brock and 1 Hilda, but Alexander runs 3 bosses where Alberto runs 2.
Więc jest to
so in
taki
these kind of
mocno
mid-game scenarios, whenever you want to start these prize trades off, playing the third boss gives you the advantage in that you keep able to go Dusclops and remove, for example,
Dobra, tu
2
jest
Draclops from the
ciężki
board.
wybór.
Typically in this matchup, the first one to go
2
Dragapult
dripi.
EX
O,
boss
czyli jednak nie
is the
będzie
eventual
item
victor.
loka,
That is why
okej.
playing the third boss is so much more important.
No właśnie, bo to jest ten cały trik, że...
That Dracloak next turn. Neither of them playing rare candy, so they cannot accelerate to the Dragapult in one turn. Will take a little bit of evolving up, and it's that patience that's allowed them to get here, and all the other matches that they've played against each other, they will know they have a bit of time to get set up, so they don't need to worry so much about disruption.
Jest
The one thing
grubo,
that's
tak?
different though, Alexander has an energy attachment on that Monkey Dory. That might be able to
Jest
attack
kolejny
next turn.
dripi,
Might be able
jest
to attack
Dracloak i zagramy Lily's Determination.
No
wiecie, najlepiej korzystać na maksa, jako tylko się da. Determinacja Lily pozwala nam na odebranie nawet do 8 kart. Oczywiście jak 8 te karty warunkiem są, że jest dokładnie 6 prizów. Więc jest to naprawdę mocna karta.
You're kind of getting closer to the point where if you can't get enough Dracloaks down, enough energy, getting to itchy upon your opponent, you're going to be such a disadvantage.
Well, Lily's determination certainly puts you in an advantage. 8
Jest
cards when you
buba.
still have 6 prize cards remaining.
Jest
And that's exactly what we see in Alexander's hand. Anything there to help develop this board. We'll be looking for those Dracloaks. 1 prize for Alexander, so it won't be super easy to find them, but with those Ultra Balls, able to find any Pokemon from the deck, just discarding 2 cards, and with a huge hand like that, plenty of options for what to discard.
Already does have the Budgie, and you know the ability to be recon-directed before the Ultra Ball. I really do like that option because it means that you could potentially be drawing into one of those cards you're trying to draw. Well, search for the Ultra Ball. Now, didn't get anything that, you know, Alexander wanted to, which means that we can get to use the Ultra Ball for something like Dracloak. We do already have Budgie in hand, which means that this decision is either do we grab the Lilies we want to be using her next turn, or do we grab the Budgie actually just to discard it.
So you mentioned in this mirror match, the key to winning is getting to that
Tak,
Dragapult EX
mirror
and taking
Dragapultu.
knockouts on the targets you want, whether it's with the boss's orders or
Ale
counter
zabawa.
capture.
O, w sumie dla mnie na pewno.
Looking out for.
Bawię się świetnie w sumie. Pójście Dragapulty to raczej jest... Dobra, jest i kolejny Dracloak. Drakolak, Zakolak, jak to się mówi. Że jest i tak budew. To już są rzeczy pewne.
Well, I'll just go ahead and Curse Blast that and keep using Itchy Pollen. The longer you can keep your Itchy Pollen train going, basically, and the longer you can keep this lock of setting up, getting energy in play, getting Dusknoirs up and going, the better it is.
Well, with neither of them having rare candy, targeting those singular Dracloak is going to be key, but for Alexander, he has established 2 Dracloak at this stage.
Co? Zaraz, prawie bym zapomniał, przecież mam Badiu. No i wchodzi on, cały namiał, Attach, Itchy Pollen. Wchodzi i on, mała niepozorna, a jednak robi duży problem. O, dobra, mamy jednego z dwóch Dracolaków, które ma Kotti dostępne. No to zawsze coś.
If Alexander continues to, solidify the advantage board-wise that he already has by getting something like Luminous for the Monkey Dory,
dobra, Lily's
we can
Determination
see this
będzie
game get out
zagrywana.
of Alberto's grasp really quickly.
You see, not
Ta,
involving
jest
the active
Lilla.
Dust Skull, wanting to keep it a basic
Nie wiem,
Pokemon
jakoś
and with a single
mało
retreat,
kto u mnie gra
just in case.
ultami, a nawet
Off the back of
już
this late
grają.
situation can find a way to get a Latias maybe or
Ja
an
tutaj
energy to
stawia jak
retreat.
ktoś gra, to
And that's another factor in the matchup. We
że ja
have these
ludzi
low
ogrywam.
HP EXs like Latias EX, Pheasant Diff
Yes,
TX, and even that
jakieś
Blood Moon can sometimes be forced into
magic.
play if you start it. How do they affect the
Czy
matchup?
dojdzie
Do
do
really
tak
want to keep them
zwanych...
out of play. Latias, Fescendipity, they both have 210 HP, which are, kind of squishy Pokemon in this case. When we're talking Halucha can be putting 10 damage on. And then suddenly, it's only 200 left. Well, Phantom Dive takes care of that. Or you can, during multiple turns, be able to place your Phantom Dive damage onto either Fescendipity or onto Latias as well, and then Duskno's going to take it away.
You see the first recon directive for Alberto in the final here. Having an amazing Swiss run. We got to see him in day one with one of the most phenomenal turns, taking out a Gardevoir all in one turn, 6 prize cards. It won't be the case here in this matchup, as the stability of both these decks really makes it hard to take a lot of prize cards in one. As we see Alexander starting to draw more cards. And we mentioned about that advantage. There is a lone Dracloak in play with a singular energy on it. If Alexander this turn is able to take that out, that will put Alberto so far back in the
jest
matchup.
oczywiście
We can
mały
always talk
duch.
about what Alexander will consider,
Chyba jest...
the best hand possible. What even could happen here is if you go Dusclops 50 onto their cloak, evolve into Dragapult, attaches that second energy, both the Duskull and the active and their cloak are gone.
Okej, Curse
And we do
Blast
see the 50 there. Do we see
Trippiego.
boss's orders and energy? There's energy.
Czy on ma bossa?
Is this the time?
Boss
Boss's
Order!
orders
I
gonna be
chyba
able to take
on...
out the
I Dragapulta ma w
complete
ręce.
line there.
Halucha!
Onto both of them
O
too.
Boże.
I think that might be putting him
Halucha.
in range for the full turn here with the Dragapult. He's
O
gonna be winning
Boże,
this
i
turn.
mamy 6 prize i czyści borda Rutkowicz, czyli pierwszą rundę wygrywa Aleksander Rutkowicz, czyszcząc po prostu borda, to po prostu cna.
Alexander wins so early in this first game.
Wipe the board, Mike. Wipe it off. Alexander Rutovic showing
Dosłownie
us,
czyszcząc.
if my opponent is not setting up perfectly, Dusclops, Halucha, getting all my Dragapult pieces. Oh, that's how you do it.
We were talking about how to slow down Alberto, but it turns out you can win the game there and then. Alexander having a great start, going first with that buddy popping, able to establish the Dreepy. Meanwhile, Alberto a little bit slow considering he went second.
Ile dopiero minęło?
Alexander's turn, but by being one turn ahead, Alexander was able to evolve up so much quicker.
Yeah, and getting double turn 2 was really the turning point of this match. And then at later stages, you got to see Alberto one Dracloak. No Itchy Pollen. You have to remember, Mike, the difference of these two boards was Itchy Pollen, Duskull, multiple Dracloaks, and yeah, we get to see the finishing point here with Dusclops onto the Dreepy.
No tak, to było bardzo szybkie, bo trzeba to przytać. Znowu Polacy.
Perfect maps once more.
Jeszcze jak! Już mieliśmy wyczyszczenie.
10 on the Dreepy. So well within range, and that just shows you how important it is to establish that board nice and wide, get loads of Dracloaks in play. Because we looked at those prize cards being rough.
A przypominam, że na finał jest naprawdę kupa czasu.
Didn't make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things, because he needed more Dreepies, he needed to establish more on his bench, needed the Itchy Pollen to try and slow down his opponent. But Alexander, what a start.
Yeah, it was pressing those two Dracloaks that was really, detrimental in this game. On top, like the new up energy in the beginning of the game we actually got to didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But as Alberto, you're thinking, there's a good question in this matchup. Do you wish to go first? Kind of take a little bet on, can I draw Buddy Puffin to open the game? Or do you want to go second and get to actually play supported like Brock's? Pretty certain that Alberto's gonna say, I'm gonna go second. It's a more consistent option. Considering you're playing 4 Buddy Puffin, you're playing 4 Ultra Ball, you're playing 2 Brock Scouting, and you're playing your Latest Determination. Probably, a lot better just go ahead and say, I'm gonna take the consistent option, hope that game 1 doesn't repeat itself, and then we'll take it from there.
Well, if you're able to get that
No
Itchy Pollen off on your first attacking turn, you can really slow down your opponent's setup. You know, if you've got a Lily's Determination into a bunch of cards that they're all items, you can't really help set up your board too much. So second normally is favorable, but in this case...
The draw supporters here from Alberto. So the top decks coming into his turn is going to be
Okej, widzę, że chyba będzie grubo, bo... Okej, tym razem Alberto ma dużo lepsze prizy i nikt z nich nie sprajzował Draglocków. Za to oboje zaczęli z głodu. Chyba się zaczną wojny budewów. Znów nie, będziemy mieli to. O matko, Ta. To by się spodziewał, że to będzie realne.
To build the perfect board once again. I think I peeped in energy, so we'll have an attachment for turn. There's all these little factors that are important in every single turn. Getting your evolutions through, getting the attachments in play, and trying to slow down your opponent. And with both players starting Budu, they're certainly going to slow each other down. But if Alexander is able to use a bunch of these items before the Budu from Alberto, he's going to be able to set up in a great way. And once the Dracloaks are on board, you can draw lots of cards, you can see your way through the deck, and you don't necessarily need those items at that stage.
And my eye spies one 3P, a cloak, and an energy in the hand, so Alexander is opening up with the perfect opening.
No dobra, jest Drippy z duszkiem. A nie, Drippiego ma tutaj już na łapie. Atak. No taki klasyk i pas.
Alberto, how's your hand looking? It was a little bit slow
No
last
dobra,
game.
co ma
You're
Alberto?
going to be trying to establish the board. A few ultra balls in there, not ideal early on because you have to discard important resources. But we'll have to use some of that to try and build up a board here.
I'm really sorry here, Mike. I still do not see any draw supporters. I don't see any Lily's Determination. I don't see any Iono.
Nie jest
I
dobra
don't even see
ręka.
Brock.
Bo to już chyba widzę, że to są dwa ultra bole.
That's the case as
To co to będzie? I co, Ultra Ball, dyskardujemy dwa countercatchery. Ała! Ała, powiem.
And that's the typical count you've seen every single Dragon Ball Dustar deck. Triple counter catcher, which is alright. Maybe sometimes you'd only be needing to play one counter catcher during the entirety of the game.
Ale wiecie, do Dragapulty lubią tyłki. Lubią być na szaraczku. Czemu ja gram? Lubię być czasem troszkę na takim szarym końcaku.
The options in hand, everything is just gonna come. It's gonna snowball towards the end of the game. Alberto looks like he has to play double Ultra Ball to be able to get, first of all,
no właśnie, to jest ten Ultra Ball, ale to jest tak to po stronie. No tutaj boss i Turo, no to oznacza, że no będą tortury po prostu. Ultra Ball po Draclocka i Drippiego, to nie wygląda to dobrze. Po stronie Alberto. Dwa countercatchery. Boss Turo, no w ogóle widać, że Alberto miał fatalną rękę, jedna energia. A że jakoś z tego wyjdę, prawda? Prawda? I czy pole? No, ale i tak, Rutkowiczu jest jeden Drakolak i za kolaczek. No, tak ten cholerny item lock.
And is that an energy as well? All these energies are so key. Everything about Alexander's first few turns here is key to getting him ahead, and there is potential for a similar scenario to game one.
I see Luminous energy. If Alexander has a boss potentially, could it be attached into your cloak and actually use the dragon headbutt to knock out? But we don't see that quite. Do you see an Iono? No, there's no way Alexander's going to play that.
I mean, if he finds Dusclops, he can win this turn.
Nah, certainly not. But you don't need to do that, Mike. Alberto's sitting on one singular card, right? You don't have to stress it this turn. You can sit back, itchy pollen, and then potentially you can go for it.
Czy chcemy zagrywać Iono raczej?
Use Iono and you whiff. What would then happen?
He's going to go for the Iono, getting aggressive, trying to find the next important card. That singular card hand from Alberto was a Dracloak, but you're giving Alberto so many more cards here. But it is possible for Alexander to win out of this hand. If there's a Dusclops, he wins this turn. Is it there? No, I don't think it is.
No, I see purple, but it's not Dusclops, and this just reminds me
No niestety nie ma Dusclopsa i Chipola dalej jest active.
Finals, where Igor Costa and his opponent out of a miserable hand. In this case, N being replaced with Iono, and Alexander being replaced. Well, Igor being replaced with Alexander in this case. And this was a...
A zaraz, czy to już wchodzi Dreklock 30? Dobra, czy nie robimy Chipolen, dobra. Okay.
Alexander really wants this win here in Lille, as Alberto, still on the back foot, only has a singular Pokemon in play with that energy attachment, and knowing there's no rare candies, that's only ever going to be a Drakloak.
Not only what does he want the win, he wants it fast, Mike, and it opens up a lot of things here for Alberto.
No właśnie, i tu się pojawia problem, bo co on ma? Fez, no dobra, Fez to jest chyba jedyna opcja, może się wykaraska. Prawda?
Is this going to bite him, or is it actually going to be paying off?
I mean, we say about him giving Alberto more cards, but it also gave Alexander more cards. Look, he's now got 2 Duskull and a 3rd Dreepy in play, so it's helped him set up more, and perhaps he feels like if he goes ahead and stays ahead, he'll be in a great position, and it's going to be forcing a lot for Alberto. No item lock, so is able to use that buddy poppin.
Yeah, and thereby foregoing the item lock. I'm not sure if I'm sold on that idea, but at the very least, we see just like the Terra box match that Alberto had. Has to come back, has to stabilize, and has to try and find a way where he can get room to essentially just breathe, right? And if we can get that,
no dobra,
we've
no
seen
jest
it
Drippy,
previously
jest
from
kolejny
Alberto.
budew.
If you're then able to set up these wombo turns, you would then be able to claw back. But yeah, if Alexander gets a few more pieces, Dusclops, Dracloak, Dragapult itself, this looks pretty difficult.
Alexander sitting very far ahead, got aggressive. But there's a lot now for
Jamming
Alberto
Tower,
to do.
ale to nic nie robi.
Even if he evolves that Dreepy up, he knows that Alexander only needs a few cards in combination to be able to take it out. And if you keep locking your opponent out of evolutions like Dracloak, they're just going to be sat there trying to evolve multiple Dreepies at once, and then just not available.
And the worst part about it here, regardless of if Alexander goes ahead and draws Dragapult DX, Dusclops, even if Alberto gets a Dracloak, which Alberto needs. Wait a minute, Mike. I don't think we do have a Dracloak here. We have to retreat into Badu, but I don't see Dracloak.
There's a Duskull there. That's the only Pokemon in the hand. So it's actually going to be item locking without an evolution. Alberto reestablishes item lock, but for Alexander, if there's a Dragapult in hand, he could be hugely far ahead.
To będzie
He's going to be able to do a recon directive to start things off.
Jest Dragapult! Boss's Order, okej.
Mike, you know, already here we can get to start to set up these 3Ps for knockouts, right? You can put
o nie, on ma Dragapulta w ręce, akurat. Co za przypadek, co nie? Jest Dragapult w ręce.
Stress, Alberto does not play rare candy in his deck. So, Mike, you know, that Dragapult, this might be it.
Well, he put the Dragapult on the bottom of the deck with the recon directive. Is there one in hand already?
I think there's a Hilda.
I mean, this is incredible for Alexander, just so far ahead, establishing the board. There's one already in hand, and this is the reason why that Iono being played is just allowed Alexander to see more cards. His board state was amazing. The only thing he needed was to keep progressing it, and that's exactly what's happened. There's the evolution. Dragapult on the action.
Jest i boss Drippiego! No, Rudkowicz rozwala po prostu system, powiem tak. Boss Drippiego ma Dragapulta, no bossa, kurde, dobiera wszystko, co chce.
Look at it, taking out the only energy in play. Can even take out the Badu on the bench, can even put something like 10 on the Festendipity, 20 on the Dreepy, or just set up the Dreepy fully for next turn.
Okej, knockoucik 3, czyli mamy 2 tury.
Taking out the Badu, 30
No
damage
jest to
on the
trochę
Dreepy.
ciężkie, wysytuować raczej. No.
A mammoth of a task here to take on.
Dobra, widzę,
with no rare candy, we have at least 2 turns before Alberto is able to start attacking with Dragapult. Meanwhile, Alexander has his Dragapult established, has the draw engine behind it, has Duskulls even ready to evolve, so has everything there available to go ahead. Alberto, how are you going to pull back from this?
Mike, I have sounded like a non-believer multiple times. Alberto has, you know, really impressed me multiple times, but I think in this position, when you're